CHPTER 100 killing 2 marquises in a row. As long as the guy who killed Marquis Jin Wen hasn't left the outside territory battlefield immediately, he will strike again sooner or later, and he will leave traces sooner or later. Blood King gritted his teeth and made his final decision. At that time, once I have investigated his background and methods, I will descend with the force of a thunderbolt to ensure there is no room for error. The chances of seizing the legacy crystal will be greater, and the risk to myself will be smaller. Thinking of this, he completely suppressed the impulse to act immediately. HMPH, no matter who you are, since you have taken my things, just keep them safe for me for a while. Blood Lu King's scarlet eyes stared at the coordinate information last sent by Marquis Jin Wen, filled with cold killing intent and the greed of someone determined to succeed. He did not choose the high-risk Divine Kingdom teleportation, but instead piloted that hideous biological spaceship, turned around, and headed toward the coordinates in the Star Fragment Belt. In the Star Fragment Belt battlefield, the remaining stellar debris floated quietly, telling the tale of the fierce battle that had just occurred. Snack suppressed the surging waves in his heart and that indescribable sting. He flew quickly in front of Qingyu, bowed deeply, and his tone was filled with deliberately cultivated gratitude and humility. Many thanks to Lord Marquis Formless for saving my life. If not for your timely arrival, I would surely have died today. His voice even carried a hint of imperceptible trembling, which was not entirely a disguise. Qingyu didn't even turn his head. At this moment, his thoughts were still focused on the secret method patterns he was perfecting in his mind, and he only replied with 2 words in an extremely flat tone: convenient. These 2 understated words were like pouring ice water over Snack's heart. He felt that he, along with those dead team members, seemed like nothing more than dust on the side of the road in the other's eyes, not even worthy of being looked at directly. The humiliation brought by the massive gap in strength and the resentment over his team members' unjust deaths were intertwined frantically in his heart, but he dared not show a shred of it on his face, and could only bury his head lower, his fingernails almost digging into his palms. Qingyu didn't care about his complex psychological activities at all, and casually put away the remains of Marquis Jin Wen and that world ring. In his view, the collection of a junior marquis was probably not as rich as all the immortal military lords he had killed casually before, so it wasn't worth counting carefully now. With a thought, he placed it casually in a corner of the world ring along with other spoils of war. Leave this place as soon as possible. The commotion just now was not small, and I fear others will be attracted here soon. After leaving this emotionless remark, Qingyu's figure turned into a stream of light, and he piloted his spaceship away. Snack maintained his bowing posture until he completely lost track of Qingyu in his perception, only then did he slowly straighten up. He gazed in the direction where Qingyu had disappeared, the last trace of gratitude in his eyes completely replaced by suppressed malice. He turned silently and flew toward the direction of Barracks Base 022, burying this twisted hatred deep inside, waiting for an opportunity that might never come. Meanwhile, the departing Qingyu was contemplating his next plan. The ordinary level secret method is complete, there is little point in using junior marquises to practice anymore. It seems it is time to leave the Star Fragment Belt and go check out that Forbidden Stream region. He made his decision and intended to set off immediately. We are leaving the Star Fragment Belt. He hadn't even thought about actively seeking out the other 2 famous marquises in the Star Fragment Belt, the Marquis Shu Yu, and Marquis Mo Tong, of the Automaton Race Camp. However, the tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. In the past 6 months, he had been frantically slaughtering alien undying. The name, Marquis Formless, had long since spread, and his characteristic of being skilled in soul attacks was known to all parties. One day later, in another part of the Star Fragment Belt, 2 powerful auras were converging. One of them was a life form constantly emitting cold energy, with its entire body wrapped in white skin. It was the energy life form, Marquis Shu Yu. The other was a figure whose face was covered by a continuously twisting, wailing ghost mask, Marquis Mo Tong. Marquis Mo Tong, the news is confirmed. That human, Marquis Formless, appeared not long ago and seemed to have fought a battle with Marquis Jin Wen. I wonder what the outcome was. The mental fluctuation of Marquis Shu Yu came through. HMPH, Marquis Jin Wen. Just a reckless piece of trash. Marquis Mo Tong's voice carried bone-chilling coldness and undisguised arrogance. I heard that Marquis Formless is skilled in soul methods. Perfect. I have cultivated the soul Dao until now, and I have yet to meet a decent opponent. Those alien marquises are unwilling to tangle with me when they see me, a mere human, having killed a few immortal military lords, dares to presumptuously call himself a marquis. What a joke. He turned to Marquis Qingyu, his tone filled with absolute confidence. It's best he doesn't let me run into this, Marquis Formless, otherwise I will definitely weigh this human, Marquis Formless, properly. I will make him understand what the true soul Dao is. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Qingyu wailing in agony under his soul attack. Marquis Qinyu's energy body fluctuated slightly. He knew that Marquis Mo Tong's attainments in the soul were extremely high, and his will had reached the peak of a marquis. He was extremely arrogant. Coupled with the fact that he himself was a soulless energy life form, naturally restraining soul attackers, their joint effort was foolproof. If they encountered that Marquis Formless, it would be his bad luck. 2 days later, Qingyu, who was deducing secret methods in the spaceship, suddenly raised his head. Master, detected 2 powerful undying life signals, 980 million kilometers away. It is the Marquis Qingyu of the automaton race camp and the Marquis Mo Tong of the Ghostface race. Rem's voice sounded. Oh. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of unexpected joy appearing on his face. Marquis Qingyu and Marquis Mo Tong. What a coincidence. I was planning to leave the star fragment belt. I didn't expect to run into these 2 targets before leaving. He hadn't originally intended to seek these 2 out. After all, it is difficult to precisely locate 2 marquises on a vast battlefield, and if he didn't encounter them, so be it. But since he had just happened to run into them, it was a matter of convenience. Adjust course, go directly there. Qingyu ordered. Yes, master. The magnificent disc-shaped spaceship turned instantly, accelerating toward the target direction without any attempt at concealment. Almost at the same time Qingyu's detector locked onto the target, far away over 900 million kilometers, Marquis Qingyu and Marquis Mo Tong, who were resting in a dense asteroid field, also received an alarm. Although the detectors equipped on their spaceship were far less advanced than Qingyu's and could not accurately identify the other party within a billion kilometers, as undying of the automaton race camp. The detectors they had spent a huge price to purchase also possessed a feature, the ability to keenly detect that they were being scanned and locked onto by higher-level detection waves. There is a higher-level detector scanning us. Marquis Qinyu's energy body fluctuated, sending out a vigilant mental fluctuation. Which blind guy is it, daring to scan us so blatantly? Marquis Mo Tong's cold voice sounded, filled with displeasure. Such direct detection was usually regarded as a provocation or a precursor to a locked-on attack in the outside territory battlefield. They immediately raised their vigilance, not acting immediately, but waiting for the other party to enter the effective range of their detectors. Soon, as the distance between the 2 sides rapidly closed to within 100 million kilometers, their detectors finally captured a clear signal of the arrival. It is a spaceship from the human camp. An F-grade spaceship, Marquis Qingyu reported. It is that, Marquis Formless. Marquis Mo Tong immediately recognized the identity of this target. His tone was not only devoid of fear, but filled with cold excitement and eagerness. Truly, all this searching was in vain, and now it comes without any effort. Qingyu, get ready, the prey has delivered itself to our doorstep. They no longer hid, but instead actively flew out of the asteroid field, their powerful marquis auras spreading without concealment, like a spider that had spread its web, waiting for a flying insect to crash into it. The distance between the 2 sides continued to close rapidly. Soon, through the external virtual projection, Qingyu could already see those 2 figures in the starry sky ahead, different in form but both emitting powerful auras. And Marquis Mo Tong and Marquis Qingyu also clearly saw that F-grade spaceship with smooth lines and great oppressive force, as well as that seemingly young human figure appearing in the virtual projection. It really is him, the human Marquis Formless. Marquis Mo Tong confirmed the target, his cold voice carrying undisguised arrogance and killing intent. Qingyu, this time you don't need to act. Let me kill him. Qingyu's spaceship stopped steadily at a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers from them. This distance was almost face to face for an undying spiritual god. The hatch opened, and he stepped out, floating in the starry sky, his gaze looking calmly at the two alien marquises blocking his path ahead. Marquis Mo Tong stepped forward, the ghost fog shrouding his body rolling, and his cold voice sounded with a condescending tone of scrutiny. Human. Marquis Formless. I heard your soul methods are not bad. Come over here, let this Marquis see how much substance you have. If you can make this Marquis enjoy himself, perhaps I can spare your life. Qingyu frowned slightly, looking at this overconfident ghost face race Marquis as if looking at a noisy bug. He couldn't even be bothered to waste words. Just as Marquis Mo Tong was still expecting how the other party would respond to his challenge, preparing to enjoy the pleasure of crushing on the soul level, a terrifying soul impact, far beyond his imagination, condensed to the extreme, as if containing the ultimate extinction of the entire universe, slammed into his soul without warning, violently and directly. The confident, arrogant, and cruel expression on Marquis Mo Tong's face froze instantly. His will, which was claimed to be at the peak of a marquis, was as fragile as paper in the face of this absolute power. His soul defense secret method, which he was proud of, was as if it didn't exist. I am, pos. C.B.L.E. This was his last thought before his consciousness was completely annihilated, filled with endless horror and disbelief. The next second, the terrifying ghost fog shrouding his body instantly dissipated, his body as if all its bones had been removed, floating softly in the starry sky, his life aura completely cut off. Marquis Mo Tong, who was full of confidence and had threatened to weigh Qingyu properly, was instantly killed without even unleashing a single move. Beside him, Marquis Shuyu's energy body fluctuated violently, revealing great shock. Marquis Mo Tong. His mental fluctuation, mixed with shock and anger, swept out. He had never expected this outcome. He had known Marquis Mo Tong for 10,000 years and knew well the strength of his soul methods. Could he have actually been killed in a single encounter? Endless rage surged up instantly. He was about to mobilize his massive energy to attack Qingyu and avenge his friend. However, Qingyu's gaze had already turned to him. That gaze remained indifferent, but the next moment, the purple scepter instantly disintegrated, turning into brilliant crystals filling the sky. In an instant, it condensed into a purple beast with an aura even more formidable than before, carrying the power to tear through space and time, and lunge directly at him. Marquis Shuyu was an energy-based life form and feared no soul attacks. As for the telekinetic attacks launched by Qingyu, he didn't care for them at all. As a friend of Marquis Mo Tong, he knew too well about undying on the soul path. Telekinetic means were simply nothing to fear. But the moment the purple beast's sharp claws tore through space and touched his energy body, he discovered in terror that the strange space-time annihilation power contained within could actually annihilate his divine body. What? His telekinetic attack can also annihilate a divine body. Although this strike by Qingyu only annihilated 1% of his divine body, Marquis Shuyu was so frightened that his energy trembled. If this, Marquis Formless, burns his divine power, wouldn't he be able to kill me? He did not know that Qingyu was not undying at all. Revenge. It was instantly replaced by the most instinctive desire for survival. Under extreme terror, Marquis Shuyu's energy body suddenly contracted, transforming into an extremely condensed stream of dark light, fleeing madly into the depths of the starry sky at a terrifying speed comparable to burning divine power. This was precisely the innate escape method of energy-based lifeforms, concentrating all energy into a single point, instantly erupting with a limit speed tens of thousands of times greater, which even ordinary champions could hardly match. Want to escape? Qingyu stood in place, his gaze indifferent. The next moment, a brilliant purple radiance flashed out from his inner world and instantly appeared in the starry sky. It was none other than the purple crystal cloud wing clone. Both were energy-based lifeforms, but the gap between them was as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. Qingyu's purple crystal cloud wing clone was a special life form with a life gene level of 108 times, while Marquis Shuyu was merely an ordinary energy-based life form. The crystal wings behind the purple crystal cloud wing clone flapped violently. Boom! The surrounding space seemed to be violently compressed by an invisible giant force and then sprang back. The purple crystal cloud wing clone instantly transformed into a purple lightning bolt tearing through the void realm. Its speed was so fast that it almost left behind discontinuous afterimages visually, reaching a shocking sub-light speed in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, that purple lightning bolt arrived first despite starting later, fiercely catching up to the dark stream of light fleeing for its life. What? Impossible. Marquis Qingyu sensed the terrifying speed and majestic energy aura behind him, so frightened that his energy structure was almost unstable. He couldn't understand how any life form, other than a champion, could reach such a speed. It was even faster than his innate secret method for escaping. Before he could even think about what this terrifying purple life form was, the edge of a purple crystal wing, condensed with extreme sharpness and the power of space-time cutting, had already slashed down like a heavenly blade. Marquis Qingyu twisted desperately, attempting to dodge and block. SSH. Like a hot knife cutting through solidified grease, the dark stream of light on Marquis Qinyu's body was instantly slashed open by a large chunk. Marquis Qingyu let out a silent wail. He clearly felt that over 40% of his divine body had been completely annihilated and dissipated under this single strike. Who are you? Why help that, Marquis Formless? Marquis Qingyu roared in extreme terror. The opponent only needed 2 more of the same attacks, and he would completely fall. However, the answer to him was another even sharper, even more lethal purple wing slash. The purple crystal cloud wing clone attacked without hesitation, the other crystal wing slashing down again from an even trickier angle. Marquis Qingyu desperately tried to condense energy to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. SSH. Nearly another 40% of his divine body was instantly annihilated. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, Marquis Qinyu's energy aura had withered to the extreme, only a thin line away from complete annihilation. Extreme fear instantly transformed into hysterical madness. You forced me. Let's die together. Marquis Qingyu let out a desperate roar. His remaining divine power suddenly contracted inward to an extreme point, and the next moment, rumble. A terrifying energy explosion, comparable to the full-strength strike of a peak marquis, suddenly erupted in this space-time. Endless light and heat swallowed everything. The destructive energy shockwave, like a raging sea, instantly swept across a radius of 100,000 kilometers, vaporizing all dust and star fragments within the range. The desperate self-detonation of a marquis-level energy life-form was powerful enough to severely injure an advanced marquis, and a primary marquis would even be in danger of falling. However, facing this world-destroying self-detonation shock, the brilliant crystal eyes of the purple crystal cloud wing clone remained calm and waveless. Innate secret method, instant shadow. Just a moment before the explosion shockwave reached its body, the entire body of the purple crystal cloud wing clone became completely transparent, as if it had turned into a phantom existing in another dimension, no longer having a physical form. Rumble. The terrifying torrent of energy passed through the etherealized body without any obstruction, yet failed to cause the slightest damage. Instant shadow could immunize against the vast majority of physical and energy attacks, but it was not absolutely invincible. Maintaining the realization and enduring overloaded attacks would consume energy. Once the attack power exceeded the limit the innate secret method could withstand, it would reach overload, and the purple crystal cloud wing would still be forced out of the etherealized state or even injured. However, the self-detonation of a mere primary marquis energy life form was still far, far away from the endurance limit of the purple crystal cloud wing clone's etherealized state. The destructive energy storm raged for a few seconds before slowly subsiding. In the starry sky, the figure of the purple crystal cloud wing clone turned from ethereal back to solid, hovering elegantly, purple radiance flowing around its body, still brilliant, as if the self-detonation capable of destroying stars just now was merely an insignificant breeze. The purple crystal cloud wing clone flapped its wings, turning into a stream of light and flying back into the inner world. Qingyu raised his hand, collected the few items left behind by Marquis Qingyu, and swept his calm gaze across this void realm that had returned to silence. The grievances in the star fragment belt ended here. He did not linger and turned to enter the spaceship. Target Forbidden Stream region, set off. The spaceship sailed stably in the dark universe at 50 times the speed of light, heading towards the Forbidden Stream region 570,000 light-years away. Even at such a high speed, this journey would take several years. The long voyage period is just right for settling my practice. In the spaceship's control room, Qingyu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Although the newly created secret method has entered the ordinary level, there are many rough spots. Before the secret method was completed, I was embarrassed to disturb my teacher, but now I finally have some confidence. With a thought, he split a wisp of consciousness to quickly connect to the virtual universe network, descending upon the Sky Eclipse Palace at the highest point of Thunder Island. Inside the Grand Palace, the Sky Eclipse Palace Master still sat high on the throne, his body suffused with heart-palpitating lawful ripples. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at the disciple bowing respectfully below, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "You've come. How does the outside territory battlefield feel?" Reporting to teacher, Qingyu said respectfully. In the past half-year, this disciple has seen many miscellaneous races in the Star Fragment Belt and experienced countless battles, benefiting greatly. Recently, I was fortunate enough to create a secret method, but it is just a rough prototype, and I have many confusions in my heart, so I have come to ask for teacher's guidance. Oh, a trace of surprise and interest flashed in the Sky Eclipse Palace Master's eyes. In just half a year, you have already started creating your own secret method. Demonstrate it and let me see. He felt a little surprised at the progress speed of his disciple. Seeing the Sky Eclipse Palace Master wave his hand casually, the surrounding palace scene instantly blurred and changed. The next moment, Qingyu found that he and his teacher were already in an incomparably vast cultivation field. "Yes, teacher." Qingyu took a deep breath, and with a thought, the 9-aperture false heart mirror appeared in his hand. His expression was focused as he reached out and lightly tapped the mirror surface with his fingertip. In an instant, 999 thin purple crystal slices flew out from the scepter, rapidly combining and evolving in the air. Lawful secret patterns flowed and intertwined, instantly condensing into a majestic and awe-inspiring purple beast with wings that covered the sky. The beast was surrounded by flowing space-time ripples, let out a clear cry, and violently swiped its sharp claws forward. SSH. A purple stream of light, condensed to the extreme, tore through the long sky. The incomparably stable space within the cultivation field was easily sliced open like fragile paper, leaving a long, faint black crack. The trace of space-time true meaning contained within gave this strike an unfathomable charm. After the demonstration, the purple beast dissipated, transforming back into the scepter and falling into Qingyu's hand. He bowed slightly, his tone carrying a trace of embarrassment. "Teacher, this move of mine was just created recently, its crudeness makes teacher laugh." The Sky Eclipse Palace Master stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze like lightning, having already taken in every detail of the strike just now. He nodded slightly and evaluated. "In terms of power alone, this secret method of yours is very ordinary, roughly equivalent to the level commonly used by ordinary undying. There are still many places that need to be perfected and polished." Hearing the teacher's words, Qingyu was not disappointed. This was exactly his own feeling. However, the Sky Eclipse Palace Master changed the subject, his eyes revealing undisguised appreciation. "But, your concept and starting point are quite good." He looked at Qingyu, his tone carrying a trace of amazement. To actually try to integrate a trace of true, space-time true meaning, from the very first secret method, rather than a simple combination of space and time laws. "I originally thought that you would at least wait until you created a top-tier secret method before trying to touch the true meaning of space-time fusion. Your approach is much more difficult than directly creating a top-tier secret method." "Not bad, really not bad." The Sky Eclipse Palace Master praised repeatedly. "Not walking the ordinary path. You have ambition. Only in this way can you truly surpass your past life in the future and walk your own path of the strong." Gaining the teacher's affirmation, Qingyu felt encouraged. Chapter 102, Unlucky Snack. Sky Eclipse Palace Master continued. "Theories are always superficial. The best way to rapidly advance your secret technique is to hone it in actual combat. Next, I, your master, will arrange opponents for you in the virtual universe. By battling opponents of different styles and strengths, you will continuously discover the shortcomings of your secret technique and continuously refine and elevate this one move. Thank you, teacher. Qingyu's eyes flashed with excitement. Soon, a new functional option appeared in Qingyu's primitive mystical region manor number 114 training ground, a dedicated training ground. This was clearly opened for him by his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, using his high-level authority. As a top universe overlord of the human race and one of the highest-ranking members of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Sky Eclipse Palace Master had extremely high authority in the virtual universe, making this an easy feat for him. Entering this dedicated training ground, Qingyu felt as if he had stepped into an infinitely vast combat universe. Here, there were various opponents set by Sky Eclipse Palace Master, clearly differentiated by strength and with vastly different combat styles. These were the best, whetstones, specially set by Teacher Sky Eclipse based on the current strengths and weaknesses of his secret technique, as well as its future development direction. From champion marquises of the monster race skilled in direct frontal assaults, to a vast number of automaton race puppets, to Zerg Queen Mothers proficient in soul illusions, and various other racial lifeforms in the universe, the opponents were all-encompassing, and each one maximized its own characteristics. I have to say, having a powerful teacher is truly too convenient, Qingyu exclaimed once again. Other primitive mystical region members, even those who were disciples of Universe Exalts, rarely had such a tailor-made training environment. Most of them, when they wanted to create or refine secret techniques, could only go to the outside territory battlefield or universe mystical regions, struggling to catch that elusive spark of inspiration in endless life and death battles, which was inefficient and fraught with danger. However, convenience did not mean ease. The opponent's teacher Sky Eclipse selected for him were extremely formidable, each precisely targeting the weak links in his secret technique. Qingyu's process of refining his secret technique was not smooth sailing, instead, it was filled with frustration. He entered the training ground again and again, and was defeated by those virtual opponents in various ways, time and time again. The true meaning of space-time was profound and extensive. Perfectly integrating it into a single secret technique was more difficult than imagined. He needed to continuously adjust the energy structure, optimize the combination of law threads, and calculate the most perfect attack trajectory and space-time distortion nodes. Unbeknownst to him, the external spaceship had been traveling in the Dark Universe for 8 years. When the spaceship finally exited the Dark Universe and arrived at its destination, the Forbidden Stream region where champions gathered, Qingyu, in the virtual universe, had only defeated less than 20 of the opponents arranged by Teacher Sky Eclipse. 8 years, 19 opponents defeated. Qingyu's consciousness returned, and he let out a soft breath. Although there was fatigue in his eyes, there was more excitement and focus. Creating a secret technique is indeed not an overnight task. But these 19 victories, each time, advanced my secret technique a small step forward. The harvest is immense. The 100% external simulation allowed Qingyu to clearly see the situation outside the spaceship. A vast, boundless shattered ring belt stretched across the starry sky. Countless gigantic land fragments, frozen energy glaciers, and the wreckage of artificial fortresses collectively formed a slowly rotating, brilliant yet dangerous star river. This was the outer ring of the Forbidden Stream region, its scale so immense that it seemed as if a galaxy had been crushed and rearranged. As far as the eye could see, there were endless paths of ruins. And at the center of this shattered ring belt, a supercontinent, complete to an oppressive degree, quietly floated. It was unimaginably vast, like a cosmic giant that had existed there since ancient times. Mountains rose and fell across the continent, ravines crisscrossed, and terrifying energy fluctuations could be faintly seen flashing on and off at an extremely distant range. This was the inner ring, the true heart and core of this vast battlefield. This supercontinent was originally one with the outer ring, a scene formed in a distant era when it was literally shattered during battles between the super powerhouses of the 4 peak races. The entire Forbidden Stream region had a diameter exceeding 12 light-years, with the vast majority of space occupied by the shattered outer ring. But almost all powerhouses knew that the seemingly vast outer ring was not worth mentioning in terms of danger compared to the central inner ring continent. Over 99% of the champion undying spiritual gods in the entire battlefield were concentrated on that inner ring continent, with a diameter of 2.3 light-years, engaging in battle. The Forbidden Stream region truly lives up to its name. Qingyu controlled his spaceship, choosing to stop on a huge fragmented continent in the outer ring area, finding a large cave to hide in. Although he was confident that his strength was comparable to a high-level marquis, and even if he activated Azure Ghoul's innate secret technique, he would not fear even a peak champion. However, being new to the place, directly venturing into the inner ring where champions gathered was not a wise move. He couldn't always rely on his innate secret technique to fight enemies. The most pressing matter is not to immediately venture out and take risks, Qingyu decided. The trial opponents arranged by my teacher are extremely helpful. My secret technique is in a critical stage of rapid refinement and improvement. The most important thing is to use this time to completely perfect the first move of my secret technique. Rem, Mo Yun, you two help me stay vigilant. Inform me immediately if there is any danger. Not long after Qingyu arrived at the Forbidden Stream region, Star Fragment Belt, in the starry sky near where Marquis Jin Wen fell. A ferocious spaceship, seemingly forged from biological bones and metal, appeared silently. The hatch opened, and a nearly 3-meter-tall, finely crafted but dull-faced metal puppet flew out. Subsequently, a majestic figure suddenly appeared, floating in the starry sky. Standing dozens of kilometers tall, covered in dark red, heavy bone armor, with what appeared to be molten lava slowly flowing through the gaps in the bone armor, exuding a terrifyingly brutal aura, it was Blood Lu King, a high-level champion powerhouse of the monster race. Because the true bodies of the monster race were often too large, in confined spaces like spaceships, they preferred to stay in their portable world rings, and control a refined puppet clone to act externally, which was more convenient. Blood Lu King's gigantic, blood flame-burning eyes swept across this area of space. Although 7 years had passed, the traces of law fluctuations and energy annihilation left by the battles of undying spiritual gods, especially marquis-level powerhouses, were not so easily completely dispelled. Under his keen perception as such a powerhouse, he could still clearly capture the residual scene of that battle. "This is it," Blood Lu King's low voice echoed in the starry sky, carrying a hint of impatience. That useless Marquis Jin Wen, he couldn't even die with a clear understanding. Why didn't he fully state the name and information of the person who killed him? Damn it, I even have to come investigate myself. A strong killing intent permeated the air, causing the surrounding space to slightly warp. His gigantic body shifted, and he began to carefully sense the residual energy and law traces in the area. A trace. Space-time law ripples. The person who killed him has formidable means, Blood Lu King mused to himself. Relying solely on these fragmented pieces of information, I cannot pinpoint a specific target. He immediately contacted several undying army lords of the monster race active in the Star Fragment Belt through the monster race's internal communication network. The monster race's communication technology was far less miraculous than the human race's virtual universe, unable to conduct virtual meetings, only primitive voice transmissions. He activated his communicator, and after a burst of static, he connected with several undying army lords of the monster race active in the Star Fragment Belt. From the other end of the communicator came a voice filled with fear and fawning, accompanied by clear interference static. Quote. Hiss, King. Blood Lu King. What are your orders? Blood Lu King's voice was cold and impatient. Useless. I ask you, before Marquis Jin Wen died, who did he interact with? What happened? The voice on the other side became even more terrified. Our reporting, my lord. Hiss, Marquis Jin Wen's, his brother, Army Lord Wu Han, was killed by a human marquis a few years ago. Named Marquis Formless. Another anxious voice squeezed in, seemingly eager to answer to show loyalty. Yes, my lord. Hiss, that Marquis Formless is terrifying, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, killing many of our people. Marquis Jin Wen has been seeking revenge against him. And then, Blood Lu King demanded. The first voice quickly continued. About 7 or 8 years ago. Hiss, Marquis Jin Wen seemed to have found a clue and went to pursue a human squad. Whose leader was named Snack. After that, we never received any more news from Marquis Qinwen. And that Marquis Formless also hasn't appeared for a long time. The communication was intermittent and heavily static-ridden, but the crucial information finally came through. Human Marquis Formless, snack. Blood Lu King hung up the communication, and light flickered in his crimson electronic eyes. Marquis Formless had disappeared, nowhere to be found for now. Then, the breakthrough point was that human undying named Snack. HMPH, that's my divine envoy's inheritance crystal. Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I will find you. Blood Lu King's massive body instantly vanished, controlling the puppet to enter the spaceship, transforming into a streak of light. He began searching for Snack's whereabouts in the star fragment belt. At the same time, military base number 022 of the 7th battlefield. Snack sat in a corner of the base bar, listening to the conversations of other undying spiritual gods around him. Snack, you're really lucky to be alive. I heard you were targeted by the monster race's Marquis Qinwen before, and you actually managed to come back alive. A familiar undying smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Snack immediately put on a perfectly appropriate smile, filled with gratitude and lingering fear. Yes, I almost didn't make it back. Thanks to the timely appearance of Marquis Formless, who killed Marquis Qinwen, I narrowly escaped with my life. His tone was sincere, as if he was filled with endless gratitude towards that Marquis Formless, with only a hint of an almost imperceptible gloom flashing deep in his eyes. Tisk tisk, Marquis Formless is truly formidable. How long has he been on the outside territory battlefield? Yet he's already made such a big name for himself, even capable of killing a Marquis. Another person exclaimed, with admiration in his tone. Snack, you just barely escaped with your life, and your injuries have only just healed. Are you going to form a team and go out again so soon? Someone nearby asked. Snack sighed, revealing a hint of helplessness and determination. There's nothing I can do. Last time, to restore my divine body, my accumulation of several millennia was almost completely depleted. If I were to just slink back and retire to the rear, wouldn't these millennia of fighting have been in vain? I must go out and fight again. He, however, sneered inwardly. Thank Marquis Formless. Indeed, thank him for killing Marquis Qinwen. Now, only the 2 champion-level powerhouses from the automaton race faction remain in the star fragment belt. As long as he carefully avoided them, the safety was actually higher than before. He still didn't know that those 2 had also been dealt with by Qingyu. He needed military merits, he needed resources, and even more, he needed to wait for an opportunity to repay that great figure who ignored his existence. Soon, Snack recruited a new batch of team members, mainly several World Lord battle generals with decent strength. The new Nether Shadow Squad was once again formed. The spaceship departed from the military base and entered the star fragment belt. Inside the cabin, the new team members appeared both nervous and excited. One World Lord battle general couldn't help but ask curiously, Captain, tell us more about Lord Marquis Formless. I heard he's especially mysterious and incredibly powerful. You've seen him in action with your own eyes. The other team members also cast curious and admiring glances. The muscles on Snack's face twitched almost imperceptibly. He forcibly suppressed the surging disgust in his heart, squeezed out a smile full of emotion and lingering fear, and his tone even carried a hint of deliberate reverence. Yes, Lord Marquis Formless, his power far exceeds your imagination. He seemed to fall into a reverie. You don't know how critical the situation was then. Marquis Qinwen's terrifying pressure almost suffocated us. Several of my team members were cruelly killed by that Marquis Qinwen. Just when I was almost despairing, Lord Marquis Formless descended like a god. He vividly described Qingyu's appearance as incredibly timely and glorious, deliberately omitting the other party's final indifference, only highlighting his own luck and the power of Marquis Formless. If Lord Marquis Formless hadn't appeared just in time to kill Marquis Qinwen, you really wouldn't be seeing me now, he concluded, his tone sincere, as if from the bottom of his heart. The team members listened with surging emotions, filled with longing for the mysterious Marquis Formless, and felt even more that Captain Snack was truly lucky to have encountered such a powerful expert who saved him. Snack smiled as he dealt with his team members. When he turned to look at the boundless starry sky outside the porthole, the smile on his face instantly vanished, leaving only icy indifference and deep-seated resentment. Suddenly, without any warning, a terrifyingly suffocating pressure, like a tangible tsunami, crushed down. Boom! A dark red energy torrent seemed to emerge from the void, precisely striking the side of the spaceship. The spaceship's energy shield, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary undying military commanders, instantly shattered like paper. The massive hull let out a grating metallic screech as it was violently blasted, tumbling away. Alarms shrieked inside, and countless parts sparked. This was merely a casual strike from the opponent, clearly not at full power, otherwise the entire spaceship and everyone inside would have long turned into cosmic dust. PFF'd. Snack and several World Lord team members simultaneously spat out blood, injured by the immense impact. The team members' faces instantly filled with terror and despair. So strong. What kind of existence is this? How can there be such power in the star fragment belt? Snack's heart pounded wildly. This power far exceeded any champion he knew of, even more terrifying than a champion he could imagine. The next moment, the spaceship's hatch was directly torn open by a brutal force. That terrifying puppet figure, radiating dark red molten light and standing 3 meters tall, walked in step by step like the god of death, its cold electronic eyes sweeping over the trembling people inside the cabin. Is there a human Snack? The cold voice carried no emotion, yet it contained a soul-freezing majesty. This was already the 13th human squad Blood Lu King had attacked, the previous 2 had left him disappointed. Snack's heart almost stopped beating. He forced himself to step forward, his voice dry. I am Snack. May I ask, sir? Before he could finish his sentence, that terrifying pressure focused on him, almost making him kneel on the ground. Blood Lu King, of course, wouldn't easily believe him. So, based on the information obtained from the monster race Undying, he asked a few details about Marquis Jin Wen before believing Snack's identity. Very good. Blood Lu King's voice finally showed a trace of emotional fluctuation, the joy of finding his target. Quickly tell me, where is the human Marquis Formless now? It's Marquis Formless again. Upon hearing this, Snack almost vomited blood in anger, cursing wildly in his heart. Marquis Formless. It's you, this bringer of calamity, again. Why do the people you kill always implicate me? Extreme fear and resentment almost made him lose his mind. But he immediately realized that the other party's urgent search for Marquis Formless must have an extremely important reason. And he himself had no idea of Marquis Formless's whereabouts, nor could he possibly contact him. In a flash, the instinct for survival and a twisted thought led him to make a decision. He struggled to raise his head, forcing out a desperate, somewhat crazed, bitter smile. So, sir, you were looking for Marquis Formless. I know where he is. I am the only one who knows his whereabouts right now. He began to gamble, using all his acting skills. But, sir, you must first release my team members. Let them leave safely. Otherwise, I will self-destruct immediately. You will never find Marquis Formless. To make the lie more believable, he quickly added. Marquis Jin Wen didn't believe it and insisted on interrogating me, and as a result, he was instantly killed by the sudden appearance of Lord Marquis Formless using soul techniques. I will never forget that scene in my life. Blood Lu King's crimson eyes flickered a few times. A few insignificant World Lord ants, letting them go was no big deal. He didn't care at all, his mind was now completely filled with that divine envoy inheritance crystal. All right. Blood Lu King agreed coldly. Tell me Marquis Formless's whereabouts, and this king will spare them. Snack's heart settled slightly, but he still dared not relax, gritting his teeth. Please, sir, let them leave first, and guarantee that you will not attack or send anyone to pursue them. Once I confirm their safety, I will immediately take you to find Marquis Formless. Otherwise, I would rather die a glorious death. Snack admitted his resentment towards Marquis Formless. The main reason was that his previous team members were killed one by one before his eyes, and he never wanted to experience that again. Although he had only known these few team members for a short time, he still chose to protect them this one time. Anyway, he himself was probably doomed this time. Blood Lu King seemed to snort impatiently. For him, the monster race's honor was certainly important, but compared to the inheritance crystal, this small constraint was acceptable. The World Lord team members looked at Snack with doubt and surprise. Captain, go. Leave immediately. Go back to base. This is an order. Snack shouted at them sternly, his eyes complex. The team members dared not say more. They controlled the severely damaged spaceship, accelerated their escape, and soon disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Confirming that his team members were far away, Snack breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then he was enveloped by an even greater fear. He now had to face this terrifying monster race king and continue to weave a lie for which he had no answer. Now, can you speak? Blood Lu King's icy gaze, like a tangible blade, once again focused on Snack. The invisible pressure almost crushed his fragile divine body, and his soul trembled. Snack felt his mind almost freezing. He took a deep breath of non-existent cold air, braced himself, and wove the lie almost by instinct and the desire to survive. Lord Marquis Formless, he went to the Forbidden Stream region. Snack almost blurted it out. This was the farthest and most reasonable place he could think of, enough to temporarily stall. After he saved me at that time, he felt that the star fragment belt was no longer challenging and could not help him temper himself, so he set off to venture into the Forbidden Stream region. But I have known Marquis Formless for a long time, and we both have each other's divine power aura. As long as you take me to the Forbidden Stream region, I guarantee we can find Marquis Formless then. Snack naturally had his own plans. He hadn't completely given up hope of surviving. As long as he tricked this monster race king into going to the Forbidden Stream region, there were not only many champion-level experts from other races but also many champion-level experts from the human faction, so he might be rescued. Blood Lu King's crimson eyes suddenly flickered. Forbidden Stream region. That indeed fit the destination of a strong individual. But he immediately caught the crucial flaw, his voice becoming even more dangerous. HMPH. Human, you dare to lie. The terrifying pressure suddenly intensified. You humans have the virtual universe network. Since you claim to have known him for a long time, why don't you contact him directly through the virtual universe? Make him come here to see this king immediately. Snack was scared out of his wits, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. Of course, he wanted to contact him, but how could he? Where could he contact him? How he wished a human champion would pass by at this moment, though that hope was as remote as stardust. At the critical moment of life and death, Snack's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. He had to patch this loophole. Suddenly, a detail from when he watched the battle earlier flashed through his mind. When Marquis Formless first attacked with his psychic weapon, he couldn't annihilate Marquis Jin Wen's undying body, but later he seemed to have broken through some bottleneck, and his attacks became extremely threatening. He got it. Snack quickly spoke, his tone a little urgent. Sir, please understand. You don't know. He tried to make his voice sound sincere. Marquis Formless, he is in a critical period of creating a secret technique. An incredibly powerful new secret technique. He quickly fabricated along this line of thought. Precisely because of this, he already informed us through the virtual universe that he must not be disturbed during his seclusion, and all messages are to be blocked. Unless it's a matter of life and death, frequent contact would disturb his cultivation, and might even lead to the failure of the secret technique's creation, which would certainly alert the enemy. Chapter 103, Forbidden Temple. To make the lie more convincing, Snack cited evidence he had witnessed firsthand. When Marquis Formless first fought Marquis Jin Wen, his secret technique seemed not yet fully successful, unable to annihilate an undying body. Snack spoke with emotion, as if he truly had been familiar with Qingyu for a long time. But it was during the battle that his secret technique broke through. That's how he managed to kill Marquis Jin Wen in one fell swoop. This is clear proof that he is in the process of creating a secret technique. After he finished speaking, his heart pounded, and he almost dared not look into Blood Lu King's eyes, only humbly lowering his head, awaiting judgment. This was the most self-consistent lie he could think of at the moment. Success or failure depended on this one move. Blood Lu King's crimson electronic eyes stared intently at Snack, seemingly analyzing every detail of his words. The traces at Marquis Jin Wen's fallen location indeed showed that the attacker's methods had changed and improved. Human powerhouses often had a habit of secluding themselves to create secret techniques, and blocking the virtual universe was not impossible. Most importantly, the value of that divine emissary inheritance crystal made him willing to believe that what this human ant said was true, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. It better be. After a long pause, Blood Lu King's icy voice sounded again, carrying a strong warning. If I discover you've uttered half a lie, you will regret ever coming into this world. Though still suspicious, Snack's explanation temporarily plugged the obvious loopholes. Most crucially, Blood Lu King himself felt that Qingyu going to the Forbidden Stream region was more reasonable. I must find this Marquis formless as soon as possible. If he's killed by another powerhouse, it will be even more troublesome for me to obtain the divine emissary inheritance crystal. To the Forbidden Stream region, he manipulated the biological spaceship, changing its direction. Snack secretly breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat almost soaking through the inside of his battle armor. He had temporarily survived, but a greater crisis followed. He had to continue weaving this deathly lie leading to the Forbidden Stream region. Time flew by. In the virtual universe, Qingyu battled, deduced, and refined tirelessly. Another 8 years passed, in addition to the previous 8 years of travel, meaning he had been cultivating in the Forbidden Stream region for 16 years. During these 8 years, he had painstakingly defeated 20 more opponents arranged by his teacher in the trial grounds. Each victory was accompanied by a deeper comprehension of the true meaning of space-time, and the power, stability, and subtlety of his secret technique steadily improved. However, the leap from ordinary to top tier was a huge chasm, involving a deeper understanding of the integration of laws. Even with Qingyu's comprehension, following the normal progression, it would take at least 200 years of painstaking effort. In just 16 years, there had been no qualitative leap in his overall level. He was completely immersed in the world of his secret technique. Everything external seemed to become irrelevant. However, amidst this day in and day out arduous cultivation, Master. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected. Extremely high intensity. The voice of the spaceship's AI, REM, carried an unprecedented urgency and warning, forcibly waking a sliver of Qingyu's deeply immersed consciousness. Qingyu furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing, but it was immediately suppressed by reason. REM was a mature intelligent life form and would never disturb him without cause. He split off a wisp of consciousness to connect to the detector. On the external virtual screen, in a barren asteroid belt approximately 970 million kilometers from the spaceship, a terrifying upheaval was occurring. The cosmic space there seemed to be violently clutched by an invisible giant hand, rapidly contracting inwards. A colossal spatial vortex, with a diameter exceeding 10,000 kilometers, suddenly formed. Light, dust, and even some smaller meteor fragments were mercilessly swallowed. The center of the vortex was pitch black, emanating heart-pounding energy fluctuations and spatial turbulence. Qingyu's mind was drawn by this strange phenomenon. It was normal for strange things to happen in the 7th battlefield, a cosmic secret realm, but such a large-scale, high-energy, unnatural spatial contraction was far from ordinary. REM spoke again. Master, the collapsing core has detected ultra-high energy concentration. The energy level is assessed to have reached champion initial stage. And it's still climbing. Energy condensation at the champion initial stage. Qingyu's heart stirred, and his vigilance greatly increased. Could it be some unknown treasure appearing? Or a trap set by a powerful entity? It shouldn't be. The outside territory battlefield should have been swept clean by the 4 peak races long ago. There shouldn't be any treasures appearing. Could it be a trap? Qingyu pondered in confusion. Just as he was thinking, the center of the spatial contraction suddenly erupted with an indescribable light. It wasn't a visual light, but a pure energy pulse that swept across every inch of space within a billion-kilometer radius at superluminal speed. Buzz. The space at the very center of the collapse suddenly shattered, then quickly returned to calm. After all the commotion subsided, a dark black object abruptly floated in the air. What is this thing? Qingyu watched the scene displayed on the detector. Mo Yun, go get this thing. Qingyu commanded. Yes, master. The cloud-caressing vine transformed into a small vine and flew out of the spaceship. Before long, it carefully coiled around the dark black token and swiftly brought it back inside the spaceship. Qingyu took the token. It felt slightly cool to the touch and had a peculiar texture. He examined it closely. The front of the token was engraved with two distorted characters he didn't recognize at all, while the back was blank. Other than that, there were no special energy fluctuations, as if it were just an ancient, ordinary object. Scan the token structure and compare it with the database information. Scan complete. Structure unknown, material unknown. No matching information in the database. Qingyu tried to inject some world power into the token. The token instantly activated, emitting a soft glow. The previously blank back displayed two pieces of information in the universal cosmic language. The first piece of information was a map. Qingyu recognized it as a map of the Forbidden Stream region at a glance. On the map, a very bright dot was marked with its coordinates. This coordinate was in the outer ring of the Forbidden Stream region, about 1.2 light-years from Qingyu's current position. Secondly, there was another constantly flickering light dot, continuously spreading ripples outwards on the map, seemingly releasing some kind of signal. Qingyu frowned, because this flickering light dot corresponded exactly to his current location. The second piece of information was a constantly ticking countdown, which, converted to cosmic time, was roughly 3 years. Qingyu's curiosity grew even stronger. He thought for a moment and decided to consult his knowledgeable teacher. He split off a wisp of consciousness to connect to the virtual universe, descending upon the Sky Eclipse Palace on Thunder Island. Teacher. Qingyu bowed respectfully, then produced a virtual projection of the dark black token. This disciple accidentally obtained this item in the Forbidden Stream region of the outside territory battlefield, but I don't recognize what it is. I specially came to ask for your guidance, teacher. Sky Eclipse Palace. Master, seated on the throne, his gaze fell upon the projection. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a smile. Oh, so it's this item. Your luck is quite good. Teacher recognizes this item. Qingyu asked curiously. Indeed. Sky Eclipse Palace Master nodded slightly and slowly said. This item is called the Forbidden Token, and it is the key to entering the Forbidden Temple. Quote, Forbidden Temple. This was the first time Qingyu had heard this name. Sky Eclipse Palace Master explained. This Forbidden Temple was not established by our human race, nor was it built by any peak race. It was the treasure trove forged by the original masters of this 7th battlefield, the Qingyu race, with the full strength of their entire race. It is extraordinarily mysterious. As long as it doesn't wish to appear, even ordinary universe exalts would find it difficult to track its whereabouts. When the 4 peak races opened this battlefield, although they defeated the main force of the Qingyu race and plundered a large number of treasures, this Forbidden Temple and its core treasures have remained hidden until now. Over the long years, it occasionally manifests itself. Records indicate it has appeared more than 10 times. Each time it appears, it disperses 12 tokens, and only those holding a token can enter. Within the temple, it is said there is a massive wealth left behind by the Qingyu race. Even after multiple openings, there should still be many good things remaining. Therefore, each time the Forbidden Temple opens, it triggers a bloody scramble among champion undying beings. The coordinates on it indicate the location of its opening, and the time is the countdown to its opening. Once the time is up, the Forbidden Temple will appear. As for the constantly flickering light dot on the map, I presume you've guessed it. That is continuously broadcasting your current location coordinates. As long as 2 tokens are within a range of 10 billion kilometers, they will sense each other. At that time, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. Sky Eclipse Palace Master looked at Qingyu, his tone becoming serious. Those who ultimately manage to seize a token and successfully enter are almost all powerhouses among Champion Peak, at the very least Champion High level. With your current strength, having just begun to create a secret technique, if you get involved, the danger will be extremely great. He paused, then offered a suggestion. If you do not intend to venture forth, I, your teacher, can help you sell this token to other champions in our human race's faction. This item holds immense appeal for those champions. Selling it for 5 billion points is not difficult, even just an opportunity is enough for them to take a gamble. 5 billion points. Qingyu's heart was slightly startled. This was indeed a huge sum, enough to purchase many precious treasures. Just as his teacher said, a mere qualification to enter was worth so much, highlighting the intensity of the competition and the high risks involved. But after only a moment's hesitation, a look of resolve flashed in Qingyu's eyes. Opportunities are found in danger. His amethyst cloud wings clone's innate secret technique, instant shadow, was enough to ensure his safety in most dangerous situations. If worst came to worst, his human clone and Qingyu Ning's main body could hide in his inner world. He could definitely go and try. After all, the creation of a secret technique wouldn't succeed overnight. Teacher, this disciple wishes to go and try personally. Qingyu said respectfully but firmly. Sky Eclipse Palace Master looked at the light in his disciple's eyes, not surprised, nor did he forcefully dissuade him, merely smiling faintly. Since you have decided, then go. Your amethyst cloud wings clone's innate secret technique indeed has extremely strong life-saving capabilities. As long as you don't encounter a champion peak adept at time pausing, it's quite safe. He changed the subject, admonishing. However, remember not only to be careful of champion undying of other races, but also to be wary of the Puji tribe itself. Does teacher mean? Qingyu's expression turned serious. When the battlefield was first opened, although the Puji tribe was almost wiped out, there were always some stragglers who luckily escaped, or were intentionally left behind by the 4 major ethnic groups as whetstones to temper their descendants. This forbidden temple was built by them. How could they be so kind as to prepare opportunities for you, invaders? The rules displayed on this token inherently encourage slaughter. A cold light flashed in Sky Eclipse Palace Master's eyes. Perhaps, those surviving Puji tribe members are inside the temple, are secretly lurking, waiting to capture all of you who enter. Qingyu nodded solemnly. Disciple understands. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. From the way the token appeared and its rules, he already felt that this was no benevolent place. His consciousness returned to reality. Qingyu held the forbidden token, which had become warm, and looked at the coordinates and countdown gradually becoming clear on its back, his gaze sharp. At the same time Qingyu obtained that forbidden token, similar scenes unfolded successively in 11 other different locations within the Forbidden Stream region. Whether space contracted or energy erupted, a total of 12 dark tokens, in a seemingly random yet subtly patterned way, quietly appeared on this vast and dangerous battlefield, and were obtained by various life forms. A month later, the news that the Forbidden Temple was about to reappear spread like a cosmic storm across the entire battlefield, quickly reaching both the inner and outer rings of the Forbidden Stream region. Countless champion undying became restless, a huge opportunity meant fierce competition. In a short time, there were hundreds of conflicts triggered by the forbidden tokens, and not a few. Undying spiritual god and even champion powerhouses fell. In another distant part of the starry sky, a spaceship with elegant lines, like a silver crescent moon, was flying at sublight speed. Inside the spaceship's control room, 3 powerhouses, whose auras were as vast as the star sea, were conversing casually, all with expressions of joy. Ha ha ha, heaven truly helps me. I didn't expect that after being in the outside territory battlefield for so long, we would encounter the reappearance of the Forbidden Temple. King Yanju's voice was like a great bell, sounding very excited. King Xingsha, shrouded in hazy starlight, also swayed gently, her ethereal voice ringing out. Indeed, though there are many treasures left behind in this outside territory battlefield, a forbidden temple of this scale is a rare find. It is truly heaven-defying luck that we happen to stumble upon it. King Kangming, in the center, also had a hint of a smile on his lips, stroking the dark token he had recently acquired. Most importantly, the 3 of us have already formed an alliance, and I have obtained 1 token. As long as we find 2 more, the 3 of us can enter the temple together, assisting each other. We are sure to have great gains this time. The 3 were envisioning the future, the atmosphere relaxed. Suddenly, buzz. The forbidden token in King Kangming's hand emitted a distinct warmth. Quote ? Quote. King Kangming abruptly lowered his head to look at the token in his hand. On the edge of the star map on the back of the token, a new light spot was clearly lighting up. The token has a reaction. King Kangming's spiritual Bodong instantly carried a hint of surprise and urgency. King Yanju also rose abruptly, his huge stone palm clenching. Within 10 billion kilometers, there's another forbidden token holder. The eyes of the three peak champions instantly lit up. At this time, Qingyu was continuing to create secret techniques when Rem's alert sounded again. Master, 3 powerful life auras are rapidly approaching. Their speed is extremely fast, and their life levels are all judged to be peak champion. However, they are all from the human camp. Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Peak champion, and 3 at once. It seems they are coming for the forbidden token. Qingyu glanced at the map on the back of the token and indeed saw another flashing light spot approaching him. Qingyu decisively put away the cloud-caressing vine and the spaceship, and actively flew out of the cave, looking at the dark deep space. Soon, a massive spaceship appeared directly on the continental fragment where Qingyu was, and 3 figures of various forms, yet all exuding vast divine might, flew out from within. The one in the center was a human male in dark green battle armor, carrying an ancient battle saber on his back. His face was resolute, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and his aura was the most condensed and domineering. To his left was a slender figure shrouded in hazy starlight, from the Star Spirit race. To his right was a burly man 5 meters tall, with skin like brown rock, from the Panchi race. The latter two were both members of the human camp. The 3 peak champion powerhouses saw Qingyu as soon as they emerged. Their gazes swept over Qingyu, and they immediately sensed the life aura and divine power fluctuations that only showed a high-tier marquis level. Surprise appeared on all 3 of their faces simultaneously, which then turned into undisguised delight. Human high-tier marquis, human peak champion, King Kangming, couldn't help but murmur in surprise, then exchanged glances with his 2 companions, seeing the relief in each other's eyes. A high-tier marquis, lucky enough to pick up a token, would he dare to venture into that dragon's den and tiger's lair himself? This token, it seemed, could be easily traded for. King Kangming took a step forward, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority, directly transmitted into the spaceship. Friend, I am also human. My name is King Kangming, and these 2 beside me are King Xingsha and King Yanju. I believe you already know why we are here. We sense that you possess a forbidden token. This item will bring you more misfortune than fortune. We are willing to offer 3 billion mixed units to purchase it. Are you willing? The spaceship's hatch opened, and Qingyu stepped out, suspended in the starry sky, slightly cupping his hands towards the 3 champions. Greetings, 3. However, I apologize, you may have come for nothing. I will not sell this token. All 3 frowned simultaneously. King Xingsha's hazy light image rippled slightly, her voice clear and ethereal. Too little. 3.5 billion mixed units. This is already a fair price, after all, it's just a token. King Yanju's voice was like muffled thunder. 4 billion. Kid, know when to quit. 4 billion mixed units is already a huge fortune for a marquis undying like you, a fortune you couldn't earn even after tens of thousands of years of adventuring in the outside territory battlefield. You should understand the principle that holding a treasure brings trouble. Qingyu still shook his head, his tone calm but firm. Thank you for your kindness, 3. It's not a matter of price. I plan to personally enter and explore this forbidden temple. What? You want to go yourself? Nonsense. The 3 peak champion powerhouses almost simultaneously exclaimed, their faces filled with disbelief and incomprehension. A high-tier marquis wants to challenge the forbidden temple, a place where even peak champions might fall. Isn't that seeking death? King Kangming frowned tightly, his tone carrying a hint of criticism and admonition. Little fellow, I don't know your background, but do you know how dangerous the Forbidden Temple is? The last time it opened, records show that out of the 12 powerhouses who entered, less than half ultimately came out alive. Among them, 4 peak champions. Even remained inside permanently. A high-tier marquis like you, entering would likely turn you to ashes in an instant. This is not the time for impulsive actions, don't waste your life for nothing, and even more, don't waste this precious token. He tried to use the cruel reality to make Qingyu retreat in the face of difficulty. However, Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, he merely said indifferently, "Thank you for the reminder, esteemed sirs. I am aware of the risks, but my mind is made up." King Kangming was choked with anger. He didn't expect a mere marquis to be so stubborn in front of their three peak champions. The three champions' faces all turned ugly. If they weren't from the same human camp, they would have simply seized it by force. A marquis undying was nothing, any one of them could kill him. But as part of the human camp, with the virtual universe constantly monitoring, daring to kill each other was rebellion. It meant certain death. Encountering Qingyu, the three peak champions felt a headache and began communicating secretly with their telepathy. King Yanju couldn't help but snort coldly. This guy is really stupid. He simply doesn't know his place. If a high-tier marquis like him really goes in, he probably wouldn't survive for even a second. It's a pure waste of a spot. King Xingsha's mental fluctuations also carried a chill. Kang Ming, what do we do now? Do we just watch him take the token into the temple and waste it? Or let it be snatched by an alien race? King Kangming's eyes flickered as he quickly discussed with his two companions via telepathy. If we try to snatch it, that would violate the iron laws of our race, which is not feasible. But we can't just give up either. Then what do we do? Are we supposed to just guard him? King Yanju said exasperatedly. Perhaps, we can wait. Now that tokens are appearing successively, the competition is becoming increasingly fierce. There will definitely be powerhouses from other races who sense his token's aura and come looking for him. King Kangming pondered for a moment, coming up with an idea, and transmitted, "At that time, let this little fellow who doesn't know his place witness the cruelty of reality firsthand. When he's scared witless and on the verge of death, we'll step in and save him. He'll naturally realize that this token isn't something he can possess, and he might even beg us to buy it." King Yanju immediately retorted, "HMPH, good idea. But, Kang Ming, you have one token now, but King Xingsha and I don't. There are only 3 years left until the temple opens. If we stay here, at most we'll only get this one from him. What about the last token? Are we supposed to give up?" King Xingsha also agreed. Yanju is right. We can't put all our hopes here, we must continue searching for other tokens. The three quickly reached a consensus. King Kangming looked at Qingyu, his tone returning to calm, but with a hint of condescension. "Little fellow, since you are so insistent, we won't force you. But do you know how many alien powerhouses are currently searching for tokens? With your strength, you simply cannot hold onto it." Chapter 104, Encountering Snack Again. He recited a string of virtual universe communication numbers. "This is my virtual universe account. If you change your mind and want to sell the token, or, when you are hunted by foreign race powerhouses and fall into a desperate situation, you can contact me. We will teleport to your aid immediately, but the price is that your token must belong to us. Take care of yourself." Qingyu understood. These three had not given up and were waiting to pick up a bargain after he hit a wall. He smiled indifferently and casually jotted down the code. "Thank you for your kindness, sirs. I will consider it." Seeing Qingyu's demeanor, as if he hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, the three champion powerhouses were secretly enraged, feeling that this youngster was simply incorrigible. They said no more, snorted coldly, and transformed into 3 streaks of light, flying into their spaceship and quickly disappearing, continuing their search for other token clues. In the starry sky, Qingyu smiled faintly. He knew that the real storm had just begun. "I wonder if I can soul enslave a champion powerhouse right now using my innate secret technique." A thought becomes nothingness. A hint of anticipation flashed in Qingyu's eyes. Thinking that many foreign race powerhouses would surely come looking for him because of the forbidden token, not only was he not afraid, but he was even a little eager to try. After taking over Azure Ghoul, this strongest innate secret technique had never been used on a truly powerful opponent. Since there were still 3 years until the Forbidden Shrine opened, and further progress through secluded cultivation would be minimal, Qingyu simply piloted his spaceship to wander the vast outer ring area, actively seeking opponents to hone his skills. One could only say it was truly the Forbidden Stream region. The danger and density of powerhouses in its outer ring were far beyond what the star fragment belt could compare to. Qingyu didn't even deliberately search. Within a mere dozen days, he encountered several waves of undying spiritual gods, including even a high-level marquis. As for ordinary military lord-level undying, their frequency of appearance was even higher. Qingyu seized the opportunity to constantly battle, primarily honing Azure Ghoul's main body's psychic manipulation techniques with the 9-aperture false heart mirror and the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone's close-quarters combat skills. If he didn't use soul attacks and innate secret techniques, Azure Ghoul's main body could at most display the strength of a high-level marquis with existing secret techniques, and would struggle against an elementary champion. At this moment, he was fiercely battling a high-level marquis of the Cinderflame race, from the Automaton race faction. This Cinderflame race powerhouse was over 100 meters tall, covered in dark red crystalline armor, with 2 sharp bone blades burning with eerie blue flames for arms. His speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were ferocious. Although Qingyu had only defeated the 40 opponents arranged by his teacher in the virtual universe, and the power of his secret techniques hadn't significantly improved, the fluidity of their execution and his timing were now far more refined than before. The majestic bird beast, condensed from purple crystal, was like a true cosmic giant bird. As its wings flapped, it tore out countless streaks of light containing spacetime cutting power, launching continuous assaults on the Cinderflame race marquis from various tricky angles. The attacks flowed seamlessly, forcing the opponent to frantically parry with his bone blades. The crystalline armor on his body was constantly being cut open, scattering sparks and broken energy fragments. Damn human bug. Can you only hide far away and control this broken thing? The Cinderflame race marquis roared in anger, the eerie blue flames surging violently. If you have the guts, come closer, and I'll tear you and this broken bird to shreds. He tried to provoke Qingyu with words. Qingyu's expression remained calm, completely unmoved. He stood steadily in the distance, controlling the bird beast to attack. In fact, because Qingyu's first secret technique was only at a normal level, it was fine against elementary marquises, with almost every attack capable of annihilating their divine bodies. But against a high-level marquis, it was insufficient. It only slightly injured this Cinderflame race marquis, not enough to destroy his divine body. Only by tearing apart most of his body could it be annihilated. Moreover, Qingyu's other weaknesses also became apparent. That was, his myriad thread stream movement technique was indeed somewhat lacking in this level of confrontation. Once a close combat marquis of this caliber got close, it would be very troublesome. After a long attack without success, and instead suffering frequent minor injuries that could instantly recover, the feeling of being toyed with greatly displeased the Cinderflame race marquis. Just then, Qingyu seized an opportunity, controlling the bird beast to suddenly erupt. Its sharp claws tore fiercely, and space instantly shattered like soft tofu. The Cinderflame race marquis had no time to dodge or block, and half of his body was directly torn apart, turning into a bloody mist. It instantly recondensed, returning to its uninjured state. But the Cinderflame race marquis clearly felt that 1% of his divine body had been annihilated. This completely enraged him. "Ah, get over here," he suddenly roared, directly burning 2% of his divine power. Boom! The eerie blue flames instantly surged, enveloping him entirely in a huge fireball, and his speed abruptly increased several times over. Like a bursting blue comet, he instantly tore through the purple bird beast's interception, rushing straight towards Qingyu's main body in the distance. The distance between them rapidly closed. Not good. Qingyu frowned. The opponent's explosive speed from burning divine power had already exceeded the evasion limit of his myriad thread stream movement technique. Watching the figure burning with terrifying flames arrive in an instant, and the sharp bone blades with their power to tear everything apart cleave down, Qingyu sighed helplessly. It seems I need to fix the flaws in my movement technique soon. At the same time, a faint purple light flashed imperceptibly in his eyes. Innate secret technique, Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon. An invisible, intangible, yet immensely pure soul power instantly crossed space, directly invading the Cinderflame race Marquise's body. The Cinderflame race Marquis, who was charging wildly, suddenly stiffened, and his forward momentum abruptly stopped. The madly burning flames in his eyes instantly extinguished, becoming hollow and lifeless. All his movements ceased, as if he had become a statue suspended in the air. His consciousness had already fallen into the illusionary world woven by Qingyu, completely unaware of the outside world. Qingyu seized this opportunity to immediately retreat rapidly, quickly opening up a safe distance. Then, with a thought, he lifted the illusionary control. The light in the Cinderflame race Marquise's eyes instantly recovered, but it was replaced by boundless terror and shock. That momentary blankness and loss of control of his consciousness made him truly feel the aura of death. Soul Master, he shrieked, scared out of his wits. Only now did he understand that the opponent had been playing with him all along, using psychic weapons. With that terrifying illusionary technique that instantly controlled him, he could absolutely annihilate his soul with ease. Flee. Must flee. Without any hesitation, he was even more decisive than before, suddenly burning over 9% of his divine power again. Generally, marquises and champions would avoid burning divine power if possible. Even if forced to, they would typically only burn 5% minus 10%. Because burning too much divine power would not only decrease their strength but also make subsequent recovery very troublesome, either costing massive resources or requiring endless time. But at this moment, for the Cinderflame race Marquis, it was a matter of life and death, not a time to conserve divine power. He transformed into a desolate blue streak of light, desperately fleeing in the direction away from Qingyu at all costs. Want to leave now? Too late. Qingyu's indifferent voice echoed deep within his soul. Another invisible soul impact arrived first, easily catching up to him, and once again dragged his consciousness into an endless dark illusion. The fleeing streak of light froze in midair once more. If you try to escape again, next time, it will be direct soul annihilation. Qingyu's cold voice, like a final judgment, was branded deep within his soul. His consciousness recovered again, and the Cinderflame race Marquis was utterly despairing. Fight, couldn't win; flee, couldn't escape. He froze in place, not daring to make any further moves, but his heart was madly, fearfully cursing. Lunatic. Pervert. Clearly a terrifyingly powerful soul master, killing me is as easy as turning over a hand. But he insists on pretending to fight me with psychic weapons for so long. Is he playing with me? Did I encounter one of those perverted powerhouses who enjoy tormenting their opponents? He felt the opponent's unfathomable, abyss-like soul power, and then compared it to the unremarkable, psychic attacks from before, feeling only extreme absurdity and fear. Qingyu looked at his expression of suppressed anger, despair, and grievance, and shook his head slightly. He hadn't intentionally played with him, he merely wanted to hone his secret techniques. However, the shortcoming in his movement technique indeed needed to be remedied as soon as possible. In this forbidden stream region, merely having powerful attacks and soul techniques was far from enough. Continue fighting me, otherwise, I will immediately annihilate your soul. Qingyu's cold voice, like a final ultimatum, reverberated deep within the Cinderflame race Marquise's soul. An endless sense of humiliation and anger surged within the Cinderflame race Marquise's heart, but even more so, a bone-deep fear. He dared not disobey, only gritting his teeth and continuing to wield the bone blades burning with eerie blue flames, battling the seemingly tireless purple crystal bird beast. His divine body, in this series of seemingly intense but actually completely controlled battles, was slowly and steadily worn down and annihilated at a rate of about 1% each time. This process of watching himself walk towards death with no power to resist almost drove him mad. In despair, he had already sent out the most urgent distress signals through the automaton race faction's virtual network to all friends, colleagues, and even powerhouses he had only met once. However, the responses he received were, without exception, all silence or outright refusal. Soul Master. Sorry, I have other important matters here. Dealing with a champion powerhouse of the soul path. I'm afraid I'm powerless. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but soul masters are too strange. Once enslaved, it's worse than death. May you find your own blessings. Everyone's reaction was surprisingly consistent. On the outside territory battlefield, one would rather face a champion with strong physical attacks than easily provoke a powerful soul master. If physically killed, there's still a glimmer of hope for resurrection if the race has a universe lord and is willing to pay the price. But once soul enslaved, one completely becomes an enemy's puppet, losing even self-awareness, with no room for recovery whatsoever. No undying was willing to easily take such a risk. With no hope of rescue, the champion of the Thorn Flame race could only desperately squeeze his power, focusing more intently on resisting Qingyu's attacks, trying to slow the rate of his divine body's destruction, even if only by a fraction. However, it was ultimately futile. As his divine body was gradually worn down to only about 50%, his strength, speed, and reaction time all significantly decreased, making resistance even more difficult. The attacks of the purple bird beast became sharper and harder to evade in his eyes. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Driven by immense fear and the instinct for survival, he struggled frantically internally, several thoughts flashing through his mind. The first thought: gamble his life on escape. While still retaining about half of his divine body, he could instantly burn most of his remaining divine power, erupting with speed beyond his limits, gambling that he could escape the opponent's soul attack range before the terrifying soul annihilation descended. But this thought was extinguished by himself as soon as it arose. The opponent had easily pulled him into illusions twice before, and the speed and range of his soul attacks far exceeded his imagination. The success rate was negligible, almost suicidal. The second thought: a desperate counterattack. Similarly burning a large amount of divine power, but not for escape, but entirely for attack. He had vaguely sensed during their previous exchanges that this human soul master seemed very wary of close combat, and his movement speed was a clear weakness in comparison. If he could catch him off guard, fighting with his life on the line, madly closing the distance, he might have a slim chance to severely injure or even counter-kill the opponent. This thought made his heart pound, but when he considered the opponent's unfathomably deep soul power, and that failure would mean instant soul annihilation, he hesitated again. When the third thought emerged, it filled the champion of the Thorn Flame race himself with a sense of humiliation and complexity, to actively beg for mercy, requesting to be soul enslaved. Yes, to be killed meant to truly and utterly fall. He was merely a high-level champion, not a significant figure in the Thorn Flame race, and the strongest in his race was only a venerable, making it absolutely impossible to invite a universe lord to revive him. And while being soul enslaved would mean losing freedom and having his consciousness completely loyal to the opponent, at least, he would still be alive. For an eternal life, being alive, in itself, was the greatest temptation. Struggle. Immense struggle. Between freedom and dignity versus complete annihilation, he weighed his options with difficulty. The thought of his consciousness being altered, of henceforth viewing an enemy as his master, filled him with immense fear. But on the other side was eternal death. Ultimately, the craving for existence itself overshadowed everything. He suddenly parried a pounce from the purple bird beast, using the force to drift back a distance, and stopped attacking. He painstakingly raised his head, looking at the human who remained calm in the distance, his voice dry and hoarse, full of humiliation and pleading. My lord, stop. I am willing. I am willing to offer my soul. I beg you, to soul enslave me. I only ask that you spare my life. Uttering these words seemed to drain all his strength. To survive, he chose to abandon dignity and freedom. However, what awaited him was not acceptance. The purple bird beast controlled by Qingyu stopped, hovering in the air. He looked at the champion of the Thorn Flame race, his gaze indifferent, even carrying a hint of disdain. Soul enslavement. He indeed possessed that ability. But how could a mere high-level champion be qualified to occupy one of Qingyu's soul slave slots? Soul enslaving others would place a burden on one's own soul, and there was a limit to the number. Although Qingyu would undoubtedly become a super overlord in the future and wouldn't care about such a minor burden, his soul slave slots should at least be reserved for champion-level existences, as they would have value and potential for cultivation. A high-level champion whom he was about to exhaust to death, was he even worthy? Enslave you. Qingyu's lips curved into a cold arc, his voice flat yet like the sharpest blade, severing the opponent's last hope. You are not worthy. The instant his words fell, without giving the opponent any chance to react, a soul impact, condensed to the extreme and containing an absolute will of annihilation, descended instantly. The pleading, humiliation, and shock in the eyes of the champion of the Thorn Flame race, all emotions instantly froze, replaced by complete emptiness and deathly silence. His divine body, now only 50% remaining, lost all power support, like a puppet with cut strings, softly drifting in the cold starry sky. A high-level champion thus fell. Qingyu casually put away his spoils of war, as if he had only done a trivial matter, and he looked at the countdown ticking on his token. If not for the cooperation of the soul path, I really wouldn't necessarily be an opponent for a high-level champion right now. He murmured to himself, his gaze once again cast towards the deep starry sky, continuing his hunt and refinement. What Qingyu didn't know was that while he was focused on cultivation and combat, a biological spacecraft carrying Snack and Blood Lu King, after years of travel, finally, entered the outer ring of the Forbidden Stream region. The trajectories of fate were quietly converging. Somewhere in deep space at the edge of the outer ring, a ferocious biological spacecraft suddenly appeared, clearly having just emerged from the dark universe. Inside the spacecraft, Blood Lu King controlled his puppet body, his cold gaze sweeping over the even more chaotic and dangerous starry sky outside the viewport, his voice devoid of emotion. We're in the Forbidden Stream region now. Tell me, in which direction is Marquis? Formless. Snack, suppressed by the terrifying aura, trembled in his heart, a huge sense of helplessness and fear welling up. How would he know in which direction Marquis Formless was? He didn't even know if Marquis Formless had come to the Forbidden Stream region. That was a lie he fabricated to survive. But he dared not show the slightest hint of it. To survive, he could only brace himself, pretending to close his eyes in concentration, as if carefully sensing something, as if truly sensing a divine power imprint. A moment later, he pointed his hand in a completely random direction, his tone uncertain. My lord, the sensation is very vague, but it's roughly in that direction. Tell me, how far is it? Blood Lu King's voice grew more impatient, carrying a suppressed brutality. 16 years had passed since he first received news of the Divine Envoy's legacy crystal. The long search and wait had long since exhausted his patience. Cold sweat seeped from Snack's forehead, and he could only continue to fabricate. The distance is extremely far. It seems, he has been constantly moving. His only hope now was to drag it out for as long as possible, hoping to encounter a powerful champion from the human side in the Forbidden Stream region, perhaps with a chance to be rescued. Blood Lu King's scarlet electronic eyes flickered, seemingly judging the veracity of Snack's words. Ultimately, the craving for the legacy crystal once again overshadowed all doubts. He controlled the spacecraft, heading in the direction Snack had indicated. Another month passed. Snack lived each day like a year in trepidation, and Blood Lu King's temper became increasingly volatile. On the other side, Qingyu's spacecraft was leisurely cruising in the outer ring area. Suddenly, the spacecraft's speed slowed down. Rem, what's wrong? Qingyu, immersed in secret technique deductions, asked. Master, the detector has captured a familiar life signal, Rem replied. An acquaintance. Qingyu was somewhat puzzled. He knew very few people in the outside territory battlefield. How could he encounter an acquaintance in this dangerous Forbidden Stream region? Let me see. Rem immediately projected the image captured by the detector onto the virtual screen. The screen showed a ferocious-looking biological spacecraft, clearly belonging to the monster race. And inside that spacecraft, besides a monster race puppet emanating a powerful champion aura, there was also a human undying, bound by power and pale-faced. It was Snack. Snack. How could he be captured by a monster race champion? Qingyu frowned slightly. He recognized this squad leader, whom he had met once at Base 022 and who was later attacked by Marquis Jin Wen. Although his impression of this person was generally average, they were, after all, part of the same human camp, and the other party seemed to have been implicated due to the Marquis Jin Wen incident. Now that he was in distress, it seemed unreasonable to ignore him, both emotionally and logically. Moreover, there was also a monster race powerhouse, and Qingyu was looking for alien races to hone his secret techniques anyway. Anyone would do, and this monster race was just right. Almost at the same moment Qingyu's detector locked onto the opponent, the equally advanced detector inside Blood Lu King's spacecraft also issued an alarm. A human F-class spacecraft. Blood Lu King glanced at the image transmitted back by the detector, seeing the spacecraft and Qingyu's figure inside, but he didn't recognize Qingyu, merely considering him an ordinary human champion passing by chance, and paid no attention. However, Snack, beside him, was startled when he saw that familiar face on the detector screen. Marquis Formless. He's actually in the Forbidden Stream region. Snack was inwardly horrified. This was completely beyond his expectations. But what immediately surged within him was not surprise, but even greater terror. It's over. Why is he really here? And to run into him at this particular moment. Snack screamed internally. In his opinion, Marquis Formless's soul methods might be able to deal with champions, but against a terrifying monster race champion at the pinnacle like Blood Lu King, it was simply like throwing an egg against a rock. Once Blood Lu King attacked Marquis Formless would undoubtedly die. And once Marquis Formless died, Blood Lu King's objective would be achieved, and this guide, who had lost his value, would absolutely not survive. He absolutely could not let this happen. Snack forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves in his heart, a look of urgency painstakingly squeezed onto his face as he said to Blood Lu King. My lord, I sense it. Marquis Formless's divine power imprint fluctuations have suddenly become clear. He is moving at high speed in that direction. He casually pointed in a direction different from Qingyu's spacecraft's current trajectory. We must pursue him immediately. Otherwise, we might lose him. He now only wanted to quickly lead Blood Lu King, this harbinger of misfortune, away, as far from Marquis Formless as possible. Only then could he drag out the time longer. Chapter 105, Secret Surveillance. Upon hearing this, the electronic eyes on Blood Lu King's puppet immediately lit up, and his attention instantly shifted away from the insignificant human spaceship nearby. Pursue. He did not hesitate. He immediately steered the bio-spaceship to turn, erupted into top speed towards the new direction pointed out by Snack, and disappeared in an instant. On the other side, Qingyu was slightly taken aback as he watched the monster race spaceship on his screen suddenly turn and accelerate away. Running away. He had expected some kind of reaction after they discovered him, but he hadn't anticipated them simply leaving. Acting on the principle of seeing a rescue through to the end, and also because this was his first official encounter with an alien champion, Qingyu wanted to test his skills and decided to follow to see what was happening. Follow them. Yes, master. Qingyu's spaceship started up immediately, trailing far behind the monster race spaceship. Inside Blood Lu King's spaceship, the detector sounded an alert again. My lord, that human F-class spaceship has followed us, Blood Lu King's AI reported. Blood Lu King glanced at the screen and frowned upon seeing that elementary Marquis, daring to follow him, completely oblivious to death. He let out a sneer of disdain. HMPH. A mere elementary Marquis, an ant-like thing. Upon detecting my aura, instead of fleeing far away, you actually dare to follow. You truly have a death wish. Were it not for the importance of hunting down Marquis Formless, I would definitely turn around and crush you, little bug. He completely disregarded the small ship behind him and continued to pursue Marquis Formless with all his might. Beside him, Snack's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Cold sweat soaked his back in an instant. He cursed frantically in his heart, Marquis Formless. You idiot. You fool. Why are you following us instead of fleeing for your life? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. You are killing me. Get lost. Get lost. He could only pray desperately, praying that Blood Lu King, in his haste to chase Marquis Formless, would be too lazy to bother with the little bug behind them, and praying that Qingyu would suddenly come to his senses and turn around to escape. This accidental chase unfolded in the outer ring of the Forbidden Stream region, amidst this eerie atmosphere. Qingyu piloted his spaceship, following unhurriedly behind Blood Lu King's ferocious bio-spaceship, feeling increasingly strange. Judging by this situation, his detector is not inferior to mine, he should have already discovered me, Qingyu thought to himself. For an alien powerhouse of at least champion rank to discover a lone human who was merely an elementary marquis, in a place like the Forbidden Stream region, the normal reaction should be to crush them on the way, or at least stop to investigate. Why was the opponent not only not taking action but instead accelerating continuously? This defied logic. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Qingyu decided to continue following to see what was happening. Up ahead, Blood Lu King's patience was finally exhausted. The craving for the God Envoy inheritance crystal and the anxiety of searching for over a decade without success had been burning in his heart day and night like toxic fire. He was constantly worried that Marquis Formless would be killed by other powerhouses at any moment, and the legacy crystal would fall into someone else's hands. At this moment, the human, little bug, buzzing and chasing relentlessly behind him like a fly completely ignited his pent-up irritability. Damned ant. Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. The puppet controlled by Blood Lu King revealed a ferocious expression, and killing intent surged in its scarlet electronic eyes. He violently steered the spaceship into an emergency stop and turn. The ferocious bio-spaceship, like an enraged star beast, turned its bow and charged directly towards Qingyu's small F-class spaceship from behind, carrying terrifying pressure. Inside the spaceship, Snack's face turned pale as paper upon seeing this, and utter despair welled up in his heart. It's over. It's completely over. It's all that fool Marquis Formless's fault. He had to follow. He's dead, and I'm dead too. Seeing the opponent suddenly turn around and charge, Qingyu immediately became vigilant. So, he did decide to take action after all. He flew out of the spaceship without hesitation and put it away. Facing an existence of at least high-level champion, the spaceship's defense was of little significance. Blood Lu King's spaceship stopped 1,000,000 kilometers away from Qingyu. The cabin door opened, and the 3-meter-tall puppet body, covered in dark red bone armor, stepped out. The next second, a behemoth appeared, and the terrifying pressure of a high-level champion was released without reservation, crushing towards Qingyu like a tangible tsunami. Snack, whose face was ashen, stayed to the side like a little chick. A mere human elementary marquis, an ant-like thing, who gave you the guts to track me? Blood Lu King's cold voice carried anger and undisguised killing intent. I am not in a good mood today. Consider yourself unlucky. Let your life be used to relieve my boredom. Before the words faded, his several-kilometer-long snake tail suddenly lifted and whipped fiercely towards Qingyu through the air. Boom! The void realm behind him rippled like a water surface. A massive phantom of a snake tail, entirely condensed from dark red divine power and covered in illusory scales, violently tore through space and whipped fiercely towards Qingyu with the terrifying power to shatter stars. The speed and ferocity were far beyond any opponent Qingyu had encountered before. Qingyu's expression turned grave. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent. The 9-aperture false heart mirror instantly disassembled. 999. Thin purple crystal flakes turned into a surging torrent, instantly condensing into a massive purple bird beast. It let out a high-pitched cry, its wings vibrated, drawing upon the power of the space-time law, and it fiercely met the divine power snake tail. However, even a casual strike from a high-level champion was terrifyingly powerful. Rumble. The purple bird beast and the divine power snake tail collided fiercely, erupting with a deafening sound that shattered the starry sky. The purple bird beast let out a mournful cry, its massive body trembled violently, the light of countless purple crystals on its surface dimmed, and even fine cracks appeared. It was actually whipped backward by the snake tail. The terrifying impact transferred onto Qingyu. Qingyu let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward uncontrollably as if struck by a high-speed starship, and a trace of golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Qingyu possessed a perfect gene. The physical strength of his Qingyu Ning main body was incomparable to that of ordinary humans. Moreover, Qingyu had the protection of his peak marquis cloud-caressing vine incarnation armor, in addition to the precious armor bestowed by Teacher Sky Eclipse. Although Blood Lu King's strike was formidable, it was not his full-strength attack. After the power was weakened by several layers of defense, it only caused Qingyu to sustain injuries. Oh, interesting. You can actually take a strike from me and not die. A trace of surprise flashed in Blood Lu King's scarlet electronic eyes, which then turned into even more cruel mockery. It seems you, little bug, are a bit fatter than ordinary elementary marquises. Perfect, I can play a little longer. He was not in a hurry to kill Qingyu immediately. Instead, he controlled the divine power snake tail phantom, launching continuous attacks like a giant python toying with its prey. At this moment, Blood Lu King did not notice that 100 million kilometers away, a spaceship from the insect race camp with excellent stealth performance was quietly hovering. In the spaceship, two powerhouses with extremely terrifying auras were watching the battle between Qingyu and Blood Lu King. These two were none other than Li King and Purple Break King of the insect race camp, both famous peak kings in the Forbidden Stream region. Li King, covered in dark purple carapaces and possessing compound eyes and tentacles, shook his head and made a hoarse sound. The other light point shown on the forbidden token is at this location. Purple Break King, who was tall and thin with skin like dark purple metal and eyes flashing with cold, calculating light, looked at the massive body displayed on the detector and continued, that is Blood Lu King. Although there were thousands of champion undying spiritual gods in the entire Forbidden Stream region, powerhouses like high-level champions or even peak kings were actually very rare. Moreover, they basically all knew each other, so it was not strange that Li King and Purple Break King recognized Blood Lu King. It is him. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems the token is on this Blood Lu King. They did not consider Qingyu at all. The idea that a small marquis could have the token was impossible. This guy Blood Lu King, tens of thousands of years have passed, and he still loves torturing the weak. Crafty light flashed in his compound eyes, and his tone carried a hint of disdain. Tisk, this madman Blood Lu King, is it worth using his main body just to deal with an elementary marquis? He's really becoming less and less prestigious. Li King's arthropod limb lightly tapped the console, making a clacking sound, his tone carrying his usual mockery. Purple Break King let out a low laugh. Ah, he has always been known for his tyrannical nature in the monster race. However, this is a good thing for us. Let this human marquis help us test him first to see what tricks this Blood Lu King has. Li King shook his head. Let's get this straight, Purple Break King. The content of our previous deal is crystal clear. I use my token to sense and led you to find this newly appeared token. As for taking action to seize it, that is your business. If it turns out I need to take action to deal with Blood Lu King, the remuneration must be calculated separately. He emphasized his position, determined not to take risks easily. Purple Break King was expressionless. Rest assured. Unless it is a last resort, I won't ask you to take action. Besides, this Blood Lu King is a mere high-level champion and is no match for me. His gaze never left the violent attacks of Blood Lu King on the screen. Blood Lu King's massive snake body was the best weapon, whipping, smashing, sweeping, and coiling. With every collision, the mental energy attack Qingyu unleashed was crushed in a single blow. The light of the purple bird beast was blasted apart every time, causing Qingyu's chi to become even more chaotic. Every attack was unadorned, yet contained the terrifying great power to shatter stars and the law pressure of a high-level champion. Qingyu pushed his myriad thread stream movement technique to the limit, like a small boat in a raging storm, struggling to dodge. But the gap in absolute strength between the two was too large, and Blood Lu King's main body was too massive, with an extremely wide attack range. Re-up. Failing to dodge once, the ferocious snake-tooth phantom grazed him, almost caving in Qingyu's chest directly, blood spraying. Bang! The massive snake tail smashed down like a pillar of heaven. Although not hit directly, the shockwave it brought caused Qingyu's internal organs to feel as if they had been displaced. He. Dodge. Keep dodging. Let's see how long you can last. You pathetic little bug. Blood Lu King let out a deafening, ferocious laugh, enjoying the process of torture. He even deliberately slowed down his attack speed, giving Qingyu a glimmer of hope for evasion, only to ruthlessly crush it. Again. Ha ha ha. Weak. Too weak. Is that all you've got? Human insect. Blood Lu King let out a mocking laugh. Watching Qingyu get swiped away by the snake tail once again, the king made a tisk tisk sound. This human kid is really tough. Even this didn't kill him, he must have some good stuff on him. What a pity, he's about to become Blood Lu King's trophy. His tone carried a hint of imperceptible regret, as if the good items should have belonged to him. Purple Break King analyzed calmly. His movement technique is very average, but his body strength and energy reserves are extraordinary. He doesn't look like an ordinary marquis, it's a bit strange. As a champion skilled in calculation, he instinctively felt something was wrong, but the massive gap in strength made him temporarily suppress this suspicion. Focus on Blood Lu King. His strength seems even more violent than before, but he is still far from a peak king. This forbidden token of his will definitely be mine. In the center of the battlefield, Qingyu looked miserable, with new wounds constantly appearing on his body, and his aura fluctuating. But his heart was calm and waveless, even carrying a hint of excitement. Refreshing. Qingyu's brain was running at full speed, analyzing the force exertion techniques, muscle movement trajectories, and the fused law mysteries contained in every lunge and tail swipe of Blood Lu King, constantly verifying and perfecting his own secret method. This kind of real battle, wandering on the edge of life and death, was far more effective than any sparring in the virtual universe. He estimated that the gains from just this short while of fighting were comparable to defeating 5 opponents arranged by his teachers in the virtual universe. His massive, over 90,000-kilometer divine power body, which had reached the perfect gene level, was the true trump card that allowed him to withstand so many attacks without collapsing. The myriad phenomena bead and the open double angle bracket myriad phenomena close double angle bracket. Secret method perfectly disguised all of this, making him look like an ordinary marquis who possessed an undying body and was having his divine power body constantly worn down. Blood Lu King seemed to have grown tired of playing, feeling that this, insects, durability and evasion skills had reached their limit. He lost his patience. His massive snake head reared up, his bloody maw opened, and a heart-palpitating dark red energy light condensed deep in his throat. A destructive aura instantly locked onto Qingyu. All right, game over. It's time to send you on your way. This time, he used a real attack, sufficient to instantly annihilate a high-level marquis. Just at this critical moment, Snack, who had been casually discarded on a distant meteorite by Blood Lu King earlier and restrained by a sliver of divine power, suddenly had a flash of crazy determination in his eyes. He had been waiting for an opportunity that might allow him to escape in the chaos. It was unknown what method he used, but some hidden secret method inside his body suddenly erupted, actually burning part of his divine power body instantly, forcibly breaking through Blood King's sliver of divine power restraint. He suddenly raised his head, using all his strength to roar hoarsely at the massive snake head. Blood Lu King. He is Marquis Formless. As he shouted this, like a moth flying into a flame, he desperately fled toward the depths of the pitch-black starry sky, far away from the battlefield. He didn't even dare to look back at the result, pinning all his hopes on this desperate gamble. What? Blood Lu King, who was about to spew the destructive energy, paused abruptly, and the energy light in his throat flickered. His massive vertical pupils shrank in disbelief, staring fixedly at the human, Marquis, in front who had been beaten until covered in blood with a withered aura. He is Marquis Formless, that sole great master who killed Golden Ring Marquis and obtained the God Envoy. Inheritance Crystal. And when Qingyu heard that shout from Snack, his eyes instantly turned incomparably cold. This Snack has bad intentions. Qingyu immediately understood the other party's intention. He roughly guessed that this Blood King had been looking for him for some reason, and Snack had become the guide. At this moment, Snack actually wanted to divert the disaster, using him to attract Blood King's full attention, in order to win a chance for himself to escape. However, roar, you bastard! Blood Lu King was instantly enraged. He felt he had been played by Snack. He suddenly turned his head to look at Snack, who had already fled some distance away, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. That massive snake body moved, instantly tearing through space, and in just a flash, he caught up to the fleeing Snack. The massive snake tail swept across like a mountain range, not killing him directly, but using a clever force to wrap around him and pull him back violently. My lord, spare me. Snack pleaded in terror. But Blood Lu King didn't give him a chance to finish speaking at all. There was no pity in his cold vertical pupils as the snake tail wrapped around Snack tightened violently. Ah! Snack let out a piercingly miserable scream. He felt 50% of his divine power body being instantly and forcibly annihilated by the terrifying power, turning into nothingness. An ordinary army lord undying, without an undying body, would have their consciousness begin to collapse if they lost more than 50% of their divine power body. Having instantly lost 50% of his soul, Snack's eyes immediately became hollow and unfocused, filled with endless despair and dead silence. He knew that he was completely finished, with absolutely no possibility of survival. The massive trauma at the soul level made even thinking become extremely difficult and fragmented. Blood Lu King threw the ragdoll-like Snack in front of Qingyu, his massive snake head lowered, and his cold voice rumbled. "Speak. Is he or is he not Marquis Formless?" Snack's unfocused gaze struggled to focus, first glancing at the massive and terrifying Blood Lu King, then looking at the expressionless Qingyu in the distance. Whether out of utter despair or twisted hatred before death, he not only used his last strength to confirm. Yes, he is Marquis Formless. He even trembled, mobilizing a sliver of remaining mental energy to connect to the virtual universe network, projecting a battle recording he had stored privately. In the image, it was exactly the scene from back in the Star Fragment Belt where Qingyu manipulated the 9-aperture false heart mirror to battle Golden Ring Marquis. The attack method of that purple bird beast and the nuances of the space-time law it contained were exactly the same as the secret method Qingyu had just displayed when fighting Blood Lu King. Qingyu watched this scene with indifference throughout, neither admitting nor denying it. "Ha ha ha. Good, good. It really is you." After watching the projection, Blood Lu King let out a deafening, wild laugh, his immense joy dispelling his rage. "Since that's the case, you ant who dared to deceive this king, there is no need for you to live anymore." The last thing Snack saw was Blood Lu King's open, abyss-like maw, and Qingyu's gaze that remained calm and waveless. With extreme resentment lingering on his face, in the next second, he was swallowed into Blood Lu King's belly, his divine power body and remaining consciousness instantly and completely annihilated. 100 million kilometers away, inside a scorpion-shaped spaceship. Marquis Formless. What is all this about? The king looked at the changes on the screen, his compound eyes full of confusion. Purple Break King also frowned slightly. "Never heard of this, Marquis Formless. He seems to be just a human marquis who has gained a little reputation in the low-level battlefield recently. It seems Blood Lu King has a personal grudge against him. However, that's not important. What's important is the token." Before he finished speaking, on the screen, Blood Lu King's booming voice came through the detector clearly. "Hand over the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal." "What? God Envoy Inheritance Crystal?" Li King and Purple Break King gasped almost simultaneously. Both of them stood up from their seats abruptly, their eyes instantly erupting with unbelievable shock and greed. What did he just say? God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. Li King's arthropod limbs trembled violently with excitement. Is it the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal that is countless times more precious than the Forbidden Token? On Purple Break King's cold metal face, intense fluctuations also appeared, and his breathing became rapid. God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. The value of this item, even if we don't get the Forbidden Token, we must obtain the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. Li King looked at Purple Break King abruptly, his compound eyes flashing with unprecedented light. Purple Break King. Put the previous deal aside for now. Target changed. We must seize the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. You and I join forces, and after the matter is done, we split the value of the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal equally. How about it? As peak kings of the insect race camp, they were clearly more knowledgeable about the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal than Blood Lu King. This thing could only be inherited when one was at the World Lord rank. But even so, its inherent value was immense. If sold to the Insect Race Alliance, the wealth it would bring in is something the vast majority of champions would never possess in their entire lives. The calculation light in Purple Break King's eyes flashed crazily as he quickly weighed the pros and cons, then nodded heavily. Agreed. We wait for our opportunity. The goal is a one-hit kill. After seizing the Inheritance Crystal, we flee immediately. In the center of the battlefield, Qingyu was bewildered when he heard the 5 words, God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. What thing? God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. He had absolutely no idea what Blood Lu King was talking about. No need to pretend. Blood King's massive vertical pupils were filled with determined greed. Obediently hand it over to this king, and this king can let you die more comfortably. Of course, even if you don't hand it over, after this king kills you, I can still find it in your world ring. Qingyu frowned slightly. He really didn't know. Snack told you that I have a God Envoy inheritance crystal. He speculated whether this was a lie fabricated by Snack to save his own life. But Blood Lu King had completely lost his patience by now. Since the target was confirmed and the treasure he had dreamed of was right in front of him, why would he be willing to waste more breath? Still being stubborn when death is imminent. Hand it over to this king. Blood Lu King roared. His massive snake body moved violently. This time, it was no longer the previous playing around, but a true killing intent, attacking with full force. A massive claw covered in dark red scales appeared out of thin air, burning with flames that could incinerate stars. The terrifying power it contained caused the surrounding space to begin melting and collapsing, and it grabbed fiercely toward Qingyu with speed and power several times greater than before. A full-force strike from a high-level champion, vowing to instantly annihilate Qingyu completely. Chapter 106, Enslaving Blood Lu King. Qingyu's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He knew that with Qingyu's mental power alone, it would be absolutely impossible to block this attack. But there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Just as the destructive claw was about to strike, a deep purple glow, as if capable of devouring all light, flashed in Qingyu's eyes. Innate secret art, heavenly illusion heart cannon. Soul impact. A formless, intangible, yet immensely pure soul power instantly disregarded physical distance and directly invaded Blood Lu King's soul. Blood King, who was attacking with all his might, suddenly paused. The giant divine power claw also halted. He felt a cold, strange, and powerful will attempting to forcibly drag his consciousness away. Layers of illusions seemed to appear before his eyes, and his soul defense secret art automatically activated, shining with brilliant light to resist. Blood Lu King was startled. Such a powerful soul attack. It can even penetrate my soul defense and directly affect my consciousness. But the next second, he was overjoyed. It's you, Marquis Formless. This illusion art truly has some skill. Even an ordinary peak king would probably suffer greatly if caught off guard. Blood Lu King roared excitedly. But to think you can harm me with this. A fool's dream. His will was like bedrock, and his soul defense secret art had been tempered countless times. After only a fraction of a second, the invading soul power was forcibly dispelled and broken free by his powerful will and defense. He shook his giant snake head, a look of disdain and contempt on his face. For a mere champion, your illusion art being able to affect me is enough to be proud of. If you were to grow to champion, you might truly become invincible at the undying level with your soul power. What a pity, you won't have the chance. Go on and die. Qingyu was completely unfazed by Blood Lu King's struggle and taunts. Instead, he calmly assessed in his mind. Indeed, even though Azure Ghoul is naturally skilled in the way of the soul, trying to forcibly cross such a large realm gap to control a high-level champion with a firm will and a soul defense secret art is still too difficult. Unless my soul can undergo another transformation, my comprehension of the laws of space-time can advance further, or my will level can significantly improve, perhaps then I might be able to attempt to forcibly pull him into an illusionary space and control him. The experimental objective had been achieved. Then, the next moment, Qingyu's eyes became incredibly profound, as if the entire universe was being born and extinguished within them. Innate secret art, a thought becomes nothingness. Activate. This time, it was no longer an ordinary soul illusion impact, but Azure Ghoul's unique secret art as a special life form. At that instant, a formless, intangible, yet seemingly reality-altering strange power, centered on Qingyu, quietly spread out, instantly enveloping the massive dark red giant snake in front of him. And in Blood King's perception, just as his divine power claw, burning with destructive flames, was about to crush Qingyu, the entire world suddenly dimmed. It wasn't that light disappeared, but rather that all colors, sounds, energy fluctuations, and even space-time itself, seemed to be extracted, plunging into a state of absolute, heart palpitating, stillness, and void. He felt his furious charge abruptly cease, his massive divine body rigidly fixed in the void by an incomprehensible, irresistible invisible force, unable to even tremble a single scale. Even more terrifying was his mind. His champion-level powerful will, its operation speed seemed to be frozen a billion times over, every thought became incredibly sluggish and difficult. He looked around. The originally brilliant starry sky had become a dim, blurry backdrop, and the distant human figure also appeared illusory and unstable. An extreme fear, originating from the instinct of life, instantly overwhelmed all his senses. Where is this? What happened? Time stopped. No, that's not right. Blood King screamed frantically in his mind, but his thoughts were like crawling through a quagmire, utterly unable to think effectively. He could only feel as if he had been stripped from the original universe and thrown into an illusory cage completely dominated by the opponent's will. His sole defense secret art, cultivated for many years, was now useless, because this power was not a direct attack, it was more like changing the underlying rules of a whole new world. The moment Qingyu activated, a thought becomes nothingness, he felt his will infinitely elevate, as if connected to some cosmic origin. Centered on him, a spherical space with a diameter of about 10,000 kilometers instantly transformed into his absolutely controlled domain. In this domain, he felt like the supreme ruler. The fluctuations of space-time, the flow of energy, and even the opponent's soul fluctuations, were all at his command. Blood Lu King's massive body, radiating terrifying aura, was now like an insect in amber, completely frozen, with even the sparks of thought almost extinguished, his eyes filled only with undisguised shock and fear. The divine power at the perfect gene level is indeed boundless. Qingyu could clearly feel that maintaining this illusory space-time consumed an extremely terrifying amount of divine power. If it were according to Azure Ghoul's original size, it would probably be exhausted in at most 1 second. But now, the vast divine power provided by his 90,000+ kilometer divine body allowed him to easily maintain this domain and meticulously experience the profound mysteries of space-time and soul origin contained within it. As expected of a special life form's unique innate secret art, it is truly terrifying. Qingyu praised in his heart. A high-level champion, who cultivated advanced soul defense secret arts and possessed a firm will, after being enveloped, had no room for resistance whatsoever, instantly becoming a lamb to the slaughter. The opportunity was rare. Qingyu did not hesitate. His powerful mental power instantly condensed, containing secret art runes for soul enslavement, and directly imprinted towards Blood King's soul, which was completely suppressed and defenseless. A high-level champion servant was priceless. It was completely worth him using a precious soul enslavement slot. Blood Lu King felt the terrifying power attempting to invade and completely control his soul. Extreme fear engulfed him. He wanted to resist, to roar, to self-destruct, but in this bizarre illusory space-time, he couldn't even generate the thought of mobilizing a trace of divine power. He could only watch helplessly as the enslavement mark, like a shadow of death, slowly descended upon his soul. 100 million kilometers away, inside the scorpion-shaped spaceship, Hong and Purple Break King were fully focused, preparing to launch a thunderous strike at the most critical moment when Blood Lu King attacked with full force, jointly severely injuring or even ambushing and killing Blood Lu King, to seize the suspected God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. However, just as Blood Lu King's attack was about to reach its peak, a sudden change occurred. On the screen, Blood Lu King's massive and ferocious body, and his terrifying attack capable of annihilating stars, without any warning, completely and rigidly froze in the void. Yes, frozen, like the most realistic sculpture, maintaining its pouncing posture, even the destructive energy flames burning around its body solidified, no longer flickering an inch. The entire scene exuded an extremely eerie and chilling silence. What's going on? Hong's compound eyes instantly widened to their maximum, his limbs stiff in midair, his voice distorted by extreme shock. What happened to Blood King? Time stopped. Who attacked? There are no time law fluctuations. Purple Break King's cold metallic face was also filled with shock and disbelief. He frantically mobilized his detectors to scan every inch of surrounding space, not letting go of his divine power perception either. No high-energy reactions detected. No spatial fluctuations. No signs of time law disturbances. It's as if he suddenly turned into stone himself. Their imagined scenario of Blood King's thunderous attack, the human champion's desperate resistance or instant annihilation, and their taking the opportunity to seize the treasure, did not happen at all. Instead, it was a bizarre stillness that they completely could not understand, beyond all reason. No, Blood King definitely didn't stop himself. Purple Break King's voice carried a hint of imperceptible surprise and doubt. Look at his eyes. Is that extreme fear? What is he afraid of? Hong also noticed the solidified horror in Blood Lu King's giant vertical pupils. This was definitely not faked, nor was it the state one should be in when performing some secret art. Could it be, there's a super powerful being hidden nearby that we can't detect? A universe exalt. Hong's voice trembled slightly. His compound eyes vigilantly scanned the dark starry sky, as if an unimaginable existence could descend at any moment. Unlikely. And universe exalts are forbidden from entering the outside territory battlefield. This is a rule set by the 4 peak races. Purple Break King forced himself to calmly analyze. If an exalt attacked, it's impossible that they wouldn't detect the 2 of us right next to them, and this bizarre attack seems to only target Blood Lu King. That human kid seems unaffected. His gaze suddenly focused on the seemingly tiny, yet still freely moving human figure on the screen. As Hong and Purple Break King were filled with doubt and speculated about the source of the mysterious method that could instantly freeze Blood Lu King, a reasonable explanation quickly formed in their minds. That's it. It must be. Hong's compound eyes flickered with greedy light. No wonder this kid has a God Envoy inheritance crystal and dares to venture alone into the Forbidden Stream region. He must be a direct descendant of some super existence in the human race. What froze Blood Lu King just now was definitely not his own strength, but a life-saving treasure bestowed by his elder. Purple Break King's cold metallic face also showed agreement as he analyzed. Exactly. Only this can explain it. How precious is a God Envoy inheritance crystal? How could a mere champion possess and guard it? It must have been bestowed by his elder. And that bizarre and unfathomable method just now, capable of instantly freezing a high-level champion, is definitely not something a champion can wield. It must be some very precious special supreme treasure. This conjecture somewhat reduced the fear in their hearts, replaced by even more intense greed. Such a high-level life-saving item must have great restrictions. Hong's limbs rubbed together excitedly. It's very likely that it cannot be used continuously, or its consumption is extremely astonishing. Look, although Blood Lu King is pinned down, that human race kid doesn't seem to have any follow-up actions, he's just standing there. Perhaps that treasure is currently in a stalemate, counteracting Blood King's power. Purple Break King's eyes flashed with calculating light as he added. Furthermore, if his elder truly is a top-tier super existence in the universe, how could he only give him one life-saving item and not send strong individuals to protect him? At the very least, there should be Peak King guards. Since there are none, it means his elder is, at most, a powerful universe exalt who, due to race rules, cannot directly interfere with matters on the outside territory battlefield. The more they analyzed, the more likely they felt it was, and their worries gradually diminished. We've hit the jackpot. This time, it's a huge jackpot. The king was uncontrollably excited. I originally only wanted to snatch a forbidden token, but I didn't expect to also get a God Envoy inheritance crystal, plus a terrifying supreme treasure that seems to contain time-space freezing effects. Purple Break King also took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Risk and opportunity coexist. While his life-saving supreme treasure seems to be tied up by Blood Lu King, now is the best time for us to strike. We'll take him down in one fell swoop. The immense profit had already clouded their minds, causing them to selectively ignore that lingering trace of unease. Meanwhile, at the center of the illusory space enveloped by a thought becomes nothingness, only a few short seconds of real time had passed. Qingyu's powerful soul enslavement mark had already unimpededly imprinted itself deep into Blood King's defenseless soul core. Facing the absolute suppression of a thought becomes nothingness, Blood Lu King couldn't even generate the thought of self-destructing before being successfully enslaved with ease. The terrified, frozen vertical pupils on the massive snake head instantly changed their gaze. The original brutality, greed, and anger all vanished, transforming into absolute reverence and obedience. "Master," Blood Lu King respectfully called out. "Maintain your current state, pretend to still be suppressed, and confront me." Qingyu immediately issued the command through his soul. The cloud-caressing vine had already informed him about the new light spot appearing on the token, knowing that a powerful token holder was lurking nearby, but the opponent's detector technology was extremely advanced, and his own detector couldn't pinpoint their location. Since the opponent was hiding and not coming out, he would create a best opportunity for them to strike. Blood Lu King perfectly executed the command, his massive body remained rigidly fixed in place. From the outside, it was no different from before, as if he was still contending with the power of that non-existent, life-saving supreme treasure. 100 million kilometers away, the King and Purple Break King exchanged glances, both seeing the determination and greed in each other's eyes. Almost instantly, the two Peak King champions from the insect race faction teleported next to Qingyu and Blood Lu King. The King and Purple Break King, two figures exuding monstrous aura, shot out, one to the left and one to the right, subtly encircling Qingyu. "Ha ha ha, human race kid. We really must thank you for safekeeping the God Envoy inheritance crystal for us, and even throwing in a good treasure." The king let out a piercing laugh, his multiple limbs excitedly flailing, his greedy gaze openly sweeping back and forth between Qingyu and the pinned-down, Blood Lu King. "It's two Peak King champions." Qingyu's eyes lit up, he had previously thought there was only one powerful individual hidden in the dark. Although Purple Break King was calmer, a determined smile also appeared on his cold metallic face. "Hand over the God Envoy inheritance crystal and your treasure that suppresses Blood Lu King, and we can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, HMPH. His threat was full of meaning. They were convinced that Qingyu's supreme treasure was currently being used to counter Blood Lu King and thus could not be deployed, and that he himself was merely a low-level champion. Facing their sudden assault as two Peak King champions, he would have no power to resist. They didn't even spare a glance at the pinned-down, Blood Lu King. In their eyes, Blood Lu King was already a dead object. They completely failed to notice the extremely subtle mockery and killing intent, directed at them, that flashed deep within the cold vertical pupils of the pinned-down, Blood Lu King. And Qingyu, standing in place, facing the two suddenly appearing, aggressive Peak King champions, not only did not show the panic they expected. Instead, he slowly curved his lips into a cold arc, an expression that indicated everything was under control. The hunters had finally all entered the arena. Looking at the two smug Peak King champions of the insect race faction, who believed victory was in their grasp, Qingyu indeed felt a surge of excitement. Two Peak King champions as servants, this harvest would far exceed expectations. However, amidst the excitement, a very brief concern also flashed through his mind. A thought becomes nothingness, is powerful, but it's not without limits. With his current strength, soul intensity, and will level, concentrating all his power to instantly suppress and enslave one Peak King champion is probably his limit. If he were to simultaneously pull two strong individuals, both in perfect condition and Peak King champions, into the illusionary space and complete their enslavement, the success rate would be relatively low. But this sliver of concern, like a spark, vanished in an instant. Because Qingyu knew very well that he was already in an invincible position. The two insect race champions had used instant shadow when they appeared just now, which meant they must specialize in spatial laws. And his amethyst cloud wings clone, with its innate secret technique, instant shadow, and its realization ability, was least afraid of attacks and suppressions related to spatial laws. Even if the worst happened, he could instantly switch clones and enter an etherealized state to save his life. With such confidence, there was no need for further worry. Just as the laughter of the King and Purple Break King still echoed in the starry sky, believing they had Qingyu cornered, a cold glint flashed in Qingyu's eyes, and he unhesitatingly issued a command via his mental link. "Blood Lu King, you hold back that king." As the command was given, a scene that terrified the two insect race champions to their core unfolded. Blood Lu King, who should have been rigidly pinned down and unable to move by the supreme treasure, suddenly shuddered, and the destructive energy that had been solidified around his body instantly erupted like a volcano. Those vertical pupils, originally filled with horror and rigidity, now only held absolute reverence and obedience towards Qingyu, and a cold killing intent directed at the king. Roar! Blood King let out an earth-shattering roar. His massive body moved with incredible agility, carrying long-suppressed fury and killing intent, directly tearing through space like a dark red torrent of destruction, lunging fiercely at the king, who was slightly closer to him. The attack was so sudden and vicious, showing no signs of being suppressed or injured. What? Blood Lu King, you? The smile on the king's face instantly froze, his compound eyes filled with extreme shock and disbelief, his cry of alarm changing pitch. He completely failed to understand what was happening before his eyes. Wasn't Blood Lu King suppressed? Wasn't he supposed to be counteracting the power of that supreme treasure? How could he suddenly break free, and even obey that human race kid's command to attack him? And at the very same moment Blood King lunged at the king. Qingyu's gaze had already locked onto the other Peak King champion, Purple Break King. Innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness. Activated once more. The invisible domain instantly expanded, this time precisely enveloping Purple Break King, who was still in a state of shock and confusion. This isn't right. Purple Break King, being a Peak King champion, reacted extremely quickly. The moment he felt the surrounding laws of heaven and earth suddenly become bizarre and his own thoughts and divine power circulation begin to slow, an alarm bell rang loudly in his heart, and an expression of horror appeared on his cold face for the first time. He wanted to teleport, wanted to unleash his divine power to break free, but it was already too late. He felt his body, divine power, and even his thoughts, all seemed to be trapped in the stickiest amber in the universe, their speed instantly slowing down by billions of times. Everything around him became illusory and unreal, only that human figure in the distance, like the master of this bizarre space-time, was coldly watching him. How is this possible? Could it be that what pinned Blood King down just now wasn't a treasure, it was him himself? A thought that made his soul tremble, like a venomous snake, slithered into his almost stagnant mind. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. This time, to deal with two Peak King champions, Qingyu didn't hesitate at all. His powerful soul energy once again condensed into an enslavement mark. Taking advantage of the perfect opportunity while Purple Break King was completely suppressed by a thought becomes nothingness, he directly imprinted it towards his soul core. However, the gap between a Peak King champion and a high-level champion was far greater than imagined. When the power of a thought becomes nothingness enveloped Purple Break King, although it successfully delayed and suppressed his thoughts and body to a great extent, it couldn't achieve the near-absolute control it had over Blood Lu King. Purple Break King's Peak King divine body, tempered through countless trials, instinctively resisted the alteration of external rules. The incredibly tenacious will deep within his soul, even with his thoughts almost frozen, still flickered stubbornly like a lighthouse in a storm. A layer of cold, metallic soul defense barrier, formed by countless tiny rune-like symbols, spontaneously appeared outside his soul core, struggling to resist Qingyu's soul attack. HMPH. Qingyu snorted, feeling a powerful resistance. He dared not be careless in the slightest, immediately concentrating all his mental power, frantically urging his vast divine power, and fully maintaining and strengthening the suppressive force of the a thought becomes nothingness, illusionary world. The entire invisible domain seemed to solidify a bit, and the degree of rule distortion in the entire area suddenly intensified. Purple Break King felt his thoughts almost cease to function. The cold, metallic soul barrier emitted faint, creaking sounds, its light rapidly dimming. He watched as the enslavement mark, containing an absolute will of obedience, ignored all his defenses, slowly but firmly, inch by inch, imprinted itself towards his soul core. He finally understood. Chapter 107 Three King's Servant. He understood why Blood Lu King had been frozen and motionless before. He understood why Blood Lu King would suddenly obey this human. There was no life-saving supreme treasure bestowed by an elder at all. All these bizarre and terrifying methods originated from this human, who seemingly was only at the Marquis level initial. A cold despair, more terrifying than death, instantly engulfed him. No tilde. Purple Break King let out one last desperate and unwilling roar from the deepest part of his soul, but this roar could not be transmitted out of this illusory time and space, which was under complete control. The next moment, the enslavement mark descended. All resistance, all despair, all thought, came to an abrupt halt. All the divine light in Purple Break King's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by an absolute reverence and obedience, identical to that of Blood Lu King. "Master," Purple Break King respectfully called out, his voice calm and unwavering. "Success." A Peak King's servant. Qingyu was excited, but his movements did not stop in the slightest. He immediately asked eagerly through the soul connection, "Purple Break King, have you comprehended space confinement?" After a brief silence, Purple Break King responded, "Reporting to Master, this subordinate has not comprehended space confinement." Qingyu's heart sank. Trouble. Without space confinement, once Oyster King saw the situation was not good and decided to flee, it would be difficult to keep him with his Peak King strength and teleportation ability. Absolutely cannot let Oyster King escape. Qingyu's eyes were sharp. Once Oyster King escaped, the other party would definitely spread the news that Marquis Formless possesses the God Envoy Inheritance Crystal and an unknown terrifying supreme treasure. By then, he would become the target of the entire outside territory battlefield, the insect race, the monster race, the automaton race, and countless other powerhouses, never to know peace. Although he himself hadn't figured out where that God Envoy Inheritance Crystal was, and he knew that the so-called Supreme Treasure Oyster King speculated about didn't exist at all, others wouldn't believe it. As his thoughts raced, a plan instantly formed in Qingyu's mind. "Purple Break King, obey my command. You pretend to have just broken free from my control, and then capture me. Then approach Oyster King, pretending to want to join forces with him to first kill Blood Lu King." Qingyu quickly issued the order. "Yes, Master." Purple Break King executed it without hesitation. Purple Break King, who had originally appeared similarly stiff and frozen, suddenly had a violent fluctuation in his aura, as if breaking free from some invisible restraint. His cold, metallic glowing arm shot out like lightning, firmly seizing Qingyu, who appeared weak and defenseless due to secret art backlash. At the same time, he shouted towards Oyster King, who was fiercely battling Blood Lu King. "Oyster King, this Marquis Formless's treasure is indeed powerful and strange, but it seems to have great limitations and cannot be used continuously. I have broken free and captured this brat. I'll help you, let's work together to kill this Mad Blood King first." Oyster King, who was struggling to resist Blood King's desperate attacks, was first startled by the shout, then overjoyed. Although Blood King's sudden attack had caught him off guard, a mere high-level champion was not enough to make a Peak King like him panic. He had already suspected that the Supreme Treasure had great limitations. Now, hearing Purple Break King's good news, his doubts immediately dissipated by more than half. He also didn't believe that Purple Break King, a Peak King, would fail against an initial-level Marquis who had used all his methods. Seeing that Purple Break King indeed held the hateful human brat firmly in his hand, Oyster King's heart settled, and excitement and ruthlessness flashed in his compound eyes. "Good. First, kill Blood Lu King. Then, we'll divide the treasure." He relaxed his guard against Purple Break King and even actively moved closer to Purple Break King's direction, preparing to join forces to first deal with the maddened Blood Lu King before him. Blood King continued to execute Qingyu's command to fully entangle, his attacks becoming even more ferocious, as if he hadn't noticed the change behind him at all. The distance rapidly closed. Now, Qingyu, who was restrained by Purple Break King, suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance in his eyes. Innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness. Activated for the third time. The invisible domain instantly expanded again, this time precisely enveloping Oyster King, who was completely unprepared and actively approaching. "What? You?" The joy on Oyster King's face instantly froze, and extreme shock and disbelief erupted from his compound eyes. He felt the familiar yet terrifying sensation of stagnation that had afflicted Blood Lu King before descend upon him again, and the speed of his thoughts and body plummeted instantly. He understood in an instant. Purple Break King had not broken free from control. He had been enslaved. This was a trap. Unfortunately, his realization came too late. At such close range, facing Qingyu's carefully planned surprise attack, he had no time to make any effective response. No. Oyster King let out a desperate roar from the depths of his soul, desperately urging his will and soul defense secret arts to resist. But all of this seemed so futile under the absolute suppression of a thought becomes nothingness. Qingyu endured the waves of weakness and fatigue emanating from the depths of his soul, frantically squeezing out his last bit of strength, maintaining the illusory time and space, and at the same time condensing the third soul enslavement mark, fiercely imprinting it onto Oyster King's soul core. Activating, a thought becomes nothingness. 3 times in a short period and successfully enslaving 1 high-level champion and 2 peak king undying spiritual gods placed an immense burden on Qingyu. His comprehension of laws was still somewhat low. Although his soul had undergone transformation after the purple cloud pool, compared to these peak king old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, he had no advantage, and might even be slightly inferior. His will, needless to say, had not yet reached peak king. His success was entirely due to Azure Ghoul's unique innate secret technique being truly heaven-defying. Finally, just as Qingyu felt he could no longer hold on, the enslavement mark successfully landed. All of Oyster King's resistance and despair instantly subsided. Master, Oyster King's respectful voice sounded in Qingyu's soul. Success. All 3 champion-level servants were now his. Qingyu let out a long breath. Intense fatigue surged over him like a tide, and his spirit was incredibly weak. He immediately lifted, a thought becomes nothingness. In the starry sky, peace returned. Looking at the 3 champion-level servants respectfully standing before him, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Qingyu's pale, weary face. Although his mental consumption was immense, this harvest was enough to compensate for everything. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring powerful reinforcements. Blood Lu King, Purple Break King, and Oyster King respectfully said in unison, their tones incomparably sincere. This scene was somewhat hellish, but after being soul enslaved, the core of all their thoughts was Qingyu's interests as the highest principle, so they naturally didn't find anything amiss with this scene. Qingyu nodded slightly and immediately ordered, "This place is not suitable for long stays. Oyster King, you take me and Blood Lu King to teleport. Purple Break King, you follow closely behind. We must leave here immediately." The battle here just now caused quite a commotion, and it was very likely that it had attracted the attention of some beings. It was best to leave as soon as possible. "Yes, Master." Oyster King immediately stepped forward, and a gentle spatial force enveloped Qingyu and Blood Lu King. The 3 instantly vanished from the scene, and Purple Break King also immediately tore through space, following closely behind. At the same time, in a certain special plane of the virtual universe, within an ancient and magnificent hall. The hall was vast, with 108 thrones of various styles, yet all exuding an endless ancient aura. At this moment, a figure sat on each throne. There were humans, as well as various forms of alien races, but without exception, all exuded a vast, heart-pounding aura. The one who convened the meeting was a tall human sitting on a front-row throne. He was enveloped in purple armor flowing with starlight, and on his head, he wore a strange cross-star helmet. He spoke in a low voice, which echoed through the hall. "I have convened you all today because we have received confirmed information from the outside territory battlefield army system. Qingyu, a primitive mystical region member of the Virtual Universe Corporation, successfully killed 1 high-level champion and 2 peak king undying spiritual gods in the outer ring of the Forbidden Stream region." As his voice fell, a subtle commotion arose in the hall. Many powerful beings on the thrones showed puzzled expressions. "Qingyu, who is this? I haven't heard when the human race produced such a newly promoted champion powerhouse. The name is a bit unfamiliar." Given their status and lifespan, what they paid attention to was at least matters at the peak king or even venerable level. A newly rising champion, unless his battle achievements were particularly astonishing, would be difficult to immediately enter their sight. Soon, members used their authority to inquire about information, and the results surprised them even more. The data shows, he became a world lord. Less than 2,000 years ago. What? A world lord. What a joke. Can a world lord kill a champion? And a peak king won. He is Sky Eclipse Palace Master's disciple. One being found this connection. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's disciple. Many powerhouses showed expressions of sudden understanding, yet also found it reasonable. No wonder, if Sky Eclipse Palace Master dotes on his disciple and bestows some heaven-defying treasures, or arranged for secret powerful escorts to gain military merits under the disciple's name, it's not impossible. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's protectiveness towards his disciples was well known among the Great Alliance's high-ranking members. The tall being in purple armor, the throne presiding over the meeting, named Yejung, said in a low voice. Regardless of what methods he used, the army system's judgment will not be wrong. He indeed independently completed the killing of 3 champions. According to our Great Alliance rules, anyone with champion-level combat power is qualified to be absorbed. I have convened you all today to deliberate whether to absorb Qingyu into the Great Alliance. Yejung, an alien powerhouse with insect compound eyes and arthropod arms, spoke. We understand the rules, but this matter involves the fall of 3 alien champions, 2 of whom are peak king. Should we retrieve the combat video for careful verification to avoid misjudgment or other situations? His meaning was clear, he suspected whether someone else had done the work. Another figure enveloped in flames also echoed. Indeed, let's watch the combat video, and everything will be clear. The Great Alliance must absorb true powerhouses, not lucky individuals who rely on external forces. Venerable Yejung was silent for a moment, his gaze under the cross-star helmet sweeping over everyone, and he slowly said. Regarding Qingyu's combat video, insufficient authority, unable to retrieve. His teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, personally set up the permission lock. Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Upon hearing this name, the hall immediately quieted down significantly. Everyone present was aware of that being's formidable reputation and authority. His personal setting of permissions meant that he did not want the outside world to delve too much into the details of his disciples' battle. Just as some members felt there might truly be something fishy about the matter and intended to insist on more evidence, Venerable Yejung spoke again, his voice still low, but he dropped an even more startling piece of information. Although the combat video cannot be viewed, the virtual universe system has given its final judgment based on the residual information from the battlefield. Qingyu did not one-shot those 3 champions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the many beings on the thrones varied. Some revealed an, as expected, expression, seemingly convinced that the guards arranged by Sky Eclipse Palace Master had made a move, others became even more confused. Venerable Yejung did not keep them in suspense, continuing, his tone carrying a hint of anomaly that even he himself could not completely conceal. The virtual universe system determined that he controlled those 3 champions through soul enslavement. What? Soul enslavement? Impossible. Venerable Yejung's words were like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar. The many powerful beings who had maintained their composure earlier now almost all lost their decorum. Killing a champion, while extremely difficult, was not entirely incomprehensible with certain heaven-defying treasures or special opportunities, but soul enslavement. And he enslaved 1 high-level champion and 2 peak king champions. This was more than 10 or even 100 times more difficult than directly killing them. Soul enslavement requires a deep understanding of the essence of the soul, demanding that the caster's soul strength, will, and comprehension of laws completely overwhelm the opponent, without the slightest error. This was almost an impossible task. Especially in the outside territory battlefield, which champion powerhouses didn't have strong will and soul defense methods. Yejung, are you sure the virtual universe system didn't make a mistake? This matter is no small thing. Venerable Yejung did not speak, merely turning his cross-star helmet slightly to look at the old man, his silent attitude already explaining everything. The judgment of the virtual universe system could not be wrong. The entire hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. The 100-plus powerful champions from different races looked at each other, the initial doubt and inquiry in their eyes long gone, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. And a hint of profound understanding. No wonder Sky Eclipse Palace Master wanted to seal off the combat video. This was no longer a simple cross-rank battle, this was a monstrous display that subverted cognition. A world lord who had broken through less than 2,000 years ago, soul-enslaving 3 champions. And 2 of them were at the peak. What kind of terrifying soul talent was this? What kind of frightening potential? All the members who had raised objections earlier now closed their mouths. Watching the video, there was no need for it anymore, this conclusion itself was more impactful and convincing than any video. After several seconds of silence, Venerable Yejung spoke again, his voice echoing in the quiet hall. Are there any objections to absorbing Qingyu into the Great Alliance? No objection. I second that. Agreed. Such talent should be absorbed. Since it has all passed, I will immediately arrange for an envoy team to invite Qingyu to officially join our Great Alliance. Venerable Yejung nodded slightly. As his voice fell, his figure first blurred and disappeared from the throne. Immediately after, the powerful beings on the other thrones also vanished one by one. In the outer ring area, deep within a floating giant continental fragment, inside a secret cave that had been temporarily opened, Qingyu sat cross-legged, while his 3 champion servants respectfully guarded outside the cave. He took a deep breath and began to organize the massive amount of spoils from this great battle and those accumulated previously. A pile of world rings floated before him, these were the gains he had acquired since coming to the outside territory battlefield. He first picked up the world ring belonging to Golden Ring Marquis. He had casually put it away earlier, without examining it carefully. At this moment, he remembered Blood King's words and couldn't help but ask. Blood Lu King, where did you learn that I possess a God Envoy inheritance crystal? Blood King, guarding the cave entrance, immediately responded respectfully through their soul connection. Reporting to Master, it was an incomplete message sent to me by Golden Ring Marquis through the Monster Race Communication Network before his death. He only had time to say, God Envoy Inheritance Crystal, and your name, as well as a rough coordinate, before he completely perished. This subordinate also spent more than 10 years, investigating from various sources, before finally finding Snack and tracking down Master. Qingyu suddenly understood, the root cause was still with Golden Ring Marquis. He asked no further questions, his divine sense invading Golden Ring Marquis's world ring to search carefully. The inner space of the ring was vast, piled with countless treasures, materials, and energy crystals, a dazzling array that showed the rich accumulation of a champion-level powerhouse. After searching for a moment, his divine sense locked onto a crystalline polyhedral spherical crystal that was casually placed in a corner and seemed inconspicuous. This crystal was transparent throughout, with a flow of colorful light inside, giving it an extraordinary feeling. Is this it? Qingyu's mind stirred, and he took out the crystal. The crystal felt warm and smooth in his hand, neither metal nor jade, and he didn't know what material it was made of. He tried to carefully inject a trace of world power into it. Buzz. The moment the world power touched the crystal, a sudden change occurred. That crystalline polyhedral spherical crystal suddenly erupted with incredibly dazzling light. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, countless kinds of brilliant colorful light radiated wildly from its center, like a supernova explosion, spreading in all directions of the cave. In an instant, the entire cave, and even the entire area outside the cave, was enveloped by this endless, beautiful, yet inexplicably law-fluctuating colorful light, as if transforming into a colorful world. At the same time, countless dense, extremely complex and ancient mysterious characters began to appear on the crystal's countless smooth facets. The strokes of these characters were twisted, as if they themselves were composed of law-secret patterns, profound beyond measure. Although Qingyu did not recognize a single character, the moment his gaze met these characters, an idea contained within them naturally flowed into his mind, making him instantly understand their meaning. This inheritance crystal is the Dream Demon Inheritance Crystal. Any World Lord rank life with a soul can receive the complete inheritance of the Dream Demon God Envoy. After receiving the inheritance, one can begin to cultivate the Dream Demon God Envoy secret art. Cultivating the Dream God Envoy secret art. To perfect mastery means becoming a God Envoy candidate. A God Envoy candidate can attempt to merge this Dream Demon Inheritance Crystal into his body. If the fusion is successful, he can become the new Dream Demon God Envoy and wield the authority of the Dream Demon. However, only one Dream Demon God Envoy can exist in the entire universe. A new God Envoy can only be born unless the current God Envoy perishes. It has been almost 10,081 epochs since the last inheritance of the crystal, and the remaining time until the next inheritance opens is approximately 2,000 years. Qingyu held this Dream Demon Inheritance Crystal, his eyes flashing with joyful light. God Envoy Inheritance, Dream Demon God Envoy. He murmured, I didn't expect Golden Ring Marquis to have such an opportunity. Unfortunately, it ultimately benefited me. The information from the inheritance crystal was completely consistent with what Blood Lu King had obtained from Golden Ring Marquis, and what made him even more excited was that only 2,000 years remained until the next opening. 2,000 years was not long. The Dream Demon God Envoy secret art, being the core of a God Envoy inheritance, is at least equivalent to a peak-level secret art. It's a decent opportunity. Qingyu instantly decided that after 2,000 years, he would accept this inheritance himself. Just as his heart surged, suddenly, a prompt sounded in his mind. It was a visit notification from the virtual universe. The Great Alliance's special envoy. Have they finally arrived? Qingyu roughly guessed the purpose. His consciousness instantly connected to the virtual universe, descending upon primitive mystical region Manor No. 114. At the manor entrance, 9 figures exuding the aura of undying spiritual gods were quietly waiting. The leader was a human female powerhouse wearing an elegant star robe and possessing a graceful temperament. The 8 figures behind her were human and various alien races, but without exception, their auras were extremely powerful and restrained, at least at the champion level. Seeing Qingyu appear, the leading human female powerhouse immediately showed a kind and respectful smile, bowing slightly. Your Highness Qingyu, hello. We are the Great Alliance's special envoy team, specially sent by the Great Alliance to formally invite Your Highness to join our Great Alliance. The 8 powerhouses behind her also respectfully saluted at the same time, their posture extremely humble. Their gazes towards Qingyu were filled with awe and curiosity, not showing the slightest neglect due to Qingyu's apparent world lord status. Evidently, they had already received certain information before coming, well aware of this young man's terrifying power and potential. Qingyu's expression was calm, and he smiled slightly. Special envoys, you have traveled a long way, please come in. After leading the 9 special envoys into the manor's living room to be seated, the human female special envoy spoke again, her tone solemn and enthusiastic. Your Highness Qingyu, the Great Alliance is a powerful alliance led by the human race, uniting many other friendly races in the universe. She paused, then continued. The alliance is extremely inclusive and will never force any powerhouse to join, but once one voluntarily joins, one must abide by the alliance's regulations and not betray the alliance. May I ask if Your Highness is willing to join the Great Alliance? Qingyu nodded decisively with almost no hesitation. I am willing to join. Welcome, Your Highness, to join. The leading female special envoy smiled. Ding! A dazzling star suddenly condensed in midair. Then it gradually shrank into a stream of light, flying directly onto Qingyu's armguard, revealing a small star. Immediately after, an ethereal figure suddenly appeared. Under its invisible pressure, everyone seemed like ants. The human light projection slightly lowered its head, looking down at Qingyu. Qingyu. The light projection's voice resonated, piercing his soul. Welcome to the Great Alliance. From now on, you are an official member within the Great Alliance. The universe harbors crises, and races need to survive. This requires racial powerhouses to fight for the Great Alliance, to fight for humanity. This is the mission of every human powerhouse, and it is your mission. The light projection finally smiled slightly. I hope you grow quickly. Chapter 108, 9 Servants. Congratulations, His Highness Qingyu, on joining the Great Alliance. The leading female envoy said with a smile. Every new member is a 1-star member. The highest is 7 stars, just like His Highness's teacher, Palace Master Tian Shi, who is a distinguished 7-star member. Qingyu nodded, looking down at the faint star imprint that had appeared on his armguard, feeling a trace of a peculiar connection within it. The Great Alliance's information system is quite vast and complex, making it difficult to fully explain in a short time. Now that His Highness has joined, he can access the Great Alliance space at any time via the imprint to check it himself, or he can directly teleport into Great Alliance City to understand it firsthand, another alien envoy added. Qingyu nodded in thanks, then warmly invited the 9 envoys to stay and share a banquet. The 9 envoys exchanged smiles and readily agreed. They were all very willing to befriend this new member with unlimited potential, an existence capable of soul-enslaving a peak king while still a world lord, destined to be someone they would look up to in the future. To dine with such a prodigy was an honor in itself, perhaps the only time in their lives they would sit at the same table. The atmosphere at the banquet was harmonious, and both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. Afterward, having seen off the 9 envoys, Qingyu did not immediately teleport to Great Alliance City out of curiosity to explore. As a transmigrator, his curiosity about Great Alliance City was not strong. Currently, improving his strength was the top priority. He returned to reality and continued to tally his spoils. Although the wealth of the 3 champion servants was immense, apart from the small, ultra-high-performance detector carried by King's spaceship and the forbidden token, other treasures held limited appeal for the current Qingyu. That small detector was extremely precise, within a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Its detection and stealth capabilities far surpassed Qingyu's original detector. Qingyu did not hesitate, ordering King to dismantle it and install it on his F9 class spaceship, greatly increasing its safety. As for their spaceships, whether it was Blood Lu King's biological spaceship or the mounts of King and Purple Break King, although all were valuable, they were still a notch below Qingyu's F9 class spaceship. He had spent 10 million points when he bought this spaceship, and later spent almost another 10 million points on modifications by the Virtual Universe Corporation. Its performance already surpassed 99% of Champion Undying. Qingyu put all their spaceships into his world ring, planning to sell them for points in the Great Alliance later. Finally, his gaze fell upon the dark, black forbidden token. At this moment, King respectfully spoke. Master, if you intend to enter the Forbidden Shrine, it would be best to acquire another token. That way, Purple Break King and I can enter together to guard Master. As he spoke, he glanced sharply at Blood Lu King beside him, his meaning clear. Blood King's strength was slightly inferior, and he was excluded. Blood Lu King immediately felt a bit indignant, grumbling. King, what do you mean? Although I am not as good as you, I can still protect Master with my life. King chuckled. A high champion in a place like the Forbidden Shrine can barely protect himself, let alone guard Master. Don't make Master have to distract himself to save you. You. Blood Lu King's aura surged, but then he remembered not to be rude in front of his master and forcibly suppressed his anger, merely glaring at King unwillingly. Enough, Qingyu said lightly, stopping their pointless quarrel. He asked somewhat puzzledly, why do I need an extra token? Can't I put you into my world ring and take you in? King quickly and respectfully explained. Master, you may not know, but the internal spatial rules of the Forbidden Shrine are extremely special. Not only is teleportation impossible, but most world rings will be suppressed by the rules and cannot be opened. If we are put into a world ring and taken in, we won't be able to be released then. Qingyu frowned, then asked. What if we enter the inner world? Can the inner world be opened inside? King was stunned by the question, pondered for a moment, and said. This subordinate does not know. In the past, those who entered the Forbidden Shrine were at least high champions. There has never been a precedent of a world lord entering. However, the inner world is different from a world ring refined from external objects. Theoretically, it should not be affected by external spatial blockade. This subordinate has never heard of a situation where an inner world could not be opened. Qingyu nodded. Since the inner world was likely feasible, and these 3 servants were absolutely loyal, there was no need to worry too much about the number of tokens. Since that's the case, if there's an opportunity later, I'll acquire 1 or 2 more tokens. If there really aren't any, then you will enter my inner world and go in with me, Qingyu decided. Yes, master. The three servants responded simultaneously. But the next moment, all three of them almost simultaneously looked up abruptly, their faces showing expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. Inner world. World Lord. Master, you are actually a world lord. King's voice stammered due to extreme shock, his compound eyes wide. Purple Break King's cold metallic face was also filled with horror. Blood Lu King's huge serpent mouth opened wide enough to swallow a small asteroid. They had always been misled by the marquee, aura and terrifying strength Qingyu had disguised, never daring to think in the direction of World Lord. A World Lord, soul enslaving a peak king. This completely subverted their understanding. Qingyu looked at the three shocked figures and smiled. Faintly. That's right, I am indeed a World Lord. Upon confirmation, the shock in the hearts of the three champion servants swept through them like a cosmic storm. They looked at each other, seeing horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. After a long while, King was the first to recover, his tone filled with immense reverence and admiration. A World Lord, enslaving a peak king, master's ability is simply unprecedented. He instinctively wanted to compare him to known super geniuses to highlight his master's power. This subordinate had previously heard that the human race produced a peerless genius named Qingyu. Now it seems that even that genius, compared to master, is merely a firefly to the bright moon, far inferior. Purple Break King also nodded deeply in agreement. Exactly. Although that human Qingyu is rumored to be divine, how can he be compared with master? Blood Lu King also affirmed in a booming voice. That's right. Master, you are the true cosmic prodigy. That human Qingyu isn't even fit to carry master's shoes. Listening to the three servants use extremely worshipful tones, using others to belittle himself, to highlight his power, Qingyu's expression became very strange. He couldn't help but interrupt them and asked in return. Wait, how do you know about the human genius, Qingyu? The three servants were stunned, and King quickly and respectfully replied. Reporting to Master, the high-level insect race previously issued a massive bounty warrant targeting this human genius, Qingyu. Most champion-level members of our affiliated races have received relevant information. The insect race promised that anyone who could provide accurate whereabouts of Qingyu would receive a reward of 50 million nest crystals, equivalent to 50 million mixed yuan units for humans. Blood Lu King also added. The monster race also issued a bounty on Qingyu, and the reward is also extremely astonishing. It is said that the automaton race also has similar actions. Now, many powerhouses from the three hostile factions in the outside territory battlefield are probably secretly paying attention to the whereabouts of this Qingyu. Qingyu frowned slightly upon hearing this, then relaxed. Sure enough, the insect race, monster race, and automaton race all put a lot of money into bounties on him. It seemed he had indeed aroused great apprehension from the alien races. Once his identity as Qingyu was exposed, it would likely immediately attract a frantic pursuit from countless powerhouses of the three major factions. Thinking too much is useless, Qingyu shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. Anyway, I am currently disguised, so as long as I don't expose myself, I am safe. Qingyu looked at the three servants' confident expressions that human Qingyu is far inferior to master. A playful smile tugged at his lips, and he lightly coughed, saying, Ahem, that human genius Qingyu you mentioned, who isn't even fit to carry my shoes, is actually me. The cave instantly fell into a dead silence. The expressions on the faces of Blood Lu King, and Purple Break King, three champion-level powerhouses, instantly froze. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and finally, all transformed into an extreme embarrassment. They had just used every word to belittle Qingyu, to highlight their master's greatness, but their flattery had completely backfired, as their master was the very object of their disparagement. King's compound eyes seemed to have lost focus, his arthropod legs nervously rubbing together. On Purple Break King's cold metallic face, a strange, almost blushing, glow even appeared. Blood Lu King's huge serpent head subconsciously recoiled, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Master, King stammered incoherently, wishing time could rewind. Qingyu waved his hand, interrupting their embarrassment. It's fine, I'm disguised, so it's normal for you not to know. He changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. Now to business. Since the three major factions are all pursuing me, my true identity must be strictly kept secret, and you must never reveal my identity. I am human Marquis Formless. He looked at Blood King and asked. Blood King, I remember the monster race's communication system is extremely backward, even battle merit statistics require taking photos or even carrying enemy body parts back for confirmation. Now that you are enslaved by me, the monster race should not be able to detect it internally for a short time, right? Blood Lu King quickly and respectfully replied. Reporting to Master, that is indeed the case. Our monster race's communication network is far less developed than the human virtual universe. When members act outside, a verification mechanism is only initiated if they actively report or are out of contact for a long time. This subordinate has just been enslaved by Master, so the monster race internally should not have detected it yet. However, if a long time passes, such as more than 5,000 years without active contact or battle achievements reported, the internal system might flag an anomaly, and special means will then be used for investigation. Qingyu nodded. 5,000 years. That's enough. This is much better than the insect race and automaton race. He looked at King and Purple Break King. Your insect race and automaton race factions have much more sophisticated communication methods. The news of your enslavement by me has probably already been exposed. King and Purple Break King's expressions became solemn, and they bowed their heads, saying, This subordinate is incompetent and has caused trouble for Master. No matter, exposure is bound to happen sooner or later, Qingyu said, not surprised. Since that's the case, we must make good use of this time difference. A glint flashed in his eyes, and a bold plan took shape in his mind. Blood Lu King, you will still pretend to be a free monster race. Champion, Qingyu mused. We can use this point, Blood Lu King, in your name, to contact the Peak King champions of the monster race faction within the Forbidden Stream region. Under the pretext that you, unexpectedly obtained a forbidden token, but feel your strength is insufficient and wish to find a powerful ally to explore together, invite them to a secret transaction or discussion of cooperation. The three servants immediately understood their master's intention. This was a fishing expedition. Using the forbidden token as bait to lure other monster race Peak King champions, and then their master would act to enslave them. Master is wise. Blood Lu King immediately agreed, but then a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. But Master, although I can attract other Peak King champions, if they see that the situation is unfavorable and are determined to escape. Although Purple Break King can teleport, none of us three have comprehended a space lock, so it might be very difficult to keep them. This was the most crucial part of Qingyu's plan. Without space lock, it would be extremely difficult to keep a Peak King champion who could teleport. Once they failed, they would alert the enemy, and it would be as hard as ascending to the heavens to try the same trick again later. Qingyu frowned slightly. This was indeed a problem. It is indeed tricky. Qingyu tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, and after a moment of thought, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. But opportunities are rare and must not be missed. Even without absolute certainty, we must try. Blood Lu King, you first try to make contact. When choosing targets, prioritize those who cannot teleport, and ideally, those who have comprehended space lock. Focus on Peak King champions whose life-saving abilities are not top tier. As for whether we can successfully keep them, we'll act according to the situation. Oh, and exclude those who follow the soul path for now. Qingyu was not confident he could enslave a Peak King champion who followed the soul path at the moment. Yes, Master. Blood Lu King respectfully obeyed. Blood King, Purple Break King, you two will act according to the situation when the time comes. Qingyu continued to instruct. Yes, Master. Blood King and Purple Break King immediately accepted the order. It must be said that this fishing plan was indeed brilliant. Over the next 2 years, Blood Lu King, relying on his unexposed freedom, and the perfect excuse of unexpectedly obtaining a forbidden token but feeling his strength was insufficient and seeking allies, continuously lured Peak King champions from the monster race faction to the trap locations meticulously set by Qingyu. In every operation, Qingyu was extremely cautious. He had Blood Lu King do his homework in advance, carefully screening targets, prioritizing peak king champions who were reclusive, had few friends, and preferred to act alone, and trying to avoid powerhouses who had comprehended teleportation or clearly followed the soul path. Although he lacked the ability to use space lock, making it extremely difficult to keep a peak king champion determined to flee, Qingyu relied on the mysterious power of his innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness, as well as the support from Blood King and Purple Break King, allowing Qingyu to succeed every time. Over 2 years, Qingyu's team of soul servants expanded at an astonishing rate. He had successfully enslaved 9 peak king champions one after another. Among them, only one was a monster race member, the other 8 came from various subordinate races of the monster race, with diverse forms and vastly different abilities. The titles of these 9 new peak king servants were King Tian Ying, King Pan Shi, King Mei Ying, King Lai Kong, King Fudu, King Zhu Lu, King Bing Hai, King Rong Huo, and King Gui Tang. By this point, including the previous Blood King, Blood Lu King, and Purple Break King, Qingyu now commanded a total of 12 champion-level servants. Among them, 11 were Peak King, and only Blood Lu King was a high-level champion. Such a terrifying force, if word got out, would be enough to shake the entire 7th battlefield, and sweeping through the Forbidden Stream region would be effortless. Qingyu felt the close connection with his 12 powerful servants in his soul, and a surge of ambition rose within him, but he also deeply understood the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. That's enough. The Peak King champions of the monster race faction in the Forbidden Stream region have almost all been caught in my net. Qingyu looked at the 12 powerful servants of various forms before him, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable authority. The remaining ones are just elementary and high-level champions, of little significance. The Forbidden Shrine is about to open, it's time for us to depart. The spaceship silently exited the temporary hidden cave, adjusted its direction, and flew unhurriedly towards the coordinates for the shrine's opening indicated by the Forbidden Token. Qingyu planned to use this journey to further familiarize himself with the abilities of his new servants and to further integrate them. Not far from Qingyu's current location, a major battle was erupting. 3 figures from the human race faction were caught in an unprecedented struggle, their opponents being 3 Peak King champions from the insect race faction. Among their opponents, a champion resembling a giant shadow spider continuously spat out countless almost transparent law silk. These silk were not physical restraints. Yet they densely filled the space within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius, greatly hindering and interfering with the trapped individual's movement and evasion, making their every action incredibly difficult, as if they were stuck in quicksand. Even more terrifying, next to another insect race faction champion, an enormous plant life was wildly flailing. It was named Sawtooth Tail, and countless sharp, serrated vines moved like living death nooses, filling the entire area within a radius of over 100,000 kilometers with its branches and leaves. It coiled, whipped, and cut from all directions, and the aura it emitted had clearly reached high-level champion. Its attacks were negligible for a Peak King champion, but they formed a desperate complement to the Law Silk domain, further compressing the survival space of the 3 Peak King champions. The 3 champions from the insect race faction seized the opportunity to unleash deadly long-range attacks, precisely targeting the openings revealed by the human race champions as they dodged the silk and sawtooth vines. Damn it! This Dreamweaver King's Law Silk are too troublesome. My battle saber's speed is at least 1/3 slower. King Xingshaw's fiery wings furiously flapped, unleashing streaks of blazing saber light that cut through the incoming silk, but new silk immediately replenished them. He couldn't help but roar in frustration. Shut up. Concentrate. Watch out for that damned plant life. King Kangming's voice was cold. His battle saber carved out arcs of icy arc light, precisely parrying the deadly strikes of the Sawtooth Tail's vines, but his expression was also extremely grave. This Sawtooth Tail, of King Lai Man has reached high-level champion, it's too troublesome. King Yanju was much more silent. His massive shield was like the strongest fortress, blocking most of the frontal impacts. Fine sparks continuously erupted from his dark golden divine body, marks left by the Sawtooth Tail's cuts and the silk's entanglement. Although their divine bodies were not annihilated, there was no doubt that they were currently at a disadvantage, in a passive, defensive position. Kang Ming, Void King's space lock is very stable, we can't break out. We must find a way. Otherwise, if their reinforcements arrive, we'll be in real trouble. Among their opponents, the Dreamweaver King, resembling a giant shadow spider, continuously spat out annoying law silk, weaving a net of heaven and earth. Another insect race faction champion, Qinglin Clan, controlled the enormous, high-level champion plant life named Sawtooth Tail, launching deadly physical attacks. The third, Void King, steadily maintained the space lock and occasionally delivered insidious long-range attacks. The three cooperated flawlessly, completely suppressing King Kangming and his companions. Just then, Qingyu's spaceship approached within a billion-kilometer range. In the battlefield, King Kangming, King Xingsha, and King Yanju, who were struggling to hold on, almost simultaneously received a notification from the virtual universe system. Human race powerhouse detected entering a billion-kilometer range. King Xingsha was the first to react, and his tired eyes suddenly burst with ecstasy. The virtual universe has notified us. Within a billion kilometers, there's someone from our faction. King Kangming also perked up, but immediately calmed down. The other party's detector seems more advanced than ours, we can't pinpoint his exact location and identity. I wonder which champion it is. King Yanju blocked a fierce wave of vine strikes. He urgently said, no matter who it is. Quick, send a distress message through the virtual universe system. If we drag this on, the variables will be too great. King Kangming immediately split a trace of consciousness to connect to the virtual universe and sent a distress message to Qingyu. The email content was concise but urgent. Unknown friend from the same faction. We are King Kangming, King Xingsha, and King Yanju, currently under siege by three Peak King champions from the insect race faction, Dreamweaver King, Qinglin Clan, and Void King. The opponent has a high-level champion plant life Sawtooth Tail, assisting, and space has been locked. We earnestly request your swift assistance, or to relay our plea for help to other human race champions. We will be deeply grateful afterward. Drip. Distress signal received. REM immediately reported. Master, at 980 million kilometers ahead, intense divine power collisions have been detected. It is judged that at least 6 Peak King powerhouses are currently engaged in battle. 3 of them are the 3 human race faction champions who came to find Master more than 2 years ago. Qingyu's gaze sharpened, and the gigantic virtual exterior view in front of the main control room instantly magnified, clearly presenting the fierce battle in the distant starry sky. Purple Break King's cold metallic voice sounded in Qingyu's ear. Master, their situation is dire. Dreamweaver King's Law Silk domain greatly restricts the linkage and mobility of the 3 of them. In a situation where they cannot escape, they will likely be slowly ground down to death. Blood King said in a booming voice. Dreamweaver King and the other 2 cooperate well, it seems they are confident in defeating King Kangming and his companions. Master, should we save them? Chapter 109, Unseen Champion. Qingyu sat on his throne, his gaze calmly sweeping over the intense battle in the external virtual scene. After a slight deliberation, he made a decision: save them. Of course, we'll save them. It's against reason to abandon fellow faction members in their time of need, but I won't show myself. He looked at King Yanju and Purple Break King. Since they are from the insect race faction, you 2 will go and help them out of their predicament. Yes, Master. King Yanju and Purple Break King respectfully acknowledged the order, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. Their master intended to use them to intimidate the minor characters, and at the same time, he did not want to expose his methods of enslaving Peak King too early in front of Azure Sea King and the others. Qingyu's spaceship continued to approach without intentionally hiding its tracks. He did not plan to enslave these 3 Peak King from the insect race faction because he did not want to expose his innate secret technique in front of Azure Sea King and the others. Once the spaceship entered a certain range, both sides in the battlefield perceived each other through their respective senses. Moreover, their forbidden tokens also reacted. 2 more. And from the human race faction. Dreamweaver King's head, covered in compound eyes, turned towards Qingyu's spaceship. After sensing for a moment, instead of panicking, he let out a sharp, piercing, strange laugh. Ha ha ha, Azure Sea King, your reinforcements have arrived. What a pity, it's just 2 more tokens being delivered. King Lehman frantically attacked with his sawtooth tail, laughing wildly at the same time. What delicious meat delivered right to our doorstep. I originally only wanted to seize your 3 tokens, but I didn't expect to gain 2 more. Today is truly a day for us brothers to get rich. Ji Yukong Wang maintained the spatial blockade, adding in a cold tone. The ones who came are just 2 guys who don't know their place. Our 3 brothers are working together, and we've already set up an inescapable net. We'll catch them all in one swoop. Their attitude was extremely arrogant, not putting the newly arrived reinforcements in their eyes at all. The temptation of the forbidden tokens had clouded their minds, and they only wanted to pocket all 4 forbidden tokens. However, Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju's moods were currently a mix of ice and fire. 2 more friends from the same faction. King Xingsha's spirits lifted, and he swung his saber, cutting through several coiling threads. Azure Sea King was not so optimistic. He said urgently, "Don't get distracted. Only 2 have arrived. Even if they are also Peak King, Dreamweaver King and his companions are well rested, and with this annoying domain and plant life, we might not gain any advantage. We just hope they can create enough pressure on the periphery, interfere with this damned plant life and law threads, and give us a chance to break through." Their greatest hope was that the new reinforcements could help them share the pressure and create chaos, giving them a chance to escape with their lives. They didn't even dare to dream of counter-killing the enemy. Just then, Qingyu's spaceship hatch silently opened. Under the vastly different expectations and gazes of both sides, 2 figures slowly flew out of the spaceship. One of them was covered in magnificent yet cold purple carapace, with complex compound eyes and sharp, segmented limbs, exuding the powerful, unique prestige of an insect race royal. The other was a life form entirely constructed of metal, its streamlined body gleaming with a cold, eerie light, devoid of any life aura, yet possessing a heart-palpitating sharpness. It was King Yanju and Purple Break King. The moment they appeared, time seemed to freeze. Dreamweaver King's arrogant, strange laugh suddenly caught in his throat, his sharp voice abruptly cut off, as if an invisible large hand had firmly choked him. King Lehman's wildly dancing sawtooth tail vine suddenly stiffened, as if losing all power, and drooped slightly. Ji Yukong Wang, who had been calmly maintaining the spatial blockade, felt his hand seals tremble violently, and the spatial law fluctuations around him experienced a momentary disorder. King Yanju. Purple Break King. Dreamweaver King's terrified, ghostly shriek also clearly reached the ears of Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju. However, to them, this shriek carried a completely different meaning. What? How could it be King Yanju and Purple Break King? King Xingsha's face instantly turned ashen, the flame of hope that had just ignited in his eyes completely extinguished, replaced by an even deeper despair. Aren't they from our human race faction? How are they reinforcements for the insect race faction? And 2 Peak King at that? It's over. It's completely over now. King Yanju's massive rocky body seemed to sway, his dull voice carrying a subtle tremor. No wonder Dreamweaver King and the others were so fearless about us. He couldn't even bring himself to say the words, "doomed to fail," for a moment. Even the usually calm Azure Sea King now had all color drained from his face, his heart sinking into a bottomless abyss. He gripped the battle saber in his hand tightly, a hint of desperation and bleakness flashing in his eyes. "My life is forfeit." Azure Sea King's voice was low, filled with immense solemnity, as he quickly transmitted a message to his 2 companions. "Prepare yourselves. Both of you, if there's truly no chance to escape, detonate yourselves immediately. That Dreamweaver King specializes in the soul path. Once half of our divine bodies are annihilated, our strength will greatly diminish, and he is highly likely to attempt soul enslavement. That would be a true eternal damnation. Self-destruct." King Xingsha and King Yanju's faces grew even uglier upon hearing this. Azure Sea King was a champion of the human race's main lineage, backed by countless giants and super strong individuals, with a great existence like a universe lord within his race. Even if his divine body was annihilated by self-destruction, there was a high possibility of him being resurrected by reversing time and space in the future. But King Xingsha and King Yanju were only members of the human race's affiliated ethnic groups. Their groups did not have a universe lord. Once they self-destructed, whether they could be resurrected was completely unknown. It was highly likely to be a true demise. However, thinking of being soul-enslaved, losing their self, and becoming eternal puppets of the enemy, a crazy, resolute look also erupted in their eyes. Rather than that, it would be better to fight to the death. As Peak King, there was still a slim chance of resurrection. Perhaps the human race would need them as fighters, or perhaps the venerables within their race might break through to Universe Lord in the future. Although the hope was slim, it was indeed possible, at least better than being enslaved. Just as Azure Sea King and his two companions fell into complete despair, even secretly gathering divine power to prepare for their final self-destruction, the situation on the field suddenly changed again. Dreamweaver King, King Liman, and Ji Yukong Wang, who had just been arrogant and overbearing. After screaming King Yanju and Purple Break King's names in extreme terror, as if they had seen the most terrifying existence in the universe, all their fighting spirit and greed instantly evaporated completely. Run! Run now! Ji Yukong Wang was the first to react, almost screaming, his hands frantically changing seals, not to strengthen the blockade, but to instantly lift the spatial blockade on this area. Go! An existence capable of simultaneously enslaving two Peak King, King Yanju and Purple Break King, must mean their master is also here. Dream! Weaver King let out a sharp, distorted shriek, his massive spider body suddenly contracting. He didn't dare to even glance at King Yanju and Purple Break King again, let alone the silently hovering spaceship. With a surge of spatial fluctuations around him, he prepared to teleport away. King Liman was even more decisive. He didn't even bother to fully retrieve his precious king-level high-grade plant life, Sawtooth Tail, only managing to pull back the main body. He also erupted with his strongest spatial fluctuations, his face pale, his eyes filled with boundless fear, only wanting to immediately, instantly, and utterly flee this place. Away from those two, King Yanju and Purple Break King. Away from the terrifying monster that might be in that spaceship, capable of enslaving Peak King. Their fleeing movements were so uniform, so panicked, even carrying a sense of frantic disarray, forming an utterly absurd contrast with their previous arrogance and swagger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three strong spatial fluctuations erupted almost simultaneously. The figures of Dreamweaver King, King Liman, and Ji Yukong Wang instantly blurred, and in the next moment, they completely vanished from this starfield. This sudden, lightning-fast change left Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju, who had already gathered their divine power and were preparing for a noble self-detonation, completely stunned. The resolute and desperate expressions on their faces instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. They widened their eyes, looking at the location where the three insect race Peak King had disappeared, then at the twisted, numerous remnants of sawtooth tail branches and leaves that had not been fully retracted in the void. And at King Yanju and Purple Break King, who had just appeared and seemed to have done nothing, as well as the still silent spaceship. Their brains seemed to have crashed at this moment. What on earth is going on? How did the powerful enemies who had just threatened to capture them all and seize all their tokens suddenly become like cats with their tails stepped on, scared out of their wits, and running faster than anyone else? The huge contrast of being snatched from the jaws of death left Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju still somewhat dazed, as if their earlier resolve to self-destruct was just a dream. They looked at King Yanju and Purple Break King standing silently in the starry sky, and then at the dark, silent spaceship. Their hearts were still pounding violently, but the reason had changed from despair to extreme shock and confusion. Just then, King Yanju's cold compound eyes turned towards them, and his emotionless voice was transmitted into their minds through divine power. Our master commands us to come and rescue you. These simple, direct, and even somewhat indifferent words were like the last piece of a puzzle, instantly making Azure Sea King and his two companions understand everything. Master. Command. So that's it. So that's it. No wonder Dreamweaver King and the others were scared out of their wits and fled in a panic. They didn't see reinforcements at all, but rather two Peak King of their own faction who had been soul enslaved. This meant that inside that spaceship, there was a terrifying expert capable of enslaving Peak King. They feared ending up like King Yanju and Purple Break King. Having figured this out, Azure Sea King and his two companions felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to their heads. Their gazes towards the spaceship were filled with unprecedented awe and shock. Soul enslaving Peak King. What an incredible method. When did such a terrifying expert appear within the human race? Azure Sea King was the first to react, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. He quickly bowed respectfully towards the spaceship, his voice filled with gratitude and a hint of subtle reverence. Thank you for saving my life. Azure Sea King is eternally grateful. May we be so fortunate as to know your esteemed name. If you ever have need of us in the future, we will do our utmost to assist you. King Xingsha and King Yanju immediately followed suit, bowing respectfully, their attitudes incredibly sincere. Facing an existence that could easily decide their lives and deaths, or even enslave a Peak King, no amount of respect was too much. The champion responded indifferently, his voice still devoid of any fluctuation. My master's title is Wushang Wang. Wushang Wang. Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju exchanged glances, seeing the same bewilderment in each other's eyes. They rapidly searched their memories for the names of powerful champions in the Forbidden Stream region, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't recall any powerful champion with that name. Wushang Wang. In the Forbidden Stream region, or even the entire 7th battlefield, is there such a person? Azure Sea King's thoughts raced, but he found no clue. They even subconsciously failed to connect this mysterious Wushang Wang with the marquee level high they had disdained and stubbornly dismissed over 2 years ago. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Seeing that the other party seemed unwilling to reveal too much, Azure Sea King dared not ask further, and quickly said respectfully again. Thank you again, Wushang Wang, for your assistance. We wish to offer 300 million mixed yuan units as a small token of our appreciation, and we hope you will not refuse. As he spoke, Azure Sea King immediately split a wisp of his consciousness to connect to the virtual universe network. Although their hearts were bleeding, compared to their lives and the opponent's unfathomable strength, this thank you gift was absolutely worth it. They even felt it might not be enough. Inside the spaceship, Qingyu male heard Azure Sea King's shout, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl. Slightly. Quite sensible, he thought, feeling rather pleased. He had gained 300 million mixed yuan units for free just by having two servants stand outside for a while, doing nothing. This deal was simply too good, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. With a thought, he directly issued an order to the champion. The champion in the starry sky received the command and spoke indifferently. Yes, just transfer the payment to my account. Immediately, he reported a string of virtual universe network account numbers. After enslaving them, Qingyu male had already opened virtual accounts for each of them, to facilitate various transactions. Azure Sea King felt a slight relief upon hearing this. It was good that the other party was willing to accept money. He immediately operated, unhesitatingly transferring 300 million mixed yuan units to the account provided by the champion. The champion nodded slightly, confirmed receipt of the funds, and without further words, turned with Purple Break King, transforming into two streams of light, and flew back to the dark spaceship, its hatch closing silently. Only Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju remained, suspended in the shattered starry sky. Looking at the spaceship slowly turning around, their hearts were incredibly complex, filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe, and in boundless curiosity and reverence for the mysterious Wushang Wang. I didn't expect such a soul master, capable of enslaving a Peak King, to have quietly arrived in our Forbidden Stream region. Azure Sea King sighed, his tone full of shock and lingering fear. King Xingsha flapped her somewhat dim fiery wings, guessing. Wushang Wang, I've never heard that name. With such strength, could he be a super powerhouse from the Star Tower side? Very likely. King Yanju's voice was muffled. Perhaps he also came for the Forbidden Shrine. This time, the shrine's opening seems to be attracting even more attention than we imagined. The three briefly tidied up the battlefield, then, carrying their endless curiosity and reverence for Wushang Wang, carefully proceeded towards the coordinates indicated by the forbidden token. On the other side, Qingyu male piloted the spaceship, arriving first at the coordinate area marked on the forbidden token. This starry sky looked no different from other parts of the region, desolate, silent, covered with fine meteorite dust. However, as soon as the spaceship entered within 100 billion kilometers of the coordinate point, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Master. Detected strong unknown interference field. Detector efficiency is rapidly declining. Large detector effective range compressed to 100,000 kilometers. Small ultra-high performance detector effective range compressed to 100,000 kilometers. REM's prompts rang out one after another. Qingyu male frowned, looking at the control screen. Indeed, the external virtual display, which could originally clearly scan detailed situations within a billion or even 100 million kilometers, now became a blur. Only the scene within 100,000 kilometers around the spaceship was still clear. Beyond 100,000 kilometers was a chaotic ripple of interference. What powerful interference! Qingyu male was secretly surprised. The forbidden shrine hasn't even appeared yet, and the scattered field alone can suppress detectors. That Puju race indeed had some tricks back then. A detection range of 100,000 kilometers was indeed somewhat useless for a champion-level powerhouse's divine power perception, which undoubtedly greatly increased the unknown and dangerous nature of this place. He continued to control the spaceship to advance towards the central coordinate point. When it approached within about 100 million kilometers, the spaceship once again felt enormous resistance. The surrounding space-time seemed to become viscous and turbulent, with various law threads twisting and entangling, forming an invisible barrier, preventing any object from going deeper. At the same time, on the back of the forbidden token in his hand, the map of light spots that would originally show other nearby tokens completely disappeared, leaving only the lonely central coordinate and the still ticking countdown. This is as far as it goes, Qingyu male understood, and ordered the spaceship to stop. With a thought, he brought all 12 champion servants into his inner world, and waited here peacefully for the forbidden shrine to open. The spaceship hovered outside the turbulent space-time, like a lone boat on a calm sea before a storm. The wait did not last too long. A few days later, another spaceship arrived from a different direction, also blocked at 100 million kilometers away. The hatch opened, and out flew the somewhat disheveled Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju, whose aura had not yet fully recovered. As soon as they stopped, their gazes swept around, and they immediately noticed the lone dark spaceship not far away, and the figure suspended outside the spaceship. What? Look, isn't that the marquee-level kid from 3 years ago who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? King Xingsha was sharp-eyed, the first to recognize Qingyu male, a look of disbelief on her face. Azure Sea King and King Yanju also immediately looked over, and indeed saw the figure they had once considered stupid, and courting death. It really is him. A hint of surprise flashed in Azure Sea King's eyes. This kid, he really has 9 lives. Holding a forbidden token, in these bloody 3 years, he actually wasn't torn apart by those crazy champions. And he could even arrive here safely. It seems he really has a knack for escaping. King Yanju commented in a gruff voice, but his tone carried a hint of looking at each other in a new light. It was not easy for a mere marquee-level high to survive and reach this point. The 3 exchanged glances, and immediately flew closer to Qingyu male. Upon nearing him, Azure Sea King scrutinized Qingyu male, his tone less condescending than 3 years ago, and more filled with surprise and inquiry. Kid, I didn't expect to see you here. It seems you've had good luck these past 3 years. Is your token still with you? The 3 of them had only managed to gather 2 tokens so far. Their original plan to snatch a third had almost cost them their lives, and now seeing Qingyu male, the idea of that 3rd token resurfaced. King Xingsha took over the conversation, still with a tone of admonition or rather, disdain. Hey, kid, listen to our advice. You've come this far, you should recognize reality. Inside, she pointed to the area of turbulent space-time, is not a place a marquee level like you can break into. At that time, what you lose won't be just a little bit of divine body, but true complete annihilation, soul dispersion. Now, if you trade the token to us, you can exchange it for a large sum of resources you couldn't earn in 100,000 years on the outside territory battlefield. Why go in and court death? King Yanju also nodded in agreement. That's right, it's not too late to turn back now. Qingyu male looked at the three of them, feeling somewhat amused. They probably never dreamed that the marquis-level courting death they spoke of was the one who, not long ago, sent his subordinates to scare away the powerful enemy that almost made them self-destruct. His expression was calm. Following their words, as if after deep thought and difficult struggle, he slowly said, "What you three esteemed sirs say also makes sense. This token, for me, might indeed be a misfortune rather than a blessing." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Azure Sea King and the other two immediately lit up. There was a chance. However, Qingyu male's next words made them stunned. "I can trade the token to you three. However, the price will be 5 billion mixed yuan units." 5 billion. King Xingsha almost cried out, her eyes wide as she stared at Qingyu male. "Why don't you just rob us, kid? Do you know what 5 billion mixed yuan units means?" Azure Sea King also frowned deeply, his heart filled with doubt and surprise. 5 billion mixed yuan units. This was exactly the fair market price of a forbidden token in the perception of these Peak King powerhouses. How did this small marquis level know this price so precisely? Did he have an expert guiding him from behind? Or was he just guessing blindly? He carefully scrutinized Qingyu male but couldn't discern any clue. Azure Sea King quickly exchanged a glance with King Xingsha and King Yanju. This kid is very strange. To be able to survive and get here, and dare to ask for this price, but I don't think he's guessing blindly. We only need this one more. There's no time to look for another one. Fine. 5 billion it is. As long as we can enter the Forbidden Shrine, with the abilities of the three of us, earning back 5 billion mixed yuan units won't be a problem. Azure Sea King took a deep breath, suppressing the doubts and a hint of heartache in his heart. He looked at Qingyu male and said in a deep voice, "Good. 5 billion mixed yuan units. We agree. Hand over the token, and we'll transfer the money immediately." Chapter 110, Entering the Forbidden Shrine. After completing the transfer and obtaining the dark, Forbidden Shrine token, Azure Sea King looked at Qingyu, who was still standing in place and seemed to have no intention of leaving. Unable to help himself, he spoke again, his tone carrying a sort of condescending goodwill. "Kid, since the token has already been traded to us, this is no longer your business. Take my advice and leave here immediately. The Forbidden Shrine is about to open, and other powerhouses will inevitably be attracted here by the token. This place will soon become the center of a vortex of trouble. For an advanced marquis to remain here is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Any passing alien champion could easily wipe you out with a casual gesture." King Xingsha also chimed in. "That's right. Know when to quit. Take your 5 billion Hunyuan units and leave quickly. Finding a safe place to cultivate properly is the right path." Although King Yanju did not speak, his gaze expressed the same sentiment. Qingyu chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he merely shook his head calmly. "Many thanks for the three of your good intentions, but since I have come, I would still like to see the appearance of the Forbidden Shrine's emergence with my own eyes and broaden my horizons. I will be careful to avoid danger." Upon hearing this, Azure Sea King frowned, thinking that this kid was truly stubborn and ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He shook his head and ceased trying to persuade him, instead sending a voice transmission to his two companions. "Since he doesn't care about his own life, there is no need for us to waste our breath. The token is already in our hands anyway. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost, let him be." King Xingsha and King Yanju agreed deeply. They no longer looked at Qingyu, focusing their attention entirely on the Forbidden Shrine token in their hands and the chaotic space-time region ahead. Just at this moment, an incomparably ancient and vast fluctuation erupted suddenly from the central coordinates 100 million kilometers ahead. The already chaotic space-time churned and twisted violently, like boiling water. Countless lawful secret patterns appeared out of thin air, intertwining and wrapping around each other to form an incomparably huge and complex cocoon of light. Following this, under the gaze of Azure Sea King, King Yanju, King Xingsha, and Qingyu, the cocoon of light slowly stretched and deformed, eventually condensing into the phantom of a towering, ancient 9-story palace cast entirely from dark purple metal. The palace phantom flickered in and out of existence, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. At the same time, the forbidden shrine tokens in the hands of Qingyu and the 3 of Azure Sea King became scalding hot, emitting a slight buzzing sound and resonating intensely with the huge palace phantom. The forbidden shrine has opened. Azure Sea King's eyes erupted with brilliant light as he roared excitedly. Let's go. The 3 did not hesitate, immediately transforming into 3 streams of light and charging toward the direction of the palace phantom. When they approached within a certain range of the phantom, the tokens in their hands shone brightly, and the void realm ahead rippled like a water surface, quickly forming a stable space tunnel with shimmering, iridescent light inside. Kid, do not follow us in. Forcing your way in without a token means certain death. Take care of yourself. Before stepping into the tunnel, Azure Sea King turned back to give Qingyu one last warning. Then his figure submerged into the tunnel, with King Xingsha and King Yanju following closely behind. Watching the 3 disappear, with the space tunnel remaining stable, Qingyu smiled slightly. With a thought, the scene around him changed. His original human form was instantly replaced by his amethyst cloud wings clone, covered in magnificent purple crystals, and his original core was quietly transferred. His Qingyu original body was retracted into his inner world. In this palace environment where teleportation is impossible, the speed and agility advantages of the amethyst cloud wings are even greater. Qingyu felt the power of his new body, his huge wings flapping gently, and then he transformed into a purple stream of light, shooting into the space tunnel that was just beginning to shrink. Stepping into the space tunnel, it felt like passing through a viscous time tunnel, surrounded by bizarre and twisted scenes. About half an hour later, light appeared ahead. Taking a step out, Qingyu found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Behind him was a space vortex slowly closing, and in front of him was an incomparably wide, towering, pure metal corridor that stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see. The walls of the corridor were inscribed with countless ancient and unfamiliar patterns and markings, emitting a faint, cold light. The 3 of Azure Sea King were already nowhere to be seen. Random teleportation, the token has also disappeared. Just as expected. Qingyu was not surprised, this was a point mentioned in the information provided by his teacher, the Lord of Sky Eclipse Palace. Every token holder who enters the Forbidden Shrine is randomly teleported to a certain location on the first level. Some unlucky ones might even be teleported directly into certain deadly traps, that would truly be dying before achieving success. He cautiously released his divine power perception, while simultaneously connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe to retrieve the map of some regions of the Forbidden Shrine provided by his teacher. My current location is Area 4. My luck is not bad, it is not too far from the entrance to the second level. Qingyu quickly determined his own position and goal. The entrance to the next level on each level of the Forbidden Shrine is in the central Area 1. While the exit is in the 9th area of the level above. According to the information provided by his teacher, the first 3 levels of this Forbidden Shrine had already been explored countless times in the past dozen openings. Valuable treasures had basically been scavenged clean, leaving only some dangerous mechanisms and traps. His goal was the deeper levels, especially from the 4th level onwards, where the real good things were. Go directly to the 2nd level entrance and get down to the 4th level as quickly as possible. Qingyu formulated his plan, his wings flapping lightly, and he transformed into a blurry purple shadow, flying forward silently along the huge metal corridor. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Shrine, in a certain unknown, secret control room, 3 figures were hovering in front of a huge screen. Their forms were strange, with beaks and claws similar to birds, covered in dark purple feathers, but their bodies were closer to humanoids, and their eyes were sharp, filled with a long-accumulated resentment. They were the survivors of the Qingyu clan, 3 champion powerhouses. Of course, the 3 of them were only a part of the survivors, most of the others had long since fled the 7th battlefield or were hiding and dared not show themselves. It has begun. This time, I wonder if these invading dogs can break through to the 9th level. One of the Qingyu clan powerhouses spoke in a hoarse voice, his tone filled with deep-seated hatred for the four peak races. Their homeland had been destroyed, their clan nearly exterminated, and they hated the four peak races and any existence belonging to them to the bone. HMPH, this opening of the shrine seems to be about an era earlier than expected. Although the reason is unclear, perhaps it is a good thing. Another Qingyu clan powerhouse was somewhat puzzled. It is indeed earlier. It should be that our control over the shrine is gradually deepening. Anyway, the more frequently it opens, the more cannon fodder comes in. We can always slowly grind through the passage to the 9th level. That's right. As long as we can obtain that holy artifact on the 9th level, perhaps our clan's revival will be in sight. The third Qingyu clan powerhouse's eyes flashed with a longing light. Although they only knew from ancient legacies that there was a treasure on the 9th level that was crucial to their clan, and they did not know exactly what it was, the long wait and hatred had long since catalyzed this desire to the extreme. They began to use the part of the monitoring system they held in their hands to observe the entrance, this time one by one. An advanced marquis of the human race. When the screen switched to the corridor where Qingyu was, one of the Qingyu clan powerhouses was stunned for a moment, and then his face revealed an expression of extreme disgust and dissatisfaction. What a waste of a spot. What can a marquis ant do coming in here? Besides throwing his life away, he is useless for exploring the shrine. Human scum. Seeing him makes my heart burn with hatred. Let's just grab him, torture him properly, and let him taste endless pain to vent the hatred in my heart. Another Qingyu clan powerhouse's eyes flashed with ferocious light, and as he said this, he wanted to set out. Stop. The leading Qingyu clan powerhouse immediately stopped him, his tone serious. Do not create extra trouble. Our goal is the holy artifact on the 9th level. Any unnecessary action could arouse the vigilance of those peak kings, or even cause them to unite early to deal with us. Think of the big picture. He coldly swept over Qingyu's figure on the screen. Just a marquis, it's irrelevant. Let him fend for himself. Our attention should be placed on those peak kings like Azure Sea King. Their attention quickly moved away from Qingyu and focused on other light points. Qingyu did not know that he had just been regarded by the Qingyu clan as a waste of a spot. And had almost become an object for venting their anger. He was fully focused on following the map guidance provided by his teacher, the Lord of Sky Eclipse Palace, pushing his speed to the extreme as he sped toward the 2nd level entrance. The interior space of the Forbidden Shrine was vast and boundless, and the spatial suppression was extremely strong. Teleportation was impossible, and long-range detection could not be performed. In this situation, the advantage of speed was infinitely magnified, and the amethyst cloud wings were exactly what excelled most in speed. A blurry purple stream of light shuttled at high speed through the huge metal corridors, empty halls, and intricate pipeline systems, often just as the precursors of mechanisms and traps were triggered. The stream of light had already passed by dangerously, leaving only the disturbed energy turbulence raging in place. How dangerous. That energy vortex just now, once caught in it, even an advanced champion would likely have a large amount of their divine power instantly annihilated. Qingyu felt a chill in his heart and became even more cautious. Although he was fast, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Along the way, he had already encountered several terrible traps capable of threatening the lives of champions, all of which he had narrowly avoided thanks to the map's early warnings and the extreme speed of the amethyst cloud wings. He also saw many lingering traces. Some weapon fragments scattered in corners and half buried by dust, deep claw marks or energy burn marks on the walls. There were even a few corpses that had long lost all energy fluctuations, with only a few skeletal remains left. These corpses were of various forms, belonging to different races, and among them, there was even one that could vaguely be identified as a human form. These were all the remains of past explorers, silently telling of the cruelty and danger of the Forbidden Shrine. Relying on his speed, advantage and map guidance, Qingyu traveled without incident, passing through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers almost without pause, becoming the first among the 12 entrants to set foot in the 4th layer. According to the map and the information provided by his teacher, the structure of each layer of the Forbidden Shrine is like a massive concentric circle, divided into 9 regions. The outermost circle consists of the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th regions, resembling a ring. The next circle inward is the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th regions. The most core region is the 1st region, that is where the entrance to the next layer of the shrine is located. Conversely, when descending from the layer above, the exit appears in the 9th region of that layer. Explorers can only explore in the order of the regions, they cannot skip. For example, after ascending from the 3rd layer and entering the 9th region of the 4th layer, one must explore the 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th regions in sequence before entering the 4th region, followed by the 3rd and 2nd regions, finally arriving at the 1st region to find the entrance to the 5th layer. The first 3 layers, especially the outer 5th to 9th regions, had long been scoured countless times by previous explorations, making it almost impossible for anything of value to remain. Qingyu's goal was clear, he was aiming directly for the deeper layers. The first 5 regions of the 4th layer have also been mostly explored, there is no need to waste time. Qingyu did not stop, relying on his speed to head inward, passing through the 5th and 4th regions, finally arriving at the 3rd region of the 4th layer. Once here, the advantage of the map provided by his teacher almost disappeared. Because very few explorers have ever reached the inner regions of the 4th layer and successfully brought information out, this meant the unknown and danger, but it also meant opportunity. Qingyu's speed slowed down, and his expression became incredibly cautious. Although the innate secret method, instant shadow, of his amethyst cloud wings was powerful, it could not be kept active at all times due to its massive consumption. Facing those terrifying traps that could severely injure or even annihilate a peak king, a moment of carelessness could lead to myriad tribulations. The environment of the 3rd region was even more complex. Unlike the relatively orderly corridors or halls of the outer regions, this place resembled the interior of a massive mechanical labyrinth. Countless giant gears, energy conduits, and metallic chambers of unknown purpose were intricately intertwined, forming an extremely complex 3-dimensional structure. The air was filled with a faint energy mist that not only obstructed vision but also interfered with his divine power perception to a certain extent. On the walls and pipes, one could often see huge tear marks or scorch marks from energy explosions, along with even more dense fragments of wreckage. The danger level here was clearly far beyond the previous layers. Exploring alone is too inefficient and too dangerous. Qingyu's mind stirred. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures exuding powerful auras instantly appeared around him. They were the 12 champion servants led by King Yanju and Purple Break King. Master. The 12 servants bowed respectfully. Their powerful divine power fluctuations naturally spread out, dispersing the surrounding energy mist. This is already the 3rd region of the 4th layer of the Forbidden Shrine. There are many unknown areas ahead, full of danger, but there may also be treasures of the Qingyu clan. Qingyu ordered. Spread out and explore separately. Remember, safety first. If you encounter areas or mechanisms you cannot understand or that are extremely dangerous, mark them immediately and avoid them. Do not force your way through, wait for my instructions or for us to regroup before making any decisions. Yes, Master. The 12 champion servants replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Soon, they split into 12 directions, like a well-trained army, silently merging into the vast, complex, and perilous metal labyrinth ahead. Qingyu himself couldn't be bothered to search. He found a relatively safe area to sit down leisurely and, through his mental connection, receive the real-time information flow fed back from the 12 servants' exploration, coordinating the overall situation. This treasury built by the Qingyu clan was essentially like a supermassive core factory, divided into countless chambers and regions with unknown functions. Some cabin doors were tightly shut, requiring brute force to break or the discovery of mechanisms, some regions were filled with violent energy flows, and some places were set with extremely insidious and deadly traps. If he had to rely on himself to explore, it would be too slow. With 12 champion servants acting as scouts and the main force for scavenging, the exploration efficiency increased instantly. What Qingyu did not know was that at the moment he released the 12 champion servants, deep inside a secret control room, 3 Qingyu clan powerhouses who had been observing the situation on the 4th layer through the remaining monitoring system suddenly widened their eyes, their faces filled with extreme shock and disbelief. That Marquis boy. How could so many powerhouses suddenly appear by his side? 12. A full 12 champion-level auras. Among them, 11 are peak kings. Soul enslavement. It's soul enslavement. That Marquis, he is simply not an ordinary Marquis. He is a terrifying great master of the soul who can enslave peak kings. We have all misjudged him. Damn it, he has been hiding all along. We have all been deceived by him. But immediately afterward, an even greater question surged into their minds. How did he bring these 12 champion servants in? They knew the rules of the Forbidden Shrine all too well. In order to restrict intruders, the internal space-time rules were extremely special and had immense suppression power. Ordinary world rings could not be opened here at all. This was an ironclad rule verified through many openings. Wait. If world rings cannot be opened, then how did he? One Qingyu clan powerhouse exclaimed subconsciously. Another powerhouse's eyes flickered, and he quickly speculated. Unless he does not possess an ordinary world ring, but an extremely rare and special, advanced world ring, that is worth a fortune and can resist the suppression of the shrine's rules. The leading Qingyu clan powerhouse nodded slowly, agreeing with this guess. His tone became solemn and carried a hint of realization. That's right, that is the only explanation. This human race Marquis who can possess such a treasure must have a terrifyingly high status within the human race. He is likely a direct descendant of some super existence we don't know about. Only in this way can we explain why he, as a mere Marquis, is able to enslave so many champions. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, as if he had solved the puzzle. It also explains why he, a mere Marquis, would have a Forbidden Shrine token in his hands. It wasn't just good luck that he picked it up, it was very likely bestowed upon him by his family elders, letting him come in for training. The leading Qingyu clan powerhouse's face became extremely ugly, his previous contempt and disgust instantly turned into fear and a trace of unease. A Marquis human race descendant of a powerful existence who can enslave 12 champions, and has an advanced world ring. We must focus our attention on this human race, Marquis. His threat level is likely greater than Azure Sea King and the others combined. He spoke hurriedly, his voice even carrying a trace of trembling. No, we must immediately transmit this news back to our clan. This person's existence is too abnormal and may completely ruin our plans. One Qingyu clan powerhouse said anxiously, turning around to try and contact the outside world. But he soon gave up dejectedly. Damn it, once the shrine is opened, the internal space is completely sealing and isolated. Divine Kingdom teleportation is impossible, we can only wait until this opening ends and we are expelled by the shrine's rules. This meant that during the time they were trapped in the shrine, they could only rely on the 3 of them to deal with this sudden variable. The 3 of them looked at each other, seeing despair and a trace of exasperation in each other's eyes. 12 servants and 12 intruders fighting on their own, or even hostile to each other, are completely different concepts. The leading Qingyu clan powerhouse's voice was low, carrying a kind of inexplicable and complex emotion. They will not fight internally, they will not compete for treasures, they will only perfectly execute that human's orders. This force, twisted into a single rope, might, actually have the possibility of breaking through all the way to the 9th layer. Once this thought appeared, the 3 of them felt their hearts jump violently. There was a trace of irrepressible, twisted hope, had they not waited for countless eras just to see someone open the path to the 9th layer. But there was more boundless fear and resistance. If the 9th layer were truly reached by this human, then the one to seize the holy object would be this monster who possessed a human identity and unfathomable strength. For their Qingyu clan, that would not be a hope for revival, but rather a deeper despair. They would forever lose the chance to take back the holy object. No, we must never let him obtain the holy object. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the leading Qingyu clan powerhouse. How can we stop him? Another asked bitterly. He has 12 champion servants by his side, and even the weakest monster. Race 1 is an advanced champion. If we 3 go out, we will likely be crushed instantly. A direct confrontation is definitely not possible. The leading Qingyu clan powerhouse's eyes flickered, thinking quickly. But, there might not be no chance. Don't forget, in essence, he is still just a marquis. He deliberately emphasized the word marquis. A great master of the soul is indeed terrifying, but usually, their main body is relatively fragile. As long as we can find an opportunity to avoid his servants and directly physically annihilate his main body, once his main body dies, those 12 powerful servants will also have their souls collapse and die. This plan made the eyes of the other 2 Qingyu clan powerhouses light up, but they immediately dimmed again. Easier said than done. With so many servants protecting him at all times, how could we possibly get close to his main body? Moreover, since he is a powerful great master of the soul, the 3 of us do not have soul defense treasures. I'm afraid we won't even be able to get close to him before we suffer his soul attacks. How are we supposed to kill him? Don't let it end up where we fail to kill him and instead get enslaved by him through our souls. Chapter 111, A Bountiful Harvest. This was indeed a fatal problem. Facing a soul master who could enslave multiple peak kings, the 3 of them, who were not adept in soul techniques, would simply be serving themselves up on a platter if they attacked. The control room once again fell into a suffocating silence. After a long while, the leader of the Qingyu clan deep sighed, seemingly having made up his mind, his eyes gleaming with a desperate resolve. If we cannot defeat him with force, then we can only outsmart him. We can leverage the power of the Forbidden Shrine itself. We will hold our positions for now, and we can even secretly provide some convenience, guiding him to delve deeper faster. Let him think everything is going smoothly, let him become complacent. The deeper one goes into our clan's Forbidden Shrine, the stronger the suppression from the Forbidden Shrine becomes. By the 7th and 8th layers, the environment will be even more complex and treacherous, and there might even be special areas or mechanisms that temporarily separate a team. We will wait. We will wait until he enters the 8th layer. We will wait until his team of enslaved champions might be temporarily separated, or held back by powerful mechanisms and traps. The Qingyu clan powerhouse intended to gamble on this opportunity. Moreover, we also have an advantage. We have partial monitoring rights over the Forbidden Shrine, allowing us to observe his every move. We can use this to understand his methods and those of his 12 enslaved champions in advance. As for his soul attack, even if he is a soul master at the marquis level, it is absolutely impossible for him to simultaneously enslave more than 2 peak kings. Such a heaven-defying existence cannot exist in the universe. At that time, the 3 of us will attack together, which will at least buy us 1 chance to strike. 1 chance is enough. He is merely a high-level marquis. Any one of us, launching a thunderous strike, can utterly annihilate that human marquis's divine body with a single blow. His words were filled with the desperate resolve and madness of someone who had burned his bridges. Just as the 3 Qingyu clan powerhouses in the control room were formulating their assassination plan with fear, hatred, and desperate determination, Qingyu was fully focused on the exploration before him. He stayed at a relatively safe intersection in the 3rd area, his consciousness connected through the virtual universe network, simultaneously linking to the 12 enslaved champions who were exploring separately. The telepathic connection between soul servants and their master allowed him to clearly see the situations each small team encountered, as if he were there himself. Master, a world ring has been discovered in the cabin to the front left, but there's an energy vortex trap at the entrance, strong enough to annihilate a champion-level initial divine body. This was the message from Qinglin. Force your way through and retrieve the world ring, Qingyu ordered, simultaneously synchronizing the trap model detected by Qinglin to the other teams for reference. Master, the right-wing passage is safe, and I've found a world ring. Oh no. The floor has collapsed, it's a gravity trap. I'm being pulled in. Blood Lu King's urgent voice rang out. Tianying Wang, go save him. Qingyu quickly made a judgment. After a burst of chaotic energy fluctuations, Tianying Wang reported. Master, Blood Lu King is free, but his divine body was annihilated by about 1%. Fortunately, your subordinate reacted in time. Qingyu's heart tightened. They had only been exploring for less than half an hour, yet almost all 12 enslaved champions had triggered traps, strong or weak. Their divine bodies had almost all exploded, and Blood Lu King had indeed had a portion of his divine body annihilated. No wonder this forbidden shrine has opened more than 10 times, yet most areas are still like untouched virgin land. Qingyu sighed to himself. These traps are endless and impossible to guard against. Many are even compound-triggered. Without a map, relying purely on brute force, even a peak king would be overwhelmed. Fortunately, he had 12 absolutely obedient and well-coordinated enslaved champions. They worked in pairs, watching out for each other, able to rescue each other in time of danger. Their exploration efficiency and safety factor were far superior to those lone wolves or temporary teams who fought independently or even guarded against each other. Master, all discovered items have been collected. Currently, 7 world rings have been obtained. Azure Sea King's voice came. As the strongest, he was responsible for compiling information. Very good, send them all to me. Continue exploring, and prioritize marking dangerous areas that cannot be safely passed. Qingyu commanded. Soon, 7 world rings of ancient design were delivered into Qingyu's hands. He didn't even look at them, directly storing them in his inner world. Inside the forbidden shrine, these world rings were suppressed by the rules and could not be opened, essentially acting as blind boxes waiting to be opened. Only after leaving would he know what they contained. But since they were treasures cherished by the Qingyu clan, they surely wouldn't be too bad. As the exploration continued, a detailed map of the third area gradually became complete in Qingyu's virtual universe model. He looked at the map, densely marked with red dangerous areas, and couldn't help but click his tongue. In this third area, over 70% of the space is actually filled with traps. The Qingyu clan truly spared no expense to build this treasure vault back then. The resources spent on these traps alone must be an astronomical figure. Finally, after nearly another hour of meticulous exploration, approximately 70% of the relatively safe areas in the third area had been thoroughly swept, yielding a total of 10 world rings. However, 3 areas remained prominently marked. Master, the energy core room in the northeast corner has an extremely strong energy barrier at the entrance, and there are extremely dangerous energy reactions inside. Forcing a breakthrough carries extremely high risks. Master, the cabin in the southwest has its entrance sealed by secret patterns, and it's full of lightning that can annihilate a peak king divine body. Master, the central control node has the most complex structure, with traps nested layer upon layer. After we tried to break through the outer 3 traps, we couldn't advance further. Continuing might result in a loss of over 5% of our divine bodies. Azure Sea King, Purple Break King, and King Lehman respectively reported on the situations of these 3 tricky areas. Qingyu looked at these 3 specially highlighted areas on the virtual map, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment. These 3 places were clearly the core vital points of the third area, and the treasures stored within were likely even more precious than the 7 world rings found earlier. However, correspondingly, the danger level also increased exponentially. Forcing the exploration might lead to severe depletion of the enslaved champions' divine bodies, or even casualties. Forget it, Qingyu quickly decided. We have already obtained 70% of the harvest from the third area. There's no need to waste time on these tough nuts or risk losing troops. Time is precious, let's go directly to the second area. Let's first clean out the easy gains. He was decisive in his actions. Once he made a decision, he no longer hesitated. Everyone, stop exploring and converge on me. Target, the second area. At his command, the 12 enslaved champions immediately abandoned their exploration of the remaining areas and quickly converged on Qingyu from all directions. Then, Qingyu, without stopping, led them rapidly towards the second area. In the hidden control room, the 3 Qingyu clan powerhouses, who had witnessed everything, had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. That damned human locust. One Qingyu clan powerhouse was so angry that all his feathers were trembling. He's plundered all the easily accessible treasures, and those tough nuts, he doesn't even touch them before giving up. Kill him. We must kill him. Another Qingyu clan powerhouse growled, his eyes filled with heartache and rage. These should have been our clan's wealth. When he dies, everything he took, and those core treasures he dared not touch, will eventually be ours. Although it had always been this way, watching these alien races take their clan's treasures, seeing Qingyu take away 7 world rings without any loss still filled them with boundless anger. The leader of the Puju clan stared intently at the direction where Qingyu's team had disappeared, grinding his teeth as he whispered. Let you be smug for now, let's see if you can still smile when you reach the 8th layer. About an hour after Qingyu led his enslaved champions out of the 3rd area and headed for the 2nd area, there was a ripple at the entrance of the 3rd area. A slender figure enveloped in hazy starlight shot in first. It was King Xingsha. He, relying on the star spirit race's keen perception of energy flow and extreme speed, gained the upper hand in traversing the previous layers, temporarily leaving Azure Sea King and King Yanju behind to cover the rear and block other competitors. However, as soon as he stabilized his figure, his gaze swept over the intricate metal corridors and cabins before him, and a hint of bewilderment appeared on his beautiful face. How could this be? And, the doors to many cabins are open, and inside, empty. An ominous premonition arose in his heart, and he immediately unleashed his divine power to sense carefully. King Xingsha quickly went to check the other cabins. Not long after, violent energy fluctuations once again emanated from the entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures radiating a cold metallic luster followed closely. They were the 2 peak kings of the automaton race, Qinglin King and Taiyuan King. They had clearly also broken through the obstruction of Azure Sea King and King Yanju, forcibly rushing in. Qinglin King's electronic eyes, composed of countless precise parts, instantly locked onto King Xingsha, emitting a mechanical voice devoid of emotion. King Xingsha, you ran fast. Hand over the goods. Taiyuan King's massive metallic body stepped forward, a heavy pressure permeated the air, his voice like grinding steel. HMPH, trying to hog it all. Not that easy. King Xingsha quickly calmed down from his initial bewilderment. Starlight flowed around him, his ethereal voice carrying a hint of coldness and helplessness. Hand over what? See for yourselves. Does this place look like it still has treasures? He pointed to the cabins that had clearly been violently opened and were now empty inside. Energy residue, very fresh. The time these traps were triggered was probably about an hour ago. Qinglin King went to inspect, and his analysis module quickly drew a conclusion. The law secret patterns on the walls are automatically repairing. Look at that energy scorch mark, it's a purple break lightning trap, just triggered recently. Taiyuan King also discovered a clue, pointing to a wall that was still flashing with faint electric sparks. Someone was here before us and has already swept this place clean. Qinglin King's mechanical voice became solemn. King Xingsha nodded with a grim expression. That's right, this guy's efficiency is extremely high. Almost all the easily obtainable treasures have been plundered. Taiyuan King's cold metallic face showed no expression, but his voice carried a hint of irritation. Damn it, a wasted trip. Only a few tough nuts left. He also went around to check and saw 3 untouched areas, such as the energy core room that Qingyu had previously abandoned. Who is it? How can they be so fast? Just as Xingsha Wang, King Ling, and King Taiyuan were startled by the emptiness of the 3rd area, a violent energy fluctuation and urgent whooshing sounds once again came from the entrance. 2 somewhat disheveled figures shot in, none other than Kang Ming Wang and King Yanju. Kang Ming Wang's battle armor had several deep scratches, and his aura was a bit unstable. King Yanju's hard, rocky body was also covered in fine cracks, clearly having endured a tough battle. Xingsha, Kang Ming Wang spotted his companion at a glance and immediately flew closer, his tone urgent. How is it? What's the harvest? His eyes held anticipation. They had risked injury to block powerful enemies, all to let the fastest Xingsha Wang seize the initiative. The starlight around Xingsha Wang dimmed a bit. He gave a wry smile and shook his head, pointing around. You all see for yourselves, someone got here first. Kang Ming Wang and King Yanju's gazes swept over, seeing the ransacked cabins and the energy traces that had not yet fully subsided. Their expressions instantly became incredibly grim. What's going on? King Yanju roared in a booming voice, his giant fists clenching with a cracking sound. Who did it? Before their shock and anger could subside, several more powerful auras surged in through the entrance. The first to rush in were their old adversaries, Jimeng Wang, Qingyu Kong, and King Liman from the insect race faction. The three of them also looked displeased. Although Kang Ming Wang and King Yanju were not as strong as them, if they were determined to interfere, it took them some effort to break through the blockade, delaying them for a period of time. Jimeng Wang scanned the empty third area, then looked at the ashen-faced Kang Ming Wang and the other two, letting out a sharp laugh. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming Wang, it seems you went to great lengths to block us, only to pave the way for someone else. How laughable. Immediately after, three more figures entered one after another. One was a phantom race, champion-level peak, whose form flickered as if composed of countless streams of light, belonging to the automaton race faction. The other two were of different forms. One was a Lan race, champion-level peak, covered in blue scales with a single horn on his head. The other was a dark, twisted, ghost demon race, champion-level peak. None of them belonged to the four major peak race factions. They were lone powerhouses who had paid a price to gain entry to the outside territory battlefield. In an instant, the area near the once empty entrance to the third area gathered a total of 11 champion-level powerhouses. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and the hostility between different factions almost materialized. However, this thoroughly scoured area before them was like a basin of cold water poured over everyone's heads. HMPH, what's there to fight over? Didn't you see the treasures were already taken? The Phantom Race's champion-level peak spoke coldly, his body made of flowing light flickering slightly. If we fight each other now, what's the point other than benefiting the guy ahead? The Lan Race's champion-level peak also said in a deep voice. Indeed. To be able to clear out most of the treasures in the third area so quickly, this person's strength and methods are definitely extraordinary. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, I'm afraid we won't even get a drop of soup. The Ghost Demon Race champion's voice was like a whisper, yet it clearly entered everyone's mind. The most urgent task is to figure out the identity of the person ahead, and whether to continue deeper in pursuit or stay behind and gnaw on these few tough nuts. His shadowy hand pointed to the three dangerous areas that Qingyu had not touched. Kang Ming Wang took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and a hint of frustration in his heart. Their side had spent 50 billion mixed yuan units to gather the tokens for a three-person team to enter. As the leader of the human race faction present, he looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice. Everyone, you've all seen the situation. At this moment, internal conflict would be unwise. I propose that those willing to continue deeper in pursuit can temporarily set aside faction differences and prioritize investigating the situation ahead. If anyone intends to stay and explore the remaining areas, please feel free. How about it? Jimeng Wang's compound eyes flickered. After exchanging glances with King Qingyu Kong and King Liman for a moment, he said coldly. Agreed. If we catch up, we'll first join forces to force him to hand over the treasures, and then it's every man for himself. King Ling and King Tai Yun, as automatons, were more inclined to rational analysis and also tacitly agreed to this temporary arrangement. The Phantom Race's champion-level peak naturally wouldn't object. The two champion-level peaks from the non-four major factions looked at each other and nodded. They were outnumbered and didn't want to become targets. In that case, let's act. I want to see who has such a big appetite. A cold light flashed in Kang Ming Wang's eyes. He was the first to transform into a stream of light, chasing towards the entrance of the second area. Xing Sha Wang and King Yanju immediately followed. The others also set off, 11 figures, not in a single line, but with a unified goal, rushing towards the second area. In the hidden control room, the three Qingyu Clan powerhouses who had witnessed this scene had expressions of schadenfreude on their faces. Fight. Hurry up and fight. It's best if both sides suffer heavy losses. A Qingyu Clan powerhouse whispered, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Too bad these guys are clever, they didn't start fighting immediately, another said with some regret. The leading Qingyu Clan powerhouse, however, sneered. No matter. It's even better that they temporarily cooperate to chase that human ahead. Isn't that human not an easy opponent? When this group catches up, conflict is inevitable. If it can consume a few of his champion servants, or make him expose more of his trump cards, it will be greatly beneficial to our subsequent actions. Right, let them fight amongst themselves. We'll reap the benefits. The other two Qingyu clan powerhouses also became excited. Regardless of what kind of joint intentions the 11 powerhouses behind harbored, or how the Qingyu clan in the control room yearned for a fierce battle, Qingyu had no intention of cooperating. Upon entering the second area, he completely replicated his strategy from the third area, dispatching his 12 champion servants like a net. They formed two-person teams to most efficiently sweep through all safely accessible cabins and passages, with a clear objective to only take the world rings that were easy to acquire. Master, 2 world rings obtained from passage 7. Master, 1 world ring found in the east storage room. When the last 2 servants delivered the 3 newly acquired world rings to Qingyu, over 70% of the soft targets in the entire second area had been taken. Qingyu didn't even look, directly storing these newly acquired 8 world rings into his inner world, stacking them with his previous gains. Target the first area, the entrance to the 5th floor. Qingyu showed no lingering attachment, decisively collecting them into his inner world. The amethyst cloud wing's extreme speed and flexibility in complex terrain were fully demonstrated. Often, while the pursuers behind were still cautiously probing for traps, they had already swept through more than half the area like the wind. When the 11 powerhouses led by Qingling Wang, each using their own methods, finally managed to pass through the third area and rushed into the second area with anticipation, the sight that greeted them almost suffocated them. Empty. More empty cabins, residual trap energy fluctuations, fresh scratches and damage marks on the walls. Again, we're late again. The starlight around Xing Sha Wang fluctuated violently, showing his inner turmoil. Damn it, is this guy a locust? Nothing is left where he passes. King Yanju angrily punched the nearby metal wall, producing a dull thud. They reluctantly scattered and quickly searched, but the result was identical to the third area. All the easy-to-get treasures were gone, leaving only a few areas that looked troublesome, standing there all alone. Jimeng Wang's sharp voice carried disbelief. How can he be so fast? We barely stopped. Doesn't he need to rest, or be careful of traps? And even if he's strong, he's only one person. How did he manage to clear it out in such a short time? Chase. We can't let him continue like this. Qingling Wang almost squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. He felt that his 50 billion mixed yuan units were spent like a joke. To the first area, he must be going to the 5th floor. The 11 figures, filled with frustration and anger, accelerated again, rushing towards the first area. However, when they frantically arrived at the first area and found the spatial vortex entrance leading to the 5th floor, they only felt the intense spatial fluctuations at the entrance that had not yet fully subsided, and a faint trace of purple energy lingering in the air. That mysterious sweeper had already entered the 5th floor, one step ahead of them. Ah, damn it, who exactly is it? Qingling Wang finally couldn't hold back, letting out a suppressed roar, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. The expressions of the other powerhouses were equally grim. Missing out on 3 consecutive areas, this feeling of being led by the nose and not even being able to touch the opponent's shadow, made these Peak King powerhouses, who usually dominated, feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation and powerlessness. At the same time, in the 9th area of the 5th floor of the Forbidden Shrine, Qingyu inwardly observed the small pile of world rings in his inner world, which now totaled over 20. According to the experience revealed by human powerhouses who had previously exited the shrine, each ring contained treasures worth at least 1 billion mixed yuan units. Even calculating at the lowest yield, he had already gained over 200 billion mixed yuan units this time. And he had only scoured the 4th floor so far. Ha ha ha. At this rate, this trip to the Forbidden Shrine is simply like picking up money. Continue. Qingyu burst into laughter. Chapter 112, Pathfinding. Qingyu was on the 6th and 7th floors, where he once again replicated his previous method, using speed to overwhelm and maximize the scavenging capabilities of his 12 servants. However, as the floors deepened, the power of the traps increased exponentially. Even a peak champion could pay a heavy price if he was not careful. Master, when Blood King was deciphering Theosul Erosion Poison Mist trap, he covered Rock King, and his divine body was once again corroded. The total loss is now close to 20%. Blood King sent a message, his tone heavy. In addition, including myself, all our divine bodies have suffered damage. The most damaged has already lost 3%. Qingyu frowned slightly. Blood King was a slightly weaker high champion among his servants. Continuous high-intensity exploration and trap triggering had caused him considerable damage, significantly reducing his strength. Have Blood King retreat to the center of the team, primarily responsible for vigilance and assistance. For now, he doesn't need to participate in direct assaults. You will now explore in groups of 3. On the 7th floor, the number of world rings in each area was reduced to only 5, but Qingyu could feel that these world rings were more advanced than those on the previous floors. Although he wasn't sure what treasures were inside, it was clear they were becoming increasingly valuable. Master, those guys behind us might be getting closer and closer. They should catch up to us before long, Purple Break King reminded him. Qingyu, however, curved his lips into a smile. Let them chase. By the time they reach the 7th floor, we will already be on the 8th. By the time they reach the 8th, we might even have entered the 9th. He showed no desire to fight, leading his team through the entrance of the first area on the 7th floor and stepping into the 9th area on the 8th floor. Blood King, you stay behind. If they catch up, inform me. Immediately. Yes, Master. Shortly after Qingyu entered the 8th floor, Azure Sea King and the other 8 peak champions finally, after much hardship, passed through the perilous 7th floor and arrived at the entrance of the first area. All of them had unstable auras and were more or less wounded. Clearly, the numerous traps on the 7th floor had also caused them considerable trouble. This was even with the traps having already been triggered once by Qingyu's servants, giving them a trail to follow. Otherwise, they would likely have been severely injured. As for the 3 high champions, they had all been injured by a trap and had parts of their divine bodies annihilated shortly after entering the 6th floor, daring not to continue further. They feared that if they continued, more of their divine bodies would be annihilated, and before they even caught the guy who took all the world rings, they themselves would be devoured by the 8 peak champions due to their weakened strength. It was better to go back and see if there was a chance to decipher the few tough challenges that were left behind. The energy residue is very fresh. He just left not long ago. Dreamweaver King's compound eyes flickered, carrying a hint of excitement and ferocity. This time, we are only less than a quarter of an hour behind him. Chase. The space on the 8th floor is even more unstable, and the traps are stronger. His speed will definitely slow down. This is our best chance. Huokong King's eyes burned with fervent greed and determination. The grievances accumulated from the chase and the craving for the enormous treasure had almost made him lose his mind. The 8 peak champions exchanged glances, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. At this point, none of them could retreat. After a brief rest, they plunged without hesitation into the spatial vortex leading to the 8th floor. Inside the hidden control room. Therein, they've all entered the 8th floor. A Puju clan expert shouted excitedly. Good. Excellent. The leading Puju clan expert stared intently at the surveillance screen, especially at Qingyu's team. That human Marquise's speed has already slowed down. His high champion servant is also heavily injured. Those 8 wastes finally caught up. Although they're as slow as snails, they can finally encounter that human. Another Puju clan expert's tone carried sarcasm and glee. The first day. It's only the first day. And he's already approaching the 9th floor. This speed is terrifying, the leading Puju clan expert exclaimed, but more than that, he felt anxious. The environment on the 8th floor is complex. Let them fight first, weakening each other's strength. Then we'll find an opportunity to strike. Forbidden Shrine, 8th floor, 2nd area. Qingyu had just stored the 5 newly acquired world rings, which contained astonishing fluctuations, into his inner world. To the first area, Qingyu stepped in, and the sight before him made his gaze sharpen. Before he could feel joy, he felt a powerful spatial suppression envelop him, affecting even the speed of his amethyst cloud wings to some extent. The surrounding metal walls were covered with even more complex and active law secret patterns, as if they could come alive at any moment to launch a fatal blow. Master, the suppression here is too strong, and the traps are triggered more subtly and quickly. Li King warned. Qingyu nodded with a solemn expression. It was no longer possible to easily scrape the ground here as it was on the lower floors. Moreover, this first area was completely different from the metal corridors, complex machinery, and chambers of the previous 8 floors. The 9th area was eerily vast. It was a huge circular hall with a high dome, as if connecting to the starry sky. In the center of the hall, there were no superfluous decorations, only 9 slowly rotating, colorful vortices, each about 100 meters in diameter, suspended quietly like 9 deep and unfathomable eyes. Inside the vortices, light and shadow flowed, making it impossible to see what lay on the other side. Divine sense probing was like a stone sinking into the sea, swallowed or twisted by an invisible force. 9 passages. Qingyu's heart was solemn. Based on experience, the simpler the things arranged by the Qingyu clan, the more dangerous they often were. These 9 vortices seemed to be entrances to the ultimate treasure, but who could guarantee they weren't 9 deadly traps? Even a peak champion stepping in could be instantly severely injured or even annihilated. He dared not act rashly. Just as he was about to carefully sense, he received an urgent message from Blood King via the virtual universe network. Master, those 8 peak champions have caught up. Qingyu's eyes flickered, and a barely noticeable arc curved on his lips. They've come at just the right time. At the entrance to the 3rd area on the 8th floor, the 8 peak champion experts cautiously stepped into this unknown region. Having just experienced the chaotic space before, they were all still shaken, and now they were even more on high alert. However, the first thing they saw was not the mysterious sweeper they had expected, struggling to explore or fighting traps, but an unexpected figure, Blood King. Blood King's iconic massive snake body was coiled in a relatively safe open space, his crimson electronic eyes coldly watching them, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Blood King, how could it be you? Exclamations burst almost simultaneously from Azure Sea King, Dreamweaver King, and others. Their faces were filled with disbelief and extreme confusion. Blood King, a famous high champion in the monster race camp, known for his violent and solitary nature, was someone they knew all too well. But, how could he be here? And from the looks of it, he had already been waiting here. This completely defied logic. With Blood King's strength, it was a fluke that he could even pass through the previous 8 floors, so how could he be faster than their 8 peak champions? Something's wrong. King Xingsha's starlight around him fluctuated violently. She keenly sensed something amiss. Just then, Blood King spoke, his voice still that muffled tone, but carrying an undeniable sense of obedience. My master knows of your arrival and commanded me to wait here to lead you. Master. These 2 words exploded like thunder in the minds of the 8 peak champions. At their level, they understood all too well what the title, Master, meant in the outside territory battlefield, soul enslavement. Blood King was actually soul enslaved. Then, his master must be that mysterious sweeper who had been leading the way and had plundered all the treasures on the previous 8 floors. In an instant, all the puzzles seemed to have answers. Why could the opponent be so efficient? Why could he easily avoid traps? Why could he possess seemingly illogical speed? If the opponent was a terrifying soul master capable of enslaving high champions, and had more than one such servant, then everything made sense. As for how he brought soul servants into the Forbidden Shrine, they, like the Qingyu clan experts, guessed it was due to a high world ring, not daring to guess it was the World Lord's inner world, mainly because it was too shocking. The shock on the faces of the 8 peak champions gradually turned into unprecedented solemnity and a hint of imperceptible dread. They exchanged glances, seeing the same caution in each other's eyes. Their previous confidence and greed were quickly extinguished, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. An existence capable of enslaving Blood King, what was his baseline strength? How many other servants like Blood King did he have? Azure Sea King took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and said in a deep voice. In that case, please lead the way. Blood King said nothing more, turned, and walked towards the depths of the hall. His route was extremely peculiar, sometimes winding, sometimes pausing, and sometimes even dangerously close to an empty area. The 8 peak champions dared not be negligent, following closely behind Blood King, precisely replicating his every step. As they passed a seemingly flat piece of ground, Blood King deliberately took a small arc. Almost the instant he bypassed it, the area he would have originally stepped on silently cracked open with a tiny black fissure. A soul-shaking devouring force flashed by, and then the fissure closed, as if nothing had happened. Hiss! The 8 peak champions all gasped in unison. With their eyesight, they could naturally feel the terrifying power contained within that tiny fissure. It was a spatial tearing trap powerful enough to easily rip apart a champion's divine body. If it weren't for Blood King leading the way, if they had rushed in, they would probably have been instantly severely injured. Immediately after, they saw Blood King avoid an area where the energy seemed stable but was actually internally extremely violent and chaotic in its laws. He bypassed a seemingly ordinary wall that was actually covered with invisible soul impact ripples. With each trap avoided, the hearts of the 8 peak champions sank a little further, and the chill down their spines grew a little heavier. The first 3 areas of this 8th floor were simply deadly at every step. And that mysterious master could so clearly grasp the distribution of these deadly traps that even they found hard to detect. An invisible, suffocating pressure, as Blood King silently led the way, heavily weighed on the hearts of the 8 peak champions. Their previous desire to snatch treasures was now replaced by a strong sense of vigilance and unease. This master, who had not yet revealed himself, was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Finally, led by Blood King, they bypassed the last hidden energy turbulence, and the view suddenly opened up before them. In the deepest part of the hall, in front of the 9 colorful vortices, a figure enveloped in a faint purple aura, with magnificent cloud wings on his back, floated calmly. Behind him, stood 11 figures of various forms, yet all exuding the terrifying aura of peak champions. Champion, Purple Break King, Heavenly King, and King Yanju, a total of 11 peak champion servants, like the most loyal guards, surrounded their master. Qingyu slowly turned around, his calm gaze sweeping over the 8 peak champions who were filled with dread and on high alert, and he spoke softly. "Gentlemen, you've worked hard chasing me all this way." Locked onto by the indifferent gazes of 11 peak champion powerhouses simultaneously, Dreamweaver King, Azure Sea King, and the other 8 peak champions immediately felt as if they were being crushed by billions of tons of mountains, and even the flow of laws in the surrounding space seemed to become viscous. The superposition of that invisible pressure made them all gasp for breath. 11 peak champion soul servants. Azure Sea King's voice carried a tremor he hadn't even noticed himself. He swallowed with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. An ordinary soul master who could enslave 1 peak champion was already extremely remarkable, enslaving 2 or 3 would be considered invincible. Yet, before them, there were 11. However, an even greater shock was yet to come. When Dreamweaver King, Ji Yukong King, and King Lehman of the insect race camp scanned the 11 figures, their gazes instantly fixated on 2 of them, Champion and Purple Break King. "It's you." Dreamweaver King let out a sharp, distorted shriek. His compound eyes were filled with extreme fear, and the terrifying memories of being dominated in that starfield instantly surged into his mind. "They're the ones who saved Azure Sea King and the others." Ji Kong King and King Lehman also turned pale, unconsciously taking half a step back. They instantly understood that the formless king, who had scared them into a desperate flight without even showing himself, was, in fact, this terrifying entity capable of enslaving 11 peak champions. And they, oblivious to the danger, had actually chased him all the way here. Almost at the same time, Azure Sea King, King Yanju, and King Xingsha also recognized Champion and Purple Break King. "It's Champion and Purple Break King. They are the servants of the formless king, who saved us." King Xingsha's ethereal voice carried immense shock. Could it be that formless king is the gazes of the 3, accompanied by the uncertain stares of the other 5 peak champions, all simultaneously, with a sense of inquiry and extreme disbelief, sharply turned towards the figure protected in the center by the 11 peak champions like stars surrounding the moon, that figure with amethyst cloud wings on his back, enveloped in a faint halo. When they focused their gaze and clearly perceived the undisguised life aura and divine power fluctuation level emanating from that figure. High-level Feng Hu. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? The 8 peak champions, whether from the human race, insect race, or automaton race camps, all exclaimed in shock, their expressions completely out of control, filled with absurdity, bewilderment, and a shattering of their understanding. A high-level Feng Hu. He was actually the mysterious sweeper, who had enslaved 11 peak champions, swept through the lower 8 levels of the Forbidden Shrine with an overwhelming force, and left them, the 8 champions, struggling to catch up. He was actually the formless king, whom they either feared, hated, or desperately wanted to catch up to. This was even harder for them to accept than being told a universe exalt had descended. It was like an ant enslaving a divine dragon, and not just 1. The huge disparity and extreme sense of absurdity left these 8 peak champion powerhouses, standing at the pinnacle of the outside territory battlefield, collectively speechless for a moment. They just stared blankly at Qingyu, their minds blank, even their previous greed, fear, and killing intent temporarily dispersed by this overwhelming shock. The entire core hall of the 9th district fell into a strange, dead silence. Qingyu took in the wonderfully varied expressions of the 8 peak champions. His amethyst cloud wings flapped gently behind him, breaking the silence, his tone still calm, yet carrying an undeniable power. I am formless king. His gaze calmly swept over the 8, as if stating a most ordinary fact, but the power contained within it made the air solidify slightly. To have made it this far, your strength and luck are both extraordinary. Qingyu continued, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears, carrying a sense of commanding control. These 9 vortexes before us, I presume, led to the ultimate fortuitous encounter, and also to unpredictable dangers. He changed the subject, gently waving his hand. Immediately, 8 ancient-looking world rings, emitting faint energy fluctuations, appeared out of thin air, hovering before him. These rings came from his scavenging of the lower levels, each was priceless. I have no intention of being autocratic. Qingyu's voice carried an undeniable domineering, not fierce, but stemming from the calm confidence brought by absolute strength. Fortuitous encounters are for those who see them. These 8 world rings are my meeting gift to you all. As long as you are willing to explore the path ahead with me, you may take one now. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the 8 peak champions instantly became incredibly sharp. They were not fools, how could they not understand Qingyu's intention? This was clearly an enticement, to make them cannon fodder for exploration. No one knew whether the 9 vortexes led to treasure or a deadly trap. Those who went in first faced the greatest risk. Azure Sea King, King Yanju, and King Xingsha quickly exchanged glances, communicating in secret. Indeed, he wants us to take the risk. King Yanju transmitted mentally, with indignation. Calm down. Azure Sea King's eyes were grave. This is an open scheme. But we have the protection of the virtual universe system rules. As a human, he would never dare to openly force us to kill each other or die. This is our greatest reliance. At worst, we give up this so-called fortuitous encounter and withdraw from the competition. Let's wait and see how the insect race and automaton race react. King Xingsha also remained vigilant, but felt a little relieved, as being in the same camp was a protective charm. On the other side, the faces of Dreamweaver King, Ji Yukong King, and King Liman of the insect race camp became extremely ugly, their eyes almost spitting fire, yet they dared not act out. They felt immense humiliation, but even more so, fear. It seems like we have a choice, but in reality, if we don't choose to explore for him, there's no way out. Where did this damned formless king come from? On Qingyu's side, there were 11 peak champion servants, the already high-level champion Blood King, plus Azure Sea King and his 2 human race peak champions. That was 15 against 3. Moreover, there was an unfathomable, formless king, ontology, capable of enslaving 11 peak champions, holding the fort. To annihilate the 3 of them would be as easy as flipping a hand. They would have little to no chance of even escaping. How could they not be afraid? How could they not dare to be angry but not speak? The automaton race camp's Ling King and King Tian showed no expression on their cold metal faces, but their electronic eyes flickered frantically. Formless King is a soul master, but we automaton race have no souls, so his greatest threatening methods have limited effect on us. However, his 11 peak champion servants have a combined combat power far exceeding ours. If conflict occurs, our survival probability is less than 0.01%. Can attempt to temporarily ally with the insect race camp to increase our bargaining power. After a brief dead silence and intense internal struggle, Ling King's cold mechanical voice was the first to break the silence. Formless King, what spirit? We, the automaton race, are willing to continue forward. With that, his electronic eyes locked onto a hovering world ring, and a tractor beam shot out, pulling it into his hand. King Tian also silently took one. Seeing this, Dreamweaver King's compound eyes flashed with gloom and helplessness, knowing that his side was already at an absolute disadvantage, and resisting would only lead to death. He gritted his teeth and shrieked, "HMPH. We'll take it too." Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju exchanged glances, all seeing deep helplessness and a hint of unwillingness in each other's eyes. Qingyu indeed could not force them as he forced the alien races. If they chose to withdraw now and return via the way they came, Qingyu would not stop them. But to retreat just like that? They were unwilling. They had fought their way to the 8th level, endured hardships, and were all injured, yet had gained nothing. Moreover, when they thought of the 50 billion mixed yuan units they had paid to gather the tokens, their hearts bled. To return empty-handed, the cost was simply too great. And ahead was the mysterious entrance to the 9th level. Beyond that, it was highly likely that the Forbidden Shrine's most core and precious treasures were hidden. The risk was indeed immense, but the opportunity was equally unprecedented. Azure Sea King's eyes flickered, finally settling into a resolute gaze. He took a deep breath and transmitted to King Xingsha and King Yanju. To retreat means all previous efforts are wasted, and our capital is lost. To advance, although it requires risk and being controlled by others, there may not be a glimmer of hope, and we might even gain rewards far beyond imagination. Although this formless king is using us to scout, judging by his actions, he is not a bloodthirsty person. As long as we are cautious, look out for each other, we might not be unable to gain benefits in this dangerous situation. King Xingsha's starlight around him rippled slightly, his ethereal voice carrying solemnity. Kang Ming's words make sense. To withdraw now is indeed unwilling. This formless king's strength is unfathomable, and being his enemy is truly unwise. But if we temporarily go with the flow and use his power to explore the 9th level, perhaps we can gain more. King Yanju's massive rock fist clenched and then relaxed, and he rumbled. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold. I'll risk it. Can't come all this way for nothing. We'll act according to circumstances. If we truly encounter a deadly situation, the three of us can join forces, break through and retreat to the 8th level, there's still a chance. The three had made up their minds. Azure Sea King stepped forward, looked at Qingyu, and said in a deep voice. Formless King, the three of us are also willing to explore this 9th level. As soon as he spoke, Dreamweaver King, Huokong King, and King Liman's faces became even uglier. The human race camp suddenly gained 3 more peak champions. Although these 3 might not be entirely loyal to Formless King, the camaraderie of their race and the rules of the virtual universe undoubtedly added significant weight to their position. In any subsequent treasure distribution or conflicts, the insect race camp would be at an even greater absolute disadvantage. Ling King and King Tian's electronic eyes merely flickered slightly, seemingly unsurprised by this outcome. They were not opponents anyway, a few more made no difference. Qingyu seemed unsurprised by the decision of Azure Sea King and the other 2. He nodded faintly. Agreed. He then tossed the remaining 3 world rings to them. Thus, all the powerhouses present formed a fragile alliance, completely dominated by Qingyu's absolute strength, filled with suspicion and calculation. Chapter 113, Repeated Heavy Injuries. Inside the secret control room, the 3 Puju clan powerhouses watched the monitoring screen. Although Qingyu, his 12 servants, and the 8 peak champions were in a delicate atmosphere, no conflict erupted. Instead, a fragile cooperative stance formed after Qingyu took out the world ring, causing their faces to instantly turn incredibly grim. Damn it! How could this happen? One Qingyu clan powerhouse, furious, slammed his fist on the control panel, producing a muffled thud. Weren't they supposed to fight to the death for the treasure? How could they compromise and cooperate? It's all that damned human, formless king. Another Qingyu clan powerhouse said through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. His strength is too outrageous, directly suppressing everyone. With his 12 servants present, the other peak champions wouldn't dare to act rashly. Then what do we do? Are we just going to watch them cooperate to explore the 9th floor? What if they really find the holy artifact? The third Qingyu clan powerhouse's voice was filled with panic. The leading Qingyu clan powerhouse's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. He stared intently at the composed Qingyu on the screen and said coldly, "We cannot let them proceed so smoothly. We must disrupt their cooperation. Even if we can't make them fight among themselves, we must create enough trouble for them and exhaust their strength." But, how do we disrupt it? That formless king controls absolute power, and the rules are set by him. And if we show up, they'll definitely team up to kill us first. Wait. A hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the leading Qingyu clan powerhouse. Wait until they enter the vortexes. 9 vortexes, there should only be one relatively safe passage, and the other 8 are dead ends. Someone will always trigger a true killing trap. At that time, casualties will occur, and suspicion will naturally arise. Perhaps, we can even help, in secret, making certain traps a little more enthusiastic. The other 2 Qingyu clan powerhouses' eyes also rekindled with a sinister glow upon hearing this. 9th District Core Hall. Everyone's gaze was focused on the 9 slowly rotating colorful vortexes, and the atmosphere was heavy. Who enters first, and which one to enter, became the most realistic and dangerous problem at hand. Just then, Qingyu spoke again, breaking the silence. His voice was calm, yet carried a power that commanded the entire situation. "Since we are temporarily allies, I am not a heartless person. If anyone encounters danger during exploration, my servants will naturally step in to help and will never stand by idly." These words caused the tense minds of the 8 peak champions to relax slightly. Although they were still being used, at least there was some guarantee. Qingyu continued, "To show fairness, each party will take turns sending someone to explore. The automaton race, the insect race, and Azure Sea King's 3 parties will each send one person to choose a vortex and enter, in order. How about it?" This proposal seemed fair, relatively distributing the risks evenly. The 8 peak champions looked at each other. Although they knew it was still dangerous, in the face of Qingyu's absolute strength, this was already the best condition they could secure. Dreamweaver King suddenly shrieked. "All right. But you and your servants must also participate. You can't just let us take all the risks." He tried to drag Qingyu's side into the same predicament. Qingyu seemed to have anticipated this, smiling indifferently. "As you wish." He agreed very readily, as if it wasn't a problem at all. This composure, however, made Dreamweaver King and the others even more uneasy. "Since that is the case, let's start with the automaton race." Qingyu's gaze turned to Ling King and King Tian. "It's all the same whichever one you choose, it's all up to luck." Ling King and King Tian's electronic eyes flickered rapidly, and internal communication was instantly completed. King Tian's defensive power and divine body strength were superior, making him more suitable to deal with unknown risks. "I'll go." King Tian's massive metallic body stepped forward, and a muffled voice resounded. He chose the vortex that emitted a rich earthy yellow light, which appeared to be the most substantial. Unable to perceive the internal situation, he instinctively chose the attribute that felt like it had the greatest defensive pressure. Ling King, with a tacit understanding, moved to the edge of the vortex, energy surging around him, ready to provide support at any moment. Under everyone's gaze, King Tian took a deep breath, his massive metallic body transforming into a stream of light, and without hesitation, he plunged into the earthy yellow vortex, his figure instantly swallowed by the light. Outside, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's divine power perception could not penetrate the vortex's interior, and they could only wait anxiously. However, in less than 5 seconds, roar. A furious roar, like metallic thunder, mixed with shock and anger, suddenly erupted from the vortex. Immediately after, a disheveled figure shot out at an even faster speed than he entered. It was King Tian. Behind him, a dark yellow electric snake, over 10 meters thick, composed of pure destructive energy, followed closely, bearing its fangs and claws, radiating a terrifying aura of annihilation, and biting towards King Tian. Clearly, he had triggered a law-based ultimate trap. Attack! Ling King reacted extremely quickly, giving a cold command. In an instant, thousands of powerful mechanical puppets of various designs appeared around him. Countless cannon barrels instantly condensed energy, emitting deafening roars, and dense energy beams rained down like a storm on the dark yellow electric snake. However, to everyone's shock, such a fierce concentrated attack only caused the electric snake's energy body to slightly dim and shrink by a circle. Its momentum undiminished, it still fiercely pounced on King Tian. Formless King, aren't you going to act? Seeing this, Ling King's electronic eyes flashed red, and he roared for help towards Qingyu. Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded slightly towards Tian King and Pan Shi King beside him. The two peak champion servants immediately understood. Their figures flickered, and they appeared behind Ling King, while the remaining 9 continued to guard Qingyu in the center. Dreamweaver King, Ji Yukong King, and King Liman, who were on the side, watched this scene, their faces instantly becoming even more unsightly. They exchanged glances in secret, full of helplessness. This formless king gives us no openings at all. He always keeps enough power by his side to suppress us. We can only take it one step at a time. I hope the next vortex will be safer. Tianying King formed hand seals, and powerful divine energy created an invisible barrier to obstruct the electric snake, while Pan Shi King roared, his body erupting with thick earthy yellow light, and like a meteor, he fiercely punched the electric snake's core. Boom! The combined attack of the 3 peak champions finally completely shattered the terrifying dark yellow electric snake, turning it into scattered energy particles that dissipated. King Tian, who had escaped death, landed on the ground with a heavy metallic clang. His massive metallic body showed extensive damage and melted traces, and countless tiny metal particles were struggling to repair themselves. However, faint dark yellow destructive energy still flickered and jumped like a persistent disease, hindering the repair process. My divine body was annihilated by 3%. King Tian's voice carried suppressed anger and a hint of lingering fear, and this was in less than 5 seconds of entering. For a peak champion, this was already a very heavy loss. Coupled with the consumption from breaking through the previous levels, his mood was at an all-time low. Qingyu merely glanced at him indifferently. That calm, unruffled gaze made King Tian swallow the complaint he was about to utter. King Tian, what was the situation inside the vortex? Qingyu asked. King Tian replied irritably. It was an annihilation thunder prison. Endless divine thunder, incredibly powerful. The moment I entered, I was subjected to an all-around attack. Qingyu glanced at his damaged body, and seeing no signs of hidden world rings, he no longer pressed him. Since that's the case, this vortex is temporarily marked as a dangerous area. Next one. Qingyu's gaze calmly turned to the insect race camp. It's your turn. Qingyu's calm words were like a death knell, making the faces of Dreamweaver King, Ji Yukong King, and King Liman extremely grim. King Tian's previous experience was still fresh in their minds. The tragic sight of 3% of his divine body being annihilated in a mere few seconds sent shivers down the spine of any peak champion. Dreamweaver King and Huokong King's gazes subconsciously turned to King Liman. After all, he possessed the plant life, Sawtooth Tail, with astonishing defensive power, making him the best candidate for scouting. King Liman felt their gazes, and his face suddenly changed, showing displeasure and a hint of grievance, though it wasn't very obvious beneath his fierce exterior. He growled, "Why are you looking at me? My Sawtooth Tail was severely damaged during the last hasty retreat and hasn't recovered yet. This time, it's definitely your 2 turns." He was referring to the damage his plant life sustained when it couldn't be fully retracted during their retreat from Qingyu's servants. Dreamweaver King and Huokong King's faces grew even gloomier upon hearing this. King Liman's plant life was indeed the best meat shield. Now that they couldn't rely on it, one of them, a master of the soul path, had a relatively fragile body. Although Qingyu King was skilled in spatial lockdown, his pure divine body defense was not outstanding. For either of them to go would be a huge risk. Make a decision quickly, everyone. Azure Sea King spoke calmly from the side, with a hint of subtle urging. Everyone is waiting, and hesitation is useless. There are 9 vortexes, 8 of us here, plus Formless King will also send someone, we have to explore them all. His words subtly tied Qingyu's side into the same predicament. Dreamweaver King and the other 2 cursed inwardly, it's easy for you humans to say with the virtual universe rules protecting you. They looked at the composed Qingyu, who was heavily guarded by 10 peak champion servants, and felt even more exasperated. This absolute disparity in military strength made it difficult for them to even entertain the thought of fighting to the death. After a brief, suppressed silence and exchange of glances, Qingyu King suddenly gritted his teeth, a hint of desperation flashing across his fierce face. Damn it, I'll go. As a soul master, Dreamweaver King was indeed less suitable for scouting. Now was not the time for internal arrangements. His gaze swept over the remaining 8 unknown vortexes, those rotating colors were filled with deadly allure and danger in his eyes. Finally, he steeled his heart and randomly chose the vortex that emitted a faint blue cold light. Qingyu, be careful. Dreamweaver King couldn't help but send a telepathic reminder. Qingyu King didn't look back. Spatial laws subtly fluctuated around him, forming a protective energy shield. He then transformed into a stream of light and resolutely plunged into the faint blue vortex. However, his luck seemed even worse than King Tian's. Again, in just a few breaths of time, a shrill scream suddenly erupted from the faint blue vortex, filled with pain and terror. Immediately after, Qingyu King's figure was thrown out as if by an invisible giant force, flying back in a disheveled state and heavily crashing to the ground. Everyone looked closely, and gasped in unison. Qingyu King's right leg, from the thigh down, over 80% of the area, was covered in a viscous, constantly wriggling dark green substance. This substance, like a living thing, was rapidly eroding his divine body at a visible speed. The eroded parts quickly lost their luster, becoming dark blue and stiff, then emitting a faint but teeth-grating, crunching sound, directly crumbling into countless tiny blue ice crystal particles, completely annihilated. It's cold poison. Azure Sea King, with his extensive knowledge, was the first to exclaim in shock, his face instantly changing. Kong King, quick, immediately abandon the eroded divine body. Otherwise, if the poison spreads throughout your body, you're completely finished. Qingyu King also shouted urgently, his voice tinged with fear. This cold poison was extremely potent, and its corrosive speed was astonishing. Looking at the amount of poison on Qingyu King's leg, if not dealt with decisively, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Kong King's face was filled with despair and pain. Voluntarily abandoning his divine body meant a permanent and significant loss of strength. The annihilation of one leg's divine body was enough to cause his strength to drop by a notch, transforming him from a powerhouse among peak champions to one at the bottom. This was even harder to accept than being severely injured directly by an enemy. However, the excruciating pain, as if even his soul was freezing, and the terrifying sensation of his divine body rapidly annihilating, were all relentlessly reminding him there was no time to hesitate. Every second he delayed, the cold poison would erode more of his divine body, and his losses would increase exponentially. Qingyu King let out a roar of extreme unwillingness, a hint of ruthlessness and determination flashing in his eyes. PFF'd. Accompanied by a muffled explosion, his stone leg, nearly 80% eroded by the cold poison and already beginning to disintegrate, was severed at the root, blasted away by his own powerful force. But just as the severed leg was about to hit the ground, with the dark green cold poison still wriggling and corroding it, Qingyu King endured the intense pain, swiftly grabbed it from a distance, and a suction force instantly pulled the severed leg back, firmly grasping it in his hand. His movements were extremely fast, clearly prepared. To the side, Ling King, who had seemed about to make a move, his electronic eyes flickered, then quietly stopped, resuming his cold, standing posture. Ji Yukong King glanced coldly at Ling King, his eyes filled with vigilance and sarcasm. How could he not know what this fellow was thinking? If he had hesitated even slightly just now, someone might have taken the opportunity to help dispose of his poisoned severed leg, and then he wouldn't even have this chance to recover some of his losses. The value of this cold poison was considerable. He could still recover some losses once he left the Forbidden Shrine. Divine power surged at the severed leg, and a new leg quickly grew out, but the new leg's light was noticeably dim, and its aura was much weaker. With this, he had annihilated nearly 10% of his divine body. His strength plummeted. Ji Yukong King said nothing, his face grim, and silently retreated to the side, deliberately putting a considerable distance between himself and everyone else present. At this moment, with his strength greatly diminished, whether it was his former. Chapter 114, Zavaroya's Scheme. As the exploration continued, one vortex after another proved to be a deadly trap. First, King Yanju and Azure Sea King from the human race faction, as well as Tianying King under Qingyu's command, entered different vortices. The process need not be detailed, but the result repeatedly brought both peril and disappointment. A scorching sea of lava, an endless domain of blades, a poisonous mist that corroded divine bodies. Behind every vortex lurked a killing intent capable of severely injuring or even annihilating a peak king. Although Qingyu's servants provided support, preventing any deaths, every peak king who entered a vortex paid the price of having part of their divine body annihilated. Their injuries ranged from minor to severe, and their aura was noticeably weaker than when they first entered. Before the 8th vortex, a passage emanating sharp golden light, Qingyu dispatched Pan Shi King, known for his defense. Pan Shi King let out a low growl, his entire body glowing with a heavy earthy yellow light, and he resolutely stepped in. Moments later, the sound of grating metal clashing and Pan Shi King's muffled roars faintly echoed from within the hall. When he finally struggled out, his indestructible rock body was covered in deep scratches, as if he had been hacked by countless divine weapons and sharp blades, and his aura was clearly weakened. Master, Pan Shi King's voice was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Inside is an endless golden evil aura, incomparably sharp. Despite my best efforts to resist, my divine body still suffered over 3% damage. Besides the traps, there was nothing else. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. 8 Peak King, plus the 2 servants Qingyu sent, almost everyone who had gone in was injured. At this moment, everyone's gaze collectively turned to the last vortex, which emitted a hazy, soft white light. Could it be that their luck was extremely poor for the previous 8 times, and the correct passage just happened to be this last one? Even Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Could it be that all 8 previous choices were wrong? In the hidden control room, the atmosphere was even more anxious and despairing than in the hall. Damn it. After exploring 8 vortices, not a single one died. How can these alien scum be so tough? A Puju clan expert watched the resilient figures, though injured, on the monitor, so angry that his feathers trembled. Big brother, there's only one vortex left. That must be the passage to the 9th floor. Once nearly 20 champion-level powers rush in, the holy relic will be completely out of reach. Another Puju clan expert's voice was filled with panic. What do we do? Are we just going to watch the last treasure of our ancestral land be stolen by these bandits? The leading Puju clan expert's face was so grim it could drip water. He stared intently at the screen, various thoughts flickering wildly in his eyes. In the end, he could only say hoarsely, "It has come to this, we can only take it one step at a time and act according to the situation." With Qingyu, an unpredictable existence, they had no chance at all. In the hall of the 9th district, the oppressive silence was almost suffocating. According to the initial rotation order, this last vortex should have been entered by the automaton race. However, there were only 2 Peak King from the automaton race who had entered the Forbidden Shrine and reached this point. Following the rotation, it was Dreamweaver King from the insect race faction, who had not yet entered, to explore this last vortex passage. The blood drained from Dreamweaver King's face, which was covered in compound eyes. He knew his weakness all too well. A soul master's physique couldn't endure the kind of traps they had encountered earlier. He would never be so naive as to believe that the last one must be the way out, nor would he dare to gamble. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on King Xingsha, who also had not entered a vortex. Aside from Qingyu and his servants, only the two of them had yet to test the waters. King Xingsha, Dreamweaver King's voice was dry and urgent. How about we make a deal? The starlight around King Xingsha rippled slightly, and her ethereal voice sounded. What price can you pay? She naturally understood that the other party wanted her to take the risk on his behalf. Dreamweaver King glanced at the expressionless Qingyu and the other watchful powerhouses, and said in a deep voice. This matter concerns my life and fortune. The details of the transaction are not convenient for public disclosure. I need to discuss it privately with King Xingsha. I wonder what Formless King and the others think. His words were mainly a request for Qingyu's permission, as he was the master here. Qingyu's gaze calmly swept over them. After a brief thought, he nodded. Permitted. At this juncture, he didn't mind this little interlude. Whether they traded or retreated, to him, it was merely a game between chess pieces, which would not affect the overall situation. Moreover, he wasn't worried about the two taking the opportunity to slip away. Now that there was only one vortex left, no one would likely want to withdraw at this point. Besides, even if they really escaped, Qingyu wouldn't lose anything. Dreamweaver King and King Xingsha immediately flew to a corner of the hall, isolating the outside world with their divine power. A moment later, the two returned, and King Xingsha spoke directly. This last vortex, I will enter on Dreamweaver King's behalf. Everyone's gaze swept back and forth between the two, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, wondering what astonishing promise Dreamweaver King had made to make King Xingsha willing to take such a risk. Qingyu had no intention of delving deeper, merely saying indifferently, "Since that's the case, then let's begin." Quickly. King Xingsha said no more. The starlight around her converged brilliantly, transforming into a stream of light, and she resolutely rushed into that last white vortex. However, hope was once again shattered. Boom! In less than a breath, a violent explosion echoed from within the vortex. King Xingsha's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing in disarray. The ethereal starlight wings on her back were tattered, clearly bearing the main impact of the explosion, and her vital aura was also in disarray. The ninth vortex was still a trap. By now, all 9 vortices had been explored and confirmed to be dead ends. This result was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. After paying such a heavy price, it seemed they had walked into a complete dead end. In the hidden control room, seeing all 9 vortices confirmed as traps, the 3 Qingyu clan experts first breathed a sigh of relief. For them, it was better for the clan's holy relic to remain sealed forever than to allow these invading aliens to lay hands on it. None of the 9 vortex passages are correct, he muttered to himself, his eyes flickering rapidly. A moment later, his eyes lit up. After a brief silence, a sharp glint suddenly shot from his eyes, as if he had grasped the last straw. He suddenly turned around and asked his 2 companions in an urgent and serious tone. Don't hold on to false hope. I ask you, if the 2 of you were to activate our remaining control authority at all costs, which vortex could you influence the most right now? The Qingyu clan expert responsible for the monitoring system immediately sensed it and replied with difficulty. Big brother, our authority is fragmented. With the combined strength of the 2 of us, if we go all out, perhaps we can barely control the 5th vortex passage, but for a maximum of 3 minutes. Good. The leading Qingyu clan expert, the 5th vortex is good. 3 minutes is enough. The leading Qingyu clan expert clenched his fists, a look of desperate resolve appearing on his face. I have a plan. This is the last chance. He quickly lowered his voice and transmitted the core of his extremely risky plan to his 2 companions. No, big brother, this is too dangerous. It's almost a certain death. Let me go. The clan can exist without me, but it cannot exist without your leadership. The other 2 Qingyu clan experts' faces changed dramatically after hearing this, and they immediately began to argue excitedly. Stop talking. The leading Qingyu clan expert roared, stopping them with an unprecedentedly stern gaze, his voice hoarse but containing unquestionable power. Precisely because it's a near certain death, I must go. My strength is the greatest, and my adaptability is the best. Only if I go is there a slim chance to turn the tide. Remember, you also have your own tasks. If I don't return, everything will be up to you." His words carried the tragic grandeur of, "The wind whistles, the Yi River is cold." His two companions looked at the unswerving determination in their big brother's eyes, knowing that all persuasion was futile. With reddened eyes, they nodded heavily, transforming all their worries and powerlessness into tightly clenched fists. "Big brother, take care. We'll wait for you to return. Remember, back up all the information from this forbidden shrine. If this time doesn't work, then wait for the next 1000 epochs." The leading Qingyu clan expert took a deep look at his two remaining clansmen, then resolutely turned, his figure merging into the shadows of the control room, walking towards the hidden passage leading to the main hall. 8th floor, 1st district. The atmosphere was fermenting, rapidly turning into a hotbed of suspicion. Bastards. Ji Yukong King, who had suffered the most severe losses, was the first to erupt. His sinister gaze swept like a venomous snake over the other Peak King who had entered the vortices. "Among you, did someone discover the true passage, and then deliberately conceal it, wanting to hog the treasure?" Ji Yukong King. "Stop spewing venom like a mad dog here." Azure Sea King immediately stepped forward, refuting sharply, his divine power surging around him. "Just because you're unlucky, you want to drag everyone down with you. I think you're the most suspicious." A cold glint also flashed in Qingyu's eyes. His soul servants would never deceive him, but the other 7 Peak King were another matter. Just as suspicion and anger were on the verge of igniting a conflict, the cold, emotionless voice of the automaton race's spirit king rang out, interrupting the dangerous atmosphere. "According to the recalculation of existing data, there is another, higher probability that the true passage leading to the core of the 9th floor might not be opened by random selection. Instead, it might require a specific key, for example, the bloodline of the Qingyu clan natives. Perhaps this 9th floor can only be entered by the Qingyu clan natives." This calm analysis was like a basin of cold water, temporarily calming the agitated crowd and making them fall into contemplation. If it was truly as he said, then all their previous sacrifices, all their endurance, would have become a complete joke. Qingyu also felt a surge of irritation at this moment. His original plan was to use these Peak King as pawns to explore the path to the ultimate treasure with the smallest possible cost. However, the result was nothing but a group of scarred burdens and 9 unequivocally confirmed death traps. A waste of time, he sneered inwardly. Since relying on outsiders wouldn't work, he could only take action himself. With the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone's innate secret technique, Instant Shadow, he was confident he could traverse the 9 vortices in an extremely short time and personally confirm their reality, which was more direct than any other detection. However, Instant Shadow was his crucial life-saving trump card, and he absolutely couldn't expose it easily in front of so many outsiders. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Qingyu's eyes. Since it was useless and might reveal secrets, there was no need to keep it. It was time to clear the area. His mind stirred, and he instantly issued clear commands to all his champion servants through a mental link. "Kill them for me." However, just as this murderous command was about to be fully transmitted, and the divine power of the 11 Peak King servants was about to erupt, a hoarse, ancient voice, filled with endless hatred and mockery, suddenly exploded in the hall above. "Ha ha ha, you guessed right." The space rippled like water. A figure, enveloped in a dark purple glow, with a bird's head and a human body, as if stepping out of an ancient mural, slowly solidified before everyone. The word, "kill," that was about to escape Qingyu's lips was abruptly held back. This was a native Qingyu clan powerhouse. He floated in midair, his cold gaze sweeping over all the invaders below like he was looking at ants, finally settling on Qingyu, who had just exuded killing intent. His laughter carried a hint of almost insane glee. "How can the 9th level shrine be entered by you filthy invaders? Without the guidance of my Qingyu clan, you will never set foot inside. Ha ha ha, you want treasures? Come beg me." A trace of surprise flashed in Qingyu's eyes, then turned into an even deeper coldness and scrutiny as he looked at this overconfident Qingyu clan native who dared to show himself. This sudden turn of events also made the originally desperate and suspicious 8 Peak Kings all freeze, their gazes instantly focusing on this uninvited guest. "Who are you?" Azure Sea King was the first to demand sharply, his eyes filled with wariness. He even instinctively glanced at Qingyu, suspecting if this was another unknown servant controlled by this formless king. The bird-headed, human-bodied Qingyu clan powerhouse, Zavroya, let out a laugh full of resentment, his voice hoarse and sharp. "Who am I? Do you despicable invaders, who trample my homeland and slaughter my clansmen, even deserve to know my name? However, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Remember this name, Zavroya. This will be the name that sends you to your graves." Arrogant. King Yanju roared. "A mere native, alone, dares to appear before us. Are you tired of living? Seeking death?" Ji Yukong King, who had suffered heavy losses, was even more filled with killing intent, staring sinisterly at Zavroya. "Old man, if you only want to come here to talk big, then be prepared to stay here forever." Facing everyone's killing intent and questioning, Zavroya not only showed no fear but instead raised his head, his face full of disdain and mockery. "Kill me, ha ha ha. If you kill me, you'll be trapped in this damned hall for 7 days, then be thrown out by the shrine's rules like homeless dogs. Don't you want to enter the 9th level? No one can take you in except me. Take us in." Dreamweaver King's compound eyes flickered, questioning sharply. "Do you think we'll believe you? You, a Qingyu clan native, would kindly take us to get your clan's sacred artifacts? Why not wait until we're expelled after 7 days, and then you go in alone?" Zavroya's smile became even more distorted and venomous. "If it weren't for the fact that we can only stay in the Forbidden Shrine for 7 days, I wouldn't bother with you despicable people. HMPH. Besides, with you hyenas guarding outside, do we have a chance to get close?" He paused, his tone carrying a humiliating gnashing of teeth. "Rather than let the sacred artifact be buried here forever, it's better to use it to exchange for a glimmer of hope for my clan's survival. But the prerequisite is that you must pay the price." "What price?" Azure Sea King asked in a deep voice. "Very simple." Zavroya extended a finger like an eagle's claw. "First, after reaching the 9th level, I must have priority in choosing half of all treasures." This condition was extremely harsh, but at this moment, for the nearly desperate crowd, it was like a glimmer of light in the darkness. Many secretly thought, agree first, then talk. Once on the 9th level, how the treasures are distributed will still be determined by strength, right? Second, Zavroya's gaze swept across the entire hall, especially lingering on Qingyu and his array of servants. "Since we're going, everyone must go. Not a single one less. I don't want to lead the way only to have someone stay behind and block my retreat." As soon as this demand was made, Qingyu's brow immediately furrowed. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Letting everyone enter an unknown area completely controlled by the Qingyu clan. This was like actively walking into a trap set by the opponent. "Why bother?" Qingyu finally spoke, his voice calm but carrying a chilling coldness that made people's hearts palpitate. "I'll just enslave your soul directly, and you'll naturally lead the way obediently. Wouldn't that be simpler?" As soon as these words were uttered, it was like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake. "I disagree." "No." Almost the instant Qingyu's words fell, Spirit King, King Tian, Dreamweaver King, King Liman, and Ji Yukong King, though weak, still endured their severe injuries and immediately flashed forward, unhesitatingly blocking between Zavroya and Qingyu. Their faces were filled with resolute vigilance. Spirit King's mechanical voice was cold and urgent. "Formless King, your strength is extraordinary, and we admire you. But if you enslave this soul guide, then whether it's leading the way or setting a trap, wouldn't it all be up to your whim? How can our lives be guaranteed?" What they feared most was that after Qingyu completely took control of the situation, he would eliminate all of them, these alien races. Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju, though not moving from the human race faction, also remained silent, their eyes complex. Clearly, they also tacitly acknowledged the concerns of the automaton race and insect race factions. In the face of huge interests and an absolute disparity in military strength, trust within the same faction was equally fragile. Zavaroya, protected behind the crowd, showed a cold, cunning smile, his heart filled with wild joy. Fight. Argue. The more you despicable invaders suspect each other internally, the greater the hope of my plan's success. Qingyu took in everyone's reactions, a barely perceptible arc forming at the corner of his mouth, a detached indifference and disdain from a superior position. Since you all think so, he seemed too lazy to argue, waving his hand casually. Then, as you say, lead the way. In his heart, these people's obstruction was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If he truly wanted to enslave Zavaroya, even with these people blocking, it would just take a little more effort. It was just that at the moment, he wanted to see what tricks this Qingyu clan native was playing. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and schemes seemed laughable. Seeing Qingyu compromise, Zavaroya's heart settled slightly, but the resentment and mockery on his face remained undiminished. HMPH. Consider yourselves sensible. Follow me. If anyone can't keep up, or harbors ill intentions, they'll stay on this 8th level forever. With that, he turned, a dark purple glow emanating from his body, and flew directly towards the 5th vortex. Just as his figure was about to disappear into the vortex light curtain, his fingers, hidden beneath his wings, made an extremely subtle flexing motion. This was a secret signal that only their Qingyu clan understood, transmitted to his two brothers still anxiously waiting in the control room. The next moment, his figure completely vanished into the vortex. Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly. Without hesitation, his amethyst cloud wings vibrated lightly, and he followed. Closely as a purple streak. The 12 champion servants followed like shadows. Azure Sea King, Dreamweaver King, and the other 8 Peak Kings, seeing this, also put aside their hesitation and suspicion, gritting their teeth and following suit. Passing through the vortex light curtain, the anticipated trap did not appear. Everyone found themselves in a seemingly flat, wide passage constructed of dark yellow crystals. The passage extended forward, and a metal wall blocked the way. It's safe after all. Ji Yukong King breathed a sigh of relief, but then his expression grew even darker, because this meant that Zavaroya indeed held the key. And Zavaroya, who was leading the way, couldn't help but let a trace of extreme ecstasy flash across his face the moment he stepped into this passage, but he forcibly suppressed it with immense willpower, returning to his resentful and gloomy demeanor. Because the moment his feet landed, an ancient, mechanical, emotionless voice rang directly in his mind. Detection of high-level life entering the core passage. Initiating deep genetic verification. Verification passed. Identity confirmed. Performing life signature matching. Matching passed. Welcome back, Your Highness of the Qingyu clan. I am the Forbidden Shrine's auxiliary intelligence. You may tell me your needs. Zavaroya's heart surged with monstrous waves, ecstasy and anger intertwined. Shrine intelligence. You actually exist. Why did you only verify my identity now? Why didn't you contact me when I first entered the shrine? If he had received the intelligence's assistance earlier, why would he be in such a sorry state? Why would he need to conspire with tigers? The intelligence's reply was cold and objective. Apologies, Your Highness. My detection system was severely damaged in the ancient war and failed in its attempt at self-repair. I can only accurately identify your identity when you step into the core area, directly under my control, that is, this soul passage leading to the 9th level. Before that, I could not actively contact or confirm the identity of any entrant. Zavaroya instantly understood, his heart a mix of emotions, but mostly wild joy. This was tremendous news for their Qingyu clan. He suppressed his excitement and quickly asked, "What permissions do you currently have? How many areas can you control?" My effective control range is limited to the current core passage and the 9th level core shrine at the end of the passage. Most of the control permissions for other areas of the shrine are disconnected. I detect that you are currently in the passage leading to the 9th level shrine, accompanied by multiple unverified life forms. Would you like me to open the shrine entrance for you now? No, do not open it yet. He immediately ordered. Without my further instructions, you are absolutely not allowed to open the 9th level entrance, and absolutely no non-Qingyu clan life forms are allowed to enter the 9th level through any other means. Chapter 115, Trapped to Death. From the outside, Zavaroa merely paused for an instant after entering the passage. Zavaroa, what's next? How do we get to the 9th floor? Hurry! Azure Sea King's impatient urging came from behind him, sounding exceptionally clear in the silent passage. Everyone stared at him, waiting for him to lead the way. Zavaroa turned around, his face still bearing that nauseatingly sarcastic expression, but deep in his eyes, a cold glint of everything being under his control flashed. He spoke hoarsely, his laughter like grinding sand. Ha ha ha, you damned invaders, still dreaming of going to the 9th floor. That's simply wishful thinking. This was Zavaroa's plan all along. From the very beginning, he had no intention of leading Qingyu and his group to the 9th floor. After all, before stepping into this shrine, even he himself didn't know the specific way to the 9th floor. It wasn't until he connected to the shrine's ancient and energy-efficient intelligent auxiliary system that the auxiliary intelligence granted him permission to open the passage to the 9th floor. But how could he possibly be willing to share it with these outsiders? The treasures of the 9th floor, how could he allow others to covet them? Therefore, at this moment, Zavaroa unleashed the full extent of his sarcasm, his tone filled with contempt and mockery. What do you mean? Ji Yukong King, whose injuries had not healed and whose mood was already foul, instantly changed his expression and shouted sharply, subconsciously taking a step forward. What do I mean? Ha ha ha, you bandits who invaded my clan's sacred land, all of you will stay here, to be buried with me. Zavaroa suddenly threw his head back and roared. My clansmen, listen. Once you enter the vortex passage, you can activate the shrine's intelligent authentication and go directly to the 9th floor. Take the clan's sacred artifacts, return to the clan, and let my clan rise again. His words were actually meant to notify his clansmen outside to reactivate the trap within the vortex passage. Before he finished speaking, Zavaroa's surrounding energy surged violently. He actually chose to self-destruct without hesitation, giving no one time to react. His initial target was the most threatening Qingyu, but Qingyu, out of caution, naturally maintained a safe distance from him after entering the passage. Seeing that he couldn't drag Qingyu down with him, a fierce glint flashed in Zavaroa's eyes, and his figure, like a ghost, suddenly lunged at Huokong King, who was closest to him and whose reaction was slightly slower due to his injuries. Let's perish together. Invaders. Zavaroa let out his final roar. No. Ji Yukong King was terrified. Even at his peak, he would have difficulty completely avoiding a Peak King's close-range self-destruction, and now, severely injured, he was even more desperate. He desperately retreated, but the distance was simply too close. Boom. The complete self-destruction of a Peak King powerhouse, within this relatively enclosed crystal passage, had its power magnified to the extreme. The terrifying energy storm, like a tangible tsunami, instantly engulfed the nearest Ji Yukong King and completely enveloped King Tian, who was not far behind him. Ji Yukong King, who bore the brunt of the attack, couldn't even let out a complete scream before his divine body melted away like ice and snow in the endless light and heat, completely turning into nothingness. Ji Yukong King, fallen. The two automaton race undying, though slightly further away, were still hit by most of the self-destruction's power. King Tian, despite his formidable mechanical body, suffered immense damage at such close range, and his massive metal body was instantly torn apart and melted. Although their undying body allowed them to quickly begin reassembling their divine bodies, their aura had plummeted, and their divine bodies had suffered unimaginable heavy damage. The five further back, Dream, Weaver King, King Liman, Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju, though not directly hit by the explosion's core, the sweeping energy shockwave still hit them like a giant hammer. Their divine bodies were annihilated to varying degrees once again, and each of them turned deathly pale, filled with terror. In the hidden control room, the moment Zavaroa looked up and shouted those words, his two clansmen had already sensed something was wrong. Big brother. Didn't we agree to stick to the plan? One person shrieked urgently, his voice distorted by fear and grief. When he saw Zavaroa's divine power irreversibly collapsing and glowing on the monitoring screen, the other person's eyes seemed to split, and he let out a desperate wail. Big brother. No. But nothing could stop it. After the blinding flash of the self-destruction, the monitoring screen was blurry, showing only a chaotic energy turbulence within the passage. The control room fell into a deathly silence, which was then engulfed by overwhelming grief and hatred. It's these aliens. These damned bandits forced Big Brother to his death. Big Brother created this opportunity for us with his life. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. Revenge. Activate the trap, let them all be buried with Big Brother. Hatred instantly overshadowed grief, and the two of them unhesitatingly activated the deadly trap within the passage. The passage's killing array, which had been temporarily deactivated for the plan, was now fully activated. Sizzle. Hiss. Accompanied by a strange, teeth-grinding sound, a dense, blood-red mist, like blood, suddenly spewed from the blood-colored patterns that lit up on the top and walls of the passage. This mist appeared extremely quickly, almost instantly filling the entire passage space, and it carried a strange vitality, actively coiling around and infiltrating all life forms in the area as if it were alive. Oh no, it's the Crimson Poison Mist. Azure Sea King, with the most knowledge, was the first to shriek in alarm, his face instantly turning ashen. This poison mist can directly corrode divine bodies, holding your breath is useless. Damn it, this Qingyu clan bastard. Even in death, he's still plotting against us. Qinglin roared furiously, green divine power gushing out from around him. Forming a protective shield, the crimson poison mist, upon touching the shield, immediately emitted a corrosive, sizzling sound. Run. Retreat to the 8th floor. King Xingsha shrieked, her hazy starlight shield fluctuating violently, clearly also under immense pressure. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Almost the moment the poison mist appeared, King Tian, who was closest to the entrance vortex and had the calmest and most direct mind, had already transformed into 2 streaks of metallic light, disregarding the weakness after his divine body was severely damaged, and madly rushed towards the light curtain from which they had come. However, bang, bang, 2 dull thuds, and King Tian was bounced back as if he had hit an invisible, indestructible wall, at a speed even faster than he had gone in. The vortex light curtain, which should have been the exit, had now become incredibly solid, emitting stable spatial blockade fluctuations. The exit is sealed. We can't break through. King Tian's mechanical voice carried a noticeable urgency for the first time. Get out of the way. Let me do it. King Liman, the most volatile-tempered, pushed aside the automaton race member in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, and terrifying dark green energy condensed in his massive palm. He roared and slammed it fiercely against the sealed light curtain. Open up for me. Boom. A violent energy blast, powerful enough to easily destroy stars, struck the light curtain. However, the seemingly fragile vortex light curtain only rippled slightly, barely even shaking. Instead, a powerful rebound force came back, making the already injured King Liman grunt and his arm go numb. It's useless. Azure Sea King shouted in despair, struggling to maintain his shield. This is the core passage of the Forbidden Shrine. Its structural strength is comparable to a war fortress. Once it's closed, let alone us, all injured, even a peak champion at full strength, or even an ordinary universe exalt, wouldn't be able to break it open by force in a short time. These words were like the final death knell, ringing in everyone's hearts. The retreat was cut off, the path ahead unknown, and the pervasive crimson poison mist around them was like a greedy blood leech, constantly eroding their already dwindling divine power and divine bodies. A desperate situation. A truly inescapable predicament. The instinct for survival drove every powerhouse. After King Liman failed to violently break open the door, Dreamweaver King, Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju all attacked together, slamming against the unmoving light curtain again and again. Even King Tian, whose divine body was severely damaged and had just reassembled, furiously poured out firepower. Boom, 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 boom. For a time, the energy light at the entrance of the passage flashed wildly, deafening explosions were incessant, and the entire passage trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The combined insane attacks of 7 champion-level powerhouses had enough power to instantly annihilate thousands of kilometers. However, that thin vortex light curtain was like an ancient cosmic barrier. No matter how fierce the storm-like attacks, it remained despairingly stable, apart from creating slightly larger ripples than before. Even more terrifying, the surrounding crimson poison mist, instead of being dispersed by this violent energy impact, seemed to be enraged, becoming even denser and more violent. Like living creatures, they furiously corroded everyone's divine power shields. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of the shields being corroded was so dense it made one's scalp tingle. My divine power is depleting too fast. I can't hold on much longer like this. King Xingsha's voice was hoarse, the starlight around him had dimmed to the extreme. No good. It's impossible to break. This cursed place is too sturdy. King Liman's eyes were terrifying, one of his arms was already covered in cracks. Formless King. In despair, Azure Sea King suddenly turned his head to look at Qingyu, who had been observing with cold eyes, and pleaded hoarsely, his eyes filled with a final hope. Please, Your Excellency, make a move. Let your servants attack this passage together. This is our only chance to survive. Otherwise, if we drag this on any longer, everyone's divine bodies will be completely annihilated by this poison mist, and no one will survive. Formless King, hurry and act. If we combine our strength, perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Dreamweaver King, King Yanju, and others also looked at Qingyu. At this moment, all distinctions of factions and treasure disputes were thrown to the back of their minds. Survival was the only goal. Qingyu's brows were tightly furrowed, he truly could not stand by any longer. Although the amethyst cloud wings, instant shadow, talent might allow him to temporarily be immune to this corrosion, in this completely enclosed, desperate place where the exit was unknown, once his divine power was exhausted, it would also be a dead end. King, Purple Break King, guard my left and right, all others. Qingyu's eyes flashed, and he finally gave the order. Attack the entrance light screen with all your might. Yes, Master. Aside from the strongest champion and Purple Break King who still guarded Qingyu closely, the other 10 Peak King servants, including Blood King whose divine body was damaged, simultaneously erupted with earth-shattering auras. Adding to the already attacking Azure Sea King, Dreamweaver King, King Liman, King Xingsha, King Yanju, King Qingling, and King Tian, there were a total of 16 Peak King, plus 1 High Champion. At this moment, everyone set aside their previous grievances and unreservedly gathered their remaining divine power. Various laws of power intertwined and merged, forming an unimaginable, destructive energy torrent within the passage, powerful enough to blot out the sun and moon and shatter stars. The strength of this power was such that even a champion limit powerhouse caught within it would be instantly annihilated, leaving no trace of their body. Attack. With Qingyu's command, this combined strike, which gathered the last hopes of all the powerhouses present and could be called a cosmic marvel, roared like a world-destroying giant dragon, carrying an indomitable momentum as it slammed fiercely into the seemingly fragile yet indestructible vortex light screen. Success or failure hinged on this single action. Boom. The full-force strike, combining the burning hope of 16 Peak King and 1 High Champion, solidly impacted the vortex light screen. This time, the surging energy tide caused the entire core passage to groan under the strain, twisting and shaking violently, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. The light screen finally was no longer merely rippling, but surged and deformed wildly like a lake into which a giant rock had been thrown. It's working. King Liman's eyes erupted with ecstatic light. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their gazes fixed on the violently fluctuating light screen, hoping it would completely shatter in the next instant. However, a miracle did not happen. Just like a rubber band stretched to its limit, after enduring the maximum impact, the surging light screen, with an unnatural resilience, began to slowly and firmly retract and calm down. In just 2 or 3 breaths, all vibrations disappeared, cracks mended, and the light screen once again returned to that despair-inducing stability and solidity, as if the world-shattering combined strike just now was merely an illusion. Silence. A deathly silence, with only the unnerving, hissing sound of the crimson poisonous mist corroding the divine power shields, clearly reaching everyone's ears like the countdown of death. How is that possible? King Xingsha murmured, the starlight around him dim as a flickering candle in the wind, his face completely drained of color. With that last strike, he had burned 5% of his divine power, coupled with the mist's erosion, leaving him barely able to stand. It's over, completely over. Qingling's mechanical voice carried a rare, almost short-circuit-like static, and his metallic body already showed pits corroded by the poisonous mist. A despair deeper and colder than before spread like a plague among the survivors. With every breath, they felt a part of their divine body being stripped away. With every heartbeat, it was like a death knell ringing. They could clearly sense their divine power rapidly depleting at an unprecedented rate, and their divine bodies being irreversibly annihilated. Time became the cruelest executioner. With each passing second, the hope of survival grew fainter. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the Forbidden Shrine, in the spacious hall where the 9 vortexes were located, space rippled slightly, and 2 figures quietly appeared, the 2 Qingyu clan powerhouses who had remained in the control room. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, and after confirming safety, their gazes immediately fixed on the 5th vortex. "Big brother," one of them said, looking at the calmly rotating vortex, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper hatred. "He bought us time and severely wounded those aliens." The other's face showed a twisted, gleeful smile. "The trap has been fully activated. Even if they can hold on for a while, they will definitely be severely injured. What we need to do now is guard here and wait to collect the corpses. When the passage reopens, no matter who crawls out with a crippled body, they will be at the end of their rope. We will personally avenge Big Brother." And then, he looked at the vortex with fervent eyes. "The sacred artifact on the 9th floor will belong to our Qingyu clan. HMPH, maybe we won't even need to act, they might all be completely annihilated already." The 2 exchanged cold smiles, like patient hunters, each taking an advantageous position, elevating their energy and perception to the extreme, staring intently at the entrance of the 5th vortex, awaiting the moment of harvest. Inside the core passage, the desperate silence was broken by Azure Sea King's hoarse growl. He looked around at the increasingly listless crowd, his eyes bloodshot. "We cannot give up. Again, everyone, burn your divine power. Even if it means damaging our divine bodies, it's better than being completely annihilated here. This is our last chance." However, this time, there were few responders. King Yanju's massive body swayed slightly, and he silently shook his head, his rocky skin already largely dulled. Dreamweaver King, moreover, was curled up to the side, his soul aura chaotic, clearly near his limit under the double blow of the poisonous mist and backlash. Even the 2 automaton race members had dim lights on their reassembled bodies, as if they would disintegrate at any moment. 2 consecutive full-strength combined strikes, coupled with the constant erosion of the poisonous mist, had exhausted most of their power and spirit. That unmoving door had completely crushed their fighting will. Inside the passage, only the hissing sound of the pervasive poisonous mist remained. Hope, it seemed, had truly reached its end. Inside the passage, time seemed to be solidified by the poisonous mist, yet also to be accelerating. In less than a minute and a half, for the surviving powerhouses, it felt as long and painful as several epochs. "My divine body has already been annihilated by over 25%, King Xingsha's voice carried an undisguised weakness. The starlight around him had almost completely extinguished. "Mine too." Roughly, Azure Sea King's face was ashen, and the hand holding his battle knife trembled slightly. He felt his power rapidly draining away. On King Yanju's massive rocky body, cracks grew more numerous, and his aura continuously plummeted. The worst situation belonged to King Ling and King Tian. They had first endured the core power of Zavaro's self-detonation, their divine bodies already nearly half annihilated. Now, under the continuous erosion of the crimson poisonous mist, the corrosion marks on their metallic bodies expanded and deepened. Their auras were extremely weak, their strength probably less than 1/10 of their peak, like candles in the wind, liable to be extinguished completely at any moment. "Damn it!" King Lehman let out an unwilling growl, slamming a fist against the nearby crystal barrier, but unable to leave even a trace. If only we had let Formless King directly enslave that scoundrel's soul. At least we wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. These words expressed the inner thoughts of all the powerhouses present. Endless regret gnawed at their hearts like venomous insects. Had it not been for their fear and selfishness towards Qingyu at the time, and their joint obstruction, it might be them controlling the situation now, instead of being trapped in this certain death situation. What's the use of saying all this now? Dreamweaver King's voice was weak, his compound eyes dim. He was already struggling just to maintain his sole defense. The dark clouds of despair were too thick to dissipate. However, in this deathly atmosphere, what permeated was not only the crimson poisonous mist, but also a despair that penetrated to the bone. Every Peak King clearly sensed the accelerated annihilation of their divine body, their consciousness almost devoured by endless regret and pain. It was at this moment that Dreamweaver King's scattered, near-collapsing gaze unconsciously swept over the 12 soul servants who had regathered around Qingyu in the passage. This glance was like a red-hot meteor thrown onto a completely frozen lake. Quote! Quote. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His cry made everyone look at Qingyu. Those 12 soul servants were still alive. This in itself was not strange. Qingyu's soul servants, the weakest of whom, Blood Lu King, was a high champion, could certainly survive the erosion of the crimson poisonous mist. But the lives of soul servants are linked to their master. If the master dies, the servant must die. The survival of the servants meant the master was not dead. But how could this be possible? They had all previously overlooked a most terrifying fact. They had been so immersed in the shock of Formless King, having numerous champion servants that they habitually regarded him as a soul master, with an extraordinary background and mysterious methods. Yet they subconsciously avoided a core question. No matter how many servants Qingyu had, no matter what treasures he possessed, his own life level was always just a high fenghu. A high fenghu, in terms of divine body strength and level of undying body, had a world of difference compared to a Peak King. Even existences like them, standing at the peak of undying, were rapidly melting under the crimson poisonous mist like snow under the sun, their divine bodies annihilated by 20 to 30% at every turn. A high fenghu, by rights, should have instantly turned to ashes like a piece of paper thrown into a raging fire the moment the poisonous mist erupted. But Qingyu was still alive. Not only alive, but he looked to be in very good condition. This counterintuitive scene instantly reinforced the suspicion they had already harbored. That's right. It must be like this. This Formless King must be a direct descendant or personal disciple of some unimaginable super-existence within the human race. He must be carrying a life-saving trump card bestowed by his elder. Only this could explain the incredible sight before them. This thought, like a prairie fire, instantly ignited their almost extinguished hope. Chapter 116, Death Throes. What they were thinking was, since Qingyu's trump card could protect him, perhaps it could also protect others. Perhaps Qingyu had a way to leave this place. This thought, like a prairie fire, instantly ignited their almost extinguished hope. Since this trump card could protect him, perhaps it could also protect others. At the very least, he must have a way to leave here. Upon realizing this, a tremendously complex light instantly erupted in the eyes of Azure Sea King, Dreamweaver King, Qinglin, and all the surviving Peak champions. Within it was the extreme yearning of being reborn from despair, and a deep wariness of the powerful slave army around Qingyu, but deeper still, an irrepressible surge of burning greed. If they could obtain that treasure, or at least have him use that treasure to protect themselves, Formless King. Your Excellency. Azure Sea King, propping up his almost collapsing body, spoke in a hoarse and urgent voice, filled with unprecedented respect, even humble pleading, but a flicker of indescribable light shone deep in his eyes. You must have a way to counter this poisonous fog, right? Please, help us, save us. As long as you can take us out, we will agree to any condition, any price. All the gains can be yours. We are willing to swear an oath. Formless King. Please, for the sake of being in the same human race camp. King Xingsha also hastily spoke, using racial camaraderie as a bargaining chip. Your Excellency, for this life-saving grace, I, Qingling, will surely repay you handsomely. I am willing to swear on my automaton heart to never be your enemy. Even Qingling made a promise. King Yanju, King Tian, and the remaining 2 Peak champions from the insect race camp, all pleaded. The desire to survive overwhelmed everything. They stared intently at Qingyu, especially at the seemingly empty but, in their imagination, existent, life-saving aura around him, as if gazing at the sole key to escaping. Hell, all the pressure, all the anticipation, and even a hint of veiled threat, converged on that young figure whose expression remained so calm it was hard to fathom. Facing the gazes mixed with pleading, greed, and final hope, Qingyu's heart remained undisturbed. He didn't possess any heaven-defying life-saving trump card bestowed by a super-expert that allowed him to remain unharmed in this crimson poisonous fog. He relied on the Amethyst Cloudwing's clone's innate secret technique, Instant Shadow, which allowed him to become ethereal. He even had the leisure to coldly remark, "The Puju clan back then was truly overflowing with wealth. Such a vast amount of crimson poisonous fog was probably worth tens of billions of mixed yuan units." Formless King, Your Excellency, what on earth? Azure Sea King's urging grew more frantic, laced with the terror of impending death. Qingyu's indifferent gaze swept over the faces twisted by fear and weakness, and he spoke calmly, his voice clear in everyone's ears, yet like icy rain in winter. "I have no special life-saving trump card." "What? Impossible. If you have no trump card, how can you, a high-level champion, be unharmed?" These words were like igniting a powder keg, immediately drawing questions and almost uncontrolled rebuttals. They simply couldn't accept this answer, it was tantamount to sentencing them to death. Qingyu frowned slightly, too lazy to engage in futile arguments with them, and simply uttered 3 cold words. No comment. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, and just then, another half-minute passed. The crimson poisonous fog in the passage grew denser, and its corrosive power continuously intensified. Even Qingyu's subordinates, despite their powerful strength, inevitably began to have their divine bodies corroded. Li King, Purple Break King, and others could still hold on, but clearly not for long. Qingyu saw it. He didn't want these precious soul slaves to lose too much strength here. Since the exit couldn't be violently broken open for now, continuing to expose them to the poisonous fog was meaningless. His mind stirred. Your consumption resisting the poisonous fog is immense. Return for now, Qingyu commanded through the mental link. "Master, please allow us to remain outside to protect your safety." Li King immediately responded respectfully. The other slaves also expressed similar sentiments. Even facing the poisonous fog's erosion, their loyalty to their master remained unshaken. "No need, you all go in and rest for now." Qingyu's tone was beyond doubt. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of Azure Sea King, Dreamweaver King, and others, the 11 champion slaves beside Qingyu, including the heavily injured Blood King, blurred one after another and instantly vanished. In their eyes, they were undoubtedly taken into the imagined, advanced world ring, by Qingyu. This scene was like a soul lifebuoy flashing before the eyes of people about to drown. World ring. That's right. An advanced world ring. King Lehman suddenly reacted, his eyes erupting with unprecedented fanatic light. He clutched at this last straw, screaming hoarsely. "Formless King, Your Excellency, I beg you, please take us into your world ring too. As long as you save us, we are willing to give everything. All our wealth. Even swear an oath to serve you for 10,000 years. Yes, yes, yes. Take us in. We just want to live." Dreamweaver King also completely shed the dignity of a peak champion, echoing urgently. At this point, only by living was there a future. "Formless King, save me." Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, King Yanju, and even King Ling and King Tian, all made their most humble pleas. Entering the world ring to avoid the poisonous fog became their only viable path to survival. However, Qingyu looked at them, his gaze still cold. Where did he have an advanced world ring that could accommodate living beings? He had taken his slaves into his internal world. And his internal world could absolutely not be exposed in front of these outsiders. He couldn't let these people know that he was actually a world lord. No, Qingyu's answer was simple and cruel, shattering their last illusions. "Why? Why not? You clearly can save us. Are you going to just watch us all die here?" Desperate questions and wails instantly filled the passage. Falling from the heaven of hope back into the hell of despair, this disparity caused some of the strong individuals' eyes to begin to turn crazed. Since you won't give us a way out, a dangerous, mutually destructive aura began to permeate some of the strong individuals on the verge of collapse. Under the ultimate threat of death, fear was replaced by a desperate will to survive. When Qingyu coldly refused to take them into his world ring, the last thread of sanity in the minds of the remaining 7 peak champions snapped. Especially Qingling and King Tian, who were most severely injured, with over 70% of their divine bodies annihilated. They clearly felt themselves sliding into the abyss of complete annihilation. In another half-minute at most, they would be completely dead. And the automaton race's characteristic of having no soul diminished their last trace of apprehension towards Qingyu's identity as a soul master. If you won't give us a way out, then let's all die together. King Qingling let out a sharp electronic shriek, and all the cannons on his massive metal body recklessly charged, firing at Qingyu. King Tian transformed into a violent metal meteor, charging directly with a suicidal momentum. They believed that without the protection of the 12 slaves, a mere, high-level champion, even with strange soul attacks, would inevitably be fragile under absolute physical and energy bombardment. Azure Sea King, Dreamweaver King, and the other 5 stared intently at the battle, their eyes cold and complex. They didn't immediately attack, hoping that King Qingling and King Tian could force out Qingyu's trump card or create chaos, while also harboring a sliver of hope. Perhaps after both sides were heavily wounded, they would have a chance to snatch the imagined world ring. However, facing the frantic pincer attack of 2 peak champions, Qingyu's face showed not the slightest panic, but rather a cold disdain. Simply ridiculous. The pair of magnificent purple cloud wings on his back gently flapped. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from its original spot, moving so fast that it exceeded the visual capture limit of all the strong individuals present, as if truly teleporting. King Ling's dense energy beams and King Tian's savage charge all landed on empty air, only stirring the dense crimson poisonous fog into a turbulent swirl. So fast, Azure Sea King's pupils constricted. He admitted that even at his peak, he would never have such terrifying speed. The next instant, Qingyu's figure appeared like a phantom behind King Tian's side. The edges of his cloud wings, fused with the 9-star wings, flowed with a chilling light that made hearts palpitate, as if capable of cutting through all things in the world. Heavenly soaring annihilation. The wing blade carved a perfect arc of death, silently sweeping across King Tian's massive metal body. Exclamation mark. With a soft sound, King Tian's indestructible alloy divine body was easily torn open with a huge gash, like a hot knife through butter. Although under the effect of his immortal body, the wound instantly closed, as if it had never appeared. But in King Tian's cold electronic eyes, an unbelievably terrified light suddenly erupted, emitting a sharp alarm. Impossible. My divine body, 0.5% annihilated. What? The 5 peak champions watching were greatly shaken. One attack could directly annihilate a peak champion's divine body. Even if the opponent was at the end of their rope, this was too horrifying. After all, no matter how much their divine bodies were annihilated by the crimson poisonous fog, they were essentially peak champions with immortal bodies. How could a high-level champion shake them? King Ling's attack followed closely, countless mechanical tentacles and energy chains blocking Qingyu's evasion space. But Qingyu's figure blurred again, as if shuttling between reality and illusion, easily avoiding all attacks. His purple wings, like blades, once again swept across King Ling's body. Ah, my divine body is 0.48% annihilated. King Ling's mechanical voice also carried intense fluctuations. The battle turned into an unequal crush, with Qingyu transforming into an uncatchable purple lightning, flashing and weaving between King Ling and King Tian. The attacks of the 2 automaton race peak champions futilely tore through the poisonous fog, yet couldn't even touch Qingyu's clothes. Instead, with each exchange, their divine bodies were relentlessly and gradually annihilated, bit by bit. Their proud defense and strength appeared so clumsy and powerless in the face of absolute speed and sharpness. From the very beginning, the outcome of this battle was sealed. Qingyu was using his actions to tell everyone that even without servants, he himself was by no means a high-ranked champion, to be easily manipulated. Each time Qingyu's wing blades swept out, although they could only annihilate about 0.5% of Li King and King Tian's divine bodies, it was undoubtedly a harsh push along their final path towards death. No, my divine body, it's 0.5% less again. Crimson poison mist. The poison mist is still corroding. Over 1% per second. In Li King and King Tian's electronic eyes, frantic data streams flickered like an avalanche. It was the system screaming alarms, calculating an irreversible death countdown. Each ghostly flash from Qingyu, each stinging annihilation of their divine bodies, exacerbated the collapse of their core logic. Attacks couldn't hit, defenses couldn't block, and there was nowhere to escape. This process of watching themselves walk step by step towards complete annihilation was more cruel than instantaneous death. If I can't live, neither will you. Let's all be annihilated together. King Tian was the first to go completely mad. His broken metal body suddenly lit up with dazzling, unstable light, all energy circuits overloaded, and he lunged at Qingyu, intent on self-destructing. Initiating self-destruct, I'll drag you down with me. King Qingling also let out his final, emotionless electronic sound, charging at Qingyu from the other side, choosing the ultimate method as well. Two peak champions, even with less than 30% of their divine bodies remaining, their desperate self-destruction would be enough to create a devastating impact in this enclosed space. Hey, with your current state. Facing this suicidal tactic, Qingyu merely let out a contemptuous sneer. He didn't even retreat. The amethyst cloud wings on his back glowed, activating his innate secret technique, instant shadow. His entire figure instantly became illusory and indistinct, as if merging into the surrounding space-time. Boom, boom. Two dull, non-explosive thuds came almost simultaneously. Li King and King Tian's self-destructions were like two fireworks that failed to fully bloom. Most of the destructive energy seemed to pass through Qingyu's ethereal body as if piercing an illusion, violently impacting the passage wall, causing the entire passage to vibrate intensely, yet failing to harm Qingyu in the slightest. As the self-destruction light faded, only some broken metal debris and a few floating world rings, emitting energy fluctuations, remained. Qingyu's figure solidified. With a casual wave, he collected their remains and world rings. From the two peak champions' desperate counterattack to their complete annihilation, it was only a brief 10 seconds. The passage instantly became much quieter, with only the hissing sound of the poison mist corroding the shields. And the heavy, fearful gasps of the remaining 5 peak champions. Qingyu's indifferent gaze, like a cold searchlight, slowly swept over the ashen-faced Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju, as well as King Liman and Dreamweaver King, whose eyes were filled with despair and a final madness. You all. Qingyu's voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried a chilling sense of oppression. Do you want to try too? No, formless king, sir. Dreamweaver King of the insect race camp was the first to shriek. He completely abandoned all dignity, his words coming out in a rapid, pleading tone. We wouldn't dare. We only beg you to give us a way out. As long as you are willing to take us into your world ring, any price. Any condition. Just name it. The coordinates of treasures within my insect race territory. All the wealth I've collected in my life. Anything. King Liman also hastily hissed. That's right. All our treasures can be offered to you. We just beg for temporary refuge. You clearly have the ability. You can save us. Qingyu rejected him coldly without even thinking. No, there's no room for discussion. He would never allow these outsiders into his internal world. Why? You can clearly save us. Why watch us die without helping? King Liman's eyes were bloodshot. The fear of impending death made him lose his reason, and he began to roar, resorting to moral blackmail. He looked at Azure Sea King and the other two, shouting. Don't you humans claim to be righteous? Don't you value racial camaraderie? Are you just going to stand by and watch him annihilate us, other races? HMPH. Hearing this, Qingyu's lips curled into a highly sarcastic arc. You two alien races, do you even qualify to talk about morality? Talk about justice. The outside territory battlefield is about the strong preying on the weak. His gaze, like an ice blade, scraped across King Liman and Dreamweaver King. As for your treasures, once you're dead, everything you own will naturally be my spoils of war. Why would I go to such lengths to save two enemies destined to die? These words were like a final verdict, completely shattering King Liman and Dreamweaver King's last illusions. Despair and madness reached their peak in their eyes. Meanwhile, Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju remained silent, their expressions complex. Although Qingyu's words were ruthless, they were an undeniable truth. In this desperate situation, they could barely protect themselves, so how would they dare to plead with the unfathomable, formless king, for two enemies from the insect race camp? The atmosphere in the passage tightened to the extreme once more. King Liman slowly shuffled towards Qingyu, his eyes intertwined with a final madness and a sliver of lingering hope. He deliberately maintained what he thought was a safe distance. Qingyu merely hovered in place, a cold sneer on his face, as if watching a clumsy performance. Suddenly, King Liman violently waved his hand. His plant-based auxiliary life form, the sawtooth tail, which was already severely injured and withered, shot out like a dying venomous snake. It rapidly unfurled and spread in the air, transforming into a vine cage with sharp teeth, enveloping Qingyu. This attack was not meant to kill, but to restrain. Whoosh! The vine cage instantly closed, engulfing Qingyu's figure. King Liman's face revealed a twisted smile of a scheme succeeded, and he hissed. Formless king, I know your speed is eerily fast. But now that you're trapped by my sawtooth tail, even if you have heaven-defying abilities, you won't be able to break free for a while. Now, there are only two paths before you, either we all die together, or you save me. Take me into your world ring. He attempted a final threat, pinning his hope of survival on this fragile predicament. From within the cage, Qingyu's voice remained indifferent, even carrying a hint of amusement. You can try. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. King Liman roared, and with a thought, commanded the sawtooth tail to contract with full force. However, just as the vines were about to exert their power, swish! A purple stream of light, like a phantom, easily passed through the gaps in the vines. The next moment, Qingyu's figure had already appeared eerily before King Liman, within inches. Those cold eyes clearly reflected King Liman's instantly constricted pupils and startled expression. Heavenly flight annihilation. The wing blade flashed like lightning, effortlessly sweeping across King Liman's body. HMPH. King Liman groaned in pain. Although the wound healed instantly, he clearly felt a portion of his divine body annihilated again. Another 0.5%. This attack inflicted little damage, but was extremely insulting. What made King Liman's heart pound even more was that at such close range, he feared Qingyu would immediately launch a fatal soul attack. He instinctively retreated several steps. After regaining his composure slightly, immense fear and humiliation transformed into deeper anger, but he still suppressed it, his voice almost squeezed through his teeth. Formless king, it's just asking you to take me into your world ring. It's merely a simple task for you. Must you force me to my death? Qingyu still hovered in place, as if he had never moved, his face displaying undisguised contempt. So what if I force you? This completely shattered King Liman's last line of rational defense. Another dozen seconds passed. The corrosion of the crimson poison mist made him feel his divine body rapidly melting like ice under a scorching sun. The shadow of death had already clutched his throat. Ah, you forced me to this. Let's die together. King Liman let out a desperate roar, his divine power surging violently like boiling water. He charged at Qingyu recklessly, choosing the ultimate self-destruction. Boom! Another dull thud. In front of Qingyu's instant shadow. The realization ability, King Liman's self-destruction, which exhausted his last vitality, was still futile. It merely transformed into a chaotic energy current that scoured the passage, while he himself was completely annihilated, leaving behind only a world ring, which Qingyu collected expressionlessly. By this point, more than 2 minutes had passed since the crimson poison mist erupted. Only Dreamweaver King, Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju remained alive. Their divine bodies had all been annihilated by over 60%, and their aura was extremely weak. Dreamweaver King's face was ghostly pale. When Qingyu's cold gaze swept over him, he not only didn't step forward but instead recoiled in terror, moving as far away from Qingyu as possible, completely abandoning any thoughts of resistance or negotiation. Meanwhile, Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and King Yanju's faces were filled with struggle and bitterness. They exchanged glances, seeing the same decision in each other's eyes. Firstly, as champions of the human camp, monitored by the virtual universe system, attacking the formless king of the same camp would be an act of great rebellion. Even if they miraculously survived, they would not escape racial sanctions. Secondly, as peak champions, even if they perished here, as long as their race was willing to pay the price, there was still a possibility of being resurrected by reversing time and space in the future. If they died by attacking a fellow clansman, the chances of resurrection would be extremely slim. Thirdly, and most importantly, deep down, they were filled with extreme apprehension regarding Qingyu's unfathomable soul attack. They had no confidence even in their peak state, let alone in their current weakened condition. Making a move would be tantamount to seeking their own destruction. After weighing their survival instincts against rational considerations, they ultimately dared not take that step. Qingyu watched them indifferently, as if looking down at the ants' final struggle. Chapter 117, Finally Obtaining the Treasure. Time cruelly slipped away amidst the crimson toxic mist. After another dozen seconds, King Xingsha was the first to reach her limit. Her divine power, thin as a cicada's wing, fluctuated violently around her, as if it would shatter at any moment. I can't hold on any longer," King Xingsha said bitterly. Her voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. She looked at Azure Sea King and King Yanju beside her, her eyes filled with attachment to life and helplessness. Azure Sea King and King Yanju's expressions were heavy, and they remained silent. They, too, were on the verge of exhaustion, their divine power almost depleted, their divine bodies continuously flaking and annihilating like weathered rocks. They had only lasted a little longer than King Xingsha because their divine bodies were slightly larger or their defenses slightly stronger. This feeling of clearly perceiving death approaching step by step, yet being powerless to stop it, was an immeasurable despair. Finally, King Xingsha's divine body shattered like a bubble. No. After a faint sigh of unwillingness, her hazy starlight divine body could no longer be maintained. It collapsed with a rumble, turning into specks of light and completely dissipating into the dense crimson toxic mist, leaving no trace behind. Qingyu's expression was indifferent. He simply waved his hand, and the several world rings left behind after King Xingsha's fall were drawn into his grasp and pocketed. Azure Sea King and King Yanju, watching this scene, had only a dead calm in their eyes. They no longer even had the strength for anger or accusation. At this point, everything was meaningless. They vaguely suspected that this unfathomable, formless king might indeed have a way to leave, but was waiting for all of them to perish so he could monopolize all the wealth. Soon, Azure Sea King also reached his end. His battle saber was long since too heavy to lift, and the light of his dark green battle armor had completely faded. Alas! Accompanied by a long sigh full of regret, the figure of this human race peak champion also crumbled like a sandcastle. His divine body turned into countless light particles, annihilated in the toxic mist, leaving only his relics to be collected by Qingyu. In the human race camp, only King Yanju remained. Since the toxic mist erupted, his massive rock divine body had shown astonishing resilience. The erosion speed was relatively the slowest, and his total divine body mass was also the largest. But nearly 3 minutes of continuous erosion had also pushed him to his limits. His originally towering body became tattered, and his aura was extremely weak. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. What was more unexpected was that Dreamweaver King of the insect race camp was still struggling. He walked the path of the soul, and his divine body should have been the most fragile. Yet, he still maintained a tottering soul shield, though his face was ashen and his compound eyes dim. However, his attention was more focused on guarding against Qingyu, as if he wasn't as afraid of the death-bringing toxic mist that was so close. At the same time, outside the vortex hall on the 8th floor of the Forbidden Shrine, 2 Qingyu clan powerhouses stared intently at the entrance of the 5th vortex, their faces a mix of tension and anticipation. 3 minutes. It's almost time. One of them growled, calculating the time. The passage is about to reopen. Ha ha ha. After all this time, even if there are still survivors inside, they must be on their last breath, not far from death. The other let out a joyful laugh, as if he had already seen the enemy annihilated and the sacred object in hand. Don't be careless, the more cautious one warned, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Get ready. Once the passage opens, no matter who comes out, immediately greet them with our strongest attack. We must not give them any chance to breathe. Energy secretly gathered around their bodies, like coiled vipers ready to strike, their gaze fixed on the prey's den. Inside the core passage, just as King Yanju was on the verge of complete collapse, and Dreamweaver King was still struggling, the entrance to the vortex passage, which had been sealed for a full 3 minutes, that solid light screen, suddenly emitted a slight energy surge without warning, and the speed of the light's flow visibly accelerated. This change immediately attracted the attention of all survivors in the passage. For the first time, a subtle ripple appeared in Qingyu's calm eyes. Although he appeared composed, he had always been rapidly contemplating a way out of their predicament. He had even prepared for the worst. If there truly was no way out, he would have to contact his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, for help. The current anomaly in the passage undoubtedly brought a glimmer of possibility. Dreamweaver King's dim compound eyes also sharply focused on the passage entrance. You too, go try it. Qingyu's cold gaze swept over Dreamweaver King and the dying King Yanju, his voice devoid of any emotion. At a time like this, he naturally wouldn't risk testing it himself. King Yanju had long since cast aside thoughts of life and death. His massive body was collapsing and annihilating every second. Any change was better than sitting idly by and waiting for death. Without the slightest hesitation, dragging his severely injured and dying body, he gathered his last faint trace of divine power and fiercely punched towards the surging light screen. This time, the expected dull thud of hitting an invisible barrier did not occur. The rock fist shadow actually passed through the light screen without any obstruction, disappearing into the other side. The passage opened. Immense ecstasy instantly overwhelmed King Yanju. The instinct to survive overrode all reason and caution. He had no time to consider if this was a trap, no time to observe the situation outside. Every second of delay could cause him to fall at the very last step. Roar. He let out a roar mixed with pain and hope, using his last bit of strength. His massive body transformed into a determined streak of light, rushing desperately towards the opened passage entrance. He saw light. He saw the hope of life. However, what he rushed into was not salvation, but a death trap that had long been prepared for him. Just as his rock body had just burst out of the passage, and his vision had not yet adapted to the outside light, kill. Annihilate him. 2 roars, filled with deep-seated hatred and killing intent, exploded like thunder. The 2 Qingyu clan peak champions, who had been waiting outside, fully prepared, gave King Yanju no chance to react. Without even clearly seeing his specific state, they unleashed their strongest combined attack, fiercely striking King Yanju's already crumbling divine body as if venting all their hatred. Boom! Dazzling light instantly swallowed King Yanju's figure, which had just burst out of the passage. He didn't even manage to let out a scream. Under those 2 merciless peak attacks, his divine body, already riddled with holes from the crimson toxic mist and with divine power almost exhausted, was like ice thrown into a hellish furnace. It couldn't even offer the slightest resistance, and was completely annihilated in the endless light and heat. King Yanju, this champion of the Rock Clan, known for his defense, who had persevered to the very end. Fallen. Dead. Ha ha ha. Another alien scum is dead. One of the Qingyu clan powerhouses looked at the energy dust slowly dissipating at the passage entrance, letting out a joyful and twisted laugh. Indeed, they are all extremely weak. Unable to withstand a single blow. The other also roared excitedly, his eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge and the fanaticism of impending ultimate victory. Get ready. There might still be some not completely dead inside. Kill one as soon as one comes out. The 2 once again gathered their divine power, their killing intent surging as they locked onto the passage entrance, like hungry wolves waiting for more prey to fall into their trap. Inside the core passage, Dreamweaver King witnessed King Yanju rushing out of the passage. A hint of solemnity flashed in his compound eyes. The passage would not close for no reason, nor would it open for no reason. He did not rush out recklessly like King Yanju. Instead, he sharply turned his head to look at Qingyu, who was still composed, and asked with extreme speed. "Formless king, the passage is open, are you not going out?" His intentions were obvious. He wanted Qingyu to go out first to attract fire, so he could escape in the chaos. Qingyu saw through his clumsy scheme at a glance, not even bothering to give him an extra look. He spoke coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable pressure. "You have two choices. Either get out yourself immediately, or I will enslave your soul right now and then send you out to scout." Upon hearing this, Dreamweaver King's pupils constricted, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He had no doubt that this formless king possessed the ability to instantly enslave him, especially with his divine body severely damaged at this moment. A hint of malice flashed in Dreamweaver King's eyes. But he dared not hesitate. He gritted his teeth, transformed into an almost transparent phantom, and shot towards the opened vortex passage without looking back. He chose to take a gamble, betting that his speed could handle the crisis outside. Watching Dreamweaver King disappear into the passage entrance, Qingyu's eyes slightly chilled. He did not immediately follow. Instead, with a thought, 11 figures radiating powerful auras instantly appeared beside him, precisely the 11 peak champion servants led by King Hong and Purple Break King. Blood Lu King had been left in Qingyu's inner world due to excessive divine body consumption. Clear the way," Qingyu simply commanded. "Yes, master." The 11 servants, without hesitation, transformed into 11 streaks of light of various colors, like a steel torrent, and rushed into the vortex passage first. Qingyu, with his cloud wings on his back, followed unhurriedly at the very end. 8th floor Vortex Hall. Dreamweaver King's burst of speed was extremely fast. The moment he rushed out of the passage, the combined attack of the two Qingyu clan powerhouses had already landed. Boom! Energy exploded, but Dreamweaver King's illusory figure twisted in the nick of time, barely avoiding part of the force. Although his divine body was damaged again and golden blood spurted from his mouth, he was not immediately killed. He used the impact force to madly flee outwards like a ghost. How is this possible? He can still move. Kill him. The two Qingyu clan powerhouses were both shocked and enraged, and were about to give chase to finish him off. However, at this very moment, boom, 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 a terrifying, suffocating pressure swept out from the passage like a tsunami. Immediately after, 11 figures of various forms, yet all exuding the vast aura of peak champions, rushed out one after another like divine soldiers descending from heaven, instantly occupying a large area of the hall entrance. 11 peak champions, that human race Marquisa's sole servants, but how is this possible? The smiles on the faces of the two Qingyu clan powerhouses instantly froze, replaced by boundless shock and horror. How could a human race Marquis withstand the crimson toxic mist? And Dreamweaver King, who was originally fleeing for his life, felt the overwhelming terrifying aura behind him and was scared out of his wits. He didn't know what secret technique he used, but his speed actually increased another notch. He transformed into an almost invisible faint shadow, instantly leaving the two Qingyu clan powerhouses far behind, and fled desperately towards the direction leading to the 7th floor. Qingyu was the last to slowly step out of the passage, just in time to see Dreamweaver King burst out with unexpected speed and escape. A hint of surprise also flashed in his eyes. Dreamweaver King certainly hides his strength well. To retain such a trump card after being subjected to the crimson poisonous mist and repeated attacks, his cunning and resilience were indeed extraordinary. However, Qingyu's target at this moment was not Dreamweaver King. His gaze, like 10,000-year-old ice, instantly locked onto the two Qingyu clan powerhouses who were momentarily stunned by shock and were preparing to flee with Dreamweaver King. Trying to escape, Qingyu recollected his 11 peak champion slave servants, then with a flap of the amethyst cloud wings on his back, purple shadows flickered, and his speed surpassed the limits of visual perception. Almost like teleportation, he instantly traversed the distance, appearing directly in front of the two Qingyu clan powerhouses, blocking their path. He released the 11 peak champion slave servants again. "Stop them." Qingyu coldly shouted, his thoughts simultaneously turning. The 11 peak champion slave servants, who had just rushed out of the passage and had not yet dispersed, received the command and immediately moved like a well-trained army, their figures flashing, instantly forming a perfect encirclement that completely sealed off all escape routes for the two Qingyu clan powerhouses. Terrifying killing intent and divine power fields intertwined, like an invisible cage, turning these two hunters, who had just been so self-assured, into trapped prey. Feeling the despair-inducing disparity, the faces of the two Qingyu clan members revealed expressions of misery and endless resentment. Despicable invaders. You will never get the sacred artifact. The Qingyu clan will never be slaves. One of them let out a heart-wrenching curse. The other was even more resolute. The divine power core throughout his body instantly lit up with a dazzling, destructive light. They chose to self-destruct without hesitation, preferring death over giving Qingyu a chance to enslave their souls. HMPH. Qingyu had long anticipated this, or rather, he didn't care about their choice at all. His movements were as swift as lightning. With a slight shift of thought, his amethyst cloud wings avatar was instantly withdrawn into his inner world, and his Qingyu main body simultaneously appeared. This switch originating from within his inner world had almost no time interval. The moment his main body appeared, his innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness, was already activated. The invisible, illusory space instantly expanded, enveloping both Qingyu clan powerhouses who were preparing to self-destruct. Space-time seemed to be stripped away, and their movements and the surge of energy were momentarily frozen. Qingyu completely ignored the other one, focusing all his soul power like a surging tide, precisely blasting into the consciousness core of the Qingyu clan powerhouse closer to him. The powerful illusion forcibly interrupted his self-destruction process and, like the most overbearing brand, began to frantically erode and transform his soul essence, initiating soul enslavement. No. That Qingyu clan powerhouse let out a desperate and unwilling soul shriek, but in the face of Qingyu's absolutely powerful soul strength, his resistance melted like ice and snow. And almost at the same time, the self-destruction of the other Qingyu clan powerhouse finally fully erupted. Boom! A terrifying explosion raged wildly. Although the 11 slave servants had long received instructions and jointly set up a divine power barrier to block most of the force, the distance was too close. The Qingyu clan powerhouse, whose self-destruction had been forcibly interrupted by Qingyu and who was in the critical stage of soul enslavement, was still violently struck by the furious energy aftermath. PFF'd. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments, his aura instantly withered, his divine body suffered severe damage, and his injuries were extremely grave. However, on the soul level, Qingyu's enslavement mark, amidst this internal and external distress, completed its final branding at an even faster speed. The blinding light and dust from the explosion slowly dissipated. Qingyu stood rooted to the spot, completely unharmed. In front of him, the heavily injured Qingyu clan powerhouse struggled to kneel, all hatred and struggle gone from his eyes, replaced by absolute piety and obedience. Kalia, greetings, master. Just as Qingyu was using a thought becomes nothingness to enslave Kalia, and the earth-shattering sound of the other Qingyu clan members' self-destruction spread, Dreamweaver King, who had already fled far away, couldn't help but look back. He happened to witness Qingyu enslaving Kalia, felt the soul-trembling fluctuations, and saw Kalia finally kneeling and addressing him as master. Hiss! Dreamweaver King gasped, his heart filled with extreme horror. He actually managed to forcibly enslave one under those circumstances. This formless king, he's too terrifying. He dared not linger for another moment, using all his remaining strength to flee, instantly disappearing at the end of the passage leading to the 7th level, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to being caught by that malevolent star. Qingyu naturally had no time to bother with a stray dog like Dreamweaver King. He looked at the heavily injured but absolutely loyal Kalia and immediately issued the most important command. Very good. Kalia, now, led us into the 9th level. He clearly remembered Zavaro's dying roar about entering the vortex, gaining authentication, and going straight to the 9th level. Yes, master. Kalia replied respectfully, enduring his severe injuries. According to the information Big Brother Zavaro conveyed before his death, I need to enter the vortex passage first, obtain authentication permission from the shrine's core intelligence, and only then can I open the true path to the 9th level sacred hall for you. Under Kalia's guidance, Qingyu and his slave servants once again stepped into the 5th vortex passage. This time, the situation was completely different. The originally deadly crimson poisonous mist in the passage, after Kalia gained permission, was quickly absorbed and retracted by the glowing secret patterns on the passage walls, like a docile pet. In just a few breaths, the passage became clean and safe again. Master, I have obtained partial core permissions, and I will now open the path to the 9th level for you. Kalia said respectfully, then communicated with the shrine intelligence in a manner unique to the Qingyu clan. At the end of the passage, the originally seamless, incredibly sturdy dark alloy wall emitted a low rumble and slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a passage leading deeper, radiating a soft glow. Master, please. Qingyu nodded slightly and, escorted by his 12 slave servants, stepped in. The 9th level of the Forbidden Shrine finally unveiled its mysterious veil. Unlike the complex structure of the lower 8 levels, which were divided into multiple areas, the 9th level was an incredibly grand and spacious colossal hall. The hall's dome was high and distant, as if connected to the starry sky, and ancient epic paintings of the Qingyu clan were inscribed on the surrounding walls. And most strikingly, in the center of the hall stood a 10,000-meter-tall statue of a Qingyu clan deity. This statue, carved from an unknown material, had a bird's head and human body, with massive wings spread, sharp eyes, overlooking the entire hall. Despite being just a statue, it still exuded a heart-palpitating ancient pressure, as if a wisp of wool from that former super powerhouse of the Qingyu clan had not yet dissipated, guarding this place. Below the statue was an intricately arranged, large altar inscribed with countless complex runes. With a thought from Qingyu, the 11 slave servants immediately dispersed to conduct a thorough search of the entire hall. Soon, the search was complete, but the results somewhat surprised Qingyu. Master, a total of 10 world rings were found, scattered around the altar. Besides these, there are no other obvious treasures in the hall, King reported. Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze once again falling upon the colossal statue and the altar. Could it be that the so-called sacred artifacts of the Qingyu clan are stored in these 10 world rings? This seemed a bit too simple. Just then, Kalia received crucial information through his communication with the shrine's core intelligence. He hurried forward and respectfully reported, Master, the auxiliary intelligence informed me that the true core inheritance and sacred artifacts are not outside, but hidden within this ancestral deity statue. There is an independently modified small world inside the statue, and only descendants with pure Qingyu clan bloodline can be guided to enter. So that's how it was. The true treasure was hidden in the most conspicuous place, yet also the place that most required a key. Kalia, you go in and bring out all the inheritance and sacred artifacts inside, Qingyu immediately ordered. Yes, Master. Kalia did not hesitate and walked towards the colossal statue. As he approached the statue's base, a soft light curtain swept over his body from top to bottom, performing a bloodline authentication. Buzz. The light curtain subtly fluctuated, emitting a resonant confirmation sound. Soul enslavement was essentially a very high-level method. Its mark was deeply hidden within the soul core and had no direct connection to the life bloodline. The detection mechanism left by the Qingyu clan was clearly unable to identify that. Kalia had been controlled by Qingyu's soul. Authentication passed. The next moment, the space at the statue's base twisted, creating a gentle but irresistible suction that instantly swallowed Kalia's figure. The waiting time was not long. Approximately an hour later, ripples once again appeared at the statue's base, and Kalia's figure was slowly spat out. In his hand, there was an intelligent light brain of extremely ancient design, flowing with streams of dark blue data. Besides this, there were also 3 massive light clusters suspended behind him. The surfaces of the light clusters shimmered with iridescent light, their interiors were indistinct, and they exuded ancient and vast energy fluctuations. These were precisely the treasured inheritance artifacts of the Qingyu clan. Master. Kalia respectfully presented the intelligent light brain. All the clan's inheritance is recorded here. Qingyu's gaze swept over the intelligent light brain, and with a slight perception of his divine sense, he could detect the accumulated knowledge of a clan civilization contained within it. However, a native clan of a secret realm, whose strongest member was merely a universe exalt, might have its unique core inheritance, but compared to the vast treasury of the Virtual Universe Corporation, even compared to his own heavenly illusion heart cannon, it seemed limited in scope and failed to truly pique his interest. He casually put away the light brain, intending to examine it later, and his gaze immediately turned to the three eye-catching light clusters. His vision lingered on the three light clusters, the leftmost one presenting a deep dark gold, with countless tiny prisms seemingly refracting light within. Qingyu reached out his hand, his fingertip slowly touching the surface of the dark gold light cluster. The moment of contact, a piece of information about this treasure entered his consciousness. Qingyu's body trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable trace of shock and extreme surprise flashed in his usually calm eyes. Excellent, excellent. Just this one treasure alone makes this trip worthwhile. Qingyu rarely showed such pleasant surprise. Chapter 118 Top-tier heavy treasure. Qingyu withdrew his finger, the shock on his face slowly fading, replaced by an expression of heartfelt, immense satisfaction. Without hesitation, he reached into the light orb and retrieved the treasure within. The light receded, revealing its true form. It was a treasure orb about the size of a fist, perfectly round and deep purple in color. The surface of the orb was incredibly smooth, but its interior was not solid. Instead, it seemed to contain a miniature world where endless purple mist rolled and surged, condensing and dispersing, radiating intoxicating fluctuations of the law. Purple Cloud Pearl. Qingyu whispered the name that naturally surfaced in his mind, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. A heavy treasure. This was actually a heavy treasure. Moreover, it was not an ordinary offensive or defensive heavy treasure, but an extremely rare and precious, top-tier domain-type heavy treasure. Even with Qingyu's steady heart nature, he couldn't help but feel his heart race at this moment. He possessed the protective treasure armor bestowed by his teacher, Sky Eclipse, and the 9 Luminaries Star Wings, gifted by his senior sister, which could also be considered half a heavy treasure. But this, Purple Cloud Pearl, was the first complete heavy treasure he had obtained through his own opportunity, and its significance was extraordinary. Domain-type heavy treasures were extremely rare in the vast universe, and their value far exceeded that of offensive or defensive heavy treasures of the same grade. For ordinary king-level immortals, even those who were invincible king-level with combat power comparable to ordinary universe exalts, possessing a single ordinary heavy treasure was already a stroke of immense luck, and most were merely offensive weapons or battle armor. Yet, a top-tier domain-type heavy treasure like the Purple Cloud Pearl was usually a treasure that only beings at the level of a universe exalt would possess and regard as an important trump card. With just this Purple Cloud Pearl, this trip to the Forbidden Shrine is already a success. Qingyu held the orb in his palm, feeling the massive power contained within, unable to put it down. He did not hesitate any longer, immediately splitting off a wisp of mental power, like a gentle tentacle, slowly permeating into the interior of the Purple Cloud Pearl. This Purple Cloud Pearl had been sealed in the Forbidden Shrine for endless years. It was already an ownerless object, and the internal imprint had long been eroded away by time. Qingyu's mental power encountered almost no resistance as it drove straight in, easily leaving his own soul imprint deep within the core. Ownership established. Success. Merge. With a thought, the Purple Cloud Pearl in his palm instantly turned into a stream of light and submerged into the center of Qingyu's brows. The next moment, a simple and mysterious purple star mark quietly appeared on the skin between his brows, flickering slightly. A feeling of perfect integration, like an extension of his own arm, surged into his heart. The Purple Cloud Pearl had already become a part of his body. Let's test it out. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Qingyu's eyes. He communicated with the mark between his brows with his thoughts, and the pure divine power within his body instantly surged like floodwaters from a breached dam, pouring into the Purple Cloud Pearl. Rumble. With Qingyu as the center, waves of purple mist, thick as substance, instantly erupted. The mist rolled like a rushing river and billowed like a sea of clouds, spreading in all directions at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it completely submerged this magnificent and vast ninth-floor hall. Everywhere he looked was a scene of magnificent and mysterious purple. Qingyu could clearly feel that this was far from the limit of the purple cloud pearl. If not for the walls constructed from the special materials of the forbidden shrine blocking it, this purple mist domain would have been enough to cover a vast space with a radius of 100 million kilometers. Law domain, expand. Since becoming a world lord, this was the first time Qingyu had actively expanded the law domain he had gestated outside of actual combat. In past battles, the opponents were either too low or too high in level, so there was no need to use this move at all. An invisible law domain spread out from within Qingyu, gently touching the surrounding purple mist. Instantly, they merged like milk and water, combining perfectly. Qingyu felt his mind tremble, and his perception and control over those purple mists instantly rose to a whole new level. Every wisp of mist seemed to become an extension of his senses. Within this domain, he was the absolute dominator. With a slight thought, the mist could condense into barriers, transform into invisible shackles, or even conceal himself. Its uses were infinite. Feeling this powerful sense of controlling everything, the corner of Qingyu's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. He even had a vague and powerful feeling, even when facing an invincible king-level powerhouse, with just this purple mist domain, he might be able to directly suppress and eradicate them. Of course, this was ultimately just a feeling based on the surge in power, untested in actual combat. But taking a step back, even if he couldn't instantly suppress and kill them, using this domain to restrict and bind the opponent would be enough to make him invincible. When that time came, whether the opponent was round or flat, wouldn't they be at his mercy? In the outside territory battlefield, invincible king-level existences are almost never seen. The strongest are usually just king limit. Qingyu shook his head slightly, a sense of trance arising in his heart. How long had he been in this outside territory battlefield? His own strength, especially after obtaining this purple cloud pearl, seemed to have quietly stood at the very top of this bloody grindstone. This leap in strength was truly like a dream. With a thought from Qingyu, the magnificent purple mist permeating the entire hall rushed back like rivers returning to the sea, instantly recoiling and completely withdrawing into the purple star mark between his brows. The hall returned to its original emptiness and silence, but that powerful sense of controlling everything still echoed in his heart. Collecting his thoughts, Qingyu cast his expectant gaze toward the second light orb. The first light orb had yielded a top-tier domain-type heavy treasure like the purple cloud pearl. What kind of surprise could this second light orb bring him? He reached out, his fingertips carrying a trace of exploration as he gently touched the second light orb, which was radiating a hazy glow. Just like before, a clear message instantly poured into his consciousness. A moment later, an expression of pleasant surprise once again uncontrollably appeared on Qingyu's face. Within this second light orb, it was unexpectedly also a heavy treasure. Moreover, it was just as rare as a domain-type heavy treasure, and in terms of life-saving, it was even more valuable, a top-tier palace-type heavy treasure. Dark Tower. Qingyu read its name. He reached into the light orb and retrieved the treasure within. As the light dissipated, a small black tower about 5 meters tall with a base diameter of about 1 meter appeared in his hand. This small tower was pitch black, crafted from an unknown material, and felt ice-cold to the touch. The tower's shape was not centered and peaceful. Instead, it carried a primitive, ferocious intent, with the eaves slanting upward like scaly, strange horns. The tower walls were engraved with countless complex and ancient secret patterns, resembling the scales of a dormant vicious beast, faintly radiating a heavy aura of being indestructible and impervious to all laws. A palace-type heavy treasure. Its value, to a certain extent, was even more precious than a domain-type heavy treasure of the same level. Simply because it was an out-and-out life-saving divine artifact. As long as the enemy's attack could not exceed the endurance limit of the palace-type heavy treasure and could not break the palace itself, then no matter how violent or heaven-shaking the external attacks were, as long as one was inside the palace, one would be completely unharmed. This was a near-absolute physical defense, sufficient to resist 100% of material attacks. Qingyu immediately thought of the despair-inducing crimson poisonous mist in the core passage earlier. If he had possessed this dark tower, at that time, he only needed to hide inside the tower, and the terrifying poisonous mist, which was enough to annihilate a peak king, would have been like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, posing no threat at all. The sturdiness of a top-tier palace-type heavy treasure was such that even a being at the universe exalt level could almost never destroy it. To destroy it, one would likely need at least the great power of a universe lord, who traverses the universe. Good. What a great life-saving treasure. Qingyu felt joyous in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately split off a wisp of mental power and permeated it into this ferocious small black tower. Just like the purple cloud pearl, this dark tower was also an ownerless object, and the process of establishing ownership was extremely smooth. Very quickly, Qingyu felt a close connection established between himself and this small black tower. All the mysteries regarding its driving, size transformation, defense intensity, and so on, naturally became clear to him. Qingyu directly activated his divine power, pouring it into the newly claimed dark tower. With the massive divine power contained within his Qingyu body, which was over 90,000 kilometers in size, driving this small tower was truly effortless. The ferocious black tower, originally only 5 meters tall, instantly emitted a low hum. The tower body grew upon contact with the air, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded to a height of 10,000 meters, standing toweringly in the hall, radiating a heavy aura that put one at ease. But this was far from its limit. Qingyu could clearly perceive that if he were not inside this forbidden shrine with its special materials being invisibly suppressed, the Dark Tower could fully manifest its true form of up to 150,000 kilometers in height, that would be truly covering the sky and blocking the sun. What surprised Qingyu even more was that through the mental connection with the pagoda, he further learned that as long as he was inside the Dark Tower, not only could all material attacks be completely isolated, even invisible soul attacks would be significantly weakened by the strange ancient dark patterns on the tower body, to only 1,000th of their original strength. This was the sense of security brought by a top-tier palace-type treasure. Truly invincible. Even with Qingyu's mental state, he couldn't help but sigh like this in his heart at this moment. Material attacks almost immune, soul attacks weakened 1,000 times. This was simply the best treasure for saving one's life. It is worthy of being the legacy holy object that the Qingyu clan exhausted their efforts to preserve. One domain type, one palace type, both are the finest among heavy treasures. Qingyu clicked his tongue in wonder. Such a combination would probably make even many universe exalts jealous and crazy. Perhaps only great existences like Teacher Sky Eclipse, who stand at the top level of universe overlords, would not particularly care. He guessed that these two heavy treasures were likely the personal treasures used by that universe exalt of the Qingyu clan in the past. Back when the four peak races swept through this secret realm, the indigenous exalt, in order not to let the race's treasures fall into the hands of the four peak races, painstakingly hid them in this most core forbidden shrine. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. After endless years, these two treasures, which were enough to cause exalts to fight to the death, finally fell into his, Qingyu's, hands. If these two treasures were exposed in the outside territory battlefield, Qingyu pondered slightly, his eyes becoming sharp. I'm afraid a universe exalt would immediately disregard the rules and forcibly descend to snatch them. Thinking of this, he already had a decision in his heart. It seems that in the future, using these two treasures must be extremely cautious. Once used, I must use thunderous means to ensure that all witnesses are completely silenced, leaving no future trouble. However, he thought again, there was no need to be too timid. The outside territory battlefield was vast and boundless. As long as he wanted to hide, who could easily find him? Even if pushed to the limit, at worst, he could directly use Divine Kingdom teleportation to return to the core area of the human territory. Could it be that an alien exalt would dare to chase him into the human heartland? Moreover, these king-level immortals on the outside territory battlefield had limited horizons and might not necessarily recognize what a domain-type heavy treasure was, or what a palace-type heavy treasure was. They were not him, Qingyu, who had the backing of the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation and the guidance of a top universe overlord teacher, allowing him to so clearly recognize the value of these treasures. Under normal circumstances, treasures of this level were only something the Circle of Universe Exalts would come into contact with. With a thought, the towering 10,000-meter black tower quickly shrank, once again becoming a small, exquisite 5-meter tower, which Qingyu stored into his inner world. His gaze fell upon the last, and only, light orb that had not yet been opened. The shock and surprise brought by the first two treasures were still in his mind, which made Qingyu full of even stronger anticipation for the final item. The top-tier domain-type and palace-type heavy treasures had already appeared. What earth-shattering treasure would this last light orb be? Could it be an even rarer soul-type heavy treasure? Qingyu's heart raced slightly, and an even bolder thought popped up. Or is it a supreme treasure that transcends heavy treasures? With this burning anticipation and a trace of imperceptible nervousness, Qingyu reached out and slowly touched the last light orb. The moment his fingertips touched the light orb, a clear stream of information was instantly fed back into his consciousness. However, this message indicated that the item inside the light orb was neither any type of heavy treasure he had expected, nor a supreme treasure. But after a slight stun, instead of showing disappointment, an expression of undisguised pleasant surprise surged on Qingyu's face again. Good, good, good. A bright light flashed in Qingyu's eyes as he spat out 3 good s in a row, the surprise and satisfaction on his face overflowing. He reached into the light orb, retrieved the item inside, and held it in his palm. It was a miniature house model, only the size of a palm, with a simple and rustic design. Its entire body presented a warm, dark brown color, looking plain and unassuming at first glance. However, on the tiny walls, roof, and even the minute details of the doors and windows, countless complex secret patterns that were dizzying to look at were densely engraved. These secret patterns were not dead things, they were slowly circulating, endlessly. Even the faint fluctuations emitted in their natural state made Qingyu clearly feel the massive and profound power of the space-time law contained within them. This was not an offensive or defensive heavy treasure, but its value, in Qingyu's view, was not lower than the purple cloud pearl and dark tower from before. For other immortals, and even many king-level immortals, this item might seem somewhat tasteless, as it could not directly increase immediate combat power, and they might ultimately only choose to exchange it for vast wealth. Chapter 119, Besieging Dreamweaver King. But for Qingyu, the situation was completely different. This treasure was practically tailor-made for him, as he would soon be able to use it. Qingyu held the miniature house in his palm, his fingertips tracing the mysterious runes that pulsed with the laws of space-time, examining and feeling it for a moment. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Then, with a thought, he stored it safely within his inner world. Having dealt with the 3 holy artifacts, Qingyu's mind became active. His gaze swept across the vast and magnificent 9th-floor hall, and even the entire Forbidden Shrine, when a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This entire Forbidden Shrine, with its special structure, extraordinary materials, and numerous mechanisms, traps, and auxiliary intelligences, doesn't it count as a massive treasure itself? Can I take it with me? If he could acquire it, its value would be immeasurable, whether as a future training ground or as a mobile war fortress. He immediately inquired of Kalia. Kalia dared not delay, and immediately communicated with the remaining auxiliary intelligence of the shrine. After a moment, he reported back with a regretful expression. Master, the auxiliary intelligence reports that the Forbidden Shrine, due to its core structure being deeply bound to the foundation of this secret realm space, does not possess the ability to change size. It cannot be shrunk, nor can it be stored in a world ring or inner world. Qingyu shook his head upon hearing this. Since that was the case, he could only rely on brute force to drag this behemoth away. But with just a slight perception of the shrine's vast aura, as boundless as stars and as stable as the source of laws, he knew that with his current strength, he probably couldn't even make it tremble slightly, let alone move it. What a pity. Qingyu suppressed this greedy thought and decisively abandoned it. Immediately, his thoughts jumped to another target, Dreamweaver King. The eerie speed Dreamweaver King displayed during his escape, ghostly and far exceeding the limits of an ordinary peak champion, resurfaced in his mind. Especially considering that Dreamweaver King cultivated the soul path, where his physical body and speed should be his weaknesses, this seemed even more illogical. A soul master possessing absolute speed comparable to, or even surpassing, some champion limits, this is certainly not simple. Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of curiosity flashing within them. Dreamweaver King must be hiding an unknown secret, perhaps a special treasure, or an extraordinary secret art. If he could uncover it, it might turn out to be another significant opportunity. Just then, Kalia seemed to receive new information from the auxiliary intelligence and respectfully spoke again. Master, although the auxiliary intelligence has now lost actual control over most areas of the shrine and cannot activate traps, its basic monitoring function remains. It just scanned the distribution of life signatures throughout the entire shrine. The results show that besides the 9th floor where we are, only the 5th floor still has clear life reactions. Qingyu's gaze sharpened. The 5th floor. When he had swept and plundered his way up earlier, the 5th floor had already been empty. Now there was a life signature. A thrill of the hunt quietly rose in Qingyu's heart. Let's go to the 5th floor, he ordered decisively. Besides being interested in the secrets Dreamweaver King held. More importantly, when Dreamweaver King escaped earlier, he had personally witnessed him switching between his clone and true body, and enslaving Kalia. Although Qingyu had immediately used the myriad forms secret art to make Azure Ghoul's true body simulate the appearance of the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone at the moment of the switch, confident that Dreamweaver King shouldn't have noticed anything amiss, it was always better to be safe than sorry. To eliminate future troubles, this eyewitness had to be eliminated. With a thought, Qingyu led his 12 peak champion enslaved subordinates directly through a special internal passage of the shrine, instantly arriving at the 5th floor. Standing in the vast entrance plaza of the 5th floor, there were 9 huge areas, extremely wide in scope and complex in structure. If they were to search one area after another in a systematic manner, with Dreamweaver King's peculiar speed, he might very well slip away before they arrived, escaping to the 4th floor or even lower levels. At that point, searching for him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, incredibly troublesome. Qingyu naturally wouldn't give him that chance. He quickly made his deployment. Wang, you led 5 people and immediately go to guard the entrance to the 5th floor. Then, starting from the 9th area, search backwards towards the 1st area. Once Dreamweaver King's whereabouts are discovered, immediately contact us through the virtual universe network. Make sure to seal off his escape route downwards. Yes, Master, Wang responded, immediately taking 5 subordinates and transforming into several streaks of light, heading straight for the entrance leading from the 5th floor's depths to the 4th floor. Qingyu himself, meanwhile, took the remaining 6 subordinates and began a carpet search from the 1st area onwards. This process was destined not to be fast. Qingyu searched extremely meticulously, not only checking the empty areas he had already plundered and from which he had taken the world ring, but also focusing on thoroughly investigating the areas he had previously chosen to abandon exploring due to perceiving danger. Earlier, in the core passage, the crimson poisonous mist's effect on Dreamweaver King was far less than on others, which was extremely peculiar. Qingyu concluded that this person must possess some unknown life-saving means, or a unique way of dealing with the shrine's traps. It's possible he's hiding in one of those deadly traps we previously deemed too dangerous to enter, using it to avoid disaster. Qingyu's sharp gaze swept over the seemingly calm palace corridors ahead, which in reality concealed murderous intent, as the search operation steadily progressed with caution. He led 6 champion subordinates in a meticulous search of the 1st area of the 5th floor, not missing a single corner. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, in the 3rd area, within a dangerous trap where energy was chaotic and space showed faint cracks, Dreamweaver King was hidden. Surrounding him were distorted force fields and spatial fragment storms capable of easily severely injuring a peak champion. But Dreamweaver King, at the core, was enveloped in a thin, peculiar halo almost identical to the trap's energy, completely unharmed. His face, however, was terribly grim. That formless king, he's probably already taken all the treasures on the 9th floor. Dreamweaver King's eyes flickered with cold light, his thoughts racing. His strength is unfathomable, and his methods are bizarre. He definitely won't let me go, an eyewitness who saw some of his secrets. He knew very well that hiding here was merely a temporary measure, a way to buy time. Once found, conflict would be inevitable. As soon as he thought of this, intense anger and unwillingness surged within him. Damn it! This formless king who appeared out of nowhere. These treasures, all the opportunities in this entire shrine, they should all be mine. Dreamweaver King roared internally. His previously timid demeanor, adopted for disguise, was gone, replaced by the rage and humiliation of a true powerhouse. He was not some ordinary peak champion at all. He was a genuine champion limit expert, one who had even immersed himself in this path for a long time. The reason he had always hidden his strength and disguised himself as a peak champion on the soul path was to play the pig to eat the tiger during the opening of this forbidden shrine and seize the greatest benefits. His previous discomfiture and fear were largely an act for others. For this trip to the shrine, he had paid a huge price to borrow an extremely precious special treasure from a certain important figure. It was with this treasure that he could move freely through these traps, which even peak champions considered death zones, almost unaffected. Originally, everything was under control, and he was confident that the treasures on the 9th floor were within his grasp. But he never expected a formless king to appear out of nowhere, completely shattering his entire plan with absolute strength and bizarre methods. Now, not only had he gained nothing, but he was also in a perilous situation, and even the borrowed precious treasure might not be safe. How could he accept this? HMPH. Formless king. A fierce glint flashed in Dreamweaver King's eyes. You've obtained all the treasures. Within this forbidden shrine, I originally didn't wish to fight you to the death, but if you push me too far and truly think I'm easy to bully, I will make you realize that the dignity of a champion limit cannot be lightly insulted. His confidence stemmed not only from his true strength as a champion limit but also from his cultivation of the extremely unorthodox yet powerful soul path. He was confident that the opponent's bizarre method of enslaving peak champions would be greatly reduced in effectiveness against him, or perhaps even completely ineffective. No matter what secret art or treasure you, a marquis, used to enslave those peak champions, trying to enslave me, a soul master. Absolutely impossible. This was his greatest reliance. However, a sense of apprehension still lingered. Even if he couldn't be enslaved, the formless king's illusionary techniques were clearly extremely profound. If he were affected by his illusions for an instant during battle, and then besieged by the group of peak champion enslaved subordinates under him, he would definitely not fare well. He held his breath, concealing his aura with the help of his treasure while fully sensing the movements outside. Just as Qingyu was meticulously searching for Dreamweaver King's whereabouts in the first half of the 5th floor, Wang and the other 6 subordinates he had arranged to search backwards from the 9th area encountered an unexpected situation in the 6th area. The 6th area was a vast space filled with giant crystal clusters, where energy refraction caused the vision to be somewhat distorted. As Wang and the 6 figures, emanating the vast aura of peak champions, stepped into this area, the space ahead subtly rippled, and 3 figures appeared, blocking their path. Of these 3, one was ethereal and elusive, as if composed of countless tiny streaks of light, making its specific form difficult to grasp. This was a champion high level of the Void Phantom clan from the automaton race camp. Another was covered entirely in azure scales, with a single spiraling horn on its head, emanating a cold aura. This was a champion high level from the Lan clan. The last one was monstrous in form, shrouded in a faint black mist, with curved horns. This was a champion high level of the Yumo race. 3 champion high levels facing 6 peak champions emanating chilling killing intent, the pressure was naturally immense. But they seemed to have no intention of immediately attacking. The leading Void Phantom clan champion took a step forward. His face, composed of flowing light, showed no expression, but his voice carried a peculiar resonance that echoed all around. "Gentlemen, stop. We mean no harm, we merely wish to meet your master, His Excellency Formless King." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the leading Wang, his domain force field subtly appearing and disappearing as he coldly responded. "How dare you casually utter our master's name? Hiding your faces, and blocking our path, yet you claim to mean no harm. Purple Break King stepped forward, his peak king pressure crushing forward like a tangible force, his voice filled with undisguised killing intent. Take them down. Seeing the 6 peak champions menacingly preparing to act, the Void Phantom Clan champion quickly shouted. Wait, we are by no means provoking. We have urgent news to report, concerning Formless King himself. If your recklessness delays his important matters, can you bear the responsibility? His words carried a hint of urgency, yet also a subtle confidence, as if certain that Formless King would be interested in his information. The Lan Clan champion also added in a deep voice. If we truly harbored ill will, why would we appear here? We would have long since used this environment to conceal ourselves and launch a sneak attack. We are willing to surrender, only asking to meet Formless King. As he spoke, the icy aura surging around him slowly receded, adopting a non-resistant posture. The Yumo clan champion beside him, though his eyes were fierce, also reigned in the demonic mist around him. Wong and Purple Break King and the other servants exchanged glances, their movements pausing slightly. Their souls held absolute loyalty to their master, Qingyu, prioritizing his interests above all else. The opponent's words involved urgent matters, and concerning the master himself, which made them cautious. If it truly was important information, they dared not arbitrarily decide to kill them. HMPH, glib talk. Wong snorted, but the surging killing intent receded a few points. Even so, it's not up to you to decide to see the master. First, surrender yourselves. We will report to the master, and he will decide. All right. The Void Phantom Clan champion replied exceptionally decisively. We are willing to accept the restraints, only asking that the message be delivered. Seeing the other party so cooperative, Wong no longer hesitated. He and the other 5 servants simultaneously attacked, and several powerful divine forces instantly flew out, binding the 3 high-level champions layer by layer. The 3 indeed showed no resistance, allowing the chains to bind them, but their gazes were fixed on Wong and the others. After subduing the opponents, Wong dared not delay and immediately reported the situation to Qingyu via the virtual universe network. Qingyu, who was meticulously investigating the border between the first and second zones, received the message from Wong and his eyebrows twitched slightly. A Void Phantom Clan champion from the automaton race camp wants to see me. Qingyu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly sifted through his memories. I don't recall ever dealing with such a Void Phantom Clan member. It must be the other 3 powerhouses who entered with me this time. Let's go to the 6th zone. Qingyu made a decisive decision, temporarily setting aside his search for Dreamweaver King. He immediately led his 6 champion servants, transforming into streaks of light, and rushed towards the 6th zone at the fastest speed. A moment later, Qingyu, leading his 6 servants, descended into the crystal-clustered space of the 6th zone. His gaze immediately fell upon the 3 high-level champions, who were bound by layers of divine power but remained calm, finally settling on the Void Phantom Clan member composed of flowing light. Qingyu floated in midair, his amethyst cloud wings gently fanning, and he looked down at the opponent indifferently, speaking. I am Formless King. You, what do you seek me for? His voice was calm, yet carried an invisible pressure that made the 3 high-level champions' hearts tremble. Facing Qingyu's indifferent yet oppressive gaze, the Void Phantom Clan champion, bound by divine power, raised his head. No expression could be seen on his face made of flowing light. But his voice carried an almost mechanical steadiness, conveying the information set by his master. Formless King, my master wants me to tell you, do not go any further. My master does not wish to be your enemy. As long as the 7-day limit arrives, the shrine will naturally close, and we will leave. Then we will be at peace. As soon as these words were spoken, Qingyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly understood. Indeed, these 3 high-level champions have all been soul-enslaved by Dreamweaver King. A hint of genuine surprise surged in his heart. It might seem easy for him to enslave peak champions, but that was because his Azure Ghoul true body was a favorite of the soul path in the universe, inherently possessing unparalleled soul essence. Furthermore, he possessed a heaven-defying innate secret technique like a thought becomes nothingness, which allowed him to create such miracles. However, for normal soul path powerhouses, soul enslavement is extremely difficult and highly risky. Among those of the same rank, successfully enslaving someone is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Normally, a peak champion soul master who can successfully enslave a low-level champion is already considered a remarkable achievement. Yet, this Dreamweaver King could enslave 3 high-level champions. This Dreamweaver King's attainment in the soul path is definitely not comparable to an ordinary peak champion. His soul strength and secret technique level are absolutely among the top tier of peak champions. Qingyu immediately had a new, higher assessment of Dreamweaver King's true strength. However, this surprise lasted only a moment. Even if Dreamweaver King was a champion limit of the soul path, so what? Qingyu had absolute confidence in his soul techniques. Even if the opponent's strong soul and special path made instant enslavement difficult, he could completely rely on the illusionary power of a thought becomes nothingness to interfere and suppress. At that time, coupled with the siege of his 12 peak champion servants, Dreamweaver King would still be doomed. What's more, he also had his newly acquired trump card, the top-tier domain-type heavy treasure, Purple Cloud Pearl, which had not yet truly shown its power. Before this treasure, no matter how great Dreamweaver King's abilities, he would have to obediently die. This Dreamweaver King is indeed not simple, hiding so deeply. Qingyu sneered in his heart. But, doesn't want to be my enemy. Hey, don't you think it's too late to say that now? Besides the previous reasons, Qingyu absolutely could not allow him to leave alive because his gains in the Forbidden Shrine were simply too astonishing. That was the wealth of an entire race. Now, Dreamweaver King at least knew that he had entered the 9th level and emerged safely, even if he didn't know he had obtained 3 treasures. But once Dreamweaver King left alive, the news of him plundering the Forbidden Shrine would inevitably leak out. At that time, the news that Formless King possessed the vast treasures of the Forbidden Shrine would sweep through the entire outside territory battlefield like a storm. It was estimated that most of the powerhouses in the entire outside territory battlefield would come to snatch his treasures. Only dead men keep secrets best. Qingyu's eyes instantly became piercingly cold, his killing intent no longer concealed. He no longer paid attention to the 3 puppet-like servants. His gaze seemed to penetrate layers of space, directly looking towards the direction of the 5th level, 3rd zone, and his icy voice, amplified by divine power, echoed in every corner of the 6th zone. Hiding your head and showing your tail, sending a few servants to deliver a message, and you think you can make me stop. That's too naive. Your life, and the secrets on your body, I will have them. The 3 high-level champions, bound by divine power, though already prisoners, their absolute loyalty branded into their souls made them strive to protect their master even in the face of death. The Void Phantom Clan champion's body of flowing light flickered violently, his voice carrying a hint of offended anger. Formless King, don't be unappreciative. My master's power is beyond your imagination. Even if you have 12 peak champion servants, it's impossible. Kill them. Qingyu didn't bother to listen to these meaningless declarations of loyalty and directly issued the final command to his servants. The command was issued, swift as thunder. Wong, Purple Break King, and the other 6 peak champions did not hesitate. The destructive energy they had already condensed instantly erupted, and dazzling light and violent energy tides instantly engulfed the 3 high-level champions. The 3 high-level champions' divine bodies disintegrated inch by inch under the absolute power disparity, their consciousness returning to eternal darkness, leaving only a few energy dust motes slowly scattering. Almost at the same moment these 3 soul servants were instantly annihilated. In the 5th level, 3rd zone, at the core of that dangerous trap, Dreamweaver King, who was concealing his aura with a treasure, suddenly trembled, and his compound eyes shot out a sharp glare mixed with disbelief and rage. The soul-level connection with his servants was forcibly severed, meaning the 3 capable servants he had sent out had been completely annihilated. HMPH. What a formless king. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Dreamweaver King's face twisted with anger. He had initially wanted to avoid conflict, but now he was completely enraged by Qingyu's ruthless decisiveness. Since you insist on fighting, then let's fight. I will let you witness firsthand what the true strength of a champion limit is. His apprehension still existed, but more than that, there was a fierce ruthlessness born of being pushed to a dead end and the pride of a powerhouse. He didn't want to actively provoke Qingyu, this strange opponent, but that certainly didn't mean he was afraid. As a deeply hidden champion limit, and a top-tier powerhouse of the soul path, he had his own trump cards and arrogance. Although the opponent had 12 peak champion servants, he was confident that with his powerful soul defense and the borrowed treasure, he might not be without a fighting chance. Furthermore, if he could find an opportunity to severely injure or even control Formless King's true body, all current crises would instantly reverse, and all the treasures would become his for the taking. Greed and killing intent, at this moment, outweighed the thought of temporarily avoiding the confrontation. On the other side, after cleanly disposing of the 3 message-delivering servants, Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely crushed a few insects casually. The plan remains unchanged. Qingyu ordered coldly. Wang, you 6, continue along the original route, searching in reverse from the 9th zone to the 1st zone, blocking all downward passages. Yes, master. Wang and the other 6 servants received the order and immediately transformed into streaks of light, heading deep into the 6th zone to carry out the blockade and reverse search mission. We will continue to advance from here to the 9th zone, Qingyu said to the other 6 servants beside him, his eyes as sharp as blades. Dreamweaver King can't escape. Search every area carefully, especially those dangerous trap zones. He might very well be hiding within them. Yes. Following Qingyu's command, an invisible net began to slowly and steadily close in from 2 directions towards the central area of the 5th level, the 3rd zone. Chapter 120, Conclusion. To ensure absolute safety, Qingyu still let his purple crystal cloud wing clone take action, while his main body remained hidden within his inner world. Just as he led his 6 peak king servants and approached the edge of the 3rd zone, a sudden change occurred. A shadow, condensed to the extreme, moved faster than thought itself. It ignored the loose encirclement of the peripheral servants and, like a deadly needle tearing through space, struck directly at Qingyu, who was heavily protected in the center. It was Dreamweaver King. He knew deeply that Qingyu was the core of it all. As long as he killed him, these powerful peak king servants would naturally vanish into smoke. This strike had been building up for a long time, without any warning, and it was the display of the true strength he had hidden until now, not the peak king merely skilled in soul attacks that the outside world perceived him to be. Instead, he was a terrifying existence who had already stepped into the king limit. Whether in soul techniques or close quarters combat, he was incredibly formidable. Originally, this strike, which condensed the full power of a king limit and was capable of instantly killing a high marquis, had absolutely no possibility of missing. However, just as the attack was about to strike his body, the purple crystal cloud wing clone's innate secret method, Instant Shadow, was suddenly activated. His figure instantly turned ethereal, as if merging into the ripples of space. The deadly strike passed through the phantom image, seemingly hitting empty space, uselessly annihilating a large patch of the void. What? A trace of disbelief flashed in Dreamweaver King's eyes. The strike missed, and the opportunity for battle was lost. Roar! Protect the master! The 6 peak king servants shouted angrily, instantly forming an encirclement, and a vast torrent of energy swept over, completely enveloping Dreamweaver King. However, the scene that followed made Qingyu's heart tremble. Facing the siege of the 6 peak kings, Dreamweaver King showed not a hint of fear. His figure flickered like a ghost, and in his hand appeared a strange short blade entwined with nightmare ripples. With a wave, he deflected several violent attacks, and even struck back, sending one servant flying backward, causing their divine body aura to fluctuate faintly. Fighting 1 against 6, not only did he not collapse instantly, but he was actually faintly holding the upper hand. Only at this moment, combined with that earth-shattering sneak attack just now, did Qingyu fully realize, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. This Dreamweaver King had actually hidden the vast majority of his strength before. His true realm was that of a king limit, enough to crush ordinary peak kings. What was originally thought to be a one-sided encirclement instantly turned into a precarious, bitter struggle. Energy surged, and light scattered everywhere. Dreamweaver King was trapped in the encirclement of the 6 peak kings, yet he moved with ease like a ghost. Bewildering phantom light flashed in his eyes from time to time, and powerful soul impacts, like invisible waves, constantly interfered with the rhythm of the six servants' joint efforts, causing their coordination to frequently falter. What was even more alarming was that every time his elusive short blade swung out, it carried the terrifying power of a king limit, forcing the servants to cover for each other. Another thing that made Qingyu's pupils shrink was that when the attacks of his own servants landed on Dreamweaver King, they seemed like clay oxen entering the sea, easily neutralized by a layer of shifting emerald light on his body, with minimal effect. Truly troublesome. Qingyu's main body stood quietly in the distance, while his purple crystal cloud wing clone hovered outside the battle circle. He did not immediately join the fray, but instead coldly observed every technique of Dreamweaver King. Dreamweaver King, you have hidden yourself truly deep. As a dignified king limit, pretending to be an ordinary soul master before must have been very hard, right? Dreamweaver King, in the midst of the fierce battle, dodged a heavy blow. Upon hearing this, he snorted coldly and retorted, "Formless King, besides relying on the number of your servants and those evasive life-saving tricks, what other abilities do you have? If not for your strange techniques, you would have already been a ghost under my blade by now." Although he said this, Dreamweaver King's heart was turbulent. The sneak attack that he had been certain of had been dodged by Qingyu in an incomprehensible way, which shocked him immensely. Recalling that in the trap passage earlier, Qingyu was completely unaffected when facing the crimson poisonous mist. With all these strange and unfathomable techniques, how many more secrets is this formless king hiding? Dreamweaver King's heart kept sinking. Although he was currently holding the upper hand with his raw strength, suppressing the six peak kings, he knew clearly that in Qingyu's hands, counting the newly enslaved Qingyu clan natives, there were a full 12 peak king servants. Once the other six arrived and formed an encirclement, even if he were a king limit, he would definitely not fare well. Moreover, the main body of this formless king, with his endless array of techniques, was still watching covetously from the side, making him feel like he had thorns on his back. The original plan, to kill Qingyu in seconds and instantly disintegrate the opponent's combat power, had already failed. Dreamweaver King's mind raced, and in a flash, he sorted out his thoughts. That the realization ability is definitely not invincible, there must be some kind of restriction or consumption. I must get close again and, with an absolute burst that exceeds his reaction limit, break it in one strike. It must be said that a powerhouse, who could cultivate to the king limit, possessed combat wisdom and intuition that were terrifying. His speculation actually touched the edge of the truth. However, would Qingyu give him the chance to verify it? Just as Dreamweaver King's thoughts were turning, the space in the distance fluctuated violently, and six figures exuding formidable auras arrived through the air. It was Fuyu King and the other six peak king servants. As it turned out, the moment he encountered Dreamweaver King, Qingyu had already summoned them through mental connection. 12 peak kings, their auras connected into one, like an invisible net, completely sealing and suppressing the space around Dreamweaver King. Dreamweaver King's expression changed drastically, and the last shred of luck in his heart was extinguished along with it. "Get out of my way." He let out an earth-shattering roar, and without hesitation, he burned his vast divine power, his aura instantly skyrocketing. The nightmare short blade erupted with blinding dark light, and a secret method was blasted out, forcibly severely injuring and pushing back one of the peak king's servants, blocking his front, tearing open a tiny gap. The next moment, his figure turned into a burning stream of light, his target still clear, Qingyu. This was his only, and also his last, chance for victory. Boom! He burned his divine power crazily again, unleashing his trump card, the strongest acceleration secret method, and his speed actually increased strangely once more on top of the original foundation. This kind of extreme speed of instantaneous burst was something Qingyu had never seen on any king-level powerhouse since he stepped onto the outside territory battlefield. Even those races known for their speed could not reach it. Even Qingyu had to secretly praise. What a Dreamweaver King, he has hidden himself deeply indeed. This speed has actually faintly touched the level of the purple crystal cloud wings. Facing such a desperate strike, Qingyu naturally dared not be arrogant and take it head-on. The purple crystal cloud wings shone brightly, and with a gentle flap, they were like a purple lightning bolt tearing through space, dodging away like a teleportation at the most critical moment. Damn it! Dreamweaver King's eyes were splitting with rage. Seeing he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching him, the opponent had once again easily evaded him with that incredible speed. He roared unwillingly, disregarding the violent consumption of his divine body, forcibly turned his direction, burned his divine power once more, and turned into a death arc, swearing to kill Qingyu. However, the innate speed of the purple crystal cloud wings was ultimately superior. Dreamweaver King's 2 consecutive desperate lunges only uselessly tore through the afterimages left by Qingyu. This brief delay was already enough. The 12 Peak King servants were thoroughly enraged, their master being in danger repeatedly had plunged them into a frenzy. Protect the master. Kill. Monstrous killing intent and torrents of energy converged, like 12 erupting volcanoes, crushing toward Dreamweaver King, whose power had been greatly depleted, from all directions. Seeing the encirclement about to be completed, a trace of madness and determination flashed in Dreamweaver King's eyes. He stared fixedly at the calm-looking Qingyu in the distance, and with all his strength, let out a roar that shook the soul. Formless King. You hiding, skulking rat. With such talent, and so many Peak King servants, you are not some ordinary High Marquis at all. You are that legendary genius of the human race, Qingyu. Am I right? In fact, when the first sneak attack failed, and he witnessed Qingyu's strange the realization ability with his own eyes, a vague sense of familiarity had already surfaced in Dreamweaver King's mind. He searched desperately in his vast memory, and finally, a top-secret wanted order issued by the high echelons of the insect race camp about 2,000 years ago surfaced in his mind. It was the kill order for the peerless human race genius, Qingyu. The wanted order clearly stated that the target possessed an extremely rare life-saving secret method capable of instantly turning ethereal to avoid physical and even energy attacks. Its description was so similar to the technique Formless King had just displayed. Both belonging to the human race camp, and both possessing almost identical heaven-defying life-saving abilities, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Of course, based on this alone, Dreamweaver King still dared not be completely certain. What truly pushed his suspicion to the peak was the unreasonable choice Formless King made earlier in the core passage when facing the crimson poisonous mist. He would rather expose part of his strength to protect his servants than agree to take the 3 human race Peak Kings, including Azure Sea King, into his so-called advanced world ring. At the time, it only felt like this person was unreasonably cold, unwilling to even casually let 3 powerhouses of the same camp owe him a life-saving favor. But thinking about it now, everything had the most reasonable explanation. Where did this Formless King have any advanced world ring? He clearly did not dare to expose that he was actually just a world lord, and the so-called advanced world ring was his inner world. All the clues connected at this moment, pointing to that one and only shocking truth. Facing Dreamweaver King's earth-shattering roar and questioning, there was not a trace of panic on Qingyu's face at being exposed. He still hovered in the air, his purple crystal cloud wings gently fluttering, just looking back calmly, his tone indifferent with a hint of realization. Oh, it seems you insect race camp are indeed hunting me as well. No denial, and no need for denial. At this point, with Dreamweaver King's wisdom, the previous anomalies were as clear as looking at patterns on his palm in his eyes. Refuting would only be a laughingstock. However, hearing this implicit admission with his own ears, Dreamweaver King had no joy in uncovering the mystery. Instead, a bone-chilling coldness instantly exploded from the depths of his soul, sweeping through his entire body. World Lord. He really is a World Lord. A World Lord, actually able to enslave 12 Peak King Undyings. What an absurd, what a heaven-defying, what a magnificent feat. AI Model, Gemini 3.5 Flash. Looking across the vast universe, those so-called peerless geniuses, pampered by their respective races, were like fireflies before a bright moon in front of the current Qingyu. Dreamweaver King could almost foresee that once this boy grew up, stepped into the Undying Realm, or even became a venerable, he would definitely become a lingering nightmare for the entire insect race, and even all races hostile to the human race. However, at this moment, Dreamweaver King had no mind to think about the future of the insect race. Forcibly suppressing the stormy waves in his heart, he looked at Qingyu with a complex gaze, his tone actually carrying a rare hint of compromise. You really are the human race's Qingyu. Although I am in the insect race camp, I am not their core loyalist. I have no intention of making an enemy of someone like you. He tried to show his value and harmlessness. You have already seen my speed. If I am determined to leave, you cannot keep me with just these 12 champion servants. As for today's matter, I swear upon my soul that I will never reveal even a fraction of your identity to the outside. Why don't we stop here and live in peace, what do you say? Hey. Hearing this, Qingyu only let out an undisguised laugh. Do you even believe this kind of nonsense that wouldn't even fool a 3-year-old child? He didn't even bother to waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, the aura of the 12 champion servants surged once more, and their attacks rushed toward Dreamweaver King like a tide. While struggling to resist, Dreamweaver King said anxiously, "Human race's Qingyu, you cannot kill me, and I can do nothing to you. Continuing to wear each other down like this is just a waste of time, benefiting no one. Who says I can't kill you?" A cold arc curved up at the corner of Qingyu's mouth. "You are fast. Then I shall ruin your speed." Before his voice even faded, the purple star mark at the center of his brow suddenly shone. Buzz. A vast purple mist emerged out of thin air, rapidly spreading as if it possessed life. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space of the third sector, completely submerging Dreamweaver King within it. Purple Cloud Pearl Domain, expand. Now, let's see if you can still be fast. The moment the purple mist descended upon him, Dreamweaver King's face changed drastically. He felt as if the space around him had turned into an invisible quagmire. Endless binding forces squeezed from all directions, causing his speed to plummet suddenly. Yet those champion servants acted as normal in the purple mist, completely unaffected. This is what? How can it be so powerful? Dreamweaver King was extremely terrified. The suppression effect of this domain was far beyond his cognition. Condense. With a thought, Qingyu tried to see if he could use the power of this purple mist domain alone to crush a king limit powerhouse to death. However, the result made him frown slightly. The purple mist squeezed and eroded frantically, yet it was difficult to instantly disintegrate Dreamweaver King's divine body. Even if he urged it with all his strength, he could only barely shatter part of the opponent's divine body. The annihilation efficiency was far lower than expected. Something's not right, there is something strange about this Dreamweaver King's divine body. Qingyu felt a chill in his heart. Even though he was currently a world lord, with the supreme bloodline. Talent of the amethyst cloud wings, the power of the purple mist domain should definitely not have such difficulty even breaking through defenses. This was a top-tier heavy treasure after all. Since I cannot directly annihilate him, then I shall suppress him. His strategy changed instantly. Qingyu no longer pursued a powerful attack with the domain, but instead concentrated the power of the vast purple mist on binding and suppressing. Countless purple streams of light wound up like divine chains. Dreamweaver King felt as if billions of divine mountains were pressing down on him. His movements became incredibly sluggish, and he was almost completely imprisoned in place. Now was the time. A cold light flashed in Qingyu's eyes as he issued the final command to the 12 servants, combined attack, shatter him completely. The power of 12 peak kings gathered and fused within the purple mist domain, turning into a destructive torrent sufficient to extinguish stars, aiming straight at the struggling and despairing Dreamweaver King. No. Dreamweaver King let out an unwilling roar, desperately burning his divine power to try and break free, but under the double suppression, all struggles appeared futile. The light of destruction swallowed him in an instant. Previously, the siege of the 12 peak kings had difficulty heavily injuring Dreamweaver King. On one hand, it was because their attacks were not fully synchronized, which he resolved one by one with exquisite movement techniques and soul interference. On the other hand, the toughness of his defense was far beyond the ordinary. But now, the situation was completely different. Under the absolute suppression of the purple mist domain, Dreamweaver King's divine power operated sluggishly, his movements were like sinking into a quagmire, and the effect of his soul interference was also greatly reduced. Under Qingyu's precise control, the power of the 12 Peak Kings perfectly fused for the first time, turning into a destructive torrent that annihilated everything, striking solidly upon his body. Boom! Resplendent energy brilliance exploded. Under this unrivaled combined strike, Dreamweaver King's divine body instantly disintegrated, turning into the most basic divine power particles. Relying on the undying body of an undying spiritual god, his divine body quickly reorganized and condensed not far away in the next instant. However, the very instant the divine body shattered, the sharp-eyed Qingyu clearly saw a flash of dripping emerald light at its core, which was the strange glow emitted by a piece of treasure armor. So that's how it is, a heavy treasure-level armor. No wonder his defense was so astonishing. A sharp light burst from Qingyu's eyes. With just this single combined strike, the loss of Dreamweaver King's divine body reached an astonishing 40%. His aura withered significantly, visible to the eye. Again, Qingyu's voice was ice-cold, devoid of any mercy. Boom! Giving Dreamweaver King absolutely no breathing room, the second wave of combined attacks had already descended. The newly condensed divine body was ruthlessly shattered once again. Successive heavy injuries, combined with burning his divine power multiple times earlier to fight for his life, had caused Dreamweaver King's divine body to plummet to rock bottom, with barely over 10% remaining. Generally speaking, once an undying spiritual god's divine body loss reaches 90%, they will lose consciousness and fall into a long slumber to recover their divine body. This Dreamweaver King was not far from slumber now. Stop! Qingyu raised his hand to halt the servant's next round of attacks. He flew forward, looking down at the illusionary and dying Dreamweaver King, his tone carrying a trace of playfulness. Now, do you still think I cannot kill you? Before his voice even faded, Qingyu instantly switched to his Qingyu Ning main body. His powerful soul power surged wildly, a king limit. Soul Great Master Servant was of inestimable value. He wanted to take advantage of his weakest moment to cast a thought becomes nothingness and enslave him. Invisible soul power, like billions of fine needles, instantly pierced into Dreamweaver King's collapsing divine body. However, the expected smooth enslavement did not occur. Qingyu frowned slightly, he felt as if his soul power had struck a piece of stubborn iron. Reasonably speaking, with less than 1% of his strength remaining, it should have been utterly impossible for Dreamweaver King to resist the suppression of a thought becomes nothingness. You want to enslave me? Ha ha ha, human Qingyu, don't you dare think about it. Dreamweaver King's remaining divine body fluctuated violently as he let out a hoarse and resolute roar, his stubborn will far exceeding expectations. At the instant of this resistance, without anyone noticing, an extremely subtle thread of Dreamweaver King's telekinetic force quietly slipped into his close-fitting emerald treasure armor, completely erasing the life imprint within it. Having finished this final, unknown little action, a smile of extreme madness and malice appeared on Dreamweaver King's remaining face. Human Qingyu, I will be back. Rumble. Dreamweaver King, fallen. Qingyu frowned slightly, then stopped thinking about it. He was just a king limit after all. Qingyu only felt a slight pity. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion, drawing Dreamweaver King's world ring left in the void realm and that emerald treasure armor gleaming with a warm luster toward himself. He sent out a sliver of telekinetic force, easily making this treasure recognize him as its master. The entire process went without any obstruction, just like the normal procedure for all masterless objects. After all, once the original master completely fell, the soul imprint within the treasure would naturally dissipate. Qingyu did not harbor any suspicion about this. As his mind sank into the treasure armor, a vast amount of information instantly flooded into his brain. So that's how it is, 1,000 leaves armor, it can weaken physical attacks to 1,000th. A flash of understanding and delight crossed Qingyu's eyes. No wonder Dreamweaver King's defense was so perverted, able to withstand the annihilation of the purple mist domain. This was surprisingly an extremely precious protective heavy treasure, and its effect was incredibly practical, easily at the top-tier level. Of course, in terms of comprehensive value, it was still slightly inferior compared to his own soul-type heavy treasure, Purple Cloud Pearl, and the domain-type special heavy treasure, Dark Tower, but it was undoubtedly a massive harvest. However, just as Qingyu was taking stock of his spoils of war, within a magnificent and silent divine country inside some hidden space interlayer of the endless universe, sitting on the divine throne was a life form with translucent, glazed skin, where countless tiny, dark green threads of light, resembling neural pathways, could be faintly seen slowly flowing within. His head was smooth and hairless, his features handsome yet carrying an inhuman coldness, and his forehead was embedded with 3 rows of 6 tiny compound eyes, like the purest emeralds. At this moment, these 6 compound eyes suddenly opened at the same time, bursting with towering malice and killing intent. Buzz. A powerful wave of divine power boomed and spread with him as the center, instantly filling the entire divine country and causing space itself to tremble. Human Qingyu, you deserve to die. A frantic roar echoed throughout the divine country. You didn't expect this, did you? I have a clone. Causing me to lose a heavy treasure, then I will have you hunted down by everyone. This was precisely Dreamweaver King. The one that self-detonated and was annihilated was merely his main body that specifically adventured outside. At this moment, in the vast Forbidden Shrine, it seemed as if only Qingyu and his crowd of servants remained. Looking around, those dangerous areas that he had previously been forced to temporarily give up in order to fight for the core opportunity once again piqued his interest. There were still 6 days left before the shrine closed. With such ample time, it naturally could not be wasted in vain. Previously, in order to act quickly, I passed over these areas. Now, Qingyu's gaze swept over the 12-peaked king servants standing respectfully by his side, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Chapter 121, Massive Wealth. Over the next few days, Qingyu, relying on the powerful group formed by his 12-peaked champion servant, began to explore and sweep through the areas marked as high risk, in an almost barbaric manner. With the combined efforts of the 12-peaked champions and the occasional assistance of Qingyu's Purple Cloud Pearl domain, the exploration process, though sometimes fraught with minor difficulties, was always completed without true danger. Numerous ancient-looking world rings, exuding an aura of immense age, as well as a few special materials scattered at the core of traps and miraculously not completely obliterated by time, successively became his spoils of war. Although their value was far from comparable to the gains from the 9th floor, accumulating them little by little still amounted to a considerable fortune. The 7-day limit arrived silently. When an invisible rule within the shrine began to fluctuate, Qingyu had already finished tallying all his subsequent gains, and his 12 servants had all been retrieved into his inner world for recuperation. An irresistible, gentle yet immense spatial power enveloped him, and the surrounding scenery began to blur and distort. The next moment, a sensation of dizziness came over him, and his figure vanished from this forbidden shrine, which had buried countless ambitions, greed, and lives. In the cold, cosmic starry sky, distant stars twinkled, and nearby, fragmented meteorites floated. Finally out, Qingyu hovered in the void, his psychic energy quickly sweeping around, confirming that this was indeed the coordinate area where he had entered the Forbidden Shrine. The first thing Qingyu did upon exiting, without the slightest hesitation, was to immediately order one of his champion servants to take him and use instant teleportation. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. After continuous, random, long-range instant teleports, they arrived in an extremely desolate area, so remote that it might not even be marked on a map. Here, energy was sparse, and matter was scarce. Looking around, there was only eternal darkness and silence, making it almost impossible for any powerful being to pass through. After ensuring absolute safety, Qingyu communicated with the cloud-caressing vine far away in his godly kingdom. Mo Yun, Godly Kingdom Teleport. A hazy green glow, full of life, emerged from the void, quickly forming a stable portal of light. That's right, he decided to return to the human race territory immediately. The gains from the Forbidden Shrine this time were simply too immense, enough to drive everyone mad, so no amount of caution was excessive. Only in the core heartland of the human race territory could he safely organize and digest these spoils of war and plan for his next stage of cultivation. His figure entered the portal, and the light of teleportation flashed and disappeared, leaving the desolate starfield to return to its dead silence, as if no one had ever been there. Meanwhile, in a highly secretive spatiotemporal interlayer within the core starfield controlled by the distant insect race faction, Dreamweaver King's clone, with his handsome yet cold face, still showed traces of resentment and anger, but more so a calm assessment and calculation. His original plan was indeed to publicize the news that human race Qingyu obtained all the treasures of the Forbidden Shrine, using the greed of all the powerful beings on the outside territory battlefield to form a deadly storm against Qingyu, to vent his hatred. But after the impulse, he quickly rejected this seemingly satisfying but actually foolish idea. Publicizing the news as merely a momentary satisfaction, besides causing trouble for that Qingyu, what substantial benefit does it bring to me? Dreamweaver King's compound eyes gleamed with cold, rational light. Even if all the champions chase him, with the methods and potential he has displayed, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Moreover, even if I were given another chance with those treasures, with my main body's peak champion strength facing his strange methods, there would be no possibility of success. He had to admit this cruel truth. Since the treasures were destined to be out of his reach, he had to consider how to convert the intelligence he possessed into maximized, tangible benefits. Exclusively and preferentially provide this top-secret intelligence, human race peerless genius Qingyu appeared on the 7th battlefield and is suspected of having obtained the core treasures of the Forbidden Shrine. To the insect race high-ups, Dreamweaver King's mind raced. Given the insect race's apprehension and determination to eliminate human race geniuses, and their pay attention to of my detailed analysis of Qingyu's strength and methods, the reward I will receive will surely far exceed simply cheapening the news by making it public. Having figured this out, the towering hatred in his heart, born from the demise of his main body and the loss of the heavy treasure, seemed to find a channel for release and compensation. He no longer hesitated and began to meticulously craft the message he would report, ensuring its value was maximized. Indeed, after Dreamweaver King reported all the information he knew in meticulous detail, it instantly touched the most sensitive nerves of the insect race high-ups. This human race peerless genius, who ranked high on the insect race's kill list, had his threat level drastically re-evaluated upwards. And Dreamweaver King, who provided this crucial intelligence, not only avoided punishment for losing the borrowed heavy treasure armor but also received generous rewards and compensation from the insect race high-ups for this great service, even seeing his status rise as a result. At the same time, deep in a desolate starfield far from the outside territory battlefield, where even stars had long since extinguished, leaving only coldness and dead silence, the eternal silence was suddenly shattered by an indescribable, supreme power. Space rippled and distorted like water, and the threads of law here became blurred and chaotic. Three grand intentions, imbued with boundless majesty, as if representing a part of the universe's primordial will, transcended the shackles of time and space, ignored the distance of countless light years, and descended with a roar. The surrounding billions of kilometers of void were completely frozen, the floating meteorites and even the distant dim stars appeared as tiny as dust before these three intentions, their light completely extinguished. Vaguely, three vague figures, so colossal and immense they defied description, materialized in this starfield. The mere invisible fluctuations emanating from their existence alone were enough to make an entire starfield tremble. One of them, enveloped in an endless hazy glow, vaguely revealed the outline of a graceful and peerless figure, difficult to discern its specific form, yet naturally exuding an aura of allure and sanctity intertwined, causing the universe to lose its luster. She was the universe's strongest of the insect race, the Zerg Queen. Elsewhere, a huge, perfectly elliptical black spherical phantom floated, which was the supreme sovereign of the automaton race father god. The last figure was surrounded by countless twisted, dancing giant snake shadows, exuding a chilling, tyrannical, and soul-freezing aura of terror. It was one of the two great ancestors of the monster race, the dream monster ancestor. Queen. The automaton race father god's emotionless, electronically synthesized intention spoke first. Automaton. Dream monster. The Zerg Queen's intention, as if containing all the beauty and temptation in the universe, also responded simultaneously, greeting the other two. There was no superfluous small talk, all communication went straight to the core. The Zerg Queen's intention instantly turned cold. Human race genius Qingyu has been confirmed to appear on the 7th battlefield of the outside territory battlefield. Immediately after, two streams of immense informational intention were directly transmitted by her to the automaton race father god and the dream monster ancestor. It meticulously recorded the intelligence provided by Dreamweaver King, including the strange abilities Qingyu displayed, the number of servant he possessed, and his astonishing performance in the Forbidden Shrine. On the surface of the automaton race father god's perfect black spherical phantom, data streams flashed and analyzed like a frantic waterfall. The dream monster ancestor's huge silver-white snake head, its cold vertical pupils, also suddenly contracted, and the dancing snake shadows around him froze for a moment. Even they, standing at the pinnacle of the universe's countless races, felt a clear tremor in their intentions after digesting this information. A world lord, enslaving over a dozen peak champions. Suspected of possessing a domain-type heavy treasure. Obtaining all the treasures of a clan. When all these converged on a human race genius whom they considered a huge threat, the implications were enough to make even these three universe strongest take it seriously. This child must not be allowed to live. The dream monster ancestor's intention, full of tyrannical aura, like the hiss of countless venomous snakes, was the first to break the brief silence. After digesting the detailed information about Qingyu, transmitted by the Zerg Queen, even the two beings at the pinnacle of the universe felt ripples in their intentions. A world lord, actually capable of enslaving peak champions. And according to the description, the process seemed not difficult at all. In the automaton race father god's cold, electronically synthesized intention, an undisguised, intense killing intent directed at a single life form was revealed for the first time. His threat level must be re-evaluated. No matter what, he must be completely stifled before he truly grows up. The dream monster ancestor's intention, full of tyrannical aura, followed, like the hiss of countless venomous snakes, carrying a sense of resolve. Moreover, it would be best to enslave his soul and unearth all his secrets. If not possible, then at least kill his soul once. With such performance, he likely has many fortuitous encounters. As long as he can be completely killed once, even if the human race revives him, his heaven-defying opportunities will be lost, and he will no longer be a threat. The killing intent was set, the next step was how to execute it. The intentions of the three universe strongest converged, rapidly deducing various possibilities. Firstly, regarding information blockade. They unanimously decided to strictly keep secret the news that Qingyu obtained almost all the treasures of the Forbidden Shrine. Anyway, in Qingyu's perception, all informants of this shrine trip, except for him, should have perished. They could precisely use this point to make Qingyu relax his guard, believing the crisis had passed. Secondly, and most crucially, who to send to execute the assassination. His energy clone should be the special life form Amethyst Cloud Wings, extremely troublesome. Not only is he incredibly fast, but he also possesses the heaven-defying life-saving ability of the realization. The automaton race father god analyzed calmly. Only powerful beings who comprehend the law of time and are proficient in time suspension can effectively counter his the realization. Not only that, the Zerg Queen's alluring voice carried a note of gravity. He can easily enslave peak champions, his soul strength and willpower are probably far beyond our estimates. To try and enslave his soul in return, even sending a champion invincible level soul master, the success rate would be minuscule. The conclusion was obvious, a universe exalt must be dispatched. Moreover, an ordinary exalt would not suffice. To deal with Qingyu's Amethyst Cloud Wings clone, this exalt should ideally be proficient in the law of time and also a strong practitioner of the soul path. Only then could they restrict his clone while attempting soul enslavement or annihilation. According to Dreamweaver King's final description, he must have used a powerful domain-type treasure. Dream monster ancestor's serpent eyes gleamed with cold light. This makes it even more troublesome. With a top-tier domain-type treasure in hand, even if he's not an opponent, he can completely rely on his domain to restrict his foe, creating an opportunity to escape. An ordinary universe exalt might not actually be able to keep him. Besides this, there were two major difficulties. Firstly, identification. According to Dreamweaver King's description of Qingyu's appearance, Qingyu clearly possessed the ability to change his appearance. If they couldn't discern his true form, finding him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Secondly, the outside territory battlefield explicitly prohibits universe exalts from entering. This is an unspoken agreement among the four peak races. Even more troublesome was that Qingyu's teacher was Sky Eclipse Palace Master, an extremely protective and immensely powerful top-tier universe overlord. They all speculated that Qingyu definitely had a means to urgently contact Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Once the assassination began, Sky Eclipse Palace Master would likely know immediately and would certainly rush to Qingyu's side. The exalt executing the mission was almost certainly doomed. Even if the assassination went smoothly, they would then have to face the towering wrath of Sky Eclipse Palace Master and even the entire human race. In summary, the difficulty of assassinating Qingyu was astonishingly high. Undying spiritual gods were no longer a consideration. Even universe exalts would have to be among the strongest and take enormous risks. The difficulty is great, but it must be executed. The automaton race father god's will was resolute. This child is still a world lord, yet he is already so troublesome. If he breaks through to undying, or even becomes an exalt, at that time, I fear our three races will never have peace. No matter the cost, he must be eliminated. As for the candidate, the Zerg Queen mused for a moment, then offered a suggestion. The Hollow Exalt of the Xihu Rhino clan might be suitable. She explained. Hollow Exalt is a high-level universe exalt. His innate ability, Hollow True Eye, can see through most illusions and disguises, which perfectly counters Qingyu's transformation and disguise techniques. At the same time, he comprehends the law of time and walks the path of the soul. His strength is formidable, meeting all our requirements. He is the perfect candidate to carry out this assassination. Dream Monster Ancestor and the Automaton Race Father God pondered briefly and approved this choice. We can ask him to act, Dream Monster Ancestor said. We can jointly contribute a common treasure as remuneration and ask him to infiltrate the 7th battlefield. If he successfully kills Qingyu, all treasures on his person will also belong to him, provided he can escape back alive from the outside territory battlefield. If he unfortunately falls, the Automaton Race Father God added, we can also promise to reverse time and space to revive him. A common treasure in exchange for eliminating a peerless genius who might become a major threat in the future. In the eyes of the three races' universe strongest, this was a very worthwhile transaction. The core of the plan was thus set. As for how to precisely locate Qingyu, and how to design specific seduction and assassination plans, these details were left to the subordinates for meticulous planning. A deadly crisis targeting Qingyu, personally orchestrated by the universe strongest, had quietly begun. The perspective shifted back to the human race territory. The month-long inventory work finally came to an end. Over 300 world rings, each with a unique shape and exuding an ancient aura, floated in midair. The items inside them had all been taken out for appraisal, then resorted and stacked back into the world rings, forming towering mountains. Master, the preliminary statistics are out, the intelligent life Rem's voice carried a rare, almost stuttering electronic tremor, clearly indicating that even she was shocked by the immense numbers. The world rings plundered from the 5th to 8th floors, plus the wealth obtained by Dreamweaver King, Azure Sea King, King Xingsha, and 11 other champion powerhouses. The total value of all items is approximately 300 billion mixed yuan units. This number was already astonishing enough to drive any king-level immortal crazy. The net worth of an ordinary, most common universe exalt was probably only this much. However, Qingyu's gaze had already turned to the last 10 world rings, the most ancient and mysterious in style, from the 9th floor altar. Even with his current state of mind, he couldn't help but gasp, his pupils suddenly contracting. The mountains of wealth before, compared to the collections within these 10 rings, were like a stream to an ocean. Inside each ring, a massive quantity of various invaluable treasures was neatly stored. Master, these 10 world rings. Rem's voice was filled with absolute certainty. According to Rem's estimation, the value of each one is no less than 1 trillion mixed yuan units. The total value of all 10 exceeds 10 trillion mixed yuan units. 10 trillion. Qingyu murmured to himself, momentarily lost in thought. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a turbid breath, shaking his head with a smile. As expected, the core treasure accumulated by a race over countless years. It seems these 10 rings are the true core of the Qingyu clan. The previous world rings were merely smokescreens. This immense wealth made Qingyu's heart surge with excitement. The Qingyu clan truly is my lucky star. Qingyu suddenly remembered the Qingyu clan's lair. If he reported the coordinates of the Qingyu clan's lair to the Virtual Universe Corporation, wouldn't he still get a reward? He immediately inquired his servant Kalia through a mental connection. Kalia responded respectfully and bitterly. Master, after the great catastrophe that year, to avoid being wiped out, my clan had already broken into countless small, self-governing tribes. The tribe this subordinate belongs to had 3 Peak King, already the strongest branch. Now, it too has. Qingyu understood. It seemed there was no more profit to be squeezed from the Qingyu clan. He had been too greedy. Pushing this random thought aside, after a burst of ecstasy, a practical problem lay before him. How to deal with this astonishing wealth? Of these piled-up treasures, over 90% had no direct use for his current cultivation path. Those standardized weapons and armor, resources for nurturing descendants, large spacecraft, and so on, were best dealt with by exchanging them for precious treasures that could directly enhance his strength. If it were a few 100 billion mixed yuan units, he could easily handle it through the Virtual Universe Corporation's internal commercial department channels or slowly trade in the Great Alliance City. But the sum of 10 trillion mixed yuan units was simply too shocking. Once he personally came forward to deal with it, the news would be very difficult to completely seal off, inevitably causing a huge uproar and placing him in the limelight, which was absolutely not what he wanted. He understood the principle that a prominent tree catches the wind better than anyone. The human race camp was not entirely united either. Qingyu made a decision. It seems, this time I'll have to trouble Teacher Sky Eclipse. The grand and majestic Sky Eclipse Palace still floated in the void outside Bloodrock continent like a guardian deity. Qingyu. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's figure appeared on the throne, looking at him with a gentle smile. Why have you suddenly returned instead of honing yourself in the outside territory battlefield? His gaze fell on Qingyu, carrying a hint of imperceptible approval and scrutiny. He had already learned of the commotion his disciple had caused in the outside territory battlefield, enslaving multiple Peak King as a world lord. Even as a top-tier universe overlord, accustomed to the miracles in the universe, he couldn't help but be shocked by his disciple's astonishing performance. He knew of Azure Ghoul's uniqueness in the soul path, but had never heard of any Azure Ghoul being able to so easily enslave a Peak King at the World Lord stage. Even those Azure Ghoul who broke through to Undying had to accumulate for a long time before they could achieve this step. His disciple must possess secrets and opportunities that even he couldn't fully comprehend. However, at his level, he already understood that every genius has their unique encounters and wouldn't delve deeply. He only needed to know that Qingyu was his disciple, and that was enough. He grew more and more satisfied with Qingyu as his disciple. Teacher. Qingyu bowed respectfully, a helpless smile on his face. This time, this disciple has returned because he encountered a problem, and wishes to ask for teacher's help. Oh, Sky Eclipse Palace Master raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Something that could be considered a problem by his miraculous disciple, requiring him to return for help, was probably far from simple. Tell me about it. Qingyu briefly recounted his experiences in the Forbidden Shrine, how he dealt with Dreamweaver King and others, and ultimately obtained the treasure, to Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Although he tried to keep it straightforward, the deaths of multiple Peak King, the threats of the Shrine's traps, and Dreamweaver King's hidden Peak King strength still caused flashes of surprise in Sky Eclipse Palace Master's eyes. When Qingyu mentioned the final total value of the wealth counted, even Sky Eclipse Palace Master couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, revealing obvious shock. 10 trillion mixed yuan units, plus several top-tier treasures. Sky Eclipse Palace Master looked at his disciple, unable to help but click his tongue, his voice carrying a hint of barely concealed emotion. How long has this little fellow been in the outside territory battlefield? Such an encounter is truly astounding. He had to admit that his disciple's luck and methods had already surpassed common sense. The harvest in just a few short decades was a vast fortune that even most universe exalts would struggle to accumulate over countless years. Chapter 122, Another Transformation. Afterward, Qingyu took out the organized world rings from the Qingyu clan's treasure, as well as the four most important treasures, the Purple Cloud Pearl, the Dark Tower, the Qianyi Jia, and the Miniature House, and presented them before Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Looking at the suspended treasures emitting immense energy fluctuations, especially sensing the subtle yet astonishing law charm from the Purple Cloud Pearl and the Dark Tower, Sky Eclipse Palace Master's eyes showed even deeper admiration. His disciple not only possessed extraordinary talent but also had an astonishing depth of good fortune. Teacher, Qingyu respectfully said, "These riches from the Qingyu clan are varied and immense in value. It would be inconvenient for this disciple to handle them personally. I humbly request teacher's assistance." "That's easy," Sky Eclipse Palace Master nodded slightly, readily agreeing. "Leave it to me to handle, and I will convert it into the resources you need." Seeing his teacher agree, Qingyu's heart settled. His gaze swept over the ferocious black miniature tower, the Dark Tower. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, his tone sincere. "Teacher, this disciple has gained a lot this time, especially this palace-type heavy treasure, the Dark Tower. However, after much thought, for me at this stage, this treasure's usefulness isn't that great." Qingyu immediately explained, "This disciple has the instant shadow virtualization ability from the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone, so his life-saving and mobility capabilities are already top-tier. If I truly reach a situation where I need to rely on the Dark Tower to withstand attacks, I'm probably already in a desperate situation. With my current strength, activating it would only allow passive defense, making it difficult to control it for a swift escape." He held up the Dark Tower, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, and sincerely said, "Therefore, this disciple wishes to offer this treasure to teacher, as a small token of gratitude for your mentorship." Upon hearing this, Sky Eclipse Palace Master was slightly surprised at first, then a gratified and gentle smile appeared on his face. He did not reach for the Dark Tower but looked at Qingyu and asked in return, "Qingyu, do you know where my title, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, comes from?" Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then a flash of insight struck him. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the majestic and infinitely powerful floating palace beneath his feet, and he instantly understood. "Teacher, could it be, this Sky Eclipse Palace itself is?" "Ha ha," Sky Eclipse Palace Master nodded with a smile. "This palace of mine is modeled after a palace-type supreme treasure. It is named, Sky Eclipse Palace. And my title is derived from it." He looked at the Dark Tower, his tone calm yet with a hint of pride. "Moreover, at my level, whether it's an offensive, defensive, domain, or palace-type treasure, the boost to strength is already negligible. Even a top-tier treasure, its endurance limit might not exceed the power of the ultimate secret art I created myself. In confrontations at this level, the role of treasures is indeed no longer significant." Qingyu suddenly understood, and the slight self-satisfaction he felt from his wealth and gains instantly vanished. Indeed, his teacher had long stood at the peak of a universe overlord. How could his vision and the treasures he used be comparable to what Qingyu currently possessed? The treasures Qingyu considered his trump cards might, in his teacher's eyes, merely be a disciple's heartfelt gesture. He somewhat awkwardly put the Dark Tower away. This disciple was presumptuous. "It's fine," Sky Eclipse Palace Master waved his hand, his eyes filled with approval. "I am very pleased that you have this intention. These heavy treasures are better kept in your hands, as they can unleash their greatest value at this stage. Make good use of them. And quickly improve your strength, that is the best return to me." "Yes, this disciple understands." Qingyu nodded solemnly, putting away all the treasures. Subsequently, he handed over all 300+ world rings containing the Qingyu clan's treasures to Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Along with them, he also submitted the intelligent optical computer recording the Puju clan's complete legacy. As the foundation of a clan, these inherited secret arts were extremely vast in number and diverse in type, covering all levels from basic to profound. However, among them, there were not many high-level secret arts that truly caught Qingyu's eye. Only one body amplification secret art called Thunderbolt pleased him greatly, as cultivating it to the highest level could achieve a 64-fold body amplification. This perfectly filled the gap in his knowledge of such secret arts, eliminating the need to spend effort and wealth specifically exchanging for one. As for the other secret arts, while they did not directly help him improve his strength much, the different cultivation ideas and law application techniques they contained held extremely high reference value for his future self-created secret arts. Qingyu had back up all the legacy data, then handed the original legacy optical computer to his teacher for processing and resource exchange. Treasures worth 100 trillion mixed element units were a life-changing fortune for Qingyu, but in the eyes of an existence like Sky Eclipse Palace Master, they were nothing special. Under his personal arrangement, the Virtual Universe Corporation's professional appraisal team quickly provided an accurate valuation, just over 110 trillion mixed element units, slightly higher than Qingyu's own estimate. How to allocate this wealth? Qingyu already had a plan. He requested his teacher to convert 30 trillion mixed element units into high-purity, advanced energy cores suitable for most situations. The remaining 80+ trillion was to be entirely converted into various rare resources containing pure life energy or special law secret patterns. The destination of these resources was only one, as nourishment for Azure Ghoul's true body to activate the innate secret art, transformation. The convenience of having a powerful teacher was fully demonstrated at this moment. Such a massive procurement, involving many controlled and limited resources, if applied for by Qingyu himself through the Virtual Universe Corporation system, would not only face strict authorization reviews and purchase limits but might even require a long waiting period. However, with Sky Eclipse Palace Master's intervention, all obstacles were effortlessly resolved. In just 1 month, resources worth 110 trillion mixed element units, including mountains of advanced energy cores and countless rare materials shimmering with strange light, were efficiently allocated and transported to Qingyu. Looking at the ocean of resources before him, Qingyu's heart surged with excitement. The previous transformation, which only cost 50 million mixed element units, brought a qualitative leap. How astonishing would the effect be this time, with an investment of over 20 times the resources? He was filled with anticipation. The location for the transformation was chosen within Sky Eclipse Palace. This was undoubtedly the safest place for him at the moment. In an extremely spacious hall on the 8th floor of Sky Eclipse Palace, equipped with powerful and stable law secret patterns, Azure Ghoul's true body removed the disguise of the myriad forms secret art. His figure instantly swelled, revealing his majestic true body, over 90,000 kilometers tall, like an ancient god-demon supporting heaven and earth. A dozen or so prepared world rings floated around him, filled with resources that would be used immediately. Everything is ready. Let's begin. Qingyu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and his consciousness sank deep into his bloodline. Transformation. Activate. Boom. Identical to the last time, yet even more immense, a cyan ethereal light erupted from Azure Ghoul's body. Crystalline, viscous gel seeped from every pore of his skin, rapidly encasing his massive body completely. In just a moment, a gigantic egg, over 100,000 kilometers tall, with countless complex and profound cyan law secret patterns flowing across its surface, replaced Qingyu's figure, standing silently in the center of the hall. At the top of the giant egg, a massive energy vortex slowly formed and accelerated its rotation, like an open mouth of the universe, emitting terrifying devouring power. Qingyu controlled it with his mind, and the dozen or so surrounding world rings simultaneously opened. Instantly, countless resources transformed into a colorful torrent, greedily devoured by the vortex. This process of devouring and transforming resources alone lasted for a full 2 years. When the last trace of resources was completely absorbed by the giant egg, a natural enlightenment surged into Qingyu's mind. This transformation would take a full 10,000 years to complete. 10,000 years, Qingyu frowned slightly. This duration was indeed somewhat long. He had originally planned to return to the outside territory battlefield as soon as possible to continue his training. However, he immediately smiled and took out the miniature house he had obtained from the Qingyu clan's treasure. This item was precisely the key he was confident he would soon use, a treasure similar to a time house. Of course, this was only a relatively low-tier time house. It could control the flow of time inside, reaching a maximum of 500 times that of the outside. But correspondingly, its energy consumption was also extremely terrifying, which was the main reason Qingyu did not hesitate to spend 30 trillion mixed element units to exchange for advanced energy cores. Qingyu activated the time house, and the palm-sized house instantly transformed into a 10-meter tall ancient stone house. This was not its maximum size. It could reach up to 10,000 meters, but even when enlarged, it could not accommodate the 100,000-kilometer giant egg. However, this did not stump Qingyu. With a thought, the amethyst cloud wings clone appeared and directly used its inner world to take in the giant egg containing the true body. Then, the amethyst cloud wings clone stepped into the time house. As long as the clone was under the influence of the time house, the time flow within its inner world would also change synchronously. Qingyu did not set the time flow to its limit. The faster the speed, the exponentially higher the energy consumption. He ultimately set the flow rate to 10 times. This meant that although he still had to experience the full 10,000 years of transformation time for the outside world, only 1,000 years would have passed. This period, it's perfect for diligently comprehending laws and perfecting my own secret arts, Qingyu planned thoughtfully. However, dryly comprehending laws within a time house was far less efficient than training in life and death battles, which is why undying spiritual gods rarely relied on this method of cultivation. The investment was huge, but the returns were relatively minimal. But Qingyu could endure it. Thinking of the earth-shattering changes his body would undergo after 10,000 years of transformation, this bit of monotony was nothing. For the first 3,000 years, Qingyu primarily focused on perfecting his self-created secret arts. Relying on his profound foundation and previous accumulation, he finally advanced this secret art to the peak level, just touching the threshold of a peak secret art. At this point, limited by his law comprehension not yet reaching the 18th level of the universe Tongtian Bridge, the secret art could hardly progress further. With his current law comprehension, if he hadn't pursued the path of simultaneous time and space cultivation, the secret arts he created would actually have been very difficult to reach the peak level. Because secret arts also require law comprehension as a foundation, without law comprehension as support, even the best ideas are just castles in the air. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to law comprehension. The human clone continued to immerse itself in the study and reference of the Qingyu clan's vast inherited secret arts, broadening its horizons and drawing inspiration. Meanwhile, Azure Ghoul's true body and the amethyst cloud wings clone fully devoted themselves to the deep comprehension of the two supreme laws, time and space. Just as Qingyu was cultivating diligently within the time house, and time slowly passed in the outside world. The assassination plot against him by the insect race, monster race, and automaton race had already quietly begun. Their method of luring Qingyu out was simple and direct. They issued a sky-high bounty in the 7th battlefield of the outside territory battlefield. Bounty for accurate location information of the human race's formless king. A reward of 1 billion nest crystal units equivalent to 1 billion mixed element units will be given upon verification. And the one who issued this bounty was Qingyu's old acquaintance, Dreamweaver King. The three alien races gambled that Qingyu, upon discovering Dreamweaver King's resurrection, and his high-profile bounty on himself, would worry about the news of him acquiring all the Forbidden Shrine's treasures being leaked. This would create a strong sense of crisis, and he would inevitably try every means to find and eliminate Dreamweaver King to prevent future troubles. At that time, the ambushed assassin, Venerable Dong Shu, would make his move. However, in all their calculations, they miscalculated one point: Qingyu was not in the outside territory battlefield at all. He even learned about the bounty on himself through a reminder from the female envoy who had invited him to join the Great Alliance. Just as Qingyu was comprehending laws, an email notification from the virtual universe interrupted his thoughts. The email came from the female envoy who had once invited him to join the Great Alliance. The content was concise but enough to shock him. Your Highness Qingyu, please be very careful. For some unknown reason, Dreamweaver King of the Insect Race faction is openly offering a bounty for your location information in the outside territory battlefield, with a reward as high as 1 billion nest crystal units. This matter is quite strange, Your Highness should respond cautiously. Attached was also a video of an ordinary undying from the Insect Race faction talking about the bounty. Dreamweaver King. The moment Qingyu saw this name, he was somewhat bewildered, his brows tightly furrowed. Didn't he self-destruct and perish in front of me? His divine body was completely annihilated, and even the life imprint in the Qianyi jaw was severed. How could he still be alive? His first reaction was that the title had been duplicated. In the vast universe, it was not uncommon for powerful individuals from different races to have overlapping titles. Could it be another, Dreamweaver King, from the insect race faction? But that would be too much of a coincidence. He pondered for a moment, feeling that this matter must be clarified. So, he directly initiated a communication request with the female envoy, Miaohui Wang, through the virtual universe network. Almost instantly, the request was connected. Your Highness Qingyu, did you receive my email? She spoke first. Just received it, Qingyu nodded, cutting straight to the chase, an undisguised look of confusion on his face. Miaohui Wang, the Dreamweaver King, you mentioned in your email, which Dreamweaver King is it? Chapter 123, 10,000 Years. The virtual call with Dreamweaver King ended. Qingyu's thoughts returned to the time house, but his brows were deeply furrowed. Through Dreamweaver King's confirmation, he could now be certain that the Dreamweaver King, who had issued a sky-high bounty on the outside territory battlefield, was indeed the very Dreamweaver King who had been forced to self-destruct and whose divine body had been completely annihilated before his eyes. Not dead, he's actually not dead. Qingyu's heart surged with emotion. He had personally witnessed Dreamweaver King's death, his divine body collapsing, his soul fluctuations dissipating. This was irrefutable proof of an undying spiritual god's demise. Yet now, the other party had reappeared, alive and well. What did this imply? There were only a few possibilities. Someone impersonating him, or some incredible feigned death secret technique. Or perhaps he had indeed died, only to be quickly resurrected by a universe lord reversing time and space. Qingyu quickly ruled out the first possibility. Impersonation was highly unlikely. As for being resurrected by a universe lord, the cost was immense. Although Dreamweaver King had decent strength, he originated from a subsidiary race of the insect race faction. He hadn't reached the level where a universe lord would resurrect him immediately, regardless of the cost. Thus, the answer was almost self-evident: Dreamweaver King hadn't died at all. This conclusion quickly calmed Qingyu down, and he began to retrace the details of that time. Dreamweaver King's divine body was indeed on the verge of collapse, but in that state, when he used a thought becomes nothingness for soul enslavement, it should have been a sure success. Why did he feel a stubborn resistance and ultimately fail? At the time, he was immersed in the joy of acquiring all the treasures of the Forbidden Shrine and hadn't delved into this slight anomaly. Now, connecting the dots, everything made sense. Dreamweaver King must possess some extremely clever life-saving trump card, and that earth-shattering self-destruction was likely just a feigned death. Having understood this, Qingyu's first concern was that Dreamweaver King would expose his true identity as human race Qingyu, and the news of him acquiring all the treasures of the Forbidden Shrine. If that were to happen, he would immediately become the target of the entire outside territory battlefield, leading to endless trouble. However, Dreamweaver King's current actions were quite intriguing. He was only offering a bounty for the location of Formless King on the outside territory battlefield. Although the reward was high, he never mentioned Qingyu's true identity and remained tight-lipped about the Forbidden Shrine's treasures. Hey, Qingyu instantly understood, a cold sneer playing on his lips. His greed knows no bounds. He wants to monopolize everything, all the treasures and secrets on me. Dreamweaver King didn't publicize the news because he was afraid of attracting too many competitors and muddying the waters. He only wanted to secretly locate Qingyu and then, relying on himself, precisely hunt Qingyu down to claim everything Qingyu possessed. His calculations are quite good, Qingyu snorted, his earlier worries dissipating. As long as his identity and the news of the treasures weren't exposed, a mere Dreamweaver King was not someone he needed to worry about. Since you've set a trap for me, I won't play into your hands, Qingyu quickly decided. I won't return to the outside territory battlefield for a short period. After this cultivation ends and my strength greatly increases, I'll simply use a different identity when I go back to the outside territory battlefield. He had even thought of the follow-up. If, by then, this Dreamweaver King is still jumping around, unaware of his impending doom, and continues to offer bounties, then I'll simply deal with him once and for all. A peak King, and a strong practitioner who walks the path of the soul. If I can enslave his soul, he would make a good servant. After clarifying the cause and effect and the stakes of this matter, Qingyu dismissed it from his mind. A defeated opponent destined to become a thing of the past was not worth too much of his attention. The most important thing at present was still to utilize this precious time to improve his strength. He composed himself, his eyes once again becoming as calm as an ancient well, and immersed himself once more in comprehending the vast laws and refining his secret techniques. Facts proved that Qingyu, having taken over Azure Ghoul and given birth to the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone, coupled with his World Lord rank 32x talent superposition, had reached an incredibly terrifying level of cultivation talent. After 2,000 years of dedicated comprehension in the Time House, 200 years in the outside world, Qingyu felt that his understanding of the laws of space-time had undergone a qualitative leap, as if he had broken through an invisible barrier. It's done. The Amethyst Cloud Wings clone, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Within them, countless spatial fragments seemed to be born and extinguished, and the flow of time around him subtly changed. With a thought, he connected to the virtual universe and went directly to the heavenly bridge plane. When the supervisor Ba Fen unbelievably announced that he had successfully passed the 18th level of the universe Tongtian Bridge, Qingyu's heart couldn't help but stir. Champion level, and achieved at the World Lord rank, purely through his own comprehension. World Lord rank, law comprehension reaching the 18th level. If I only focused on a single higher law, with my current foundation, it might not be considered world-shattering. Qingyu's consciousness returned to the Time House, pondering silently. But I had Azure Ghoul and the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone focus on time and space, respectively, advancing both major higher laws simultaneously, and stepping into the champion threshold at the same time. He himself found it somewhat incredible. This was not merely achievable through resource accumulation, it also demonstrated his unparalleled affinity and comprehension in the laws of space-time. It could only be said that Azure Ghoul's perfect genes and the Amethyst Cloud Wings law talent, combined with his own efforts, together created this astonishing achievement. Now, relying on the fundamental strength brought by his perfect gene level, and his self-created peak-level secret techniques, Qingyu, even without any treasures, could unleash power comparable to a high-level champion, and even contend head-on with a peak king. For an ordinary king-level immortal, it's already difficult to create a top-tier secret technique. Only those peak king, or even invincible champions, can create peak-level secret techniques. Qingyu felt the leap in his own power, his confidence greatly boosted. Based on this alone, my application of laws is already on par with those veteran champions. However, the path to climbing the peak of laws became increasingly difficult the further one went. After the initial rapid progress, Qingyu clearly felt that his comprehension speed had significantly slowed down. This was not encountering a so-called bottleneck, but rather that the deeper one delved into the laws themselves, the more their vastness and subtlety became apparent. Like gazing at a majestic divine mountain, the closer one approached the summit, the more one felt its insurmountable height. The laws of space-time, truly worthy of being higher laws. Qingyu sighed softly, his brows slightly furrowed. His next goal was to comprehend one of the three ultimate moves of both the law of time and the law of space, pushing his law comprehension to the 20th level of the heavenly bridge, which was the law level of a peak king. But this seemingly two-level gap, each level's difficulty far exceeded the sum of all previous levels. Countless champion powerhouses were trapped at this step, unable to advance for hundreds of millions of years. Even he, facing the increasingly obscure and intricately intertwined essence of space-time, felt unprecedented pressure. For the next 4,000+ years in the Time House, Qingyu immersed almost his entire mind in it. He was like the most patient craftsman, carving, understanding, and integrating little by little. When he awoke again from deep comprehension, and carefully assessed his progress, he could only helplessly admit, "I've only barely taken a small step, reaching the 19th level of the Heavenly Bridge. I'm still a long way from comprehending one of the 3 ultimate moves and stepping into the 20th level." Although he felt slow verbally, Qingyu knew in his heart that if those champions in the outside world, who struggled for hundreds of millions of years with little progress, knew that he could go from the 18th to the 19th level in less than 5,000 years in the Time House while cultivating both time and space simultaneously, they would probably be driven mad with jealousy. This speed was already defying the heavens. After all, I progressed too quickly before and got used to that feeling of rapid advancement. Qingyu shook his head slightly, suppressing the trace of impatience arising from comparison. The path of cultivation naturally becomes harder the further one goes. Laying a solid foundation and advancing step by step is the correct way. Time, like sand, quietly slipped through his fingers. Especially in the Time House, when fully immersed in cultivation, 10,000 years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Feeling the increasingly clear and powerful vital pulse emanating from the cyan giant egg, which had been dormant for nearly 10,000 years in his inner world, like the heartbeat of a sleeping cosmic deity about to awaken, Qingyu's consciousness gradually detached from deep law comprehension. An uncontrollable sense of anticipation surged within him. Finally, it's about to be completed. Qingyu stood in the Time House, his gaze seeming to penetrate his inner world, fixed on that 100,000-kilometer-tall giant egg. The reason for his anticipation was not merely the massive resources invested, but also a crucial deduction, based on his previous transformation experience. He realized that Azure Ghoul's main body's life gene level talent, which was 32 times higher, seemed to also apply to the enhancement effect brought by the transformation secret technique. This discovery gave him an estimate for the outcome of this transformation that far exceeded the ordinary. In the universe, the talent secret techniques of special life forms are diverse and strange. Qingyu's thoughts churned, comparing various known pieces of information. Transformation is considered good among many talent secret techniques, but it is by no means top tier. Some heaven-defying special life forms have talent secret techniques that are practically bugs, as if the will of the primordial universe is chasing after them to feed them, inherently standing at the endpoint of countless lives' efforts. Transformation is more like an auxiliary, growth-oriented secret technique. He objectively evaluated Azure Ghoul's talent. It cannot directly grant earth-shattering attack power, nor can it provide absolute defense. Instead, by consuming resources, it continuously optimizes the essence of life, solidifies the foundation, and pushes life to evolve to a higher level. For some life forms that seek stability and dislike risk, this might be a dream-come-true ability. But, Qingyu's tone shifted, his eyes sharp. If one wants to become a true peak powerhouse merely by relying on continuous transformation, that is undoubtedly a pipe dream. The reason was simple: resources. As Azure Ghoul's main body's foundation grew stronger and stronger, and its life level became higher and higher, the resources required for each transformation would not only demand a geometrically increasing quality but also reach a despair-inducing astronomical number. This time, he invested resources worth 80 trillion mixed yuan units to gain this opportunity for transformation. What about next time? And the time after that? Even he might not be able to support him through a few decent transformations. This path is destined to be lonely and luxurious. Qingyu knew this well. But what he knew even better was that every successful transformation, especially one enhanced by his 32x talent, would bring about a tremendous, transformative improvement. This was enough to give him an absolute advantage among powerhouses. The universe is fair. Growth-oriented secret techniques like transformation seem to have infinite prospects, but in reality, they have enormous limitations. Qingyu's mind was clear. In the early stages, it might be possible to rely on some relatively common treasures to complete transformation and achieve rapid progress. But once the foundation is raised to a higher level, to initiate another transformation that can bring about a qualitative change, the rarity and terrifying quantity of resources required are enough to make most powerhouses despair, requiring endless years and effort to collect. Therefore, if one is a genius, with the time and energy to collect these massive resources, they would have already grown into a powerhouse based on their own talent. Why rely entirely on transformation? If one is mediocre, they simply cannot possess the ability to collect enough treasures to trigger a qualitative change, thus falling into a dead loop of being unable to transform and having their strength stagnate. So, for most Azure Ghoul, transformation is more like an auxiliary ability that adds icing to the cake, rather than a core reliance for reaching the peak. Qingyu's eyes gleamed with insight. But I am different. His core advantage lay in his unique 32x talent superposition. With the same resource investment, another Azure Ghoul might only be able to increase their basic strength by 1 unit after one transformation. But with my talent enhancement, the effect of one transformation might directly increase by 32 units, and even more in the future. Qingyu constructed a comparative model in his mind. This is just the crudest calculation. Even more terrifying was the subsequent compound interest effect. He further deduced, suppose I and other Azure Ghoul both start at 1. We invest an equal amount of precious resources for the first transformation. Ordinary Qingyu, successful transformation, strength goes from 1 right pointing arrow to an increase of 1 unit. Qingyu, successful transformation, strength goes from 1 right pointing arrow 32, an increase of 31 units. And then, the ordinary Azure Ghoul undergoes a second transformation. He needs to recollect resources, and this time, the quantity and quality of resources required will undoubtedly far exceed the first time, because the foundation is higher. After painstakingly collecting them, he completes the transformation, and his strength only reaches 3. By analogy, an ordinary Azure Ghoul would need to activate the talent secret technique 31 times to achieve the effect of Qingyu's single transformation, and the resources needed for each subsequent transformation would also far exceed the previous one. Qingyu was even somewhat shocked by the results he had calculated. The difference here is not dozens of times, but potentially hundreds of thousands or millions of times the return. Each of my transformations is far more efficient than my peers, and as my foundation improves, this advantage will snowball and grow larger and larger. Chapter 124, A Great Leap. It was precisely because he understood this point that Qingyu held unprecedented expectations for this transformation, which had consumed resources worth 80 trillion mixed units. With such a massive investment, amplified by a 32-fold talent, the result of this transformation will undoubtedly elevate me to an unprecedented level. He felt the increasingly surging vitality within the giant egg in his inner world, his confidence unwavering. This was also the fundamental reason why he didn't take Dreamweaver King's 1 billion nest crystal unit bounty to heart at all. The next time I go to the outside territory battlefield, a hint of disdain flashed in Qingyu's eyes. By then, I will truly be invincible among the undying. Qingyu even had a strong premonition. Perhaps, once the transformation is complete and my strength is stable, even when facing ordinary universe exalts, I might not be without the qualifications to contend with them. All the turmoil and schemes were nothing but the clamor of clowns before absolute strength. Just as Qingyu was in the time chamber, awaiting the final moments of his transformation, in a hidden insect race stronghold on the 7th battlefield of the outside territory battlefield. Dreamweaver King's face, covered in compound eyes, was now clouded with gloom and anxiety. It's been almost 1,000 years, and there's still no definite news. His compound eyes flickered with barely suppressed rage. This formless king, no, this Qingyu, couldn't have truly evaporated from the outside territory battlefield, could he? Luring Qingyu out with a high bounty was a clear mission given to him by the insect race higher-ups. To ensure the mission's smooth progress, the insect race even went so far as to temporarily bestow upon him a treasure, a domain-type heavy treasure capable of releasing a powerful binding domain. Only when he personally received this treasure and felt the immense power contained within it did Dreamweaver King realized how precious the strange purple mist Qingyu had unleashed in the Forbidden Shrine truly was. That was also a domain-type heavy treasure. The insect race higher-ups had already promised him that as long as he could successfully lure Qingyu out, this domain-type heavy treasure would permanently belong to him. This reward showed how firm the insect race's determination was to eliminate Qingyu, and it ignited Dreamweaver King's greed and motivation. He seemed to already see himself, relying on this treasure, dominating the outside territory battlefield, and even having a powerful trump card when facing strong enemies in the future. As long as he dares to appear, Dreamweaver King caressed the domain-heavy treasure in his hand, which resembled an irregular polyhedral crystal, his eyes glinting with cold light. I will immediately activate the domain and trap him. No matter how fast he is, or how strange his virtualization, under the domain's suppression, it will surely be greatly diminished. By then, when the Exalt arrives, it will be his death. He had rehearsed the scene of a successful ambush countless times in his mind, each time making his heart surge. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and the bounty of 1 billion nest crystal units was like a stone sinking into the sea. Aside from occasional worthless false intelligence, there was not a single trace of accurate whereabouts for formless King Qingyu. Qingyu seemed to have completely vanished, never showing up in any corner of the outside territory battlefield again. The initial certainty gradually eroded by the long wait, turning into an unspeakable anxiety and a hint of unease. Could he have truly left the outside territory battlefield? A thought he didn't want to believe uncontrollably emerged. Is it because he's afraid of me exposing his identity and the secret of acquiring the treasure, so he doesn't dare to come back? If that were truly the case, then the trouble would be immense. His mission would completely fail, and the heavy treasure bestowed by the insect race would likely be reclaimed. Moreover, the insect race higher-ups would certainly be displeased with him. He was just a small champion from an affiliated race, in front of a peak race like the insect race. Crushing him was like crushing an ant. No, it won't happen. Dreamweaver King forced himself to calm down and began to analyze more rationally. A genius like him, arrogant and proud, how could he be scared into hiding by my bounty? This doesn't fit the style of those peerless geniuses pampered by their races. He recalled the almost indifferent confidence and ruthless methods Qingyu displayed in the Forbidden Shrine. According to the common personality of these geniuses, upon hearing my arrogant bounty on him, he should feel offended and develop a murderous intent towards me. What's more, in our last encounter, he almost completely crushed me, forcing my main body to self-destruct to escape. In his eyes, I probably don't count as any fatal threat, at most an annoying fly. The more Dreamweaver King thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and his inner unease was gradually convinced by a newly constructed logic. He must have gained too much from the Forbidden Shrine this time. The vast wealth of the Qingyu clan requires time to digest and transform into true strength. He seemed to have found the most reasonable explanation to comfort his anxious heart. Yes, he must be in seclusion in a safe place. Once he feels his strength has greatly improved, he will surely return to the outside territory battlefield. And an enemy like me, who is seeking death, by continuing to provoke him, is the best target for him to test his strength and completely eliminate future troubles. Having affirmed this point, Dreamweaver King suppressed his impatience and regained his patience. He even deliberately did not hide his whereabouts, waiting for his prey to come to him, in order to cooperate with Qingyu in finding him in the future. Human Qingyu, I'm waiting for you right here, don't disappoint me. Dreamweaver King gazed at the starry sky, his compound eyes flickering with cold and expectant light. How anxious Dreamweaver King was, Qingyu naturally had no way of knowing, nor did he care. All his attention was already drawn to his main body, which was undergoing its final sublimation within his inner world. Inside the time chamber, another 10 years quietly passed. Azure Ghoul's 10,000-year transformation was finally coming to an end, with only 1 year remaining. This final year was the most crucial and core moment of the entire transformation process. Based on his previous experience, Qingyu knew that over 99% of the transformation process was actually like a long preparation for a grand ceremony. The giant egg frantically devoured resources, as if accumulating power and building a foundation. During this process, the main body was in a state of near-extinction sleep, and would not perceive any transformative effects in advance. Only when all energy accumulated to its peak, in that brief 1/10,000th of the time, would all the previous groundwork and accumulation explode like a lit fuse. The true effects of the transformation would rapidly manifest and solidify during this final sprint, until life completed its ultimate sublimation and broke out of its shell. And now, it was this earth-shattering final moment. It's here. Qingyu's spirit was highly concentrated. He could clearly feel an indescribable tremor, originating from the very source of life, surging out from the giant egg in his inner world. The first clear changes came from the ethereal yet crucial aspects, the soul and will. His already immensely resilient will, now like divine iron forged 1,000 times, became even more solid and pure, even faintly exuding an aura of immortality. His perception became unprecedentedly keen, his control over his divine power reached its peak, and even his comprehension of the laws of space-time seemed to have pushed aside a thin veil, revealing deeper mysteries. What a wondrous feeling! Qingyu was deeply shaken. It's like undergoing a deep nirvana. My will is infinitely elevating. This kind of improvement is more intoxicating than a mere increase in physical strength. In his previous transformation, his will strength barely touched the threshold of a high-level champion. However, at this moment, he clearly felt his will rapidly ascending at an unprecedented speed. This improvement was not like that of ordinary powerhouses, who needed to undergo long years of tempering and tests of life and death crises to gain even a slight increase. Instead, it was like bamboo shoots breaking through the soil in spring, or a torrent breaking through a dam, becoming increasingly condensed and indestructible at an astonishing, visible speed. This feeling, it's too obvious. Qingyu was immensely shocked. He could almost see his will being repeatedly tempered by an invisible hand, impurities removed, essence condensed. Every heartbeat brought a significant strengthening. His previously somewhat vague firm conviction now shone with a brilliant and eternal light, like a diamond wiped clean of dust. For the next year, his will would be in this terrifying period of rapid growth. Even Qingyu himself couldn't estimate how strong his will would become when he finally broke out of his shell a year later. Perhaps, strong enough to rival those ancient beings who had traversed the universe for billions of epochs. Not only his will, but his soul origin was also undergoing a leap. If, at the will level, the universe was not lacking in some exceptionally strong-willed geniuses who could possess a powerful will far exceeding their peers at lower realms, then the strength of the soul origin depended more on the life level, and was extremely difficult to significantly improve. Even those super geniuses, their soul origin would at most be slightly higher than their own realm. But Qingyu was completely different. After undergoing the previous transformation and numerous fortuitous encounters, his soul essence had long surpassed the World Lord category. At this moment, in this final transformation sprint, the strength of his soul origin boldly stepped into the level of a high-level champion, and was still growing and solidifying at an astonishing speed. The growth of the soul brought about a clearer perception of the laws of the universe, stronger resistance to soul attacks, and greater power when casting illusions. This was a fundamental strengthening. However, regarding the genetic level, which he most anticipated, he could hear, or rather, feel, that incomparably solid barrier, representing a certain limit of the primordial universe, seemed to subtly tremble under the impact of the surging transformative power from within. It was just a single, extremely slight tremor. Had Qingyu not been fully concentrated, he would have barely noticed it. Immediately, the barrier quickly returned to its ancient, unshakable stability, without another ripple. Qingyu smiled faintly, bitterly. Sure enough, I knew that the barrier of perfect genes isn't that easy to break. He could even clearly foresee that even after this final year of transformation was complete, he would not be able to directly break through this ultimate barrier by relying on this transformation. What made his heart even heavier was a deeper understanding that emerged. Even if he could collect treasures several times more numerous and precious than what he gained from the Forbidden Shrine this time, it would likely be almost impossible to forcibly break through the perfect gene limit through the transformation talent secret technique. The transformation secret technique had an upper limit. Qingyu understood. After all, Azure Ghoul was essentially only a special life form with a 200-fold life gene level. Among the billions of special life forms in the universe, while considered excellent. When facing those heaven-defying existences with thousands, or even nearly 10,000 times the genetic level, it seemed somewhat ordinary. Therefore, the potential of the transformation talent secret technique, originating from Azure Ghoul, could not be infinite. Although Qingyu could not accurately judge the specific level of transformation among the countless secret techniques in the universe, he estimated that its upper limit was probably at the level of the strongest secret techniques. A growth-type talent at the strongest secret technique level, wanting to break the perfect gene limit of the primordial universe. This is clearly impossible. Perfect genes were an insurmountable chasm in life levels, not to be crossed by ordinary means. However, he was not without gains. In that subtle perception just now, he clearly noticed that although transformation could not directly break through the perfect gene barrier, each successful transformation was like striking and weakening this solid barrier with a giant hammer, time and time again. Each transformation makes that barrier relatively thinner, by a fraction. When the time truly comes to break the limit in the future, the breakthrough will become 1,000 times easier. Thinking of this, Qingyu's thoughts drifted further away, and a long-held goal surfaced in his mind, the endless nether sea of the 9 Nether Master. It's time to plan for the last clone. He had a clear understanding of his own growth rate of strength. It was foreseeable that after this transformation, accompanied by the terrifying improvement of his soul and will, his comprehension, speed of thought, affinity for laws, and so on, would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. By then, his speed of comprehending laws would once again increase. Once his comprehension of space-time laws reached a sufficient height, he would not remain in the World Lord stage for too long. Breaking through to undying would be a matter of course. And the clone must be conceived before breaking through to undying. The Nether Sea clone was the essential target for his last planned clone, concerning his future potential limit and life-saving ability. However, a practical problem lay before him. How could he obtain the bloodline material of the Nether Sea? With the talent and potential he currently displayed, applying to the human race for a beast god token, to enter the Elder God cult's secret realm and receive the beast god's inheritance should, in theory, be approved. But I don't follow the beast god path at all. Qingyu was somewhat helpless. He had no reason to apply for a beast god token that he couldn't use, this would arouse unnecessary suspicion. So, directly confessed to the race's higher-ups that he needed the blood sea water of the 9 Nether Master to conceive a clone. That's even more impossible. Qingyu immediately rejected this idea. Chapter 125, Returning to the Outside Territory Battlefield. Because, to the outside world, the Lord of 9 Nethers having World Lord rank blood descendants was an undisclosed secret. He simply couldn't explain how he obtained this information, which might even attract the attention of the Lord of 9 Nethers himself, and the consequences would be hard to predict. Qingyu frowned and pondered for a moment, realizing that there didn't seem to be any perfect solution at the moment. Forget it, this matter cannot be rushed, and comprehending laws is not something that can be done in a short time, but I must keep it in mind. He suppressed the urgency in his heart and refocused his attention on the transformation that was about to be completed. There will always be a way out. The most urgent task was to perfectly absorb the results of this transformation and elevate his strength to the limit of the current stage. Only by being strong enough himself could he seize future opportunities when they arose. As the last year in the time chamber came to an end, within his inner world, the 100,000-kilometer-long azure giant egg, which had stood for 10,000 years, finally emitted a crisp cracking sound, unable to bear the weight any longer. Crack, crack, crack spread like a spiderweb, and dazzling azure divine light shot out from the fissures, illuminating the entire inner world. A vast, ancient, noble, and even slightly eternal aura erupted with a roar. Boom! The giant egg completely burst open, transforming into countless specks of light that dissipated. A majestic Qingyu main body, over 90,000 kilometers tall, reappeared in the world. His body seemed even more solid than before, with more perfect and fluid lines. Every inch of his skin appeared to be carved from the finest azure divine jade, subtly flowing with profound law secret patterns. What truly shocked Qingyu was not these external changes but the internal sublimation. Will and soul, his will, as if tempered by hundreds of millions of reincarnations, had become like the hardest stellar core in the universe, unshakable and impervious to all laws. With a thought, he could clearly see the tangible, brilliant, and undying radiance emanating from his own will. His soul origin was even more vast and boundless, like a star sea, refined and pure like crystal. His perception range, thinking speed, and precision in controlling his own power had all risen to an unimaginable level. This is actually the extreme level of a high-tier universe exalt. Qingyu was stunned after carefully sensing it, finding it somewhat unbelievable. The leap was simply too great. So great that even he himself felt it was somewhat dreamlike. Which of those universe exalts didn't struggle and temper themselves in the universe for hundreds of millions of epochs, enduring countless life and death crises and the accumulation of long years, to finally reach this step with great difficulty? Qingyu couldn't help but compare in his heart. And me? I only invested 8 trillion mixed elemental units of resources. This wealth might be easily produced by many exalts, and only 1,000 years have passed in the primordial universe. The difference in efficiency was more than hundreds of millions of times. I originally thought that being able to just break through to the threshold of the universe exalt level would already be a stroke of luck. Qingyu took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart, which was boiling like a star sea. A realization surged into his mind. It seems I still underestimated the miraculous reaction produced by the combination of my golden finger and the transformation secret art. This was not merely a simple superposition of 32 times talent, but an extreme catalysis. After a long while, he finally completely suppressed the waves in his heart, and his eyes once again became firm and clear. The powerful will and soul immediately brought about immediate effects. Qingyu tried to comprehend the space-time law, which he had previously found abstruse and profound, and indeed found that the path ahead, which had been shrouded in dense fog, was now much clearer. Many difficult-to-understand key nodes could now be suddenly understood with a little deduction. Indeed, my comprehension has skyrocketed with the improvement of my soul and will. Qingyu rejoiced in his heart. He suppressed the urge to immediately return to the outside territory battlefield to settle scores with Dreamweaver King. The improvement in strength needed to be consolidated, especially law comprehension, which had to keep up. No rush, since the effect is so good, let's strike while the iron is hot. Qingyu made a decision instantly. Before going to the outside territory battlefield, I will comprehend one of the 3 ultimate moves of the space-time law, truly pushing my law comprehension to the peak champion Heavenly Bridge 20th level. By then, with his current will and soul at the extreme of a high-tier exalt, his law comprehension at the peak champion level, and his secret arts at the peak level, and with many treasures in hand, he would truly have the confidence to rampage across the outside territory battlefield and even contend with ordinary universe exalts. With his mind set, Qingyu no longer hesitated, and his 3 avatars simultaneously entered a deep state of law comprehension. The path to increasing strength was not solely through law comprehension. While diligently studying the space-time law, Qingyu also began other aspects of strengthening. He first set his sights on the Spirit Control chapter from the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon. This was an extremely profound soul amplitude secret art. Previously, limited by his soul strength, he had been unable to cultivate it to a high level. Now, his soul essence had reached the extreme of a high-tier universe exalt, and he could now withstand a higher level of this secret art, 64 times. Soul amplitude. Once I cultivate the Spirit Control chapter to 64 times amplitude, Qingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. My strength will undoubtedly reach another huge level. The increase in soul amplitude brought benefits in all aspects. It not only directly amplified the physical power of psychic weapon attacks, but more crucially, it could greatly enhance the power of illusion attacks. The same secret art, under the blessing of 64 times soul amplitude, its effects of confusion, immersion, and even soul annihilation, would undergo earth-shattering changes. At the same time, Qingyu also did not intend to neglect body amplitude. The Thunderbolt secret art he obtained from the Qingyu clan inheritance came in handy. Although the bulk of the 11 trillion mixed elemental units was spent on transformation, the remaining several hundred billion in loose change was enough for him to purchase a large number of rare treasures needed to cultivate Thunderbolt, enough to support him in cultivating this secret art to the 32 times amplitude level. Thus, Qingyu's cultivation entered a three-pronged mode. Continuously comprehending the space-time law, striving to comprehend ultimate moves. Cultivating the Spirit Control chapter, increasing soul amplitude to 64 times. Cultivating the Thunderbolt secret art, increasing body amplitude. When all three aspects made significant progress, his overall combat power would undergo a true qualitative change. However, reality once again proved the profundity and difficulty of higher laws. Although Qingyu's current soul and will strength far exceeded his own realm, bringing about a huge increase in comprehension, he still underestimated the difficulty of advancing the space-time law to the level of 3 ultimate moves. In the primordial universe's time, nearly 2,000 years had quietly passed again. And under a tenfold time flow rate, almost 20,000 years had passed in the time chamber. During such a long period, Qingyu almost dedicated all his efforts to it. His understanding of the space-time law indeed became more profound and harmonious. He had gone a long way beyond the original 19th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and his foundation was incredibly solid. But, he still failed to take that crucial step, failed to comprehend any ultimate move, and his law comprehension remained at the 19th level, unable to break through to the 20th level corresponding to the peak champion level. Alas, the 3 ultimate moves are so difficult. Qingyu woke up from his deep comprehension, unable to help but let out a long sigh. This was not the first time he had expressed similar sentiments. I have analyzed the essence of laws. Logically, my foundation should be more solid than most people. He was pursuing the teleportation direction of the space law. Countless times, he felt that he had already touched that threshold, separated from true teleportation by only a thin layer, like a window paper that could be pierced with a poke. But whenever he concentrated his mind and tried to finally cross it, he found that there was still a fog ahead, and he could continue to delve deeper, as if the end was retreating with his advance, always, infinitely close, yet forever unreachable. The same was true for the time pause direction of the time law. That feeling of clearly sensing the opportunity right before his eyes, yet being unable to grasp or fix it no matter what, lingered in his heart. Facts prove that working behind closed doors, blindly meditating, really doesn't work. Qingyu completely understood. Laws, especially higher laws like space and time, are not merely something that can be fully mastered by painstaking effort and accumulating time. They require verification, stimulation, and breaking through that final barrier in practical application, in life and death struggles, and in resonance with the vast universe. He needed external pressure, a sense of life-threatening crisis, and that flash of inspiration that erupts in a split second. Even though his law affinity and comprehension had greatly increased due to transformation, the efficiency of solitary meditation was still very low. If I truly hardened my heart and relied on my current foundation, spending tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, I might be able to forcibly comprehend one of the ultimate moves. Qingyu calmly assessed. But it's not worth it. What I lack now is that last crucial opportunity. Perhaps it's in a life and death moment of a battle, or perhaps it's a subtle application of laws when performing a secret art. Forcibly secluding myself might instead yield half the results with twice the effort. It wasn't that Qingyu couldn't afford to spend that much time, but that there was absolutely no need for it. Let's put law comprehension aside for now. It's time to delve deeper into cultivating other chapters of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon. Previously, relying on his powerful soul origin, he had cultivated the Spirit Control chapter to perfection, achieving 64 times soul amplitude, and his strength had benefited greatly. Now, his law comprehension had met the standard, enough to support him in cultivating the second level of several other core chapters of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon. The first he chose was the Profound Understanding chapter, which served as the general outline. This chapter was not about specific offensive methods, but directly pointed to the true essence of the space-time law, expounding its operating rules and core mysteries. Deeply studying the profound understanding chapter would not only allow him to understand the space-time law more thoroughly, laying a solid foundation for subsequent cultivation of more profound illusion and psychic secret arts, but also pave the way for the distant future. The deeper his understanding of the true meaning of space and time, the smoother his path would be. When he breaks through to become a universe lord in the future. This could be called a far-sighted vision. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to the Godfall chapter. It recorded many powerful offensive secret arts, and the power of the second-level secret arts was far greater than the first level. Qingyu had already tasted the sweetness of soul attacks. Unlike material attacks that slowly wear down the opponent's divine body, soul attacks could invisibly decide the outcome. This path must be firmly pursued. Qingyu made up his mind. The soul path would become one of his core combat styles. Of course, he did not completely abandon the psychic attack route. He saw far ahead, in the future, at the level of Universe Lord, who among them wasn't an absolute genius who had endured countless hardships and possessed indispensable talent and opportunities. By then, almost everyone would have no obvious weaknesses, and it would become extremely difficult to kill an enemy with a single soul attack. Retaining powerful psychic attack methods, forming a complement, would allow him to deal with various complex situations. With the solid foundation laid by cultivating the first level, which was equivalent to a breakthrough from 0 to 1, cultivating the second-level secret arts now, although still profound, was no longer as clueless, difficult, and obscure as it was initially. Moreover, cultivating mature secret arts created by predecessors by rote was tens of thousands of times easier than creating one's own secret arts. Relying on his superb comprehension and solid foundation, Qingyu made rapid progress. In less than 100 years, he had successfully cultivated and mastered all the second-level secret arts of the core chapters of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon. By this point, since Qingyu left the outside territory battlefield and entered the time chamber for secluded cultivation, more than 3,000 years had quietly passed in the primordial universe. Feeling the immense all-around improvement in himself, a powerful sense of confidence filled Qingyu's heart. Although he had not yet comprehended the ultimate moves in the space-time law, his current overall combat power had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to when he first entered the time chamber. It's time. Qingyu stood up, put away the time chamber, his gaze sharp as lightning. Wong, God Country Teleportation. Qingyu always acted decisively. Since he decided to return to the outside territory battlefield, there was no hesitation. The moment the command was given, Wong, who was already prepared, immediately responded. A misty divine country teleportation light lit up, precisely enveloping Qingyu's figure. The next moment, after transiting through Wang's divine country, Qingyu had already appeared in a remote star field of the 7th battlefield, which was extremely desolate and covered with fragments of shattered stars. Ever since he enslaved the 12 peak champion servants led by Wang and Purple Break King, he had long ordered them to leave coordinate tokens, undying crystals, in inconspicuous corners throughout the outside territory battlefield. The purpose was to be able to appear anywhere needed at any time through divine country teleportation. The cold, silent, yet hidden murderous aura of the outside territory battlefield rushed towards him. After more than 3,000 years, Qingyu once again set foot on this land. Almost at the same time as he appeared, the first thought that flashed through Qingyu's mind was the reckless Dreamweaver King. Dreamweaver King, Qingyu's eyes slightly chilled. With his current strength, he no longer cared about a mere champion, even if the opponent also had some secrets. Chapter 126, Star Tower. However, a lion uses its full strength even when fighting a rabbit, and necessary caution is indispensable. He would not let down his guard just because his strength had surged. With a slight thought, his physical appearance began to undergo subtle yet complete changes. His bones, muscles, skin texture, and even the frequency of the energy fluctuations he emitted were adjusted accordingly. In just a breath's time, a completely new image, different from his previous one, appeared under the starry sky. At this moment, his physique was even more robust and upright, his face stern, carrying a sense of vicissitude from years of battle. Most importantly, the life aura he deliberately released was genuinely at the peak champion level. This way, even those familiar with my previous aura would never be able to connect my current self with Formless King, or Qingyu. Qingyu felt his current state and nodded with satisfaction. Dreamweaver King, you set up a bounty to lure me out. I want to see what confidence you have to deal with me. A cold arc formed on Qingyu's lips. He immediately contacted King Miaohui through the virtual universe network. The communication connected instantly, and King Miaohui's elegant and concerned figure appeared on the virtual interface. Your Highness Qingyu. Seeing Qingyu initiate contact, a hint of surprise flashed in King Miaohui's eyes, which then turned into understanding. You are here about Dreamweaver King. That's right. Qingyu nodded, directly stating his purpose. King Miaohui, I need Dreamweaver King's latest and most accurate location information. Do you have any clues? Upon hearing this, King Miaohui's face immediately broke into a smile, carrying a hint of composure that suggested she was already prepared. Your Highness truly came for him. To be frank, Your Highness, ever since your last inquiry, I have been keeping an eye on Dreamweaver King's movements, and I have also asked a few friends who operate in relevant areas to help keep watch. As she spoke, she quickly transmitted a set of coordinate information to Qingyu. This is a trace of Dreamweaver King's activity that a friend of mine accidentally captured in the inner region of the Forbidden Stream region about a month ago. The coordinate deviation should not be too large. She added, her tone confident. As a Great Alliance envoy, her connections and intelligence network were clearly extraordinary. Following that, she asked with concern. Your Highness Qingyu, that Dreamweaver King has clearly set a trap for you, and this trip will likely be fraught with danger. Do you need me to contact a few of my close champion friends to accompany you, so you can have some backup? Her enthusiasm and proactiveness naturally had its considerations. She was well aware of Qingyu's true identity and his terrifying potential, and she knew even more clearly what great existence stood behind him, Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Forging a good relationship before Qingyu truly became famous throughout the universe and reached the pinnacle was an investment of immeasurable value. In the universe now, who didn't envy Marquis Tianyi, who initially had the foresight to recognize Qingyu and guide him? Although he was currently only a marquis, everyone understood that once Qingyu fully matured, Marquis Tianyi's strength and status would undoubtedly experience unimaginable elevation. King Miaohui was making a similar investment at this moment. Qingyu's heart stirred when he heard the coordinates were still in the Forbidden Stream region. Regarding King Miaohui's offer of assistance, he pondered for a moment before politely declining. Thank you for your kindness, King Miaohui. I can handle this alone. If even I cannot resolve it, bringing more people would likely be futile. His tone was calm and confident, with an undeniable certainty. King Miaohui showed no displeasure upon hearing Qingyu's clear refusal, instead, her smile widened, and she quickly said, Your Highness Qingyu's strength is unfathomable. I was overthinking it. I wish Your Highness every success. The communication ended. In the virtual world, King Miaohui savored Qingyu's calm yet powerfully confident words, her smile lingering for a long time. One person is enough, ha, this kind of spirit, it truly is, she murmured softly, her eyes glinting with shrewdness and anticipation. While this favor isn't big, it's always good to forge a good relationship. My providing some convenience today might lead to unexpected returns from him in the future. She was very optimistic about the prospects of her investment. In the starry sky, Qingyu received the coordinates, his gaze instantly sharp as a blade. Forbidden Stream region, still there, as expected. Is he trying to rely on a familiar environment, or does he have a contingency plan set up there? Thoughts flashed through Qingyu's mind, but his actions showed no hesitation. Whoosh! Carried by Wang, Qingyu quickly arrived at the coordinates provided by King Miaohui, a continent in the inner ring of the Forbidden Stream region, after several long-distance teleports. The area was still filled with chaotic energy flows and spatial folds, making the environment complex and treacherous. Upon arrival, Qingyu did not make a grand entrance. Instead, he meticulously scouted this area and its surroundings like a ghost. At the same time, he also discreetly continued to inquire through the virtual universe network whether there was any confirmed news of Dreamweaver King's recent activity here. However, half a month passed. Qingyu had practically turned the area upside down, yet he couldn't find a single trace of Dreamweaver King. Moreover, the last confirmed sighting of Dreamweaver King in this area was the one King Miaohui provided, which was over a month and a half ago. Not here. Left. Qingyu floated on a huge, shattered continent, his brow furrowed slightly. Is it a coincidence? Or did he sense something? Meanwhile, at the same time Qingyu was painstakingly searching for Dreamweaver King's traces in the Forbidden Stream region. Dreamweaver King himself was indeed no longer in the Forbidden Stream region. At this moment, he was in a spaceship heading towards the core region of the 7th battlefield, the Star Tower. Inside the cabin, Dreamweaver King's face was grim, his compound eyes flickering with unwillingness and anxiety. 3,000 years. A full 3,000 years. He roared in a low voice, his fists clenched. I've been wandering around that damned Forbidden Stream region like a clown for 3,000 years. Setting bait, spreading bounties, even intentionally revealing my whereabouts, but that Qingyu, not even a shadow has appeared. The long wait had worn down his patience and made him suspicious. If he really came to the Forbidden Stream region, with my almost undisguised activities for 3,000 years, how could he not find me? Unless he didn't come at all. He began to re-evaluate Qingyu's thoughts. That's right, the Forbidden Stream region no longer holds any attraction for him. Dreamweaver King calmly analyzed, forced to admit a fact. The Forbidden Stream region's greatest treasure, all the treasures in the Forbidden Shrine, have long been taken by him. With the strength he displayed last time, this Forbidden Stream region simply doesn't pose any pressure for his training. What reason does he have to stay here? A more probable guess surfaced in his mind. The 7th battlefield, where there are the most powerhouses, the most opportunities, and the most brutal battles, it's the Star Tower. A sharp glint flashed in Dreamweaver King's eyes. That place gathers champion elites from the 4 pinnacle races and countless subordinate races, and even formidable king-level immortals. That's the real whetstone. With a genius like Qingyu's arrogance and pursuit of strength, if he returns to the outside territory battlefield, the Star Tower is the most likely place he would go. More importantly, the time limit given to him by the insect race high-ups was not indefinite, but 10,000 years. 3,000 years had passed, but the mission had made no progress. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. What if that Qingyu found the outside territory battlefield boring, or if the human race high-ups arranged for him to train in other secret realms and he simply didn't return? Then his mission would completely fail, and the domain treasure he had acquired might fly away. I can't wait idly in the Forbidden Stream region any longer. Dreamweaver King made up his mind. To the Star Tower. There, I can also spread bounties. Powerhouses are mixed there, and news spreads faster. As long as he shows up, I don't believe I can't lure him out. Thus, just over 10 days before Qingyu arrived at the Forbidden Stream region coordinates and began his meticulous search, Dreamweaver King had already, with a hint of desperate resolve, left the hunting ground he had managed for 3,000 years and embarked on his journey to the Star Tower. Qingyu patiently searched and waited for nearly 2 more months in that coordinate area and its surroundings within the Forbidden Stream region. However, the result was still disappointing. Dreamweaver King seemed to have completely vanished, with no further confirmed traces appearing. Even the scattered pieces of information about his activities there had completely ceased. That's strange. Qingyu stood on a floating meteorite, gazing at the chaotic starfield, a bit puzzled. According to the information provided by King Miaohui and previous patterns, this Dreamweaver King would deliberately show himself and create commotion almost every month to lure me out. Why has he been so quiet this time? Could it be that he waited too long without seeing me, felt the plan failed, and simply gave up? This guess was not impossible. After all, 3,000 years, while not long for an undying, was enough to wear down most patience when waiting for an uncertain target. After carefully investigating again and confirming he still found nothing, Qingyu decisively gave up. Never mind. This trip to find him was just a matter of convenience. If I run into him, I'll deal with this hidden danger, if not, I'm too lazy to expend more energy on him. Qingyu's mindset was very calm. With his current strength and perspective, Dreamweaver King was no longer an opponent he needed to be on high alert for. At most, he was a troublesome matter to be cleared up. And just as Dreamweaver King had guessed, Qingyu's primary objective for returning to the outside territory battlefield this time was the renowned Star Tower. He had long ago overfulfilled the military merit mission assigned to him by the Virtual Universe Corporation. But the Star Tower was different. As the most famous landmark in the entire 7th battlefield, and even among the battlefields of numerous races near human territory, as someone who knew the original work, he felt he absolutely had to see it in person. That was the true stage for powerhouses, a trial ground where opportunity and danger coexisted. Since Dreamweaver King couldn't be found, Qingyu no longer hesitated. He directly summoned his F-class spaceship, set the coordinates, and sped towards the Star Tower. Compared to the Star Tower, the Forbidden Stream region was on a completely different level in terms of scale, danger, and the density of powerhouses. The Forbidden Stream region was merely a high-level battlefield subordinate to the 7th Battlefield's 022ND barracks base, while the Star Tower was the core of the entire 7th battlefield, a gathering place for powerhouses. Hundreds of thousands of king-level immortals were long-term residents of the Star Tower and its surrounding areas. And most of them were at least high-level champions. In the Forbidden Stream region, peak champions were extremely rare, and Dreamweaver King was considered a deeply hidden exception. But in the Star Tower, while peak champions were still rare, they were certainly not extinct, and there might even occasionally be terrifying king-level immortals making an appearance. A few days later, the spaceship emerged from the Dark Universe, returning to the original universe. Ahead was a vast asteroid belt where universe travel was impossible. Through the spaceship's 100% external view simulation, Qingyu's gaze was instantly drawn to the awe-inspiring sight in the distance. A colossal tower, too magnificent to describe in words, stood tall in the depths of the starry sky. Even though he had known from his pre-transmigration knowledge that the Star Tower was 9 light-years tall, the shock that originated from his soul upon witnessing it firsthand was still uncontrollable. The tower, entirely black, had 9 levels, like a pillar supporting the universe, exuding an ancient, vast, and eternal aura. Around the tower, endless, brilliant stellar nebula vortices slowly rotated, devouring all energy and light from the void. It merely stood there silently, as if it were the center of the entire universe, inspiring an involuntary sense of reverence and insignificance. This is the Star Tower. Qingyu took a deep breath. Even with prior mental preparation, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He believed that any life form, upon seeing this scene for the first time, could not remain absolutely calm. However, he was, after all, someone who knew the tower's details, and he quickly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his eyes regaining clarity. "Wong, let's go." He put away the spaceship and commanded Wong to carry him, directly performing teleportation. He flashed forward repeatedly towards the majestic giant tower, which appeared close but was actually incredibly distant. When the majestic Star Tower became increasingly clear in his vision, and he could even vaguely discern the incredibly complex carved patterns on its surface, Qingyu's mind stirred, and he recalled Wong into his inner world. The area around the Star Tower was bustling with powerhouses, a mix of all sorts. The 12 peak champions he had enslaved were almost all powerhouses from the insect race and monster race factions. However, his current disguised appearance projected the aura of a standard human race champion. If he were to swagger around with a dozen peak champion slaves from alien factions, it would inevitably attract countless unnecessary attention and hostility. It's best to keep a low profile when first arriving, Qingyu thought to himself. First, let's figure out the basic situation here. Thus, with a gentle flap of his amethyst cloud wings, he transformed into a not particularly conspicuous purple stream of light, relying on his own speed to fly towards an entrance at the base of the Star Tower. Even so, the speed granted by the amethyst cloud wings still far exceeded that of an ordinary peak champion.